Yexiao, your stepmother conspired with outsiders to seize the Yexiao family's assets and has been driven out of the Yexiao family. Your brother is in prison, and a shocking scandal has emerged. The position of heir is now out of his reach. Once you return, you will be the legitimate grandchild of the first family in Yanjing. On Huacheng Street, Yexiao tightly gripped a new phone box, looking at the messages on his old phone with an indifferent expression. Back then, when Dad broke my left leg and kicked me out of the Yexiao family, did anyone care about my life and death? Now that the Yexiao family is facing an inheritance crisis, who would remember me, this useless member of the Yexiao family? I already have a family in Huacheng. What does being the top family in Yanjing mean to me? It's just a cold hell in my heart. Don't expect me to go back. Yexiao deleted the messages and left in the surprised gaze of the crowd. He was well aware that a shabbily dressed cripple buying the latest iPhone was indeed an incredible sight. Yet, Yexiao had grown accustomed to the bewildered looks of others. Just like 3 years ago when he returned from the military injured, and the only person who knew his secret identity in the Chu family, Chu Laoyi, forcibly married Chu Qingyu to him, leaving everyone in Huacheng still puzzled. Chu Qingyu was not only the former campus belle of Huacheng University, but also the third miss of the Chu family. She married Yexiao without a betrothal gift or a wedding ceremony, turning the campus belle into a joke. For the past 3 years, she had endured mockery, ridicule, and humiliation, just like he did. Thinking that he could soon make his wife happy, Yexiao felt quite refreshed and bought a bag of cherries with the remaining money. These were her mother-in-law's favorite, hoping to smooth things over when he got home, making sure she wouldn't discover he bought an expensive phone. Yexiao opened the door with a jolt and saw his mother-in-law, Wang Yanqing, looking displeased. "Mom, why are you home so early today? Humph, you come back so late to make dinner. Where have you been?" "I went to buy groceries and also bought some fruits." Yexiao immediately opened the bag of cherries, trying to please her with a smile. Unfortunately, Wang Yanqing's expression didn't improve. Yexiao knew that his mother-in-law must have lost money playing mahjong again. Bah! Feeding your ego but causing suffering. If you have no money, why buy cherries? Do you know we can hardly make ends meet? A man who can't earn money doesn't deserve to eat fruits. Wang Yanqing vented her frustration at Yexiao for losing money, snatching the cherries and forbidding him from eating, instructing him to make dinner quickly. Yexiao's good mood was instantly shattered, but he sighed and headed into the kitchen. Ah, the old man is in prison, causing our whole family to be kicked out of the Chu family. And now there's this useless son-in-law. Doesn't earn money, just spends. Why is my Wang Yanqing's life so bitter? The suite was not big, and Wang Yanqing sat in the living room, eating fruits and lamenting, making sure Yexiao, who was cooking in the kitchen, could hear her clearly. Heavens! What's this? Such a high-end phone. Upon hearing Wang Yanqing's voice suddenly appear behind him, Yexiao realized he was in trouble. He thought he had diverted her attention with the cherries, but it seemed he had been found out. Turning around abruptly, he saw his mother-in-law's face turn even longer than a horse's. Yexiao, explain to me right now. Where did you steal the money to buy this phone? I didn't steal any money. Didn't steal? Then where did you get the money from? Yexiao struggled to explain. He had been secretly working outside to save money, and he had used his savings to buy the phone a few days ago after seeing his wife's phone break. However, he knew that even if he told the truth, Wang Yanqing would not believe him because she never believed he had the ability to work. Well, you useless wimp. You only care about enjoying yourself all day long. You have no idea how hard my daughter and I work outside to earn money. Take this phone you love and leave. Wang Yanqing threw the phone carelessly, blaming Yexiao for not being able to make money and embarrassing her again. Yexiao quickly caught the phone, sweating profusely. This was the only gift he had bought for his wife in 3 years that could be given publicly. Wife, as long as I can make you happy once, enduring all this injustice and hardship will be worth it. Yexiao held the phone box tightly in his sweaty hands. Having successfully deceived his wife and their mischievous adopted daughter, 2 days later, he happily arrived in front of a tall building. Jinfu Mansion, where Chu Qingyu worked. The building had top-notch security, so Yexiao couldn't go in and could only wait outside. Those who could enter and leave Jinfu Mansion were all well-dressed. Yexiao had to hide around, fearing being recognized and laughed at, which would further embarrass his wife behind her back. As it was the evening rush hour, and just because they staged such a scene today, who wouldn't know that Chu Qingyu's husband not only cared for her, but deeply loved her? Upon receiving praise from his wife, Yexiao smiled brightly, feeling happier than ever. All the sneaking and saving he had done for so long had finally paid off. Click. To garner even more envy from the crowd, Chu Qingyu decided to open the phone box on the spot. But to her surprise, the box had already been opened. When she saw the phone inside, her face turned pale, and her lips began to tremble. How can this be? Yexiao sensed something was wrong in the atmosphere and looked into the box himself. His smile froze, and he stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He had no idea that Wang Yanqing, thinking he had used private money to buy the phone for himself, was angry that night and secretly threw the phone from the bag. She had used the iPhone but put her own outdated phone in the box. This surprise today was truly unexpected. A new box with an old machine. That's really creative. Coming to the company's doorstep on Kixi Tang and boldly giving gifts, turns out it was just a joke. This couple is really funny. The performance just now was so realistic. I really thought Manager Chu's husband, Xianyu, would turn things around. But as I said, how could that be possible? Mocking, teasing, and even insulting words flooded into Chu Qingyu's ears like a tide, making her feel like her soul had left her body. Pale-faced, unable to control her expression, she felt like her world had frozen. Why? Why did Yuzi have to hurt herself so openly? Chu Qingyu couldn't understand, angrily returned the flowers and phone to Yuzi, and without saying a word, she turned and ran. Qingyu! Yuzi couldn't care less about the surrounding mocking and insults, casually placed the gift on the electric scooter, and chased after her. At that moment, his heart felt like it was being shredded by a meat grinder, bloody and numb with pain. A carefully prepared gift for 3 years ended up being the last straw that crushed his wife. Yizi didn't know who he could vent his frustration and despair to. Qingyu, you go, don't come near me. Please, don't come back into my life. In a corner next to the building, Chu Qingyu, who was usually strong and cold, now with red eyes, finally squatted down at the base of the wall and cried. She couldn't understand why her grandfather had been so cruel, forcing her to marry such a man. She couldn't understand herself either. Why hadn't she decisively divorced him in 3 years? Why was she so ridiculous to still have expectations for such a person? Tears finally fell down Chu Qingyu's beautiful face. Yizi approached, only to realize that someone who was in so much pain had lost the ability to control their expressions. Snap! As he got closer, Chu Qingyu's hand landed on his face, making a crisp sound. It was the first time she couldn't hold back and hit Yizi. Yizi didn't feel the pain. He was worried that his wife's hand had been hurt by hitting him. Yizi, why do you keep hurting me? Because of you, I'm belittled by the whole world. I'm living a hard life. I shouldn't have had any expectations for you. For 3 years, you've exhausted all my hopes. In that moment, there were only the two of them. Chu Qingyu, no longer caring about her image, started to hit and break down emotionally, screaming in utter despair. Yizi was as still as a wooden stake. He didn't move, didn't speak. Until Chu Qingyu stopped yelling and hitting, his hands forcefully pulled his wife into his embrace. Despite her struggles and bites, she couldn't break free. This man, did he have such strength? At a time when Chu Qingyu was panicking, Yi Zhao's earnest words rang out. Wife, I'm sorry. I swear, Yuzi, that in the future, I will make you live a life more precious than any other woman. It was heart-wrenching. Chu Qingyu was taken aback, looking up at Yi Zhao's determined face. Though she didn't believe him, it dispelled her thoughts of divorce once again. Let go of me. Chu Qingyu finally pushed Yizi away and left alone in distress. Watching his wife's departing figure, Yizi sighed deeply but helplessly and returned home alone. Yizi, you finally decide to come back. Today, there's an event at the nursery. Go and accompany Peach right now. Mom, where's my phone? Yizi suddenly reached out, making Wang Yanqing tremble nervously. Humph, how dare you ask about your phone? It was bought with the money our daughter earned. Of course, it should be served to me. If you dare to hide money again, watch how I'll deal with you. Wang Yanqing stood proudly with her hands on her hips, scolding Yu Zi sternly before turning and slamming the door shut. These days were tough luck for her. She had already lost the new phone, and she had to hurry to win it back. Yi Zi clenched his fists, the sound of it echoing as he pounded the wall fiercely. He had never experienced such anger. 3 years of savings were stolen by this woman, and it made him and his wife a laughingstock in public. If Wang Yanqing wasn't Chu Qingyu's mother, he would have definitely let her have it. Feeling internally stifled, Yi Zi casually picked up a cheap bottle of white wine from the table and drank it all in one go. Then he lay on the sofa, lit up a cigarette, and took a few deep puffs to calm down. Ring! The loud ringing brought Yi Zi back to his senses. He suddenly remembered that he had to go to the nursery to play with Peach. Hey, is this Peach's dad? Peach injured another child at school. Hurry up and deal with it. The cold voice came through the phone, startling Yu Zi. Couldn't believe it, although Peach was a bit unruly, always breaking things at home, she had never gotten into a fight with other children. Okay. Yi Zi responded to the other side and quickly rushed out the door. Only then did he realize that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After drinking and falling into a deep sleep for several hours, he woke up to this situation. Peach was the daughter of Chu Qingyu's cousin, a granddaughter of the Chu family, a second-rate commercial family in Huacheng. Originally a young lady from a wealthy family, she shouldn't have been living in such a low-class household. But fate had other plans. 3 years ago, her parents were tragically killed in a car accident. Surprisingly, despite the vast Chu family, no one was willing to take her in. In the end, it was Chu Qingyu, who had been expelled from the Chu family, who took her back and cared for her as her own daughter. Expelled from home at the age of 12, joining the army at 15 for 6 years, Yi Zi only cared about 2 people in this world. If Chu Qingyu was the goddess of his life, then Peach was the treasure of his heart. At the nursery, a little girl in a princess dress with delicate features ran into his arms. Daddy! Peach stubbornly clung to Yi Zi, trembling in his embrace, her big eyes filled with tears. It's okay. Daddy's here. Yi Zi hugged Peach tightly, his heart aching to see her distressed state. Peach's little face was slightly swollen, with a few bright red nail marks on it, and her dress had a few shoe prints on it. Obviously, the situation had been dealt with afterward, but the marks hadn't faded, indicating how hard she had been kicked. Teacher, did Peach hit someone first, or was she hit by someone? The teacher was taken aback by Yi Zhao's gaze, then looked at the shabbily dressed man with disgust. Your Peach injured another child and sent him to the hospital. I called you to see if you'd pay for the medical expenses and compensate for emotional damages, not to come here and make a scene. What? Sent to the hospital? Yi Zi was shocked, couldn't believe it as he looked at Peach. HMPH, Zidong said that his dad is a useless mute coward. He called me a cripple and said that sooner or later my mom would cheat with this poor wimp of your dad. Peach explained stubbornly. Listening to Peach's words, Yi Zi felt another stab in his heart. It turns out his daughter had hit someone to defend herself. Peach! Another sharp cry came. It was Chu Qingyu. Seeing the other parents at the scene, and realizing she would have to face Yi Zi again, she felt a little scared. Mom! Peach called out sadly. Seeing Peach's dirty and blood-stained appearance, and smelling the alcohol on Yi Zhao's body, the anger that Chu Qingyu had just suppressed rose up again, shaking her head in extreme disappointment as she glared at him. Yi Zi! What can I even say to you? You're always drinking at home, but didn't you promise me something? You said you would take care of Peach, but look at her now, unable to continue berating Yu Zi. Chu Qingyu's anger peaked, and she shook her head in despair. She truly felt that her husband had reached the point of no return in her eyes. Even reprimanding Yu Zi felt exhausting, and she tearfully held Peach tightly in her arms. Her grandfather had warned her not to underestimate Yi Zi before passing away, but could anyone not look down on such a man? 3 years had passed, and besides doing laundry, cooking, and odd jobs, what has he done to earn anyone's respect? And now, he couldn't even take care of his daughter properly, which was truly disappointing. At that moment, a well-dressed couple walked over, sizing up Chu Qingyu's family before revealing a strong disdain. Humph! I knew a family with such poor manners couldn't have raised a decent child. You little piece of trash! How dare you hit my son? Zidong's mother immediately launched a personal attack. Her son was delicate and precious. If he had been hit by a young heir from a wealthy family, it would have been one thing. But now he was hit by a nobody. How embarrassing. You're Zidong's parents, right? Can you please talk nicely? I've investigated the situation, and all the parents here can testify that your child was the one who cursed and hit first. Peach acted in self-defense. Although she was a bit harsh, you can't blame her entirely. Cold and stern, Chu Qingyu's righteous words were enough to make people fear her. But unfortunately, she was facing a pair of unreasonable parents. They looked down on Yizi as a cripple and believed her family had no man to stand up for them. Shame on you. Since when do the offenders get to be the judge? Look at what kind of despicable people you are. I'm leaving it at that. If you don't compensate us for 5,000 medical expenses and emotional damages, I'll have your whole family lying in the hospital with my son. What? 5,000? Chu Qingyu felt like she had been hit by lightning on a clear day. Although she was a manager, her monthly salary was just over 10,000, and her mom asked her for money several times a month. After subtracting the family's daily expenses, she had no extra money at all. Even if she could afford it, she wouldn't pay them after their unreasonable behavior. Not willing to compensate, huh? Zidong's father looked at Chu Qingyu's expression and knew her thoughts. He loudly threatened, fine, don't compensate. But from now on, every time I come to pick up or drop off my child, I will beat you all up. As he spoke, without any scruples, he kicked Yi Xiaoshen heavily. Yi Xiaoshen was caught off guard, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. Knowing that his family couldn't handle the situation financially, in order to avoid making things worse, even though he was frustrated, he refrained from fighting back. Don't dare to beat my father. Yi Xiaoshen didn't fight back, so Zidong's father became even more aggressive. Dao Dao was anxious on the side, and it was Chu Qingyu who eventually suggested calling the police to make him stop. Pa, a spineless coward who doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Zidong's father spat at Yi Xiaoshen, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. Seeing her father being humiliated, Dao Dao finally burst into tears. The teachers and parents around started to show a bit of sympathy and quietly advised to stop, but no one stepped forward. Yes, Zidong's parents had some status in the city and even sponsored the kindergarten. Who would be so foolish as to offend them for the sake of Yi Xiaoshen's family? Your casual violence is really excessive. Chu Qingyu glanced at Yi Xiaoshen, feeling a tinge of sadness rising in her heart as she stared coldly at Zidong's parents. She could imagine how despicable Zidong must have been if he had provoked even his parents to hit him. Humph, excessive. You, scum, dare to say we're excessive. Your scum child hit my son. Now that's excessive. We not only beat your crippled husband, but we'll also beat you. Zidong's mother, without hesitation, raised her hand and slapped Chu Qingyu. She couldn't bear to see Chu Qingyu cold and beautiful. What a fake saint. Chu Qingyu had never been in a fight in her lifetime. Being threatened with physical violence, she quickly dodged in fear, losing her balance as she stumbled. Mom, wah! Dao Dao, feeling a mix of anger, distress, and helplessness, cried even louder. Ouch! Chu Qingyu thought to herself as she endured the verbal abuse of her child and the physical assault on her husband. Now, even she was being hit, and faced with the other side's arrogance. What could she, as a woman, do? Despair engulfed her, and she almost bit her lip until it bled. In the end, Chu Qingyu didn't fall to the ground because a strong support suddenly appeared behind her. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Yi Xiaoshen was the one supporting her. At that moment, he seemed somehow different from before. Yes, he stood upright. The left leg that had been lame for 3 years was standing straight. Even Zidong's parents were astonished. How could this supposed spineless cripple not be limping? Was he always this agile? Hit me or insult me as you please, but dare to touch my woman, damn it, I'll kill you. The word kill came out fiercely from Yi Xiaoshen's mouth, exuding an unparalleled sense of intimidation and arrogance, like a collapsing mountain or a tsunami. During this moment, even Chu Qingyu began to doubt her judgment. Was this man truly the spineless man from before? She had no idea about Yi Xiaoshen's true identity. He had endured humiliation after marrying into her family, remaining hidden for 3 years to deceive the powerful eyes of the Yi family, making everyone believe he had disappeared from the world. In truth, he never let go of his hatred, and his leg had healed before he enlisted. He continued to pretend to be lame, biding his time to overthrow the Yi family. Chu Qingyu was the thorn in his side, and he would not tolerate anyone bullying her. 3 years ago, he returned from the army injured, and without Chu Qingyu's shelter and care, he wouldn't be where he was today. Ye Xiaoshen had long turned that debt of gratitude into love and vowed to cherish this woman for a lifetime. Just now, in order to avoid escalating the situation, he endured when they insulted Dao Dao. When they physically attacked him, he gritted his teeth and endured it. But now, when they started to pounce on his woman, Ye Xiaoshen's anger erupted like a volcano, no longer containable. Haha, today I will mess with your wife. Let's see what you can do about it. Zidong's father, realizing what had happened, became even more arrogant. People like him who had some influence loved to demonstrate superiority. Seeing Ye Xiaoshen's appearance made him even more eager to humiliate his wife in front of him. Besides, with such exquisite beauty, any man would be tempted, so why not take advantage of the conflict to touch her a bit? However, he didn't expect that as he raised his hand to slap Chu Qingyu, Ye Xiaoshen reacted first. Before he could touch his wife, Ye Xiaoshen quickly grabbed his face with one hand and forcefully pushed him down. Smack! A deafening sound reverberated, as if the floor had cracked. The entire venue was stunned. Everyone watched in shock as blood oozed from the face of Zidong's father, who remained silent for a long time. Let go of me! It took Zidong's father a long time to call out difficultly. No matter how he struggled, being held down by Ye Xiaoshen, he couldn't get up. Ye Xiaoshen's eyes were like an angry lion. Chu Qingyu, observing carefully, noticed that Ye Xiaoshen had used only his left hand. Heaven! How terrifying was the strength of this man who had been insulted as a spineless coward for 3 years. The teacher's face also turned pale. They hadn't anticipated such a swift reversal. However, she knew very well that hitting someone might not lead to much trouble for Zidong's parents, but if Ye Xiaoshen's father was injured, then things would definitely escalate. She needed to call the police. Pa, a spineless coward who doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Ye Xiaoshen quoted back the same words, spat at Zidong's father, and then kicked him, knocking him out cold. Arrogant and domineering. Zidong's mother, watching Ye Xiaoshen at that moment, paled and retreated, accidentally stumbling and falling heavily to the ground, almost causing an injury. Hey, Dad is awesome. The bad guy got punished. With Dad here, no one can bully us. Dao Dao immediately shifted from crying to smiling, proudly hugging Ye Xiaoshen. Then, she turned around and cheerfully exclaimed to Chu Qingyu, Mom, Dad is a hero. Dad is actually very powerful. Watching her daughter's expression, Chu Qingyu couldn't help but smile. However, that feeling of relief was fleeting. Though she felt a sense of catharsis, she also realized things were getting worse because of Ye Xiaoshen's actions. What should she do next? Using force as a poor person wouldn't solve any problems. As expected, the situation escalated, and the police quickly arrived. Upon hearing that a serious incident had occurred, Wang Yanqing rushed over without even finishing her mahjong game. Parent of Dao Dao, the other party is requesting you to pay 300,000 as compensation. You resolve this amongst yourselves. What? 300,000? Hearing this figure, Wang Yanqing was dumbfounded. Chu Qingyu's body also swayed, her lips turning pale, her face colorless. The parents around, who had been watching the drama, shook their heads one after another, sympathizing with Ye Xiaoshen's family's plight. Some even quietly taught their children never to fight in school. Teacher, they were the ones who struck first. Don't you have surveillance here? How can the blame all fall on Ye Xiaoshen? Sorry, I didn't see anything just now. The teacher, in order to not get involved, distanced herself from the situation. She understood that Zidong's parents had some influence, and speaking the truth would only end badly for her. Besides, even if Dao Dao's family caused a scene, what could they really achieve? If they had the power, they would have handled it already. Wife, don't worry, it's their fault, and the school also bears the responsibility in such situations. Seeing Chu Qingyu's distressed expression, Ye Xiaoshen was also uncomfortable. The society was like this. Everyone followed the powerful and feared confrontation. Stop it! Don't call me your wife! Chu Qingyu's mind was in chaos. She abruptly interrupted his attempts at comforting her. Even though she understood that Ye Xiaoshen wasn't to blame, Zidong's parents had been too overbearing. If Ye Xiaoshen hadn't acted just now, she feared their whole family would have been severely beaten. But what use was it for her to understand Ye Xiaoshen's motives? The police would look at the evidence, and currently, the evidence pointed to him injuring someone belonging to the other side. Given the circumstances, they were at a disadvantage. Anger and a sense of helplessness in having the right, but being unable to articulate it made her eyes well up with tears. Oh, 300,000. Where are we going to come up with 300,000 to compensate others? This could have been easily resolved, but all because of you. We as a family have been harmed. Wang Yanqing collapsed on the spot, her voice hoarse and anguished, as she slapped Yi Shaoji solidly on the body. He just went to play mahjong, and even getting someone to pick him up ended up causing such trouble. Isn't this person trash? The slap sounded like something cracking, and even onlookers winced in pain. Mom, Yi Shaoji felt wronged, his expression almost frozen. Shut up. Don't even call me Mom. Our family doesn't need a scoundrel like you. Do you think you're tough? Are you proud of being a soldier for a few years? If you have the strength to hit people, go make money and support us, will you? Wang Yanqing lost control of her emotions, completely ignoring the cause of the incident and disregarding Cao Dao crying and asking her not to hit Dad. She punched and kicked Yi Shaoji, even using all her might. My daughter and I go out early to make money, while you just enjoy being at home all day. Now you can't even take care of a child properly. What's the use of you being alive? Wang Yanqing's emotions led her to hit Yi Shaoji, wishing to vent her feelings and also hoping to clear her relationship with him in front of the police. After all, 300,000 would be enough for her to play mahjong and lose for a lifetime. Yi Shaoji was in pain from the beatings, aware of Wang Yanqing's intentions. He sighed deeply. Mom, don't worry. I'll figure out a way with the money. I won't let you or King Wu be implicated. The trouble you caused, who else should take responsibility if not you? Deal with it by yourself. If you can't handle it, don't come back home. Wang Yanqing directly issued an expulsion order for her daughter. Though Chu Qingwu felt it was unfair to Yi Shaoji, she was too distressed at the moment to say anything. Watching her family, Chu Qingwu couldn't help feeling bitter as she saw Yi Shaoji walking away alone. She didn't like this incompetent man, but over the past 3 years, he had worked hard at home, never arguing back to her mother's scoldings, and being very compliant with her. People are not made of stone. Who can remain indifferent? Remembering his anger earlier for her sake, Chu Qingwu realized how weak she was, finding herself developing feelings for such a man. Night fell. Yi Shaoji sat alone on a bench in the park, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, extinguishing it harshly in the soil. As he lay down, the weight of 300,000 reminded him of the Yi family, with his father's angry voice echoing in his ears. Yi Shaoji, you unfilial son. How could you commit such a disloyal act? Get out of here. There's no place for you in the Yi family from now on. His half-brother sneered behind his father, and even as he shut his eyes tightly, he could vividly remember the scene. 12 years ago, at the age of 12, he had a fierce fight with his brother at the grand mansion that many could only look up to their whole lives. But how could a 12-year-old boy win against an 18-year-old young man? Yet Yi Shaoji somehow won, leaving his brother blooded all over. Not out of sheer strength, but because his brother had deliberately let him win. As a reward for this victory, his father broke his left leg, and in front of the clan, expelled him from the top family in Yanjing. Of course, this wasn't just because he broke his brother's leg, but also because, prior to this incident, he had attempted to stab his stepmother with scissors. A 12-year-old boy committing matricide and fratricide would naturally be condemned, not to mention his stepmother being beautiful and favored by his father. Otherwise, how could she, a former nightclub headliner, manage to eliminate the legal wife of the head of the top family and successfully bring her illegitimate son into the Yi family to become a legal wife? Everyone only saw Yi Shaoji's matricide and fratricide, not knowing that his stepmother had killed his biological mother and even physically abused him multiple times. At 12 years old, Yi Shaoji could only leave with a limp, suddenly disappearing from everyone's sight. After a long time, he pulled out his phone, seeing a new message from Ye Ofu, feeling melancholy. Sister, I miss you so much, but besides you, I don't want to see anyone else in the Yi family. Now, do you realize the true colors of the man I once called Dad? Just a few messages and you want me to come back. Do you really think Yi Shaoji is a puppet to be manipulated at will? Yi Shaoji was about to delete the message when his phone rang and Ye Ofu's name triggered a nerve. remembering how she was the only one to hold his hand when everyone turned their backs, handed him tissues when he cried, and had him secretly taken to the hospital when his leg was broken, Yi Xiaoji finally answered the call. "Sister, Zhao Xiao, is that really you? You're still alive." Hearing Yi Xiaoji's voice, a clear and pleasantly surprised voice came through the phone. Thank goodness, the Yi family finally has someone to carry on. Yi Xiaoji chuckled at the remark. Even though she was his cousin, what she cared about most was the position of the heir in the Yi family, rather than the care she had shown him in the past. "Zhao Xiao, I believe you already know what's going on. Just come back now. As the legitimate grandson, the position of the Yi family heir will definitely be yours. Sister, I am no longer a part of the Yi family. I have my own family in Huacheng, and I will not return." "Don't be silly. What's there to cling to in a small city like Huacheng? As long as you come back, buying the entire city in the future won't be a problem." Yi Xiaoji sighed and cut the call, as his sister's concern was solely about the Yi family heir's position. There was nothing more to talk about. "Zhao Xiao, if even the most principled person will eventually set aside their grudges for money and status, and as your older sister, I see through this before you do." Yi Xiaoji naturally couldn't hear the rest of his sister's words, lying down on the hard park bench and falling asleep. Listening to the voice message from Tao Tao on his phone, touching the red marks on his neck from his mother-in-law's slaps, this tough man couldn't help but have moistened eyes. "Tao Tao, Daddy will definitely solve the problem." The next day, waking up with thoughts of his beloved woman, Yi Xiaoji inexplicably found himself back in front of his wife's company, looking at the job postings at the Jinfu building. Located in the city center, the Jinfu building was luxurious and magnificent, housing over 10 major companies, making it a dream workplace for many in Huacheng. Model recruitment for Lingcheng International, daily pay of 1,000 to 10,000. Those with excellent taste and image may become brand ambassadors under Lingcheng International, earning over 3 million in endorsements annually. Seeing this post, Yi Xiaoji clenched his fists. Even if the chances were slim, he would push forward with determination to get the 30,000 within a week. Lingcheng International was hosting a month-long fashion exhibition, bustling with people and handsome men and beautiful women. Guo Xiaomei was in charge of running errands at the exhibition, taking a break at the guest reception desk. "Xiaomei, are you busy?" a front desk lady teased with a smile. Of course, the company hired so many models, why didn't they hire a few more runners? It's really exhausting. Earning 1,000 a day isn't easy. Guo Xiaomei complained, but also proudly mentioned her monthly salary of 3,000, willing to work hard even if it broke her legs for it. "I heard your brother was beaten and sent to the hospital yesterday. To dare hit even your brother, that person must be tough." The front desk lady loved gossiping when she had free time. "Yeah, tough. It's just a broke and powerless cripple. My brother was just careless for a moment, didn't expect that person to fight back, that's why he was ambushed." Talking about this, Guo Xiaomei felt sorry for her brother. Getting sent to the hospital by someone? Embarrassing. And it had to be by the worthless husband of Chu Qingwu. How shameful to be beaten by him. At that moment, the front desk lady saw Yi Xiaoji approaching, but not recognizing him. She ended the idle chat and put on a sweet smile. "Sir, are you here to apply as a model?" "No, I'm here to find your boss." Yi Xiaoji directly stated his purpose, knowing he needed to see the boss to become a spokesperson. There was no contact information for the boss on the recruitment post, so he had to inquire at the front desk. "Find the boss?" The front desk lady was briefly taken aback, wondering if this guy was crazy to think he could see the owner of the Jinfu building just like that. Recognizing him, Guo Xiaomei even revealed a cold smile. "Oh, are you here to see our boss?" Guo Xiaomei took the initiative to walk over. Yi Xiaoji twisted his head and looked at the woman in a white shirt with a black inner outfit showing through. He noticed her eyes continuously sizing up his shabby clothes with disdain and malice. "Yes, I happen to know where he is. Why don't I take you there?" Guo Xiaomei's mouth slightly curled up, as if suppressing her inner emotions. "All right." Yi Xiaoji had met Guo Xiaomei when he delivered a gift yesterday and had a vague impression of her, but did not know what she was thinking. He followed her. "The boss is in this big room here. You can find him yourself." Guo Xiaomei brought Yi Xiaoji to a door, didn't take him inside, quietly swiped a card to open the electronic lock, then left swaying her hips, a hint of coldness in her eyes. Yizhao Jages had no idea about Guo Xiaomei's relationship with his wife, and didn't expect that she would harm him. Moreover, for the sake of 300,000, he couldn't care much, so when knocking on the door didn't get any response, he pushed the door open directly. Just as he stepped in, he was stupefied. Damn! Where is the boss? It's clearly all women. And they were all gorgeous women with perfect figures, disheveled clothing, showcasing their perfect bodies. Heaven! This is a female model's dressing room. Yizhao Jages suddenly realized, immediately tensed up, his face turning red. Hey, who are you? Finally, a woman saw Yizhao Jages and let out a scream louder than 120 decibels. Ah, a man intruded. Sisters, be careful. Someone might be taking unauthorized photos of our bodies. Other women also noticed the strange man entering, screaming and frantically covering their bodies. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to intrude, let alone take photos. Despite Yizhao Jages being very composed in general, at this moment, he was a bit flustered. He was about to turn and leave, but found that the back door had automatically closed. Oh God, really? Is this some kind of joke? A fully automated electronic lock. Yizhao Jages couldn't open the back door, and the dressing room was even bigger than his house, so he couldn't find another way out. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Yizhao Jages, what are you doing here? Yizhao Jages fixed his gaze and instantly lost his composure because the woman in front of him was his wife. He had no idea that Chu Qingya had also taken on a part-time job as a model to earn 300,000. All he knew was that today's situation was really bad, and he might not be able to clear things up, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Quickly close your eyes, I'll take you out. Chu Qingya was suspicious and very angry, but now was not the time to scold this man. Reputation was more important than anything else. If others found out that her husband had broken into the women's dressing room to peep, she wouldn't be able to stay at the company for another second. Chu Qingya was feeling a mix of emotions, grabbing Yizhao Jages' arm firmly, her fingers almost digging into his flesh out of urgency and anger. Meanwhile, in front of the Jinfu building, a luxury car worth millions of dollars stopped, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Many even took the opportunity to take a selfie, incorporating the luxury car into their background to show off on social media. The main occupant of the car, with bodyguards clearing the way, stepped out. It was Jin Leifu, the boss of Jingcheng International. Approaching 50, he was also the big boss of the Jinfu building, with an immensely impressive background, a true powerhouse in the business world, revered by all. People were surprised to see him on the phone, looking somewhat humble, raising eyebrows. Miss A.O. Fu, rest assured, I will find the young master and serve him well. Hanging up the phone, Jin Leifu's excitement was hard to conceal. He couldn't have dreamed that the Yi family would face such a crisis, and the young man who left 12 years ago was now the legitimate heir. Realizing that he would be the young master in the future, Jin Leifu didn't dare slack off, immediately instructing his men to find out the young master's whereabouts. Guo Xiaomei had already returned to the front desk by now, smirking coldly with a hand over her mouth. No way, Xiaomei. Did you actually lure him into the women's dressing room? The front desk girl also pitied Yizhao Jages. Though he overestimated himself, he was just looking for a job, yet Xiaomei played with him heartlessly. How do you know who that fool is? Who is it? Their conversation was loud, and coincidentally, two more of Guo Xiaomei's friends walked over, keen on hearing the gossip. Guo Xiaomei giggled. Well, that fool is Yizhao Jages. They've been married for 3 years, and he hasn't even touched his wife's fingertips. I bet he doesn't even know what a woman's body looks like. Yizhao Jages? That name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. He swaggered in yesterday to give a gift to Manager Chu. Just a used cell phone. That fool. Isn't he said to be lame? How did he get in? He even dares to sneak into our Jinfu building and peep at women changing clothes. Disgusting. More and more people gathered, discussing Yizhao Jages while Guo Xiaomei's eyes gleamed with rising satisfaction. Chu Qingya held a higher position in the company and had previously reprimanded her for not handling matters well. With their past incidents in mind, Guo Xiaomei held a grudge, and now, with the altercation yesterday that resulted in injuring her brother's family, she was more than ready to take revenge. Come on! Let's go upstairs and teach this shameless bastard a lesson. Guo Xiaomei, sensing the crowd's emotions reaching a boiling point, took on a righteous air, swaying her hips as she strode towards the dressing room. The male colleagues, especially, began following too, having seen the stunning figures of the female models, dreaming even in broad daylight of peeking into the secrets of the dressing room. Never would they have thought that what they only dared to fantasize about was now carried out by a pathetic man. Their jealousy and rage couldn't help but explode. Chu Qingya was still a manager with good persuasion skills and emotional intelligence. She fabricated an excuse for Yi Zhao Jages, saying he accidentally wandered in and kept his eyes closed the whole time. Fortunately, the women working as models were easygoing, and after Chu Qingya's apology, they let go of the matter. Chu Qingya had a hard time pulling Yi Zhao Jages to the front door. To her surprise, upon opening the door, they were met with a large group of people with imposing attitudes blocking their way. This pervert was peeping in the women's dressing room. Catch him! Guo Xiaomei gestured, and the male colleagues, teeth aching with envy and jealousy, surged forward. Boy, so brazen, dare to enter our female model's dressing room. Do you know how to spell death? A security guard was the first to act, grabbing Yi Zhao Jages' collar firmly. Two other male colleagues also stepped up, twisting his arms, while one held his neck. All wore expressions of triumph. Some even started slapping Yi Zhao Jages on the back of the head, posing like heroes. Chu Qingya, pushed to the side, felt hopeless. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't help Yi Zhao Jages get out of trouble this time. Yi Zhao Jages was puzzled, not fully understanding what was happening. Despite being slapped and cursed at, he didn't dare fight back, fearing that any violence might lead to a bigger mess with his wife. Hey, the world today is full of weirdos. We girls have to be more careful in the future. Guo Xiaomei would not just let Yi Zhao Jages off so easily. She shifted the blame onto Chu Qingya for framing her own husband. Who knows if this man had an accomplice inside? Otherwise, how could he sneak in? Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Chu Qingya. Chu Qingya couldn't stay composed any longer, biting her soft pink lips, her beautiful eyes showing annoyance. Xiaomei, stop making baseless accusations. I had no idea Yi Zhao Jages would come here today. Yujing, you're quite weak in defending yourself, huh? You two are a couple. How could you not know where your husband goes? Yesterday, you even planned to put on an affectionate show in front of the company entrance. Hehe. Guo Xiaomei was a master at smearing others, and as she spoke, everyone remembered yesterday's incident, laughing uproariously. Chu Qingya's face turned red, her lips pale, feeling embarrassed and humiliated, visibly trembling. It's you who set me up. You opened the back door. Seeing Guo Xiaomei trying to fuel the fire against his wife, Yi Zhao Jages was now burning with rage. He had been puzzled as to why this woman would try to harm him. Now he understood. She wanted to use him to deal with his wife. Hey, a joke. Me setting you up. Who do you think you are? Are you the internet celebrity Kunjie? Why would I bother slandering you? Guo Xiaomei sneered disdainfully, and turning to a few men, she said, What are you waiting for? Beat him up and send him to the police station. Make sure to check if he has spy cameras on him for sneak photography. Upon hearing Guo Xiaomei's words, the female models nearby erupted. Thinking about how being spied on was one thing, but having their bodies exposed on the internet was another level of violation. Yes, security, search him, let him hand over his phone and any other devices. If he's taken photos and circulated them online, how will I live in the future? This jerk should be blinded, confiscate his tools of the crime. It's just as scary. I'm going to cancel my contract with Jingcheng International and demand compensation for spiritual damages. The situation escalated further, and Yi Zhao Jages could only remain silent. Chu Qingya didn't know his motives for being there and was shedding tears of distress. She hadn't yet gotten over the incident from yesterday, and now, this man had inexplicably landed her in this trouble. She wondered what he was up to. Yuzi, I can't control you anymore. Chu Qingya was also helpless. She needed this job, and she had to take care of Tao Tao. She couldn't let everything be ruined with Yizi here. After speaking, she stomped her foot and left with tears in her eyes. Before the crowd could react, when Chu Qingya left the dressing room, Guo Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, Hey, don't let that despicable woman go. Maybe she is the one behind the scenes giving orders. Shut up. At this moment, Yi couldn't restrain the burning anger in his heart anymore. He forcefully shook off the three men restraining him. "You framed me. I can tolerate that. But you falsely accused my wife. I will make you pay." Yi roared in a low voice, like an angry lion, his terrifying gaze intimidating Guo Xiaomei and the others. When they realized the situation, they began sneering again. How could a weakling like him talk about making these elite figures pay a price? Ridiculous. Haha, I'd like to see how this cripple plans to make us pay a price. Are you clenching your fists to fight us? Come on, give me a punch. I'll give you credit. Several men, for the sake of showing off in front of women, taunted Yi playfully. Regardless, they believed they were the righteous ones, so teaching this Volf a lesson seemed appropriate. Yi was about to act when a commanding voice suddenly rang out. "What's going on? Acting like this here? What a disgrace!" As soon as the voice fell, many people couldn't help but tremble. The crowd quickly dispersed like a tide, and under the escort of 8 black-clad bodyguards, Boss Jin Fulai arrived. This middle-aged man around 50 had an imposing presence, exuding an aura of authority. "Boss Jin is here. Hey, now we're in for a show. Why come to Jin Fu building to spy instead of poking around somewhere else? This wimp is doomed. If Boss Jin finds out he's Chu Qingyu's husband, maybe even Chu Qingyu will get fired." The onlookers couldn't help but feel schadenfreude, especially the men. Who let Yi, this wimp, marry their company's beauty and dare to peep at other female models? They couldn't wait for someone to punish him severely. "Boss Jin, it's this pervert who intruded into the female dressing room for the models. I've had security catch him and prepare to hand him over to the police, but I heard he is Manager Chu's husband, and we haven't had the courage to make a decision yet." Seeing Jin Fulai appear, Guo Xiaomei was even more delighted. She walked up to Jin Fulai, intentionally saying so to wait for him to make a decision. Hey, Chu Qingyu, you arrogant woman, you scolded me before, weren't you proud? I want to see where you'll go after being fired." "What? Manager Chu's husband?" When Jin Fulai heard the first part of Xiaomei's words, he was extremely angry. He hadn't expected someone to dare cause trouble in Jin Fu building. But after hearing the full sentence, he was almost about to jump. He had just received Miss Yao Fu's order to find young Master Yi, and his subordinates had already found out about his marriage to Chu Qingyu during the time he entered Jin Fu building. However, before seeing Yu, Jin Fulai couldn't be sure if this supposed Manager Chu's husband was the young master, so he remained silent and nodded. At this moment, two security guards pushed Yi forward, and the onlookers gathered around, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. However, Jin Fulai suddenly murmured in a low voice, "He's really the young master." "What? Young master? Boss Jin actually calls this pervert young master?" Seeing Jin Fulai trembling slightly and breaking out in a cold sweat, the people around were amazed. They thought they had misheard. What kind of young master was this weakling? "Let go of him!" Jin Fulai was trembling with fear. Although the two security guards didn't know what was going on, they quickly released Yi as if they had touched a hot pot, innocently looking at Jin Fulai. The people around also shuddered involuntarily. "Boss Jin!" Standing behind Jin Fulai, Guo Xiaomei didn't see his expression and hadn't figured out what was happening yet. At this moment, she even sauntered over, pointing at Yi. "It's this guy who came to peep at our model's dressing room, disrupting our order. Many models are upset and talking about canceling contracts. You have to stand up for me, otherwise, their work will be affected." After speaking, she smirked. If it weren't for Yi, how would she have had so many opportunities to interact with the boss? And how could she flaunt her charms in front of him? And this was something she was handling herself. Would the boss discover her leadership talents and promote her? Guo Xiaomei was getting a bit excited, thinking about attracting Boss Jin's attention, so she deliberately pretended to be hot by lowering her color. Little did she know, Jin Fulai was already boiling with anger, his eyes glaring sharply, his whole body seething like a furnace. Peeping by young Master Yi. Which woman was lucky enough to let the heir of the top family in Yanjing peep at her? It was Miss Yao Fu who had allowed him to serve the young master well. Who knew the young master almost got in trouble in his territory? If Miss Yi found out about this, Jin Fulai's good days were over. The Yi family would immediately send someone to take over his business in Huacheng. In that moment, he forgot about maintaining his superior image and burst out angrily, "Utter nonsense! Do you think I don't know more about young Master Yi's character than you all? With such a beautiful wife, does he need to peep at you?" With that statement, Guo Xiaomei was so scared that she fell to the ground, incredulously looking at Jin Fulai, unable to understand why he reacted that way. Just now, she was worried that the boss was angry with her, but now, the boy dared to dig his own grave. If the boss didn't punish him, it would be strange. "You, hit him and make him kneel down to apologize to Boss Jin." Guo Xiaomei felt her chance to impress the boss had come again. She got up, hands on her hips, pointing and gesturing. She was determined to earn the merit of upholding the boss's face. "Hey, Boss Jin, are you sure you want me to kneel to you?" Yi Zhao's tone changed only now, filled with arrogance. This statement shocked everyone present who still didn't know Ye Zhao's identity or his relationship with Boss Jin. They thought the boy must be crazy to speak to Jin that way. After all, this was Jin Fulai. Who in Huacheng didn't know the top tycoon? All he had to do was give the command, and Yizi wouldn't be able to find a job in any company in Huacheng in the future. Peeping into the dressing room might get him a 15-day sentence at most, but if he angered Boss Jin, things would get serious. With Boss Jin's powerful connections, he could easily arrange for Yu Zi to spend 3 to 5 years in jail. Rumors seemed to be true. Chu Qingyu had indeed married a useless husband. This useless man dared to speak this way to her boss. This would surely bring trouble to Chu Qingyu. The previously fearful Guo Xiaomei, upon hearing his offensive words, nearly fainted with joy. The concern for Boss Jin's mood disappeared, and now, hoping the boss would punish the boy, she wondered, maybe if it wasn't because of Yi's anger, then was it because of them? Could it be? Guo Xiaomei finally realized that things might not be as she had assumed, and her face gradually became filled with fear. Yi Zi, who had been silent all along, recognized Jin Fulai. He was the steward at the Yi family's home back in the day. He hadn't expected him to rise to such a status now. It seemed that Miss Yaofu must have provided him with many resources to promote him so high. However, Yi Zi didn't want to expose his identity. He just waved his hand and said, "Boss Jin, let's handle this ourselves. Please ask unrelated people to leave and not disturb the order of the building." All right, Jin Fulai responded with 3 affirmatives, showing how seriously he took Yi Zhao's words. "All models, leave. Those willing to stay will be rewarded lavishly. Those unwilling, take your money and leave." Jin Fulai never liked to beat around the bush. As soon as he finished speaking, the models promptly evacuated the scene. They marveled at what it meant to have enormous wealth and power. Although they didn't know what Boss Jin intended, they were content with the money offered and didn't care much. Soon, apart from Jin Fulai and his few close bodyguards, only Guo Xiaomei and her 2 arrogant male colleagues, as well as the 2 overbearing security guards, remained in the scene. "Jin Fulai, have you become quite powerful now? Are you using your money to support these minions?" Yi Zhao's tone finally turned arrogant, bordering on reckless. As soon as those words came out, everyone present was shocked and opened their mouths wide. They still didn't know Ye Zhao's identity and the relationship between him and Boss Jin. They wondered, had this kid gone mad? This was Jin Fulai, after all. Who in Huacheng didn't recognize this top figure? With just a word from him, Yi Zi would have trouble finding a job in the city. Peeping into a dressing room might result in a 15-day sentence at most, but if he angered Boss Jin, it could lead to something much worse. Jin Fulai, shocked by the youth's audacity, shouted, "Quick, beat him up and make him kneel down to apologize to Boss Jin." Guo Xiaomei felt another opportunity to flaunt had arrived. She climbed to her feet, hands on her hips, pointing and gesturing. She was determined to earn the merit of upholding the boss's face. "Hey, Boss Jin, are you sure you want me to kneel to you?" Yi Zi, not angered, deliberately looked at Jin Fulai, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Jin Leifu was so scared that his legs went weak. Even with 100 water tanks as courage, he still wouldn't dare let the heir of the Yi family make him kneel. Now, he was practically begging Yu Zi to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. However, Guo Xiaomei, unaware of the situation, arrogantly sneered at Yu Zi, saying, "Ha, I'll give you one chance now. If you kneel voluntarily, then I'll..." Before she could finish her sentence, she was hit with a severe pain in her lower back, sending her flying towards the wall and getting pinned against it. "Ah, who kicked me? I'll fight you." Guo Xiaomei, in pain, tears streaming down her face, angrily cursed. "I kicked you." A deep voice rang out. "Fine, you think I won't? Ha!" Guo Xiaomei was about to continue swearing, but when she suddenly realized who the voice belonged to, she couldn't speak. Everyone around her was wide-eyed, feeling overwhelmed. They were facing Mr. Jin directly, so they saw clearly how his expression changed. It seemed that he wasn't angry because Yi Zi disrupted the exhibition's order, but because all of them had offended Yi Zi and made him furious. How could this be? How could the esteemed Mr. Jin be so favorably inclined towards this kid? Young Master Yi. Jin Leifu at this moment ignored the gazes of others and quickly, respectfully bowed to Yi Zi, lowering his noble head. Guo Xiaomei finally understood. The whole scene was like a thunderbolt to her. Who didn't know about Jin Leifu, the overlord of this building? A prominent figure in Huacheng. Even some notable figures in Huacheng needed an appointment to dine with him, let alone consider his mood at the meal. But now, Jin Leifu was all humility, bowing his head to someone recognized as a waste in Huacheng. It completely subverted her worldview. Young Master Yi, you're right to discipline me. It was my incompetence that caused you distress. Please rest assured that I will handle today's affairs to your satisfaction. Jin Leifu kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. The thought crossed everyone's mind that if the top figure in Huacheng used such words for a recognized waste, it made their hearts stop and brain short-circuit. They finally understood that Yi Zi was not a waste, but a deeply hidden deity. You don't need to manage my affairs. I'll handle it myself, Yi Zi coldly responded, making Jin Leifu nod repeatedly, unsure of what young Master Yi intended to do. The two security guards and male colleagues had already gone weak in the legs, remembering Yi Zhao's words about making them pay, and seeing his expression. They dropped to their knees, begging Yi Zi for forgiveness. Young Master, forgive us. You can scold and beat us as you wish, but please don't let the boss fire us. Yes, young Master, I have a family to support. They all depend on my salary. Young Master Yi, I know my mistakes. I'll slap myself. You don't need to bother yourself. Clap, clap, clap. Several men, in order to keep their jobs, threw away their dignity, slapping themselves without waiting for Yi Zhao's command. Working at Jinfu Tower was their pride, and losing the job would not only leave them unemployed, but also brand them as enemies of Jin Leifu, making it hard for them to find work in Huacheng. Get up! As a soldier, Yi Zi detested men bowing and scraping, so seeing them in this state made him disdainful. Seeing his expression, the men quickly got to their feet. Remember your words? Come, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. If the four of you can defeat me, we'll consider the matter settled. Yi Zhao's words shocked the men, who couldn't believe the generous offer. They were in awe of Yi Zhao's status, but being humiliated by a cripple was also embarrassing. Besides, they were just trying to teach a lesson earlier. So where did they go wrong? Did this cripple really think he was something special just because he had a hidden identity? Come on, if you don't act now, you'll miss your chance. Yi Zi, not forgetting how these men had forced his wife to leave in disappointment, wanted to teach them a lesson personally to ease his frustration. Young Master, we're sorry. The two security guards were not as shrewd as the others. Since Yi Zi wanted to play, they decided to play too. After all, what could a cripple do? They were taken aback when Yi Zhao's eyes flashed, and his fist struck the perfect spots where they were vulnerable, sending them reeling. Boom! If Guo Xiaomei was pinned against the wall by Mr. Jin earlier, the two men seemed glued to it, noses gushing blood as if they had been flattened. He hits hard. The remaining two male colleagues were scared stiff, immediately dropping to their knees. If fighting against a master like him meant being humiliated, they might as well have him kill them with one stroke. Even Guo Xiaomei sitting on the ground was wide-eyed, understanding finally why her brother had ended up in the hospital. It wasn't a sneak attack, as her sister-in-law claimed, but sheer brute strength. A bunch of useless trash. Yi Zhao's gaze was arrogant as he casually kicked the two male colleagues, sending them flying into a corner before clapping his hands as if done. Jin Leifu, if they want to stay and work, let them. But make sure they keep their eyes down from now on. Yes, understood. Jin Leifu had intended to demote Guo Xiaomei to overseeing the toilets, but turned to her with a sharp command. What are you waiting for? Thank young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi, for not holding a grudge against us. They all quickly nodded and bowed to thank him, grateful to keep their jobs, even if it meant cleaning toilets. All right, you can all go. From now on, Jin Leifu waved his hand at them, about to say they should treat young Master Yi with utmost respect. However, before he could finish, Yi Zi cleared his throat. Being an old servant in the Yi household, Jin Leifu was quick-witted and instantly grasped Yi Zhao's intention. The young master had hidden his identity for 3 years and didn't want it exposed now. Jin Leifu realized that by letting these people stay, he was binding them to ensure they didn't disclose anything. So he cleared his throat and changed his tune. I don't want today's events to be spread. If I hear even a whisper of it outside, there will be no place for you in watching. Got it. Jin Leifu scanned the group with a serious expression, and no one dared to meet his eyes as they all nodded profusely, hands sweating. Only after Jin Leifu escorted Yi Zi out did Guo Xiaomei and the others breathe relieved, realizing that they were drenched in cold sweat. Heaven, what kind of person have we offended? Thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Right, the whole city thought he was a wastrel, but he's actually a top-notch young master. Yeah, when Chu Qingwu married him, I was troubled for a while. Our company's beauty marrying this waste, it was like putting a rare flower in manure. But turns out, he has a discerning eye. Her husband is such a dragon among men. Shh, lower your voice. How dare you still call him a waste? Call him young Master Yi. No, can't even call him that. Today's events must stay secret. Not a word can be spoken, or we'll never find work in Huacheng again. The group quickly shut their mouths. In any case, everything that happened today was already churning in their stomachs. Yi Zi followed Jin Leifu to a larger office than his own home. Other miscellaneous people were left outside the door. Young master, please have a seat. It's so great to see you again. After Jin Leifu had Yi Zi sit down, he personally made a cup of top-quality Longjing tea for him, just like he used to serve him at the Yi family's home. Uncle Fu, there's no need for such care and concern. Yi Zi interrupted Jin Leifu, who was still showing concern in front of him. The first 12 years of my life were spent growing up in the cold hell of the Yi family. In the past 12 years, I have held on to a deep-seated hatred against the Yi family, so I will not return to that home again. Yi Zhao's words not only made Jin Leifu sigh deeply, but even he couldn't help but sigh as well. It was because of his hatred for the Yi family that he continued to grow in the Dragon Breath Special Forces camp, achieving remarkable feats, enduring inhumane training and executing excruciating missions. He would grit his teeth and remind himself that if he could survive witnessing his mother die in front of him and being kicked out of the house by his own father with a broken leg, then there was nothing that he couldn't overcome. Yi Zi, the top expert of the Dragon Breath field team, grew up carrying this hatred. 3 years ago, he withdrew from the Dragon Breath unit, not due to injury, but to return to the Dragon City and quietly wait for the opportunity to overthrow the Yi family. Ah, young master, why do you have to go through all this? When Jin Leifu heard that Yi Zi didn't want to return to the Yi family, he advised with concern, the Yi family's power needs no further explanation. As long as you return as the legitimate grandson to inherit the family business, not only will you control the rules of Hua City, but even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Why should you humble yourself for a family that isn't important? Uncle Fu, you are mistaken. Yi Zi firmly interrupted, that family is everything to me now. His voice was low, but the resolute look in his eyes deeply shook Jin Leifu. If he didn't know about the young master's experiences in his youth, perhaps he wouldn't be able to understand the significance of family to the young master. All right, let's stop the idle talk. Yi Zi stood up directly, waving his hand. I came to see you today, not for matters related to the Yi family. I came to be the spokesperson for Qincheng International. I must secure 3 million in endorsement fees within 6 days. Young master, this is a small matter. Wait, Uncle Fu. Without waiting for Jin Leifu's response, Yi Zi interjected, I no longer want a single cent from the Yi family. I want to achieve everything through my own efforts. Do you understand what I mean? All right. Jin Leifu nodded. I understand. I will have the advertising department of Qincheng International contact you. I won't interfere with your success. Thank you. Yi expressed his gratitude flatly and then turned to leave. After he left, Jin Leifu sighed once more. Miss makes me serve the young master so well. If she knew that I secretly helped him when he urgently needed money, she would definitely dismiss me. In the evening, Yi returned to the Golden Emerald community and lingered downstairs, cigarette butts littered on the ground. Wang Yanqing did not allow him to return home, and after 2 days without seeing Cao Cao, he was deeply concerned, wanting to hide from a distance and sneak a glance at the mother and daughter. However, he waited from 4 in the afternoon until 6, but still didn't see them return. What's going on? Could it be that today's incident delayed King Shu from leaving work? What about Wang Yanqing? Did she forget to pick up Cao Cao while playing mahjong? Just as Yi began to worry, an Audi car parked directly downstairs, and Chu Qingwu came out holding Cao Cao. Seeing the mother and daughter, Yi couldn't help but feel relieved, but his heart sank as a man got out of the Audi car, chatting and laughing with Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu even invited him to come up for a visit, but Cao Cao adamantly refused. Mom, Dad isn't home now. It's dangerous to bring a stranger home. Cao Cao, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Huang is not a bad person. Chu Qingwu was a bit embarrassed and even scolded Cao Cao a couple of times to defend the man surnamed Huang. Cao Cao's cheeks puffed out. Ha ha, Qingwu, children are innocent. It's okay. Take Cao Cao upstairs. Let's have a nice drink tonight. The man surnamed Huang waved his hand generously. But as soon as Chu Qingwu took Cao Cao back inside, Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He threw away the cigarette butt and walked over briskly. The gaze that the man surnamed Huang had sent towards Chu Qingwu was evident, which made Yi instantly aware that he was not a good person. Yi, is that you? Chu Qingwu was slightly taken aback when she saw Yi. She had left in anger that morning after slapping Yi, but her heart was also tormented. She came back shortly after, and things were inexplicably resolved. Although she didn't know what had happened, she felt relieved when she saw that Yi was unharmed, but soon, she coldly replied, pursing her lips, "He is my middle school classmate, Huang Zhao. We are meeting with some old classmates tonight, and I'm going for a drink." "You can't go," Yi called out loudly. Anger flashed in Chu Qingwu's eyes as she looked at Yi. She pressed her pink lips lightly and ultimately said nothing, her eyes firm and tinged with a hint of grievance. If it weren't for this man hitting someone and having to pay 300,000 yuan, how could she have considered borrowing money from Wang Zhao? At this moment, Huang Zhao laughed. "Haha, you must be Yi, right? Everyone in Hua City practically knows about your marriage with Qingwu. As a man, if you can't give happiness to your woman, you should at least give her the freedom to choose, right?" The implication was clear. This guy was clearly trying to steal Chu Qingwu away. In reality, Yi had grown accustomed to this. Their abnormal marriage had been the subject of envy for many over the past 3 years. However, Chu Qingwu was a strong woman. Although she didn't say it, Yi could feel that she didn't want to admit the failure of her marriage in front of others. Therefore, no matter how excellent the men pursuing her were, she never gave them a chance. But this time was different. Yi could sense that Chu Qingwu was willing, so his sense of crisis was particularly strong. "Dad, hurry and go on a date with Mom." "I don't want Mom to go on a date with other men for 300,000 yuan. Another exclamation came from the balcony on the 3rd floor. Her innocent cry was undoubtedly heard throughout the building, with even mockery coming from other floors. Chu Qingwu felt even more embarrassed at this point. How could she face her neighbors in the future if they knew she was going on a date with another man? "Cao Cao, stop shouting. Your mom is going on business. Your useless dad is of no use, so he should leave quickly. If he has the ability, let him go get 300,000 yuan, then your mom wouldn't have to work so hard." Wang Yanqing's angry voice quickly drowned out Cao Cao's shouts. Hearing her mother-in-law's words and seeing the pained and angry expression on his wife's face, Yi couldn't help but clench his fists. Once again, he was pushing his wife into a corner. "Wang Zhao, let's go quickly. Wasn't our reservation at 7? Chu Qingwu squeezed out a forced smile at Wang Zhao, a smile that was heart-wrenching to witness. "Yeah, Qingwu, let's go to the car. Don't worry, 300,000 yuan is not a large amount for someone like me, with an annual income in the millions. I will definitely find a way to help you." Wang Zhao deliberately placed his hand lightly on Chu Qingwu's fragrant shoulder in front of Yi, then turned back to give this useless man a provoking look. Click, click. Yi Zhao's fist was ready to strike. Just as he was about to stop this jerk's hand, Chu Qingwu calmly evaded Wang Zhao's touch without a fuss. With just a glance back, Yi Zi halted all his movements. Yi Zi, I will be back home by 9 tonight. You accompany Cao Dao to do her homework well tonight. Don't forget your promise to me to take care of Cao Dao. All right. Yi Zi unconditionally agreed to Chu Qingwu's request. It had become a habit for him, and his wife's intentions were clear. She wanted him to go home. The Oni car quickly left, its glittering taillights seeming to issue the most arrogant provocation to Yi Zi. 1 penny can challenge a hero, let alone 300,000 yuan. Dad, go after Mom quickly. I have the 300,000 yuan, I'll give it to you. Tell Mom not to go on a date with another man for 300,000 yuan. Once again, Cao Dao's innocent cries came from the third-floor balcony, and she even threw down a toy coin with 300,000 written on it. Yi Zi bitterly picked it up, looking at the toy coin with a heart-wrenching feeling. At the same time, his phone rang. It was Jin Leifu calling. Young master, I have informed the head of the advertising department to interview you. We have scheduled it at VIP room 6 of the Emperor Hotel. Jin Leifu respectfully passed on the information to Yi Xiaozhen without telling him the specific time, making it clear that the interviewer would be waiting for him there, and he just needed to show up. Yi Xiaozhen responded with an okay and hung up the phone. He knew that Jin Leifu must have been helping him behind the scenes, and since the boss had instructed his subordinates to interview others, there was no need for specific instructions. As long as the head of the advertising department was competent, they would definitely sign him. In order to quickly get the 300,000, Yi Xiaozhen couldn't afford to be too picky, so he hurriedly took a taxi to the hotel. The Emperor Hotel was indeed one of the top luxury hotels in Huacheng. From the outside, it looked like a palace made of gold. Although Yi Xiaozhen had never been here to dine, he knew that a meal here cost at least tens of thousands to start with. If you weren't wealthy, you really shouldn't come in. Fortunately, Jin Leifu, with his background as a steward, was considerate and had already informed the relevant hotel staff in advance, even providing them with a photo of Yi Xiaozhen, ensuring they would welcome him. Peaches, wait for Daddy to come home. Yi Xiaozhen smoothly entered the Emperor Hotel. While waiting for the elevator downstairs, he picked up the gold coin given to him by Peaches and felt a slight bitterness. Thud! He was accidentally bumped by a cleaning lady. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Let me pick it up for you. The cleaning lady's face paled as she hurried to chase after the rolling gold coin. She thought it was real, thinking that a guest at the Emperor Hotel would play with fake money would be rare. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Yi Xiaozhen stopped the cleaning lady and went to chase after the coin himself. Luckily, it stopped rolling near another exclusive elevator entrance. Little treasure, where are you trying to escape? Seeing the mischievous gold coin, Yi Xiaozhen thought of Peaches at home and couldn't help but make a joke, then knelt down to pick it up. His attention had been focused on the rolling coin, so when he squatted down and touched the coin, his eyes widened slightly because his face almost ended up against a jade leg. It smelled so good. It startled Yi Xiaozhen, and when he subconsciously glanced up, his heart raced even faster and breathing became extremely difficult. Yi Xiaozhen was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Ruhan also realized after a moment. She couldn't believe she was being peeped on by such a perverted man at the Emperor Hotel. When she covered her skirt and took a few steps back, her fair cheeks were already blushing. You scoundrel, you're sick of living. Next to Qin Ruhan was an assistant in a black professional suit named Li Lanlin. Seeing a lecherous man using such despicable means to peep at Director Qin, she immediately scolded him and threw a punch at Yi Xiaozhen without hesitation. Hey, wait till Yi Xiaozhen had no intention of dodging, he just wanted to explain, but the other party completely ignored him, and the fist directly hit his nose. Thud! Yi Xiaozhen felt his nose go numb, and he sat down on the ground. What a tough lady, her strength was almost as strong as an ordinary man. Yi Xiaozhen didn't have time to cover his nose. He quickly explained aloud, I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to pick up the fallen gold coin, it's important to me. Stop making excuses. Please, you pervert, trying to peep on me with such despicable means. Get a real prop. Who do you think you're fooling with a toy? Go tell your story at the police station. Li Lanlin scolded him and was about to inform the hotel security. This kind of perverted man who came to peep at women at the Emperor Hotel was simply digging his own grave, especially since there were surveillance cameras with 360-degree coverage at the elevator. He couldn't possibly have room to deny his actions. Wait! I didn't mean it. I can apologize and make amends. Please don't call the police. Yi Xiaozhen's heart was hanging by a thread. Normally, he would never beg for mercy, but now he was here for an interview. Despite having Jin Leifu backing him up, he still needed to participate in the event. Most importantly, he really needed the 300,000 yuan. Otherwise, he didn't know how far his wife would go for this amount. If the woman reported him to the police and he was taken to the station, it would have a chain reaction, and the situation would be irreversible. Lanlin, let's just leave it. With a word from director Qin Ruhan, Yi Xiaozhen felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and his heart rate eased slightly. Let's go. It's almost time. We can't be late. Without looking at Yi Xiaozhen, Qin Ruhan walked straight into the elevator with her 42-inch-long legs. Today, they were here as interviewers at the boss's behest. Anyone the boss personally greeted was either a big star or a big shot, and if they were late, the consequences would be serious. Although feeling frustrated at being peeked at under her skirt by a man, Qin Ruhan was an overseas returnee and was not as conservative as the women of Longguo in that regard. HMPH, you pervert, you're lucky today. Don't let me catch you again, or I'll expose you. Li Lanlin was Qin Ruhan's subordinate. If the boss didn't care, she could only say so much and threaten Yi Xiaozhen before leaving. It was only when the two women got into the elevator that Yi Xiaozhen breathed a sigh of relief. Peaches, Daddy almost got into big trouble because of your 300,000. HMPH, Emperor Hotel claims to be one of the top luxury hotels in Huacheng. How did they let someone like that in? If it weren't for not wanting to disrespect our noble interviewee, I would have definitely taught that pervert a lesson. Director Qin, why did the boss appoint us to come to the hotel to interview this spokesperson in the evening? Who is he? After arriving at the agreed-upon interview location, Li Lanlin noticed that the interviewee hadn't arrived yet and couldn't stop talking. Although she was Director Qin Ruhan's assistant, they were also college classmates, so their relationship was not as formal as other superior-subordinate relationships. Who knows? I guess he's not a heavyweight celebrity, probably a model with a big background. He definitely won't be like the pervert from earlier, for sure. Qin Ruhan made a joke to lighten the mood. Ha ha, Director Qin, you're so funny. How could it be that kind of person? If that pervert came for the interview, I would have smashed his head with a bottle of wine. Li Lanlin followed her lead, even picking up a bottle of red wine from the table and making a smashing motion. As luck would have it, Yi Xiaozhen pushed open the door to the VIP room just as they were finishing their conversation. He overheard their final words, and even saw Li Lanlin waving the bottle, suddenly losing his cool. Oh my, is today's interview in a deadly rhythm? Why am I so unlucky, and are they really the interviewers? Yi Xiaozhen's heart sank, and he had just confirmed that the elevator was exclusive to the VIP rooms. Seeing the two beautiful women go to the floor where room 6 VIP was located, he had a hunch, but it turned out to be true. Qin Ruhan and Li Lanlin's shock was even greater than his, as they were struck dumb. Could it be? Did the boss recommend such a perverted man for the interview? Setting aside his despicable character, his shabby appearance alone didn't resemble a celebrity or a big shot with influential background at all. It was not him. The two women secretly drew this conclusion. Li Lanlin was furious, grabbed a bottle and jumped out. All right, you pervert. Are you still following us? What are you trying to do? Do you think we're easy targets? Watch me smash your head. With that, the furious Li Lanlin threw the wine-filled bottle towards Yi Xiaozhen. Clang! The bottle exploded near Yi Xiaozhen's head, giving him the feeling of a shell exploding next to him when he was a soldier. Hey, let's talk. Don't be impulsive. Yi Xiaozhen waved his hands, but Li Lanlin didn't waste time with him, grabbing anything she could find and throwing it at him. You big fool, look at you. You still have a nosebleed. You're so perverted that we want to beat the crap out of you whenever we see you. Li Lanlin kept hurling things at him as she scolded, and seeing the pervert's dodging ability, she finally charged. Can't provoke me and think I can't dodge it? Yi Xiaozhen saw their agitated state and knew the interview would definitely be ruined, so he quickly dodged out of the room, fleeing for his life. Yexiao finally breathed a sigh of relief after hiding in the men's restroom. Glancing at himself in the mirror, he realized he was actually bleeding from the nose. He couldn't tell if he was hit or if it was from seeing something arousing earlier. Oh well, he decided to wait a bit before going back out to avoid being caught by that tough woman. Li Lanlin couldn't catch up to Yexiao and angrily returned to the VIP box. "Hi, Director Chin. What a bad day it's been. How did we run into someone like that?" "Forget about it. The interview is more important." "Don't worry about him," Chin Ruhan casually responded. She checked the time, wondering when the interviewee would arrive. Unexpectedly, Jin Fulei came on the phone at that moment. Yexiao was his young master, and Mr. Jin must oversee his interview tonight. The Emperor Hotel held shares for him, so even the VIP room had cameras for him to watch the live feed. Witnessing the scene earlier almost made him burst a blood vessel. How dare those two women dare to harm his young master? Chin Ruhan personally arranged for Yexiao's interview, and if those women had truly injured his young master, he would be in big trouble when Miss Ye Ofu found out. It was outrageous. "Hey boss, any instructions?" Although Chin Ruhan was a strong figure in the group company, she was just an employee and didn't dare offend Jin Fulei due to his powerful influence. "Instructions? Both of you have driven away my young master. What else can I instruct you to do?" Jin Fulei's voice was wrathful, loud enough for the two women to hear without using speakerphone. They had never heard the boss speak in such an aggressive tone, indicating how close to madness he was. If they weren't women, and if the boss had less restraint, he would have cursed at them directly. "Quickly go find my young master, bring him back, and apologize to him. If things continue this way, don't bother coming back to work at the company tomorrow." "What?" Despite Chin Ruhan being calm and composed, she was flustered at the moment. Li Lanlin's face turned pale, trembling like a sieve with regret filling her entire heart. As soon as the boss hung up, she immediately panicked and apologized profusely. "Oh, Director Chin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't know that the boss recommended that pervert for the interview." No one understood better than Li Lanlin the effort Chin Ruhan had put in to become the advertising director of the Li-Ning International Group at the age of 26. Her $1 million salary job was a dream for many. If because of her, Li Lanlin, the boss's valuable guest, was driven away caused Chin Ruhan to lose her job, she would be in deep remorse for her entire life. Chin Ruhan was now in a state of chaos, but was struggling to remain calm. "Forget it. Let's find that person first, apologize as the boss instructed, and don't call him pervert or young master. The boss instructed us not to let him know the boss is backing him up." "Yes, Director Chin, I understand." After listening to the instructions, Li Lanlin hurriedly ran out to find the person. Chin Ruhan followed suit, but even she couldn't believe that as the advertising director of Li-Ning Group, she would have to go to such lengths for an interviewee. But knowing the respect Jin Lao referred to him with made her shudder. How influential could that seemingly shabby man be? Unimaginable! Yexiao cleaned up the blood in the bathroom, feeling gloomy as he walked out. 2 days had passed, and now that the interview had failed, he couldn't get the 300,000 RMB. He didn't have the face to return to see Tao Tao and his mother-in-law, let alone face Chu Qingwu. Should he directly ask the Yi family for money? Thinking about the deep grudge with his biological father, he really didn't want to do that. Thankfully, a pleasant voice suddenly spoke, "Mr. Yexiao, it's great that you're still at the hotel." Seeing Chin Ruhan mildly excited, Yexiao felt no joy. Instead, he subconsciously wanted to hide in the men's restroom again. Did he really need to be so evasive just because he accidentally saw a bit too much? Chin Ruhan, not wanting him to run away again, quickly grabbed him. Her actions made Yexiao think she was going to settle the score with him. No way! He couldn't afford to be taken to the police station, or he'd lose the chance of getting the 300,000 RMB. Realizing this, Yexiao forcefully shook her off and ran away. Chin Ruhan lost her balance and fell to the ground. When Yexiao turned back, he saw another great view inside her skirt and her posture, making his heart race. "Amitabha, this time I'm not peeping," Yexiao hurriedly explained, torn between helping her up or making an escape. Unexpectedly, Chin Ruhan didn't get angry this time and requested pitifully, "Mr. Yexiao, I can't get up. Can you help me? Are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? I really didn't mean it." Yexiao eventually chose to help Chin Ruhan up, feeling guilty. Although it was unintentional twice, he did make her fall hard twice, and he also caught a glimpse of her good view each time. I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Yexiao. Qin Ruhan let him support her, her cheeks blushing slightly. For the first time in her 26 years, she was so intimate with a man. But knowing his background, she couldn't resist. He was Mr. Jin's young master, a status she found terrifying. No need to thank me, as long as you don't blame me. I'm sorry. Yexiao sincerely apologized to Qin Ruhan, leading her towards the hotel lobby for some rest. Passing through the hotel lobby, Yexiao suddenly had a strange premonition. As he looked up, he saw a familiar figure standing before him, with eyes full of shock and disappointment. His wife. Wife, what are you doing here? Seeing Chu Qingwu, Yexiao shuddered, quickly releasing his grip and support on Qin Ruhan. Chu Qingwu remained silent, standing in front of Yexiao. Her once enchanting face was now covered in frost. Her eyes couldn't help but glance back and forth between Yexiao and Qin Ruhan. She didn't know what she should say at that moment. Her mind was blank. Standing beside Chu Qingwu was Huang Zhao and a few of her old classmates. The corners of their mouths carried a hint of ridicule, their eyes on Yexiao filled with disdain and a sense of gloating. Just now, Chu Qingwu had asked for money. They had advised her to divorce and consider Huang Zhao. But Chu Qingwu had firmly refused, saying her husband, though lacking, was at least dedicated to her. However, Chu Qingwu knew Huang Zhao wouldn't lend her any money. Turning around, she was slapped in the face by her husband's merciless actions, shattering her trust. How could she bear it? Heh, isn't this Yexiao, whom Qingwu thought wouldn't cheat? How can he be embracing a sexy woman now? This worthless wimp has the audacity to embrace another woman? I have to say, women are truly blind. To embrace someone like him, who is known for being worthless. Hearing the whispers of her old classmates, Chu Qingwu was in unbearable pain, turning her head to leave as if she hadn't seen Yexiao at all, without even thinking to slap him in the face. She was truly heartbroken. Qingwu, let me explain. Qingwu. Yexiao couldn't let his wife misunderstand him and leave, quickly catching up and grabbing her hand. Is there a need for explanations? Chu Qingwu, holding back tears, shook off his hand, having endured 3 years of grievances, unable to tell anyone how tough it was to be with him. Her mother and many friends had advised her to divorce him, but she pretended not to hear, enduring the bitterness every time she saw how sincerely he treated her and Tao Tao. But today, she had a strong urge to divorce him once again. Just accidentally bumping into the cleaning lady, who saw the scene, couldn't help but sympathize with Yexiao's predicament. Nobody knew better than her that Yexiao and that cold woman were like water and fire. How could they be having an affair? No, darling, things aren't as you think. Haha, Yizi, aren't you going to introduce your girlfriend to us? Just as Yizi was about to explain, Huang Zhao intentionally interrupted with a hidden sort in his laughter. He had been secretly infatuated with Chu Qingyu since their school days. Even though she got married, he hadn't given up his thoughts. Everyone had tried to persuade Chu Qingyu earlier, but she insisted on not getting a divorce, leaving him no choice. Unexpectedly, Yizi now brought him such a big surprise. How could he miss this opportunity? Huang Zhao, what do you mean? Yi Zhao's eyes turned cold as he stared at Huang Zhao. This guy dared to flirt shamelessly with his wife right in front of him without settling the score for what he did before. Now, intentionally pouring fuel on the fire. It was truly intolerable. Indeed, Chu Qingyu's delicate face had darkened like water. If she hadn't been unable to break free from Yi Zhao's grip, she wouldn't have stayed there. Just from the surface, how could a worthless guy like you end up with such a beautiful girl? Of course, we're curious. Huang Zhao wasn't afraid of Yi Zhao's worthlessness. The angrier Yizi got, the happier Huang Zhao became. Yeah, if even you can get a girl, you probably don't have high standards for choosing a partner, right? You're already married. Leave this kind of catch for us eligible bachelors. Right, miss, I'm richer and more capable than Yizi. Would you consider dating me? The few people behind Huang Zhao joined in the teasing. Yizi suppressed the impulse to strike these jerks and took the opportunity to explain to his wife. Qingyu, don't be angry. I came for an interview, and she was my interviewer. I only escorted her because she had stumbled earlier. Without explaining, it might have been better, but now, no one believed him even more after hearing this. Haha, it's been a while since I heard such a fresh and elegant lie. Indeed, an interview at a hotel? What position were you interviewing for? Probably a male escort, commonly known as a duck. Huang Zhao mockingly sneered, making a clear implication as he glanced at Qin Ruhan. Sir, please watch your words. Qin Ruhan, who had been silent until now, couldn't stand by any longer as she stared coldly at Huang Zhao. Of course, her silence earlier had another purpose, to see the consequences of these clowns insulting Uz. These people thought they were superior, yet they didn't know they were provoking a figure a million times more influential than even Boss Jin, whom they feared. Even some wealthy bosses wouldn't dare to offend her, as a word from her to Boss Jin could ruin them for a lifetime. Hey, wait a minute, this woman looks a bit familiar. Where have I seen her? At that moment, a man scrutinized Qin Ruhan and couldn't help blurting out, "Ha ha, familiar women you know are all from the red light district, right? But now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen her somewhere too. Yes, suddenly she does seem familiar." As the men continued speaking, their tone and expressions gradually changed, becoming more focused as they scrutinized Qin Ruhan. A woman of such grace didn't seem like someone who emerged from the red light district. Who exactly was Qin Ruhan? She was the advertising director of Kingxi International Group at the top of Flower City's financial pyramid. Under its umbrella were real estate, fashion, finance, and hotel industries, even holding shares in Emperor's Honor. Qin Ruhan, as the group's advertising director, was in charge of the company's image. She worked for Jin Leifu, and even some major bosses wouldn't dare to offend her. If they did, a word to Jin Leifu could trouble them for a lifetime. Which company are you all from? Qin Ruhan couldn't bear it any longer. Her eyes shot icy glares at Huang Zhao. Ha ha, is the beauty finally interested in me? Good taste. Huang Zhao, oblivious to the danger, displayed an arrogant expression on his face. I'm the project manager of Eternal Real Estate. Although not very talented, my annual salary is nearly $1 million. Beauty, I'm not using the old cliches to flirt. I genuinely feel like I've seen you before. Have we met? Huang Zhao, do you really think she looks familiar? Are you trying to hit on her? Yeezy, unable to hold back any longer, smiled coldly with a cunning look in his eyes. He understood Qin Ruhan's position in Flower City and knew Eternal Real Estate relied on Kingxi International Group. How could a small project manager like Huang Zhao boast in front of her? Yeezy, what do you mean? Do you think I'm interested in men who fool around? I just felt he looked familiar, but I've never engaged in one-night stands or visited the red light district. Huang Zhao was slightly shocked and hurriedly clarified. He was currently trying to pursue Chu Qingyu and needed to maintain a serious image. However, when he nervously glanced at Chu Qingyu, he realized she wasn't paying any attention to him, but remained indifferent. Are you implying that Ms. Qin is an unscrupulous woman or a red light district lady? Yeezy coldly countered his earlier words. What? Director Qin. Before Huang Zhao could react, Chu Qingyu remembered who the woman was. When everyone mentioned the woman looking familiar earlier, Chu Qingyu had a similar feeling. She had believed Yeezy marrying her was quite an elevation, but to think that he could attract women of even higher status, she hadn't imagined. Working as a design manager at the fashion department under Kingxi Group, Chu Qingyu had only ever seen people like Qin Ruhan in brochures or on the company's web pages. Tonight was truly bringing her a stroke of luck. So what if I'm involved with her? You're a worthless man sticking around. What does that make you? Huang Zhao, feeling the atmosphere turning strange, didn't want to appear weak in front of Uz and tried to maintain his bravado while attempting to impress Chu Qingyu. Unfortunately, as soon as he taunted back, the classmates behind him started calling out, "Oh my! I remember now, she's the advertising director of Kingxi International." One man exclaimed, pointing at Qin Ruhan, hands trembling. I recall too, when the Alistar Deliriba visited Flower City for an event, I saw Boss Jin was there. I remember it clearly. Standing beside the big star and Boss Jin was this leggy beauty. That's why she seemed familiar. It really is her. Everyone began exclaiming, realizing that if they hadn't insulted her earlier, they might have approached her for autographs or to chat more. Unfortunately, it was too late. Qin Ruhan's eyes widened indignantly. So, you called her a woman from a red light district earlier. Do you think Jin Fula Tower is a 52-story high red light district? Yeezy stared at Huang Zhao with an increasingly mischievous grin. Huang Zhao's head felt as if it had been bombarded by artillery at that moment, his face instantly drained of color. This woman! She's the director of Qingxi International? It couldn't be. How was that possible? Yeezy, this trash, couldn't possibly know someone of that caliber. Even if he did, he didn't have the qualifications. However, since everyone said so, he couldn't afford to doubt it any longer. Waiting for Qin Ruhan to show her work ID, which clearly stated her position as the advertising director of Qingxi International Group, Huang Zhao realized he was in serious trouble this time. He had dug his own grave, and if the director lost her temper and reported to Boss Jin, his whole family would likely lose their jobs. Qin, Miss Qin. Huang Zhao's voice started trembling, no longer feeling half as self-assured as before. His palms and forehead were already sweating profusely. You are the project manager of Hengtai Real Estate, right? Coincidentally, I am quite familiar with your boss, Su Samwa. How about I have a chat with him about what happened tonight? Seeing his panicked and flustered appearance, Qin Ruhan felt a strange sense of relief. However, she had no intention of letting this guy who had humiliated her off easily. She pulled out her phone and, in front of Huang Zhao, found Su Samwa's number and dialed it directly. No, please don't. Huang Zhao couldn't help but scream, his face pale, lips trembling, clearly reaching a point of extreme panic. He knew very well that if Qin Ruhan made that call, he was done for. Although Hengtai Real Estate was a powerful enterprise, especially in Huacheng, it was no match for Qingcheng International with the top families in the background. If the boss found out he had offended the director of Qingcheng International, there would be no place for him in the company. No, please. The call is connected. Let's talk. Qin Ruhan looked at Huang Zhao coldly, clearly not easily changing her mind. Huang Zhao felt a chill halfway through his heart, unable to resist mocking Yuzi. If looks could kill, he would definitely be killing Yuzi right now. It was all his fault, deliberately concealing Director Qin's identity to lure himself into offending her. What a devious person! Huang Zhao never considered his actions as showing off or being superior, nor did he think pursuing someone else's wife was unethical. But now he didn't have time to settle the score with Yeezy. He needed to deal with the current situation first. Miss Qin, my mouth was too foul. You are a forgiving person, spare me. Huang Zhao begged Qin Ruhan with a mournful face, even slapping himself hard, his cheeks red as blood. It was better to be embarrassed than lose his job. How would he show off without money in the future? How would he pursue someone else's beautiful wife? He looked ridiculous now, but apart from Yuzi, no one laughed. After all, offending Qin Ruhan just now wasn't solely Huang Zhao's doing. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruhan coldly stated, "You offended me. Slapping yourself I can forgive, but insulting Mr. Yi, almost causing their marriage to break, this is too despicable. I can't forgive scoundrels like you." Upon hearing this, Huang Zhao felt his heart sink even further. As the phone also connected and the voice of his boss came from the other end, he gritted his teeth and implored Yeezy, please forgive me, please. No way, didn't you call me a good-for-nothing loser? What use is there in begging a good-for-nothing loser? Yeezy looked at Huang Zhao coldly. It was well known that he was indeed a good-for-nothing loser, so a few self-deprecating remarks didn't matter much. Seeing Huang Zhao anxious and on the verge of wetting himself was quite satisfying. Realizing that Yuzi was deliberately toying with him, Huang Zhao's blood vessels bulged in anger. He couldn't believe that he was being played by a good-for-nothing loser and losing his temper. Director Qin, for calling so late, do you have any important instructions? Su Sanwa's tone on the other end was extremely respectful. Heh, Mr. Su, there are no instructions. It's just that someone in your company has very poor quality, affecting my mood. What the who? Director Qin, please tell me. I will fire him immediately. Qin Ruhan even put the call on speakerphone, just to make Huang Zhao anxious. Screwed. Huang Zhao knew that if Qin Ruhan mentioned his name, he would definitely be fired. Sorry, Mr. Yi, you are not a good-for-nothing loser. It's my fault. At a life-or-death moment, Huang Zhao couldn't care less about his dignity anymore. He knelt down and begged for forgiveness. He still had some sense, although he didn't know the exact relationship between him and Qin Ruhan. It was clear that she wanted to give him a chance. As long as Yuzi forgave him, the matter would surely pass. What did I do wrong? I am not quite clear. Yeezy pretended to be confused, casually glancing at Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu looked extremely shocked at this moment. In her mind, Huang Zhao was a successful person, while Yi Zi was a man who couldn't even find a job. She couldn't even dream that Huang Zhao would be kneeling in front of Yi Zi begging for forgiveness. I will never pursue Qingyu. I mean sister-in-law. I will never dare to pursue sister-in-law again. Huang Zhao shouted hoarsely. The hotel surroundings were undoubtedly filled with surprise, and even people pointing and laughing, saying he deserves it for trying to pursue someone else's wife. Huang Zhao actually wanted to stand up and leave, but he didn't have the courage. Even though he was internally crumbling with anger, his clenched fists were nearly bleeding, but he had to endure it. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Huang Zhao looked up suddenly, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly. But in the hotel lobby, his voice echoed like a series of slaps hitting his face, painful to the core. Enough, Yi Zi. Chu Qingyu came back to her senses, speaking not only for Huang Zhao, but also for herself. Huang Zhao and I are old classmates. There is no crossing the line, so don't make a fuss. Hearing this, Yi Zi sighed. His wife was his soft spot, and since she said that, he had to let Huang Zhao off the hook, giving Qin Ruhan a meaningful look. Qin Ruhan promptly hung up the phone. Chu Qingyu glanced at Yi Zi, her expression complex. She never thought that the winner of tonight would turn out to be him. But cold and proud as she was, she ultimately said nothing and walked away. As she was about to walk out the door, Yi Zi, seeming a little at a loss, heard her say from behind, "You promised to help Dao Dao with her homework. Why haven't you gone home yet? Go home." His wife actually asked him to go home. Yi Zi instantly smiled and loudly replied, "All right, I'll come home after the interview." Was he really here for an interview? Chu Qingyu was touched despite not turning back. Yi Zi had always been a weak and incompetent man in her eyes, although he was always obedient to their family. She never expected that he would be kneeling in front of Yi Zi begging for forgiveness now. Huang Zhao and the others were surprised too. How could this good-for-nothing loser be just an interviewee and still win the favor of Qin Ruhan, even being protected by her so firmly? But they couldn't figure it out because Yi Zi and Qin Ruhan completely ignored their flattery and fawning, returning to the VIP room. What surprised Yi Zi was that not only was Qin Ruhan polite to him, but even Li Lanlin gave him a complete 180-degree turn, smiling at him throughout. Although she seemed a bit puzzled and forced, looking at her was still pleasant. At least it was much better than immediately scolding and hitting him as before. The interview was just a formality and ended quickly. "Mr. Yi, we can sign you as the spokesperson for Qingcheng International's clothing, and we can advance 10% of the payment to you as requested, but you must cooperate with our packaging and filming work." Qin Ruhan finally signed Yi Zi. But honestly, while Yi Zi had a good appearance, he was far from the ideal spokesperson in Qin Ruhan's mind. In the past, numerous male models and even second-rate idol stars who came for auditions were harshly rejected, but now, an unknown man like Yi Zi got the job. If this news were to spread, Qin Ruhan would surely be questioned by countless people. But what could she do? Yi Zhao's status was distinguished. Even the boss had to call him young master. "Thank you, Miss Qin. I will cooperate." Yi Zi was happy to get the job, but he was even more excited to receive 300,000 in cash on the spot, making him happily go home. "Qingyu, Dao Dao, everything can be resolved soon." Despite his calm temperament, Yi Zi couldn't contain a bit of excitement as he returned to the third floor of the community, only to have Wang Yanqing pour cold water on him. "Yi Zi, why are you back? Dao Dao has been taken away by her fourth uncle. Our family has nothing to do with you anymore." Wang Yanqing was convinced that Yi Zi wouldn't be able to bring back 300,000, so she began to firmly distance herself from him, not even allowing him to enter the door. "What? What about Qingyu? Qingyu isn't home either. Get lost. Don't think about staying in our house anymore. I will make Qingyu divorce you." Bang! Wang Yanqing thought Yi Zi had nowhere to live and shamelessly came back, so she shut the door on him without any mercy. Little did she know that Yi Zi didn't care about the place. He had no attachment to Chu Qingyu and Dao Dao's home. Even the grand estate villa of the first family in Yanjing was not worthy of his return, let alone a small community apartment. It was just that in the middle of the night, why did the fourth uncle, Chu Qinghu, suddenly take away Dao Dao? Thinking about the scheming relatives residing in Chu's mansion, Yi Zi had to worry about his wife and Dao Dao. quickly rushing downstairs to frantically call his wife's phone. Yi Se Bar is a slow rock bar in the North District of Huacheng that is popular among young people. It's only after 10 p.m. that it starts getting lively here. In a corner, a young man and woman sit facing each other. The man has a fair complexion, a proud expression, and a slight curl of his lips, while the woman, cold and beautiful, looks worried and weary. King Hu, what gives you the right to bring Cao Dao back to your place? Give her back to me. Chu Qing's tone carries a touch of anger. She knows what kind of person her fourth brother, Chu Qinghu, is better than anyone else. Selfish and irresponsible. He hasn't taken care of Cao Dao for 3 years. He hasn't even given her a birthday gift. Now that he has taken Cao Dao away, there must be some personal motive. Chu Qingwu truly resents her mother at this moment. If it weren't for her mother being afraid and cautious tonight, afraid that the 300,000 matter would cause trouble for her, wanting to send Cao Dao away and keep herself clean. How could Chu Qinghu have taken Cao Dao into the house? Third sister, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. I finally invited you for a drink, and you treat me this way the moment we meet. Chu Qinghu looks pleased to see Chu Qing's impatient expression. He pours her a drink and continues, I've said it many times. Third sister, with your looks, you could easily marry a wealthy man. It's a pity you married a useless man. Now, 300,000 is causing you so much distress. Chu Qingwu remains silent at his words, her lips tight. She knows Chu Qinghu wants to make something out of this situation. Forget it. This matter isn't up to you, third sister. It's all because of Grandpa. If it weren't for him, how could our family have suffered so much? Chu Qinghu says as he downs a drink. Chu Qingwu knows that besides her own anger towards their deceased grandfather, he carries some too. Grandpa and Grandma were very traditional and believed in the eldest son inheriting. So when their older brother, Chu Qinghai, died in a car accident, the third-generation inheritance fell to their second brother, Chu Qing. Chu Qinghu thinks it's unfair. He's also a son of the Chu family, but didn't even have a chance to compete for the inheritance rights. Chu Qingwu feels that even if Grandpa and Grandma hadn't set the inheritance rules, this wastrel young master wouldn't have had any opportunity. Qinghu, give Cao Dao back to me. I can accompany you for a drink and listen to your grievances. Chu Qingwu keeps bringing up Cao Dao, which is also her purpose for coming to the bar with Chu Qinghu. Unable to force him, she can only resort to softer methods. Oh, it's all because Mom kicked Yi Zia out of the house. Otherwise, how could Chu Qinghu take Cao Dao away? Third sister, I know you're in a hurry, so let me be clear with you. Chu Qinghu cuts to the chase. Do you think you can come up with 300,000 within a week? If you can't pay by then, have you thought about the consequences? Chu Qingwu hesitates at his words. Even though Mom pinned the blame on Yi Zi, if they couldn't pay back the money, would the parents of Xiaodong spare them? Seeing Chu Qing's expression, he smirks. That's why I took Cao Dao away for her own good. If you want to take her home, I have a way to help you. Stop beating around the bush and spit it out. Chu Qingwu keeps a cold face, knowing that Chu Qinghu wants to use Cao Dao as leverage to get her to do things for him. He even has the audacity to make his demands sound legitimate. Well, to make Grandma see me in a new light, I am also starting a business with friends. Seeing his third sister, you're the design manager at Beautiful International. You surely have the means to get the design drawings out, and then I'll have them produced by some knockoff factories and sell them before other companies officially release them. That's a guaranteed profit. What? Chu Qingwu can't believe her ears. Her own brother proposing such illegal activities for her to carry out. Do you know what the consequences of this could be? Heh, what could the consequences be? Chu Qinghu's smile turns colder. Longguo is a country of knockoffs, and besides, I'm just the man behind the scenes. I can just pay someone to take my place. Who's going to find me then? Well, they won't find you, but I might end up in jail. Chu Qingwu is not foolish enough to fall for his scheme. Third sister, don't reject so hastily. As long as you agree, I'll immediately advance you 300,000 as a reward, and after it's done, I'll give you 3 million. How about it? Chu Qingwu trembles slightly. Despite knowing the seriousness of the situation, faced with this opportunity to solve it and potentially ease the burden on herself and her family, she hesitates. Wife. Luckily at that moment, a call from Yi Zi behind interrupts her thoughts and brings her back from the devil's temptations. Heh, third sister, You put on such a show of loving Cao Dao and your family. It's all fake. You're not willing to make even the tiniest sacrifice. Chu Qinghu pays no attention to Yi Zhao's arrival and continues to goad Chu Qingwu. He knows his sister is soft-hearted and can be persuaded. Maybe he can provoke her into agreeing in a moment of impulsiveness. Shut up! But Chu Qinghu never imagined that Yu Zi, who rarely spoke even in his presence, would now rebuke him assertively. Oh, you useless fool! How could? I told you to shut up! Yi Zi doesn't give him a chance to speak, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him up from his seat. Caught off guard, Chu Qinghu looks dazed. He couldn't have imagined that Yu Zi, usually so submissive, had changed so drastically. His gaze is intimidating, even a bit arrogant. How dare he look down on him? Just as he was about to retaliate, Yi Zi pushes him back down into his seat and loudly states, I won't allow you to speak to her that way. She's worked tirelessly for our family. She's deeply devoted to Cao Dao. Be sensible and return Cao Dao. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Chu Qingwu feels the urge to cry. She finally understands why she hasn't divorced Yi Zi in 3 years. Despite his uselessness in providing material satisfaction, he's indulgent and understanding, providing her with some emotional comfort. Yu Zi, let's go! Chu Qingwu suddenly stands up, calling Yu Zi to leave. She knows it's impossible to get Cao Dao back tonight. Perhaps it's safer for her to stay at Chu Qinghu's place until the assault incident is resolved. However, her emotional turmoil causes her to walk hastily and accidentally step on someone. Oops! Who walks around without looking and dares to step on me? It hurts. The sudden outburst startles Chu Qingwu. She apologizes immediately, knowing the pain of being stepped on in high heels. I'm sorry, it was an accident. Damn. Do you think a mere sorry can fix this? The man is about to raise his fist, but when he sees Chu Qingwu looking up at him, he stops and reaches out to touch her chin instead. Well, such a pretty lady. How about staying and having a drink with me tonight? I'll forgive you. How about it? Chu Qingwu hastily retreats, keeping a calm exterior, but feeling anxious inside. This man seems like trouble. Don't touch my wife. Yi Zi runs over, calling out, Yu Zi, don't act recklessly. Chu Qingwu is scared that Yu Zi might cause trouble by acting aggressively. The issue with Cao Dao isn't resolved yet, and another assault incident now would be disastrous for their family. The continuous shouting and commotion turn the bar into a spectacle. The man sizes up Yi Zi and looks disdainful, coldly snorting, Damn, such a gorgeous woman, yet she's married to this kind of man. Hasn't she been played by such men hundreds of times? Suddenly, I'm not interested. Yui Chu Qingwu has a temper too. She can apologize for accidents, but being publicly humiliated like this is unbearable. Boom! In that moment, a fist strikes the man's face, knocking him backward and causing him to fall, blood gushing from his nose. The entire place erupts into chaos, everyone standing up and watching with interest. Startled, Chu Qingwu feels a surge of emotions. She's afraid it might be Yi Zi lashing out again. But no, he always heeds her words, and right now, he hasn't moved. Even the women of my Chu family you dare to insult. Had enough. Chu Qinghu raised his fist and lifted his chin arrogantly, looking as if he were the king of the night. Yes, who else is as strong as him, knocking down those who dare to show off their strength at the bar with just one punch. Take this money to buy medicine, no need to thank me. Chu Qinghu casually threw a few $100s on the man's face, feeling quite cool now. As a dabbler in martial arts, fighting was just a piece of cake for him, and at this moment, it was just a natural performance. Of course, the bar was not lacking young men and women who liked such men, cheering occasionally. Many even had their eyes fixed on Chu Qinghu. Chu Qinghu felt like he must be the most domineering male lead. Hey, Sao-san, now you know the benefits of having money, right? Honestly, when Peach got into a fight, at least you could have mentioned my name, it would have probably scared the other party off. So why did you make it this way? Apart from showing off in front of Chu Qingwu, Chu Qinghu also wanted to continue to tempt her, to let her know that in this world, money truly is everything. Yu Zi, let's go. Chu Qingwu still adamantly refused to engage in illegal activities. She knew that it was her father's greed that caused his downfall, landing him in jail, and she would rather be poor than follow her father's path. Pa, none of you can leave today. Stop them. To everyone's surprise, the man knocked down by Chuking, who actually stood up, wiped his nose bleed, and loudly declared, "You dare to hit even the third young master of Dongshan Lake? You all are really asking for it." "What? Third young master of Dongshan Lake?" The bar immediately erupted in shock at this revelation, especially when they saw 4 or 5 men quickly blocking the bar's entrance. Seeing the situation, Chuking Wu began to panic. Just moments ago, Chuking, who was strutting proudly, but now his smile had stiffened on his face and his eyes betrayed a sense of fear. The contrast was comical. Yi didn't know what was going on, but seeing his friend's sudden change from confident to scared was quite amusing. You are Wang Hu." Chuking, who realized he had stepped on a landmine. The third young master of Dongshan Lake, whom even he had heard of, was a small gang formed by 3 brothers, rumored to have the backing of a big shot in Hua City, hence their arrogance. Those who had offended them before ended up with broken legs, bedridden for 6 months. Now that he had provoked them himself and was still acting arrogantly, Chuking, who began to tremble at the possible consequences. "Hey, why aren't you still being arrogant? Didn't you say money was all-powerful? Fine, now pay me 300,000 and we can forget about this. Otherwise, I'll cut off your ears tonight." Wang Hu was as arrogant as ever. Just a moment ago, he was visibly flustered, but now his indignation had found an outlet. He didn't care that Chu's family was just a second-rate business family, and that Chuking, who was just a pampered young man, he didn't consider him a threat at all. The sound of Wang Hu's words pained Chuking Hu's ears, prompting him to instinctively cover them and plead, "Third master, could 30,000 be too much? Just for that slight injury, you can heal it with 300. How about I pay you 3,000? Upon hearing Chuking Hu's words, Chuking Wu was even more infuriated. He was just a pampered young man, getting only a few tens of thousands a month from his uncle, with no earning ability of his own. How could he possibly have that much money? All this talk of 30,000 and 300,000 was clearly a trap set up by Chuking Hu, taking advantage of his desperate need for money. If she had really stolen the design drawings for him, he would have probably betrayed her afterwards. Oh, this was her own cousin. Enraged and disheartened, Chuking Wu sighed. Smack! A crisp slap made Chuking Wu shudder slightly. In fact, Wang Hu had great strength, and if Chuking Hu hadn't launched a sneak attack earlier, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Now, Wang Hu was already unable to get up from a single kick. 4,000, third master. Smack! Another slap. Chuking Hu dared not speak anymore, but smack, smack, smack. 3 consecutive slaps left his face swollen. Grab him and deal with him later when I have time. Wang Hu commanded, and immediately 2 of his men came over, struggling to hold Chuking Hu down as they started to beat him up. The room was filled with murmurs. They had all thought Chuking Hu was tough, but it turned out he was just a poser. Now, Wang Hu had revealed his identity, asserting his dominance, but in the end, he was the one being humiliated by this inconspicuous boss. How well hidden his skills were. Particularly as Chuking Hu lay on the ground, Yi knew better than anyone how weak he had been before. Dragging a crippled leg, he seemed like he would fall over at any slight touch. And now, Chuking Hu's leg had suddenly healed. His speed and strength were unbelievable. Had he been struck by lightning to gain superpowers like in novels? Or did he meet an old man at a roadside stand who passed on some peerless techniques to him? No, this guy was originally powerful. Chuking Hu remembered that Yi had served in the military for 6 years before returning. He hadn't shown any sign of his power until now, and he realized how fierce he was. Let's go. Give me back Peach. Before Chuking Hu could react, Yi had already picked him up effortlessly. You coward. You're actually so powerful. But, will you dare to hit me? Chuking Hu feared Wang Hu, but he didn't necessarily fear Yi. Even though he was extraordinary tonight, he had been labeled as weak for too long. Plus, he belonged to the Chu family, so Yi wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Just as Chu Donghu believed Yi wouldn't dare touch him, Yi grabbed his arm and seemed on the verge of breaking it. I'll say it again, give me back Peach. I will. Chuking Hu quickly cried out, taking Yi out of the bar. Once the panic subsided, his eyes turned dark and menacing. Good, you coward. How dare you treat me like this? I'll make you pay for it later. There were more than just him wanting to retaliate on Yi. Wang Hu, now assisted to his feet, immediately shouted, "Quickly find out who that pair of husband and wife are. If you don't kill them, I, Wang Hu, will sweep the streets with my tongue." Chu Qingyu went to Uncle Da's house, and not only did she not see Cao Dao in the end, but she also got scolded by Uncle Da, who said she had no sense of propriety and was disturbing him late at night. Fortunately, Yi Zi called her in time and told her that Cao Dao had been found. Otherwise, Chu Qingyu might have ended up arguing with Uncle Da. "Mom, Cao Dao." It was already past midnight, but Yi Zi finally brought Cao Dao home. When Chu Qingyu saw Cao Dao, tears welled up in her eyes, and she squatted down tightly hugging her in her arms. "Mom, it was Dad who rescued me from Fourth Uncle. Fourth Uncle is a bad person. He scolded me and hit me. But Dad is a good person, very gentle." "Yes, Mom knows." Chu Qingyu couldn't help but sob. Seeing this scene, Yi Zi felt sad and guilty, blaming himself for not being able to protect them properly, causing them to suffer tonight. "Yi Zi, why did you come back, you jerk? Get out of here." Wang Yanqing, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, walked out of the room and even raised a broom when she saw Yi Zi. "Are you doing this on purpose? Coming to knock on the door late at night? Don't you know people want to sleep?" "Mom, put the broom down. I asked him to come back." Unexpectedly, it was Chu Qingyu who loudly told her to stop. Seeing Wang Yanqing, Chu Qingyu felt angry, as it wasn't her intention to let Chu Qingyu take Cao Dao away last night. How could they, mother and daughter, end up suffering like this? HMPH, Qingyu, do you want this troublemaker to come back to stay? Fine, then Mom will leave, okay? Wang Yanqing looked surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect Chu Qingyu to take Yi Zhao's side this time, and she walked back to the room, pretending to tidy up the bedding. "Forget it, Qingyu. I will leave. I promise to solve the kindergarten issue first before coming back." Yi Zi patted Cao Dao's head and turned to leave. He knew why Wang Yanqing was able to sleep last night. In fact, she had never treated Cao Dao as her granddaughter. All along, she had treated Cao Dao as a burden. Not her own child, just a girl. What's the point of raising her after all? A waste of money. Chu Qingyu looked at Yi Zhao's back with a touch of sadness. It was the 4-year-old Cao Dao who understood the situation and surprisingly knew how to comfort her. "Mom, Dad is a man of his word. He keeps his promises." Yi Zi smiled at her words, but still didn't look back. He sat alone on a park bench, looking at the message sent by Yi Haofu. "Big sister, I'm sorry. I won't abandon my family for money. I won't come back." Yi Zi replied to the message and then fell asleep exhausted, waking up the next day at noon. Yi Zi had already planned that he had received the 300,000 yuan, and he was waiting at the Jinfu building for his wife to finish work so they could deal with the kindergarten issue together. However, he was surprised to see his wife coming down before the end of her workday. Puzzled, he was about to walk over when he noticed an old-fashioned Mercedes-Benz parked in front of her. It was the business car from the Chu family. "Qingyu, are you going back to the Chu family?" Yi Zi was very surprised and hurried over. Since Chu Qingyu's father, Chu Weiman, had been imprisoned, the Chu family had kicked his whole family out. Why did they come specially to pick her up today? Yi Zi. Chu Qingyu had already stepped one foot into the car, looking very dejected. When she heard Yi Zhao's voice, her eyes showed a faint glimmer of hope inexplicably. However, she quickly regained her composure, tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ear, and asked faintly, "Why are you here again?" Yes, Yi Zi had come to her company for 3 days in a row now. Remembering the encounters from the previous 2 times, she still felt nervous. "Get in the car quickly!" Chu Qingyu called out, and then quickly got in. It was clear that his wife still had the lingering shadow of the previous 2 days. Yi Zi hurried to sit beside her before she closed the door. The driver from the Chu family was silent, and Chu Qingyu seemed burdened with thoughts. Yi Zi didn't dare ask her why she had been brought back to the Chu family. Old Master Chu had 3 sons, but left the business to his wife to manage before he passed away, by passing his eldest son, Chu Jiangwo. The Chu family's villa they returned to was worth millions, and it was still governed by the grandmother. "When we go in, don't speak. The people of the Chu family look down on you the most, and if you say anything, you'll surely be ridiculed by everyone." After getting out of the car, Chu Qingyu quickly cautioned Yi Zi. He simply nodded without any change in his expression, vividly remembering his experience in the Chu family over the past 3 years. Walking into the Chu family conference room, besides the grandmother, there were other people present, clearly indicating an emergency meeting. Everyone had a stern face, making Chu Qingyu feel like she was walking into a courtroom, cautiously addressing everyone after greeting the elders. Grandma, uncle, aunt. After the respectful greetings, Chu Qingyu still did not dare to sit down. All right, sit down and tell me what good deeds you've done these past 2 days. The grandmother was a small and frail old woman, but she exuded a suffocating aura of authority. Wang Yanqing was already quite harsh, but even she dared not make a peep before the grandmother. In the past, when the grandmother had kicked their family out, Wang Yanqing was resentful, but she didn't dare to say anything against the grandmother. Chu Qingyu was equally afraid of her. Even though she no longer lived in the Chu family, hearing the grandmother's words made her hesitate to sit down. Grandma, I don't know what you mean, but I have been working these past 2 days. Chu Qingyu's response sounded somewhat guilty. However, the grandmother's hand slammed on the table with such force that it made everyone tremble. She didn't care if her hand hurt. This old woman was ruthless, not only towards others, but also towards herself, which was how she had attained her position today. Do you think you can hide things from me? What have you taught King Hai's daughter to become? You dared to send someone else's child to the hospital, and then you also sent the parents to the hospital. You agreed to compensate 300,000 privately, and still say you didn't ruin King Hai's daughter? Chu Qingyu's heart sank as she realized the grandmother was right, and had solid evidence. And with everyone's gaze feeling like sharp swords pointed at her, she felt a sense of shame and discomfort that made her reluctant to speak. Humph, that's your problem. I don't care. The grandmother made her position clear, indicating that the Chu family wouldn't contribute a single penny to the 300,000 repayment. Yi Zi had been watching from the sidelines, as Chu Qingyu instructed him not to speak easily. Up until now, he was still gritting his teeth and saying nothing. The reason I called you back today is that the Dongshan Lake organization directly came to our Chu family company causing trouble. What? Chu Qingyu only found out why the grandmother had asked her to take leave and come back. It was because of this incident. The Chu family was a second-rate business family and had some connections on the surface, but in the gray areas of Huacheng, they had almost no power. When they encountered larger, shady characters, they didn't dare to confront them directly. The grandmother's authoritarian attitude was only effective internally, and in front of these gray area forces, she had no say. Did you to beat up the third young master of Dongshan Lake yesterday? They smashed the windows of our fabric factory today. Do you even know anything? The grandmother spoke heatedly, slamming the table once again, causing Chu Qingyu to step back. Thankfully, Yi Zi stood behind her, gently supporting her. Grandma, it was Chu Qingyu who initiated the fight, and I finished it. It had nothing to do with Qingyu. You can't direct your anger towards her. Seeing his wife looking so helpless, Yi Zi finally couldn't bear it. He knew better than anyone that the grandmother's patriarchal mindset was very heavy, otherwise, she wouldn't have let Cao Dao be alone with no one to care for her in the first place. Last night's incident, clearly instigated by Chu Qingyu, was being blamed on her, which was too unfair. Grandma, don't listen to Yi Zhao's nonsense. It was him who stepped on them first and then knocked them down. I am the victim. Grandma, look, I have injuries all over. Chu Qingyu, who had stayed silent until then, immediately jumped in to deflect responsibility. The entire family looked incredulous at his words. Yi Zi causing someone to end up in the hospital at the kindergarten already seemed far-fetched to them, let alone that he could take down one of the shady characters so easily. I can guarantee that what I said is true. Ask Yi Zi if you don't believe me. He was the one who brought the guy down in the end. Seeing that no one believed him, Chu Qingyu quickly urged Yi Zi to confirm. Concerned that Yi Zi might deny it, he even threatened him loudly. A man should take responsibility for his actions. Don't lie, you hear me, A man should take responsibility for his actions. Hearing his words, Yi Zi wanted to laugh. How could this guy, who dared to push all his deeds onto others, have the audacity to say such words? Yes, I'm the one who knocked Wang Hu down. Chu Qingyu, who played shamelessly, while Yi Zi showed no interest, standing straight and admitting to the situation. Chu's family members were all slightly shocked to hear this, their expressions becoming even more incredulous. Even though Yi Zi confessed himself, they still couldn't believe it. Chu Qingyu's initially panicked expression turned even more astonished, watching Yi Zi with eyes that couldn't hide their reproach. Yi Zi couldn't explain himself either. Last night, Wang Hu said he was going to take Qingyu back to play, and Yizi couldn't just stand by and let someone take his wife, right? Alright, let's make it clear now. Chu Qingyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained, I admit, it was because Sanji stepped on Wang Hu and he wanted to bully her, so I intervened. After all, I'm her brother, how can I not protect my sister? He spoke passionately, clapping his hands back against his palms. Yizi was shocked to see Chu Qingyu's righteous appearance. Who would have thought someone could be so shameless? Clearly, it was him showing off that led to the action, but now he completely portrayed himself as a hero. Furthermore, Chu Qingyu was at a loss, swallowing the bitterness she felt. The basic situation was like this, but the details were not easily explained in a short time. If that's the case, we can't blame Qingyu. It's a mess created by their couple. Her father embezzled the company's money, tarnishing their reputation. We had to drive them out of the Chu family. Who would have thought that after leaving the Chu family, they would still cause trouble for us? They are truly troublemakers. The disappointed and resentful faces of the family members were etched in Chu Qingyu's mind, like a knife repeatedly striking her. After leaving the Chu family, she worked tirelessly, not only to support her family, but also to prove to everyone that even without the protection of her family, she, Chu Qingyu, could still succeed. Unfortunately, her efforts were not recognized by anyone. Everyone's disappointed expressions labeled her as incompetent troublemaker. She felt her efforts were ridiculous as no one cared about her success without the Chu family's backing. Alright, since you admit the situation was caused by you two, then it should be up to you to clean up. Now Dongshan Lake requests that we hand you over to them. To prevent further innocent harm to our Chu family textile factory, I will now have Wang's steward send you over. The grandmother made a final decision, not giving Chu Qingyu the power to refuse. In fact, Chu Qingyu didn't know how to refuse. Although the grandmother was biased, her decisions were always well-founded, leaving Chu Qingyu unable to say anything in return. Hey, are your plans going as expected? Unfortunately, we're not going. Yizi stood in front of his wife, fearlessly facing the others. I told Wang Hu last night that if there was anything, he should come directly to me, not involve Qingyu. Yizi, shut up. I don't remember you having a say in any matters concerning the Chu family. The grandmother always looked down on Yizi. If it weren't for her husband's strong will, Yizi would never have entered the Chu family. Now, not only was he acting deaf and dumb, but he also dared to confront her, denying her decisions. Who did he think he was? Fine, since the Chu family doesn't give us a say, we're leaving. Yizi forcefully led Chu Qingyu out, leaving the Chu family members in astonishment, especially after his unexpected behavior that day. Stop right there. Before they could take a step, the grandmother stood up. Other members of the Chu family quickly followed suit. Outside, the few servants and bodyguards of the Chu family had already blocked the door. Is the Chu family a place where you can come and go as you please? You've caused trouble for us, and I've endured enough, but now you want to leave scot-free. Do you have no shame? The grandmother's words stunned everyone. Chu Qingyu felt wronged and was on the verge of tears, but she couldn't find a way to resist. She realized how far she was from her grandmother. In front of her, she was like a soft persimmon to be squeezed by anyone. Fortunately, she had Yizi by her side, and to protect his wife, he also stood firm. Are you here to make us leave, but now you won't let us go? Ever since Chu Wyman was sent to prison by you 2 years ago and our family was driven out, when did you ever treat Qingyu as part of the Chu family? When did you ever take care of her? Now that something has happened, why do you feel entitled to order her around? On what grounds? Yizi. Yue the grandmother was furious, pointing at him with a dark expression, even clutching her chest as if she had been enraged by her unfilial son-in-law. Yizi, stop it. If it weren't for the Chu family, you would have been a stray dog a long time ago. Exactly. Being ungrateful is one thing, but lacking a sense of responsibility makes you worse than an animal. The greatest failure of grandfather's life was letting a man like you marry into our Chu family. Listen to Auntie. Kneel down to apologize to Grandma now. There may still be room for redemption, otherwise face the consequences. With the grandmother's actions, everyone in the Chu family began speaking on her behalf, directly painting Yizi and Chu Qingyu in a negative light. Chu Qingyu found it difficult to breathe. Didn't they know that sending her to the East Mountain Lake Alliance would have consequences? She finally understood that, for the sake of the Chu family's interests, they truly didn't care about her. "We won't." Yi Zhao's slow and deliberate words not only brought Chu Qingyu back to reality, but also silenced the Chu family. They hadn't expected this cowardly and weak person to show such a strong side. "Yi Zi, stop talking. I'll go." Just as the two sides were in a heated argument, Chu Qingyu's words directly calmed everyone down. "Wife." Yi Zi looked at his wife's despondent and helpless appearance, feeling helpless. No one knew Chu Qingyu better than he did. She had always strived to earn recognition from her family and friends. She would rather die than be looked down upon from the depths of her heart. Though Yi Zi protected her, Chu Qingyu knew it was futile. She couldn't overpower the grandmother's decisions. At that moment, despite the circumstances, she believed that the situation arose from accidentally offending Wang Hu. So no matter what consequences came next, she had to handle it herself to prove to everyone that she, Chu Qingyu, was neither incompetent nor irresponsible. "Grandma, give me 3 days. I will handle this myself. You need not worrying." "Fine, I'll trust you this time. But to prevent our Chu family textile factory from being harmed undeservingly, I will announce that you are no longer a member of our Chu family." Chu Qingyu gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Though it was already a fact, the grandmother had never made it public. By doing so now, she was resolute in abandoning their family. "Fine." Even though Chu Qingyu pretended to be indifferent, Yi Zi could see the unwillingness in her eyes. "Wife, is the Chu family really that important to you? Without the recognition of the family, is that the biggest blow to you? If so, I swear I will help you turn things around." Following Chu Qingyu, Yi Zi left the Chu family. However, instead of going home, he made a call to Jin Leifu. "Master, even though I can use money to sort out this situation, if you give Miss Aofu a call, she will surely make the third young master of East Mountain Lake kneel before you easily." "All right." Yi Zi couldn't ignore Jin Leifu's scheming. The East Mountain Lake organization was not a significant force, so he must surely handle it easily. By saying this, he only wanted to get in touch with his sister. For his wife, Yi Zi was willing to do anything, let alone make a simple call to his sister. "Whistle, give Jiangnan a call. He is affiliated with our Yi family. Just tell him your identity, and he will definitely help you." Yi Yaofu made a phone call, leading Yu Zi to be fooled into contacting Jiangnan. He is a powerful figure responsible for maintaining order and law enforcement work, especially dealing with troublemakers in the Dongshan Lake area. How could he not understand his sister's intentions? She aims to gradually take over the Yi family's business. As long as he tastes the sweetness of being the young master of the Yi family, he will definitely not resist returning to the Yi family. All right, for the sake of his wife, Yi Zi decided to give it a try just this once. "Young master, it is my great honor to serve you. The Dongshan Lake Boxing Society dares to provoke you. Watch me whip them into shape. Not only do I want you to whip them, but I also want you to follow my instructions. Young master, feel free to command. If those little thieves dare not listen, I will immediately send someone to uproot their boxing society." Good. Yi Zi knew Jiangnan would surely have a way to make the Dongshan Lake Boxing Society kneel and sing the song of submission. However, he does not just aim to discipline the boxing society, he has his own ulterior motives. In any case, he wants to showcase his wife's power in front of the Chu family through this incident. Chu Qingyu is unaware of Yi Zhao's actions, let alone his ability to handle such matters. In order to clean up this mess, she has been seeking help from various connections in the past 2 days. But with her connections, unless the boss Jin Fu decides to help her, who else has the ability? This mess was caused by Yi Zi again. How many times have I told you to divorce him? You just won't listen. That night, you even spoke to him. Now look, that man will not rest until he drags you to death. Chu Qingyu has been running around during the day and has to listen to Wang Yanqing's complaints at night. Enough! 4-year-old Tao Dao couldn't bear it anymore and argued with Wang Yanqing. Daddy did everything to protect us. He is our hero. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Chu Qingyu felt a pang of pain. Recently, one thing after another kept happening, and she knew that all these troubles were caused by Yi Zi, but his motivation was for his own good. Chu Qingyu wants to hate Yi Zi, but she can't bring herself to do it. When she thinks of this man, she feels conflicted. Nonsense of a hero. He is more like a troublemaker. I bet every bear in the world would have something to say about him. Wang Yanqing and 4-year-old Cao Dao got serious, red-faced as they spoke harshly. If this issue is not resolved, I will kick her out and you, the tag-along, can pack your bags too. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be suffering like this, mother and daughter. Mom, that's enough. Don't talk to Cao Dao like that, she's just a child. Chu Qingyu held Cao Dao in her arms and scolded Wang Yanqing. Oh well, the daughter has grown up and learned to talk back, even daring to scold her mother now. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. Whenever Chu Qingyu stands against herself, Wang Yanqing always uses this tactic. A wise mother knows her daughter best. She knows her daughter is soft-hearted and values her reputation. She is especially afraid of being called unfilial, so she will surely give in. Indeed, Chu Qingyu did not speak to her directly, taking Cao Dao into the room and leaving the entire hall to her. 3 days quickly passed. The people of Dongshan Lake continued to harass the Chu family. Not only the fabric factory, but also the aluminum factory controlled by the Chu family was targeted. However, they did not escalate to destroying the factories like before. They simply caused a commotion and said nasty things, but didn't physically attack the factories. Dongshan Lake agreed to give the Chu family 3 days, with the negotiation scheduled for the final day at the Chu family fabric factory. They warned that, if the matter was not resolved, the Chu family's factories could not operate normally in the future. Fortunately, the negotiation day was Sunday, and all the workers at the fabric factory had the day off. Even so, many workers stayed at the factory to witness the commotion. The Chu family grandmother arrived early, accompanied by her eldest son Chu Jiangwo and third son Chu Jianjun. Many other relatives also came. After all, today was a significant event, and if not handled properly, the future of the Chu family might be in jeopardy. Of course, the protagonist Chu Qingyu was also present, and even Wang Yanqing was called back by the grandmother. When such a situation occurred, both of them dared not lift their heads in front of the Chu family. Madam, the people from Dongshan Lake have arrived. The head of the factory rushed in and reported to the grandmother. Before she could give any orders, a loud and arrogant voice was heard outside. Tell the Chu family members to get out. We people from Dongshan Lake cannot stand these meeting rooms and fancy teas. We like to have big fights in open spaces. Hearing the vulgar language outside, the dignified Chu family members frowned. They had been in the business for a long time. When had they ever dealt with such people? Only Chu Biao, who was still in high school and known to be a troublesome girl, had experienced such scenes at school, but didn't expect the Chu family to be in this vulnerable position today. Ha ha, all thanks to Sister Qingyu. With a sarcastic remark from Chu Biao, all eyes turned to Chu Qingyu, with no shortage of blame. While Chu Qingyu pretended to be strong, her teeth were clenched and her palms were sweaty. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand, but we can't escape misfortune. Let's go out. The grandmother glared at Chu Qingyu with displeasure and led the way out. As the spokesperson for a business family, the grandmother was not someone to be trifled with, and although Chu Qingyu assured her she could handle the situation, the grandmother was not entirely unconcerned. It wasn't that she cared about Chu Qingyu's well-being, but was worried about the family's reputation and business losses. She had walked many a mile to establish connections over the past 3 days, even spending money to invite important figures to dinner, hoping someone could help resolve this crisis. Mr. Wang, what's the point of causing so much friction? Continuing like this will benefit no one. Why not? What's the point? If you dare, I'll kick you a few times in public until you lie there like a dead dog. Let's see if you can swallow your pride. The grandmother attempted to use business negotiation skills to speak, but her words were cut off by Wang Hu's vulgar and disrespectful remarks. The poor grandmother, who had been navigating the business world for decades, had never been humiliated in such a manner before. Watching the change in the grandmother's demeanor, Chu Qingyu sighed silently. She knew the grandmother was a petty person, and she was certain that the grandmother would hold a grudge against her for the humiliation she suffered that day. However, Yizi seemed pleased. The grandmother had caused his wife embarrassment and frustration over the years, and now it was his turn to make her taste that bitterness. Of course, Yizi was currently hiding among the crowd outside the factory, and didn't show himself. Chu Qingyu didn't want him to appear, as she knew it would only increase the resentment and displeasure of the Chu family members. You, surname Wang, watch your words. Don't be disrespectful to my mom. That's right. We caused the issue first, and we are willing to apologize to you. But if you want to take advantage of this, it won't be easy. Chu Jiangwo and Chu Jianjun stepped forward, acting like filial sons as they protected their grandmother. "You son of a, I want to see how tough you are." Wang Hu was always an arrogant character. Seeing two slightly overweight middle-aged men daring to speak to him like this, he immediately kicked at them. The two brothers were caught off guard by this physical confrontation and were pushed back, almost bumping into the grandmother behind them. Holding their stomachs in pain, they broke out in a cold sweat. "That's right. If you dare, we'll call the police, then let's see how high and mighty you are." Seeing this, the younger Chu family members quickly shouted to try to intimidate the others. Unfortunately, they were too inexperienced. Dongshan Lake insisted that the Chu family had initiated the physical confrontation, so they weren't afraid of involving the police. The threat of calling the police was ineffective, and another person boastfully yelled, "Dongshan Lake, you can't go too far. Do you want to bully people? We have more people. What are you afraid of? All right, let's fight." "Ha, my brothers and I have been fighting for years, never afraid of anyone. Those of you who sit in offices all day without any exercise are probably weak. I could take on 10 of you." As soon as fighting was mentioned, the 30 to 40 Dongshan Lake men seemed to get a rush of adrenaline, cracking their knuckles, some even brandishing weapons, scaring the Chu family's bold youngsters until their legs went weak. "Enough, all of you behave." The grandmother spoke loudly, reprimanding her descendants, but in reality, she was warning the other party. It's a society governed by law now. Resorting to violence would not be beneficial to anyone. If things got out of hand, the Chu family would undoubtedly suffer significant damage, but she didn't believe that Dongshan Lake would have powerful enough connections to shield them. "Mr. Wang, why don't you tell us how you want to resolve this situation?" Grandma asked with a grim face. "Heh, didn't I tell you 3 days ago that all you needed to do was to send that woman from your Chu family to warm my bed and hand over the kid who hit me, but you all kept stalling." Wang Hu spoke while his gaze fell on Chu Qingyu, making her frown involuntarily with cold sweat in her hands. "But now that all of us brothers are involved, can't just I enjoy myself alone, right? In addition to the previous conditions, give us another 100,000, we'll have a cup of tea, and then you, the head of this family, apologize to me, and we'll call it even." Wang Hu pointed at Grandma, speaking casually, but causing the Chu family members to gasp. He actually wanted the Chu family to compensate them with money and have Grandma apologize to this thug. This is going too far. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to report this to the police? That's right, a bunch of ruffians, daring to be so arrogant. The Chu family members and factory workers all started shouting. Many of them had been trying to please Grandma for their own benefit, so how could they not stand up now? Bang! The sound of a rock shattering the glass on the first floor of the factory office immediately quieted the whole scene. "Yes, we're bullying you. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and do something. Report us to the police." Wang Hu and his gang continued to be arrogant, even smashing more glass and physically attacking those who stood up. Those who had been cheering before now became timid, some even hiding at the back. They thought they had the numbers, but when push came to shove, how could they compare to these professional fighters? Yeezy looked at the pale-faced members of the Chu family and secretly sneered. "When they were bullying my wife, they were so arrogant. Now, why are they all cowering? If the Chu family didn't recognize us when they were benefiting, now that they're facing losses, there's nothing we can do to help. All right, we'll compensate." Grandma finally gritted her teeth and agreed. If they continued like this, the losses would be more than just 100,000. As for resolving it through the police, she wasn't stupid. She knew these desperados were no strangers to prison, and involving the authorities would only make things worse. "Haha, no need for us to resort to violence since you've softened up already, right? Why bother?" Wang Hu laughed loudly, oozing arrogance with his demeanor, and then his eyes shifted to Grandma, conveying a clear message. The Chu family members, quick-witted as they were, quickly jumped in. "No, why should Grandma apologize for something that Chu Qingyu caused? Exactly. She should be the one compensating. She's no longer part of our Chu family. Let's make that clear again now." The Chu family members expressed while glaring at Chu Qingyu, some even grinding their teeth in anger. "Qingyu, why don't you apologize to Mr. Wang and resolve this matter?" "Exactly. How can you just stand by and watch? How shameless." Faced with a wave of criticism and blame from her relatives, Chu Qingyu's face turned pale, shaking her head repeatedly. "Sigh, Qingyu, you'd better apologize to Mr. Wang quickly. As for the 100,000. Wang Yanqing also spoke up, intending to ask Grandma for help with the money, but seeing Grandma's expression, she dared not proceed. Chu Qingyu finally stepped forward, looking at Wang Hu's twisted and arrogant expression, feeling unfairly treated under the collective gaze of hundreds of people. Why should she publicly apologize to such a person? Why should she endure this humiliation? Mr. Wang, it was an accident at the bar when I stepped on you, and I've already apologized. It wasn't me who hit you. Why are you targeting me? Her words immediately changed the atmosphere. The Chu family members, especially, began murmuring that she must be harboring resentment after being driven out of the Chu family and intentionally causing trouble for them. Wang Yanqing also sighed. Her daughter still cared about Face so much. This scene was only going to get worse. Suddenly, Wang Hu's expression turned fierce, and he cursed aloud before raising his hand to slap Chu Qingyu in front of everyone. Chu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, she started to step back to evade. Stop! A sudden loud roar halted Wang Hu's action. Concerned that Chu Zi was preparing to charge into the crowd, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Damn it! What was his brother-in-law thinking? If my wife were publicly slapped, I would definitely go back and make him pay. Big brother, what are you doing here? Wang Hu, who had just been arrogantly standing there, looked extremely respectful upon seeing the man pushing through the crowd and walking in, his sworn brother, Wang Dong, the leader of the Dongshan Lake organization. Crack! The resounding slap rendered the previously quiet scene dead silent. Wang Hu's face was flushed red, not just from the slap, but even Yanqing felt her hand numb after the series of firm slaps. Yet, the satisfaction was overwhelming. Yanqing had never felt so gratified. The fact that even Grandma and the Chu family members couldn't handle eventually led to an apology due to her daughter's dignity. What did this imply? It meant that her daughter's dignity trumped that of the entire Chu family. Chu Qingyu couldn't contain her excitement, finally getting a chance to show face in front of her family members. However, she knew she had to maintain composure as she now felt a tinge of foreboding upon Grandma's ominous expression. All right, let's disperse. Grandma waved her hand and instructed Chu Jiangwo, the head of the fabric factory, have someone clean up the mess and then gather to handle the aftermath at home. Aftermath? Upon hearing Grandma's words, Chu Qingyu had a sense of foreboding. She was well aware of Grandma's petty character. Was she going to hold her accountable for something now? The family meeting room of the Chu family villa quickly filled up with people. Wang Yanqing had never been inside before, but thanks to her daughter, she finally had the chance to enter this time, so the woman was inevitably a bit excited. Grandma, has King Wu disappointed you? She actually works very hard to improve herself, has made many friends, and has a good way of handling things. Wang Yanqing, this materialistic woman, knew best to strike while the iron was hot. Taking advantage of her daughter's outstanding performance at the factory and scaring away the Dongshan Lake organization, she wouldn't be content without showing off. If Grandma could bring her daughter and herself back to the Chu family because of this, that would be perfect. She really didn't want to live in that small suite anymore. Although other members of the Chu family didn't like Wang Yanqing's outspokenness, they still couldn't figure out the background of the person supporting Chu Qingyu behind the scenes today. So one by one, they remained silent, watching Wang Yanqing perform solo. HMPH, do you really think this was all done by King Wu? What? Grandma suddenly spoke up, leaving Wang Yanqing stunned on the spot, looking somewhat like a clown. If today's matters weren't handled by Chu Qingyu, then could it be? I used my connections and invited the third young master of the Liu family to dinner to resolve the situation. What? So Grandma deserves credit for this. I knew it. Where did Chu Qingyu get such influence? Turns out, it was the help of the third young master of the Liu family. The previously silent Chu family members quickly began praising Grandma, shifting the credit to her, while also complimenting the third young master of the Liu family, even though he wasn't present at the moment. Grandma didn't lie. She had indeed invited the third young master of the Liu family to dinner last night, costing a whopping 170,000 yuan. The third young master of the Liu family was a prominent figure in Huikang's top families. Though not influential in the family, he had connections with many big shots in the gray area. Grandma hoped that by asking him to intervene with the Dongshan Lake organization, things would settle down. But today, what Wang Dong did was beyond Grandma's expectations. She thought the third young master's influence truly worked wonders. So it was Grandma's help? Wang Yanqing's expression instantly changed. She had thought her daughter had such an extensive network. If it had been Grandma, it would have been more reasonable and logical. If you don't believe me, let King Wu call and ask the person she begged for help from. Let's see if he admits to this credit. Grandma looked at Chu Qingwu with disdain, pricking her heart. Chu Qingwu thought that this time she had finally gained some face in front of her relatives, thanks to Wang Zhao's influence. But as it turned out, she had almost become a clown. Feeling a bit resentful, she decided to follow Grandma's orders and sort things out, clarifying the situation. Chu Qingwu called Wang Zhao, but no one answered. Outside the Chu family villa, Yi Zhaoxiao wanted to come in and check on his wife. After witnessing her impressive display earlier, perhaps some of the sycophants at the Chu family were already trying to please her by leveraging the resources of the Yi family. The little demon in Yi Zhaoxiao's heart, long suppressed, was gradually waking up. After all, being a wealthy son-in-law was better than being looked down upon by everyone, right? Unfortunately, the deep-seated grudges of many years kept Yi Zhaoxiao from abandoning his beloved wife and daughter. I'm sorry, without the old lady's invitation, you can't come back in. There was no doubt. Yi Zhaoxiao was stopped by the steward. Yi Zhaoxiao sighed and waited for the steward to turn around. With his agile military skills honed over 6 years of service, he swiftly snuck inside. Since there weren't many Chu family bodyguards and servants around, no one noticed his entry. Inside the meeting room, Chu King was called to Wang Zhao finally connected. Before she could say anything, Wang Zhao impatiently shouted, "King Wu, just spare me. All I know are small fry in the gray areas. I can't help with something like this. Your husband has a connection with Director Qin, right? He's so powerful, ask him to handle this." After venting, Wang Zhao bluntly hung up the phone. He no longer dared to covet Chu Qingwu and had lost all interest in talking to her. Left with the phone's busy tone, Chu Qingwu's face showed extreme embarrassment, akin to the lyrics of a song. She felt as if the air suddenly became quiet. The people from the Chu family were now all quiet, mocking her with their eyes, their mouths curled up in contempt. Though they didn't say it outright, their subtle hints insinuated that she was a woman of loose morals who had a relationship with Wang Dong. Yi Zhaoxiao clenched his fist in anger. He wanted to beat these shameless people senseless. But he knew that even if he exposed himself to claim credit for the accomplishment, no one present would believe him. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth. "King Wu, let's go. We're not coming back to this house again." Yi Zhaoxiao, who had previously been seen as weak, not only scolded the shameless members of the Chu family, including Grandma, but also boldly dragged his wife away. Chu Qing's heart was filled with mixed emotions, feeling like her soul was no longer present, merely letting Yi Zhaoxiao lead her away. "Wait!" Before they could step out of the meeting room, a cold voice resounded from behind. "Chu Qingwu, you all do not appreciate, you show no gratitude, you are determined to leave, but at least return this money, right?" Grandma was holding on to the money with a grim expression, her eyes filled with anger. It was well known that she was stingy, but she never showed such reluctance even among relatives, let alone calculating such losses. It was because of the attitudes of Yu Zi and Chu Qingwu that made her determined to teach this troublesome couple a lesson. Chu Qingwu and Wang Yanqing were stunned on the spot, wondering how they could possibly repay Grandma. Were they expected to sell their only run-down house? Was the Chu family really pushing them toward a dead end? "King! Ah, Grandma, I'm here. Write an IOU for them to take back and bring Peach back to your house. I no longer recognize this couple as part of the Chu family, but Peach, the granddaughter, I still recognize her. After all, she is the daughter of the deceased eldest son." "What?" Grandma Chu Qingwu was trembling at the words, but before she could even speak, Chu King's wife, Hu Ruosi, was the first to cry out in shock. She never wanted children in the first place, and now she was being asked to raise someone else's daughter. She was absolutely unwilling. "If you are not willing, Peach is still the daughter of the eldest son, and she will surely have a share of the Chu family's inheritance in the future." No, Grandma, Ruosi didn't mean it that way." Chu King hurriedly pinched his wife's thigh, indicating for her not to argue with Grandma. Grandma liked to have things her way. Pleasing her would bring benefits, while going against her would lead to the same fate as Chu Qingwu and her husband. "No, Grandma, even if you do not recognize me, I have raised Peach for 3 years. I have treated her as my daughter. I will not allow her to be raised by someone else. Chu Qingwu bit her lip, unwilling to back down even in front of Grandma, all for the sake of Peach. Yet do you have the ability? Not only do your behavior and parenting skills fall short, you cannot even produce 300,000 RMB. Furthermore, you cannot handle matters involving Peach hitting someone. You are not worthy of continuing to raise her. This. Chu Qingwu was close to biting her lip until it bled. Every time she argued with Grandma, she never had the upper hand. Even though she was intelligent and a graduate of a prestigious university, she still lagged far behind Grandma in terms of cunning and manipulation. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Zhao's voice resounded with a hint of arrogance. Who said we can't produce 300,000 RMB? Grandma, if we can provide the money and handle Peach's situation, will you let us raise her for the rest of her life? Yi Zi, the burden that no one in the Chu family wanted, was to him an indispensable person. He would never let go. His words undoubtedly astonished the Chu family members, especially considering his recent behavior was so different from before. Who would have thought he would dare to speak to Grandma in such a manner? Out of character. And since even Chu Qingwu couldn't produce 300,000 RMB, where did he get the money from? Do you have 300,000 RMB? Grandma pinpointed the issue, her eyes cold and filled with doubt as she looked at Yi Zi. Grandma, promise me first. All right, but I don't believe a man like you can save up 300,000 RMB. Grandma answered without any hesitation, staring Yi Zi down. Little did she know she had underestimated him. Not only Chu Qingwu, but everyone in the Chu family had misjudged him. They all mocked him with their eyes, waiting for him to embarrass himself, never expecting him to actually produce a large stack of cash. 300,000 RMB in cash. The sight of the shiny notes seemed to slap them with their own ugly faces. Oh my god, Yi Zi, where did you get the money from? Wang Yanqing exclaimed when she saw the money, trembling hands reaching out to grasp the air. If Grandma hadn't been present, she would have snatched the money from Yi Zhao's hands without hesitation. I have proven our ability to raise Peach with this 300,000 RMB. In the future, Qingwu and I will never return to this house. Will you let us go now? Yi Zi ignored the various expressions of surprise from the others and asked coldly. This version of Yi Zi was unfamiliar even to Chu Qingwu. How exactly did this man earn 300,000 RMB? But Chu Qingwu saw an opportunity and quickly spoke up. Grandma, Yi Zi is actually very diligent and capable of making money. She hoped that by saying this, Grandma would look favorably upon Yi Zi and keep her promise, not allowing anyone to take Peach away. Unfortunately, it seemed Grandma had not heard her words, as she looked at them with suspicion. Grandma, this money is genuine. Chu Qing was the first to rush over to verify Yi Zhao's money, discovering that it was indeed genuine cash, calling out in astonishment. The commotion also caught the attention of the housekeeper, who rushed in upon seeing the argument between Yi Zi and the Chu family. What? How did you get in? Get out! Get out! This is not a place for you to be. The housekeeper's dismissal surprised everyone. Had Yi Zi not been let in by him, but snuck in? Yi Zi, where did this money come from? Grandma's eyes held suspicion and caution as she gazed at Yi Zi. Could he have stolen the money? Otherwise, how could it be in cash? The members of the Chu family now shared the same suspicions upon seeing Grandma's expression. They now viewed Yi Zi as a sneaky thief. Yi Zi, please tell them. Chu Qingwu pleaded, worried that if the source of the money was dubious, it would only bring trouble upon her rather than help her. Well, this is part of my advance payment as the spokesperson for Qingcheng International. They prepaid me 10% of my fee. Yi Zi answered truthfully, but unfortunately, no one believed him. Laughter filled the room as they mocked his statement. Qingcheng International hired you as their spokesperson. Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard in years. What do they see in you? Sloppy and incompetent? Yi Zi, I never knew you were so bad at lying. The taunting and mocking words from the Chu family members caused Chu Qingwu, already pale-faced, to lose all color in her complexion. She dared not believe, even though she had seen Yi Zi with Director Chen that night. Yet what good would her belief do without evidence? Yi Zi, quickly call Director Chen and have her confirm this. Chu Qingwu could only hope that Yi Zi was telling the truth, or else the 300,000 RMB would only bring more trouble instead of helping her. I do not have Director Qin's contact information. Yi Zi answered truthfully, as his interview and the subsequent arrangement were all organized by Jin Leifu. But with this new statement, the Chu family members burst into even louder laughter. Even without the contact information of the company's person in charge, how could he claim to be their spokesperson? They believed he lacked the intelligence to pull off such a lie. Wang housekeeper, call the bodyguards, and then quickly go check if there has been a theft in the house. Grandma's command suddenly made everyone realize that perhaps the 300,000 RMB was stolen by Yi Zi in their house. The Chu family members hurried to their rooms to investigate, some pretending even if they had no money themselves. 10 minutes later, everyone reconvened in the meeting room. It was clear that the 300,000 RMB did not belong to them. Even if they had wanted to take it, they did not have the courage to do so. Just as everyone was shaking their heads in resignation, the sharp voice of Chu Biao rang out, "Grandma, this 300,000 RMB is mine." "Yours." The Chu family members stared in astonishment at Chu Biao. Yi Zi was just as surprised, never expecting the Chu family to have such a shameless person, let alone an 18-year-old high school girl. "Yes, it's mine. My father gave it to me to present to the admissions officer of the music academy as a networking gift." Chu Biao faced everyone's gaze without panic, donning an air of feigned anger as she looked at Yi Zi, her eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. "Jianjun, is this true?" Grandma turned to the slightly panicked Chu Jianjun, seeking confirmation. Chu Jianjun couldn't understand why his daughter would take such a risk, but caught in the moment, he could only nod in embarrassment. "Wang housekeeper, have the thief who stole the money taken away." Grandma slammed the table, causing Chu Qingwu, already jittery, to jump in shock. She simply could not believe that Yi Zi was capable of such an act. Yi Zi, on the other hand, was burning with rage, watching as the housekeeper and two bodyguards approached him, his fists clenched. "Oh, Grandma, I don't know this man. He has nothing to do with me stealing the money. I'll leave first." Wang Yanqing was already scared and ready to run, fearing that Yi Zhao's theft might lead her to suffer. Nevertheless, she cursed Yi Zi in her heart, blaming him for the troubles they had been facing. Two bodyguards, one grabbing the left hand, the other grabbing the right hand, with a cold expression, trying to subdue Yi Zi. Yi Zi didn't make a move first, but that didn't mean the two of them could overpower him. As soon as he raised his hands, the two were thrown to the side. "The money is mine. She framed me." Yi Zi pointed at Chu Biao and shouted loudly. Chu Jianjun dared not meet his gaze, his eyes wandering. Chu Biao was a rebellious girl who played tricks, and at this moment, she smirked and said, "I framed you. Fine, I'll give you another chance to prove the money is yours." But money can't speak. How can it prove anything? It's clearly a setup. Yi Zi had known Chu Biao for a while and knew the tricks of this cunning girl. She relied on her father, with the whole Chu family standing by her side, feeling invincible. "The money is in my hands. You have to prove it too, right? Hey, my dad is my witness. Do you think for a measly 300,000 we would conspire to frame you together? Who do you think you are? And who can prove that the money is yours?" Though young, Chu Biao was adept at scheming. Yi Zi felt suffocated, his gaze unconsciously falling on his wife. Chu Qingwu wanted to help Yi Zi, but she didn't know where the money came from, and after being tongue-tied by her grandmother, she knew she lacked concrete evidence to help Yi Zi and would only make things worse by trying. "Enough! Grab him and get the money back." Another order from the grandmother. "Who dares touch my money? I'll kill them." Seeing Yi Zhao's eyes turn red, the Chu family members also stood up, finding his behavior terrifying, fearing what he might do in a fit of rage. Only the grandmother, having seen it all, wasn't afraid. With the two bodyguards, it was no surprise they were easily overpowered by Yi Zi. The Chu family meeting room was in chaos, with the women cowering in fear, stunned by the display of strength by the weak-looking man. The steward, Wang, clearly hadn't anticipated Yi Zhao's aggression, panicked and called for more help to restrain him. Even more surprising was the fact that Yi Zi, who had been limping for 3 years, had actually healed, exhibiting raw power that left 7 to 8 men helpless against him. Even Chu Qinghu, attempting a sneak attack, was knocked down with a single punch. HMPH, you think you're some high and mighty family? Think you're above everyone else? In my eyes, you Chu family members are nothing. Yi Zhao's temperament flared, leading the Chu family members to view him in a different light. They hadn't expected this cowardly man to be so formidable. "Call the police, quick!" Chu Qingwu knew the relative's words were just empty threats. She also knew that she was the only one who could make Yi Zi stop. But she didn't want to stop him, feeling too frustrated and upset, lacking the courage to confront the situation. Watching Yi Zi vent his anger for her own sake seemed justified in that moment. Chu Qingwu, do you want your husband to go to jail too? Eventually, the grandmother's stern command made Chu Qingwu tremble, biting her lower lip in anger. Oh, call the police! When facing the East Mountain Lake Organization, she wasn't so bold, displaying her authority only to her own family. Yi Zi, stop! Chu Qingwu reluctantly called a halt, knowing that if Yi Zi continued, things would only get worse. Lacking the resolve to take drastic action, she couldn't bring herself to let go just yet. Most importantly, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't bear to be looked down upon alongside Yi Zi, tagged as incompetent, hot-tempered troublemakers. Wife! Yi Zi did stop, tears welling up as he watched his wife's eyes. Tears harbored her anger, helplessness, and unwillingness, all visible to him. Slap! Yi Zi received a punch. Bang! Yi Zi was hit with a stool. The Chu family members were worried they couldn't subdue him, taking advantage of his momentary pause to act ruthlessly, regardless of his well-being. Yi Zi had thought the beating he received from his father 12 years ago was the most painful, only to experience a similar agony 12 years later. The physical pain paled in comparison to the heartache he felt seeing his wife's desolate expression. Enough! Stop! Fearful that they might beat Yi Zi to death, the grandmother, a shrewd woman of 70 years, tactfully intervened. It wasn't the ruthlessness of the Chu family that made them leave, but their voluntary departure. As they stepped out of the villa, a pitiful couple, the sky had started drizzling lightly. Chu Qingwu's gaze seemed hollow, arm in arm with Yi Zi, braving the cold rain without a hint of feeling, as if her soul had left her body. Yi Zi propped himself up with his clothes, gritting his teeth in pain to shield his wife from the rain with one arm. Walking in silence for a while, the rain intensified, but Chu Qingwu showed no sign of seeking shelter. Wife, the rain is getting heavier. Let's find cover. Or should I call for a car? Worried about his wife falling sick, Yi Zi urged her with concern. Sadly, Chu Qingwu didn't respond but stood still, slowly breaking down in tears. Yi Zhao's heart ached, wanting to wipe away her tears, but finding them scorching hot, in stark contrast to the chilling rain. Yi Zi, you said you would make me more precious than any other woman. Was that a lie? Chu Qingwu's first words brought Yi Zi to a slight pause. I admit, I'm a materialistic woman. I want to succeed, to live better than others, to never be underestimated again, to live beyond paper-thin existence. If you lied to me, just tell me straight, don't string me along with false hope, okay? Chu Qingwu was losing control. This was only the second time Yi Zi had seen her like this in 3 years. When she maintained her composure, such words wouldn't escape her lips. Wife, I didn't lie to you. Yi Zi held Chu Qingwu's delicate shoulders, his gaze unwavering and passionate. I swear I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, then cut my heart open and see for yourself. Yi Zi had never uttered such words before, usually finding them absurd. Yet, in this moment of urgency, wanting desperately to prove himself to his beloved, but feeling powerless, he had no choice but to speak the unspeakable. Watching him with passionate and indulgent eyes, Chu Qingwu finally broke down. Yi Zi, I'm frustrated. I just can't accept it. I've tried so hard. Why should I endure this suffering and injustice? Yi Zi resolutely hugged his wife, wishing he could turn things around for her, right then and there. But in that moment, he could only reassure her, Wife, I know, I will help you fight back. When starting tomorrow, Chu Qingwu finally sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing into Yi Zhao's arms, letting icy rain drench them. Yi Zi didn't know if she believed him, but it didn't matter. He would prove to her through actions that he hadn't deceived her. For love, he had decided to temporarily set aside his grudge against the Yi family. ZZ, have you finally figured it out? Big sister is so happy. Big sister, I just admitted my identity as the legitimate grandson of the Yi family, but I won't go back for now. And I want to gain resources from the Yi family. But if you don't come back for Grandpa to confirm, the Yi family's properties won't be transferred to you. And the resources I have are limited. You may not get what you want. The Yi family has influence nationwide and even globally. If you reveal your identity as the young master of the Yi family, they will all obey your commands. All right, But Zizi, I advise you to return to the Yi family as soon as possible to prevent more troubles. Grandpa's health is deteriorating day by day. Next year on the Lunar New Year, the identity of the third-generation heir may be confirmed. You have at most half a year left. That's enough. Sitting on a park bench, Yi hung up the phone, his eyes revealing a cold light. HMPH, dealing with the Chu family. Why would I need half a year? If it weren't for helping my wife have fun with you all, I would acquire all your properties tomorrow. Yi immediately called Jin Leifu and gave some instructions. After watching the video sent by Tao Dao and confirming that Chu King's emotions had stabilized, he finally fell asleep at ease. The next day was the deadline for the private settlement. Yi came to the kindergarten and saw Chu Kingwu again. His wife still looked very worn out, her eyes slightly red, which made his heart ache. Yi, I sold my jewelry and took out all my savings, but it's only 100,000. It's far from the 300,000 compensation they requested. Today, let's talk to Zidong's parents nicely, hope for their forgiveness, and settle privately. Let's not cause any more trouble. Even though Chu Kingwu was exhausted, she still tried hard to endure, all for this poor family and her daughter Tao Dao. All right, Yi nodded, his momentum noticeably different from a week ago because he had confidence that the 100,000 his wife had painstakingly saved up would not be handed over to Zidong's arrogant parents for nothing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the police and kindergarten teachers arrived. Zidong's father slowly walked in alone. Humph, poor couple, did you bring the money? 300,000, not a penny less. Otherwise, be prepared to go to jail. Before even sitting down, the other party began to threaten, making the already nervous Chu Kingwu even more tense, trying to maintain a polite attitude. Zidong's father, considering that your injuries are almost healed, isn't 300,000 too much? I'm willing to compensate you 100,000 and apologize to your family. Can you sign the agreement for settlement, Ba? Your recovery speed may be amazing, but 2 words won't just gloss over this. I have all the hospital records, disability certificates, and loss of wages documents with me. If you don't pay the 300,000, do you think you can continue to dance around? As long as one uses some means, obtaining those certifications is not difficult. Zidong is the general manager of a company in Huacheng, well-connected and determined to outwit Yi Zhao's family. Fine, Zidong's father, I misspoke, but we really can't produce that much money. If you insist on legal action, even if there's a judgment, we'll accept. Let's see what you can get then. Chu Kingwu was out of options and could only grit her teeth. However, Zidong's father wasn't angry, but rather looked at Chu Kingwu with insinuation. It was clear that he wanted her to offer herself to offset the debt. Chu Kingwu bit her lower lip lightly, gripping the water glass with her jade hand. If he dared to mention it shamelessly, she would splash him and leave. After yesterday's ordeal, she didn't want to be bullied around anymore. Hey, since you have conditions, would you like to discuss them with me privately? Let's chat like men. Maybe I'll understand you. Yi finally took over the conversation, looking at the other party with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hey, are you the one who makes decisions at home? Zidong's father squinted his eyes, showing a hint of fear, but mostly contempt. While Yi indeed had power, he doubted the other would dare to hit him. Of course, even though I listen to my wife, I'm the man, and I'm the head of the family. Yi said this for the first time, and Chu Kingwu didn't resist, feeling a bit relieved. But she still worried that Yi might agree to something unsavory in private settlement. Unexpectedly, Zidong's father was eager to talk, thinking that discussing with Yi might be more fruitful. Once he agrees, his wife would find it harder to refuse. After everyone left, Yi Zhao's lips curved slightly. Get straight to the point. What do you want with my wife? Hey, you probably saved the galaxy in your past life to marry such a beautiful wife. I wonder if tonight... Yi Zhao's eyes turned cold. Zidong's father, oblivious to the impending disaster, continued, since you can't produce 300,000, how about your wife spending a few nights with me to offset the 200,000 difference? How about that? In his view, a man wouldn't care what another man has had, so if getting his wife to spend a few nights could get him to 100,000, perhaps he would agree to. However, his words only earned him a slap. Smack, and another one. Smack. The third slap quickly followed, until he was left stunned, pointing at Yi in anger and unable to speak. How dare this kid hit him here? thinking nobody would catch him in the act. Didn't this bumpkin know there were security cameras here? The camera is right there. Yi Zi smiled, pointing at the camera as Zidong's father frantically looked around, not comprehending Yi Zhao's words. Ready to run out, his phone rang. Initially hesitant to answer, it was his boss calling, and his face changed upon seeing the caller ID. Boss, what's your order? Are you dealing with your son's matter? Ah, yes. Zidong's father thought the boss was going to discuss his early departure from the company, and his expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the boss exploded. HMPH, your son deserves it. Do you know who the little girl he hit is related to? Huh? Zidong's father was puzzled by the sudden inquiry from the boss, but still answered, just a normal girl from a regular family. Bah, you are clueless. The boss directly accused him. Last night, Jin Leifu called me in the middle of the night and told me to give you a call at this moment. You dared to make even Jin Leifu call you father, the young master. You think a small fry like you can handle it? What? Zidong's father was left dumbfounded. He knew Jin Leifu's influence well. If Jin Leifu got upset, their company would go bankrupt. To think that the little girl his son hid actually had such a significant background. Glancing at Yi Zhao's attire and demeanor, nothing about him screamed young master. I'll give you two choices now, the boss continued. Either you claim your 300,000 but return to the company and leave tonight, or you apologize to the young master immediately. Whatever he asks you to do, you do it. Ah, okay. Zidong's father said twice, deciding on his choice immediately. As a general manager with an annual salary of $1 million, there was no way he would risk his job over a mere 300,000. Moreover, offending a wealthy boss like Jin Leifu would ruin his prospects in Huacheng for good. So, are you still going to sue me? Once he hung up the phone, Yi Zi cocked his leg, asking with a smirk, No, I won't sue. Do you still want compensation? No? Do you still want my wife to accompany you? Yi Zi roared, and Zidong's father fell to his knees, trembling, unable to stop slapping himself. Young master, spare me. It was my mistake. Knock knock. At that moment came urgent knocking on the door. Worried that Yi Zi might resort to violence again, Chu Qingwu asked anxiously, Yi Zi, what's happening? Why is it so noisy? The teacher hurriedly opened the door, bringing the police officers rushing in. They saw Zhao Dong's father kneeling on the ground with a bright red palm print on his face and were shocked on the spot. It must be Xiao Tao's father. This violent man had hit someone again. The police officers quickly rushed over, wanting to subdue this arrogant hooligan, but Zhao Dong's father unexpectedly hugged him. Police officers, please stop. I fell on my own. It has nothing to do with him, Zhao Dong's father said. He was quite clever. Seeing the look in Yi Zhao's eyes, he immediately knew how to speak. His words shocked the other three people present. Could someone really fall and end up with a palm print on their face? Nevertheless, he insisted on saying so, and the police officers and the teacher had no choice but to accept it. So, how did your reconciliation discussion go? The police officer directly asked. We're reconciled. Hearing Zhao Dong's father say this, Chu Qingwu, who had been nervous all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what method Yi Zi used, the fact that the other party agreed to reconcile was the best outcome. Zhao Dong's father, are you really reconciling? Did he threaten you? That's why Yi the teacher, who had always tried to please Zhao Dong's father, as he was one of the main financial contributors to the kindergarten, and seeing how flustered he was, assumed he had been threatened by Yi Zi and thought she was taking a stand for justice. However, Zhao Dong's father immediately widened his eyes, staring at her like a gong, and interrupted her. Teacher, are you deliberately causing trouble? Harmony is of the utmost importance. What mindset are you speaking from? Men are sensitive about their reputation, especially Zhao Dong's father. Just now he had already lost face in front of Yi Zi, and now the teacher's words seemed to insinuate he was cowardly and incompetent. Wasn't she rubbing salt in his wounds? I'm sorry, then. If you have reconciled, then it's none of my business, the teacher quickly stammered and waved her hands. Chu Qingwu then brought out 100,000 yuan in cash, biting her lip in concern as she handed it to Zhao Dong's father. Since you've agreed, please take this money and sign the reconciliation agreement. Zhao Dong's father suddenly felt a chilling gaze on him, causing him to shiver slightly. After a glance at the devilish expression on Yi Zhao's face, he quickly waved his hands and bowed his head to apologize to Chu Qingwu. Miss Chu, it was my son who started it. How can we accept your compensation? Mr. Yi was right to teach me. My wife's injury was from her fall. In any case, I'm sorry. Please forgive us, okay? Huh? Not only did Chu Qingwu freeze on the spot, but the police officers and the teacher were also extremely surprised. They couldn't fathom what had just happened in the small room. How did things take such a sudden turn in such a short period of time? Zhao Dong's father, are you serious? Chu Qingwu asked, half in disbelief. I am serious, of course I am serious. I will sign the reconciliation agreement right now, Zhao Dong's father said, and he promptly signed the agreement and respectfully handed it to Yu Zi. My wife has the final say. Without even looking at Zhao Dong's father, Yi Zi turned to Chu Qingwu, his eyes clearly indicating that whether or not to reconcile was up to her. Yes, yes. Zhao Dong's father was now worried about his job and future, eager to resolve the matter quickly. He immediately handed the agreement to Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu was naturally willing. Although she was unsure of what Yi Zi had done, the fact that the situation was resolved was a relief. All right, now that you both have reconciled, I have nothing more to do here. The police officer in charge of the dispute took a copy of the agreement and left on the spot. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, we have caused trouble for your family. I'm really sorry. If there's nothing else, may I leave now? I promise to discipline my son properly in the future. Zhao Dong's father's complete change of heart left Chu Qingwu still unadjusted. She even suspected whether he was a stand-in. Otherwise, how could he change so quickly? The teacher beside her was in a similar state. Truly a case of fortunes changing. The two parents seemed to have switched roles in an instant. Well, we will also discipline our daughter. I hope we can live peacefully in the future. Chu Qingwu remained very polite, not being arrogant even though she had gained the upper hand. After handling the matter, Chu Qingwu then picked up Tao Tao and left the kindergarten with Yi Zi. Great, Daddy can come home now. Seeing Tao Tao happily skipping along, Chu Qingwu finally smiled in relief. Watching his wife at that moment, Yi Zi felt a sense of triumph and reaffirmed his determination to help her rise above the Chu family. Chu Qingwu, I will make you the most powerful woman in the Chu family. Your friends, colleagues, classmates, and all the people in Huacheng will admire and envy you. Yi Zi, let's go home. My mom's cooking is not as good as yours. After 3 years of marriage, Chu Qingwu had never spoken endearingly to Yi Zi before. Today, speaking these words to him marked a significant progress. All right. Yi Zi nodded, driving the electric scooter to take the two mother and daughter back home. As usual, he continued to attract envious glances from many men along the way. Upon returning home, Wang Yanqing definitely did not show Yu Zi a pleasant face. If not for this man, their family wouldn't have had to go through all these troubles. They had even broken relations with the Chu family now. Why did you come back, you thief? Haven't you caused us enough trouble yet? Get out of here. Mom, I believe Yu Zi didn't steal the money. Don't speak to him like that. He didn't steal the money. Then how did he get that 300,000? He better find a way to get it back. Wang Yanqing definitely wanted Yu Zi to recover the money. Now that the kindergarten issue was resolved, she could figure out a way to get that 300,000 yuan into her own pocket. I will have the people from the Chu family obediently bring the money back to me, Yi Zi said, without even looking at Wang Yanqing, his gaze fixed on Chu Qingwu with unmistakable determination. For him, his wife's belief that he hadn't stolen the money was more important than anything else. He had promised to return to inherit the family business, and although 300,000 was insignificant to him, it was a matter of principles and honor. This money made his wife cry in the rain, and Yi Zi was certain that he would make the Chu family pay a price for it. Humph, fine words. I'll wait and see. Now that you're back, hurry up and make dinner. Wang Yanqing continued to scold Yu Zi, as she always had. But Yu Zi didn't argue with her. Despite her being Chu Qingwu's birth mother, he knew he wasn't cooking for her, but for his own wife and daughter. Late at night, Yi Zi was still treated the same old way, lying alone on the couch in the hall, contemplatively reading the messages sent by his sister earlier in the day. Zhao Xiao, even though you are the legitimate grandson of the Yi family, Grandpa still values the abilities of the younger generation. I've set up an account for you in the Noble Bank with ample funds. Start your own company and strive to achieve results within 6 months to impress Grandpa. It will be beneficial for your future inheritance. All right. After considering, Yizi agreed to his sister's suggestion. Dealing with Xiaodong's father earlier that day made him realize that in this society, physical force wasn't always the best solution. Sometimes, money and social status determined everything. He needed enough money to help his wife and himself turn the tables. The next morning, he woke up to a message from his sister. Zhao Xiao, I've opened an account in your name at the Noble Bank and deposited 10 billion. You can get a card in Huacheng for convenient and flexible use. Hehe, 10 billion. Just like his sister's style, generous and non-trivial. While 10 billion might not be a significant amount for the wealthy and powerful Yi family, it was a substantial sum for his sister, who was from a collateral branch of the family. Sister, I won't let you down. One day, when I return to the Yi family, I will make you the most influential woman in the family. Yizi quickly got ready and set off towards the Noble Bank. Noble Bank is an international major bank that boasts the highest level of security worldwide and offers top-notch financial services. The bank has branches all over the globe. The architecture of the bank is unique, resembling a small palace, and those who can enter are naturally individuals of high status, dressed formally and elegantly. Even though Yexiao is decent-looking, his attire is too shabby. As soon as he entered, he became the center of attention, standing out like a rat droppings on a table full of delicacies. Look at that person! How can they enter dressed like that? Who is this person? The bank's other customers displayed looks of contempt, avoiding Yexiao as if he were the plague. Yexiao paid no mind and took a ticket to wait in line. To his surprise, after a while, he saw a beautiful and familiar face. It turned out to be a chance encounter with Chu Qingwu. Yexiao, what are you doing here? Chu Qingwu appeared surprised to see Yexiao. This was a bank reserved for wealthy individuals, and she wouldn't have come here if it wasn't for official business. Oh, I'm here to handle some business. I have a job now. What kind of job requires you to come to the bank? Chu Qingwu asked. Last week, there were too many things happening, and she hadn't had time or energy to pay attention to Yexiao. At this moment, she realized that this man might really be starting to earn money outside. I'm doing errands for people. I'm here now because a client urgently needs to exchange small change, so I'm doing a favor for him. Yexiao smiled casually, coming up with a random excuse. Seeing his wife looking better today, he was happy, feeling that everything he did for her was meaningful. Even if it's just an errand, you should do it well. Since you're here, familiarize yourself with the bank's services and procedures, observe more and speak less. Chu Qingwu wanted Yexiao to gain more experience, fearing he might not know what he was doing and make a fool of himself. Yexiao nodded. Then, a man in his 30s approached, looking at him disdainfully. Hey, isn't this Manager Chu's husband? Besides giving away old phones, you're also coming to a place like this now. Making progress, huh? It was Hong Li, the deputy manager of the finance department at Elegant Apparel. Today, he was at the bank with Chu Qingwu to handle company affairs. Despite being older than Chu Qingwu, he held a position one level lower than hers. After a few minor clashes at work, he had always harbored a grudge against Chu Qingwu, even privately criticizing her for advancing through relationships. Hearing his sarcastic remarks, Chu Qingwu's expression changed slightly. She vividly remembered what happened on Chinese Valentine's Day and worried that he might cause trouble for Yexiao again. Yexiao knew Hong Li had ill intentions and noticed his wife's embarrassment. To avoid causing her any trouble, he pretended to ignore the situation. Unfortunately, Hong Li had no intention of letting him go. He deliberately patted Yexiao on the shoulder and loudly said, "Hey, your client urgently needs change. Why are you still in line here? Just go into that room and they'll prioritize you, right?" Pointing towards the VIP room. Those still waiting in line, already showing disdain towards Yexiao, burst into laughter upon hearing Hong Li's words. Everyone knew that to become a VIP at Noble Bank, you needed to have over 10 million in savings. Regular customers who entered would not only not be served, but might even be rudely kicked out. Chu Qingwu felt even more embarrassed and was about to remind Yexiao when he glanced at the VIP room and actually walked over. "Hey, Yexiao, don't let." Chu Qingwu was unable to stop him before Yexiao entered. Seeing this scene, she finally couldn't help but stomp her foot, feeling like she might as well bang her head against a wall. She knew Yexiao used to be naive and liked to go with the flow, but at least he had some intelligence. Why would he do something this foolish today? Hong Li also looked dumbfounded. He had only intended to embarrass Yexiao a little, but who would have thought he would take it seriously? That guy really is a fool. That bumpkin probably came to Noble Bank for the first time and doesn't know the rules, right? It's so embarrassing. I can't wait to see him being thrown out. Under Hong Li's instigation, the onlookers also joined in mocking Yexiao, treating him as a joke and eagerly anticipating the moment he would be thrown out. Yexiao paid no heed to what others were saying. It was his first time at Noble Bank, and he really didn't know about the VIP room. He was actually thankful to Hong Li for pointing it out. Otherwise, he would have had to wait in line slowly. However, his actions of barging in as a shabby individual caused the manager, who was looking at customer records, to furrow his brows. Out of professional courtesy, the manager asked, "Who are you? What business do you need to conduct?" "I want to open an account. Your top-tier dragon card." "What? The dragon card?" Hearing Yexiao's words, the manager was almost startled. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking Yexiao was a troublemaker with mental issues. A sneer appeared on his face. "Of course, we welcome the application for a dragon card, but you must have over 1 billion in deposits at our bank or an equivalent asset proof. If some idiot barges in to cause trouble, I'll have the security staff offer him a free flying service." He was already preparing to call security. At that moment, Yexiao showed him a message sent by his sister. After reading the message, the manager was on the verge of wetting himself. 100 billion. Is this for real? As a senior manager at Noble Bank, he couldn't afford to not know about the Yi family, the top family in Long Kingdom. If this message was indeed sent by Yi Aofu, it was all true. So he quickly took out the machine to verify the identity of the other person first. Beep. Verification successful. Mr. Yexiao, your balance at Noble Bank is 100 billion. Gosh! At that moment, the manager turned as white as a sheet, realizing that a super tycoon had entered. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand earlier. Who did you mean by idiot?" Yexiao asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm the idiot. I'm the big idiot." The manager's expression was utterly embarrassed, wishing he could give himself to hard slaps. At the same time, he felt relieved that he didn't rush to kick this lowly guy out earlier. Otherwise, if he offended such a hidden tycoon, he would have been in deep trouble. So he quickly nodded and bowed to Yexiao, showering him with flattery. "Let's cut the nonsense. Please quickly issue me a dragon card, and I also need to withdraw 500 and change, in denominations of 10. "Got it." The manager didn't dare to delay. He promptly issued the card and led Yexiao out since the high-end VIP room couldn't handle small change services. With a click, the door of the VIP room shut. It was happening. It was about to happen. Hong Li and the group eagerly waiting to witness Yexiao's embarrassment crowded around the door, waiting for him to fly out, already laughing amongst themselves. "Everyone, please make way, or someone might fly out directly and accidentally hit you." Hong Li appeared as if he was doing everyone a favor by reminding them to watch the show. People dispersed to the sides and joined in the mocking. How can someone be so oblivious about themselves? He can't even see the big letters VIP on the room. And he charges inside like an idiot. Who would marry such a man? It's really unfortunate. Chu Qingwu, already anxious and upset, heard the comments and just wanted to leave. However, after a long wait, no one was thrown out, and instead, they heard the manager's hearty laughter. "Mr. Yexiao, I'm really sorry. You actually had to come here personally for such a small matter. Next time, inform me in advance, and I'll arrange everything for you." Seeing the manager walk out with a beaming smile, the entire place was left stunned. Hong Li even briefly thought he had mistaken the person as he realized the person beside the manager was really Chu Qingwu's useless husband. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, darn, it was indeed him. But why was this happening? After all, even as the deputy manager at Elegant Apparel, he wasn't qualified for such treatment. The onlookers who were waiting for Yexiao to make a fool of himself were now struck dumb, their faces turning red. People who frequented this bank knew that the manager was someone who latched onto the wealthy, ignoring anyone without tens of millions in assets. So why was he showing such reverence to that shabby person? Did he turn into a big client? They always thought Yexiao was a nobody. Who would have thought he was a wealthy king? Chu Qingwu, witnessing this scene, couldn't believe her eyes. While relieved and astonished, she also found Yexiao's behavior very strange. When did he become so capable? With Manager Chen's help, Yizi quickly pretended to get his change. It seemed like he was really there to exchange coins. Qingwu, then I will leave first. Before leaving, Yizi specifically greeted Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu nodded, feeling inexplicably refreshed. Although she didn't understand what was going on, Yizi had embarrassed people like Hong Li, making them swollen-faced. Let's see if they would still dare to ridicule others in the future. Yizi saw his wife smiling and felt good. He purposely glanced at Hong Li and suddenly clapped. I really appreciate your reminder. Otherwise, how could I have gotten the change so quickly? Bang! Hong Li felt like he had been slapped hard again, feeling so embarrassed that he couldn't say a word. How awkward! He originally wanted to tease this useless person, but ended up being publicly embarrassed instead. After Yizi left, Hong Li couldn't swallow his pride. He walked up to Manager Chen. Manager Chen, our business is also urgent. Can you help prioritize it? Sorry, without a VIP card, I can't provide you with service. But just now that lame guy didn't have a VIP card either. Why did you specially give him preferential treatment? Lame guy. Seeing Manager Chen's puzzled expression, Hong Li suddenly remembered that when Yizi walked, he no longer limped. When did his leg get better? Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. The special lucky number that customer received is unique for a year, so I arranged service for him specially. But since you don't have a VIP card, if you cause any more trouble, I'll have to call security. Manager Chen couldn't expose Yi Zhao's customer information. He made up an excuse and coldly escorted Hong Li out. Chu Qingwu looked at him like an idiot while people around laughed and pointed fingers. Hearing the mocking laughter around him, Hong Li felt extremely embarrassed. Why are you laughing? Are you so happy at others' misfortune? That guy just had a stroke of luck, drawing the lucky number. Hong Li was furious and bellowed in public. Chu Qingwu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed after learning the truth. She had hoped Yizi had suddenly struck it rich overnight, even if the reasons behind it seemed far-fetched. Unfortunately, for a family like hers, becoming rich overnight was just an unrealistic dream. Yizi left the bank and went straight to Jin Leifu, instructing him to help establish a new company. Great! Young master, since you have the intention to start a business, I will do my best to assist you. Jin Leifu immediately expressed his loyalty. He had always been Miss Yeofu's trusted aide. If he could help make the young master Yi Zhao's venture successful and impress the old master, allowing him to inherit the family business, then Jin Leifu would also become a valuable member of the Yi family. In the city, a brand apparel company was established, named Weiwu. This company's substantial funding and background made the entire city amazed. Overnight, they purchased the most expensive commercial office building in the northern district. On the day of the company's ribbon-cutting ceremony, not only did Jin Leifu bring dozens of local bosses to congratulate personally, even Jiangnan director and the city mayor came to offer their congratulations. Of course, several A-list celebrities were present as well. Even Daily Yanba showed up and signed as the brand ambassador of the company. Attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony of this company became a bragging capital for the city's elite. However, just 2 days later, Weiwu Apparel once again dropped a bombshell. They announced a worldwide search for partners and promised that upon signing a contract, they would provide orders of at least 1 billion annually. Suddenly, not only the city, but representatives from other cities and even overseas flocked to the Weiwu company, making it exceptionally busy. Unfortunately, despite such a sensational company launch, no one had seen Weiwu's boss, not even the director of Jiangnan or the city mayor. Facing such an opportunity, the Chu family, being a business family, naturally couldn't miss it. Immediately, they convened a family meeting hoping to come up with a way to sign Weiwu Apparel and make them their exclusive fabric supplier. If successful, the Chu family would no longer worry about sales channels, and their company's status would inevitably skyrocket. With proper management, they might even become a top-tier business family in the city. However, Ideals were full, realities were harsh. No matter how many meetings they held or ideas they came up with, not to mention meeting the boss, they couldn't even see the general manager of Weiwu Apparel. Xia Jiangguo and his son Xia King even visited their company several times, but always ended up waiting in line, never being able to see anyone. What to do? The suppliers signed by Weiwu Apparel are all top tier. It seems they look down on us small businesses. Xia King returned to the Xia family meeting room, lamenting and expressing helplessness. After numerous meetings and deliberations, their business eventually led to their inability to meet with Weiwu's personnel. Grandma, why not ask Chu Qingwu to try? Xia King, to assert his presence, casually suggested, which surprisingly garnered quiet approval from everyone. Chu Qingwu was the design department manager of Kingshen International Apparel and also an employee under Jin Leifu. Everyone knew that Jin Leifu had a close relationship with the mysterious boss of Weiwu Apparel, evident from the fact that he oversaw the entire grand opening. By meeting Jin Leifu, there was a chance of seeing Weiwu's responsible person or even their boss. It was not that no one had thought of this solution, it was just that no one dared to suggest it. However, Xia King, as a playboy, boldly put it forth. It was the Chu family who had driven the couple out of the house, and now they were seeking their help for business matters. Who would have the audacity for that? Nonetheless, after some contemplation, Grandma couldn't help but breathe a sigh and gave her order. Qinghu, since you proposed this solution, go ask Qingwu for help. If she can accomplish this, the Chu family won't overlook her. What to me? Xia King finally realized he had made a fool of himself. That night, he tried to trick Chu Qingwu into stealing design sketches, which was already embarrassing enough. Furthermore, when the couple was expelled from the Chu family, he even kicked Yizi. Now, if he went to Chu Qingwu's house to ask for help, wouldn't Yizi kick him out right away? Nonetheless, it was too late for regrets. Grandma had determined they must secure that supplier contract, and there was no escape. That evening, Xia King mustered up his courage and knocked on Chu Qingwu's door. When Wang Yanqing opened the door, Dao Dao shouted, "Mom, Dad, Uncle 4 is here again. Come quick, beat the monster." 2 seconds later, Yizi, who was sweeping the floor, grabbed a broom and rushed over, while Chu Qingwu walked out with a cold face. Xia King felt extremely embarrassed, his smile frozen like a mask. "Qinghu, why are you here? I won't allow you to take our Dao Dao back to the Chu family." Chu Qingwu said coldly like ice, her gaze sometimes falling on Yizi seemingly, as if she had started to rely on this man. True to form, Yizi casually grabbed Xia King and hoisted him up. "Sister 3, you misunderstood," Xia King hurriedly explained, then turned to Wang Yanqing and pleaded, "Auntie, I came to visit your family reluctantly. Can you invite me in for a cup of tea? Otherwise, if my father and grandma find out, it might ruin our family's harmonious relationship." Chu Qingwu was truly annoyed by his words. Twice the Chu family had unjustly accused Yizi of stealing, forced them to repay the money, and kicked them out. When had they treated them as family? She wasn't foolish and, judging by Xia King's attitude, she guessed why he was there. Therefore, she was even more enraged. "Huh, who here is still considered your family?" Seeing his wife enraged, Yizi even raised his fists. If his wife still had no objection, he would definitely not hesitate to turn that shameless young master of the Chu family into a pig. "Yizi, don't! In the end, Wang Yanqing took 2 quick steps and struck Yizi a couple of times, making him release Xia King. Then, pointing at him, she scolded, "Guests are guests, not to mention we are still family. What are you up to? You're like a thug." Wang Yanqing's reaction amused Yizi. He knew exactly what this woman was thinking. She must be dreaming of a chance to return to the Chu family and become a wealthy madam. But Yizi was not interested in quarreling with her now. Eventually, her dreams would shatter, and the heartbreak would be so unbearable. Let her break her heart a few more times and see for herself. "Qinghu, there's no need for tea. If you have something to say, just say it standing at the door." Chu Qingwu didn't even let Xia King enter. This showed how upset she still was with the Chu family. "Okay, Sister 3, I'll get right to the point. Grandma wants you to return to the Chu family now," Xia King shamelessly said, as though the previous incident where the Chu family wrongly accused Yizi of theft, forced them to repay, and evicted them had never happened. "Go back to the Chu family. On the Chu family's genealogy, do my father, Chu Weimin, and I, Chu Qingwu, still exist. Don't think that I don't know. You want me to come back because it's advantageous for you. Once you've used me up, you'll definitely throw me away like garbage. I'm sorry, go back and tell Grandma that I, like Yi Xiaoyao, lack the ability and skills. We can't help the Chu family in any way. Chu Qingwu's expression was cold, her words sharp. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoyao understood her better than anyone else. As his wife, she wanted to vent her grievances towards Chu Qingwu, revealing from her words that she was more unwilling than anyone else. Chu Qing, who didn't know Chu Qingwu's exact thoughts, but hearing her deliberate self-pity, he knew there was still a game to play. Third sister, Grandma's preference for males over females is quite strong. But she doesn't think you're incapable, right? She kicked you out of the Chu family twice, not because you're incapable, but because you chose the wrong man. Dad had no choice, but you can choose your husband. After you help the Chu family complete this task, Grandma might be so happy that she lets you come back and even help you choose a decent husband, right? Chu Qing, who thought he was good at talking, but all he got in return was Yi Xiaoyao's fiery dragon fist. How dare this jerk say such things to his face, asking for a beating, right? Did he really think he could still mock us like before? Smack, smack. It wasn't until Yi Xiaoyao beat him down, lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, that Chu Qing, who exploded with curses, Yi Xiaoyao, you wastrel. Did I speak wrongly? Besides doing laundry and cooking at home, what else can you do? I can also fight, and you can't beat me either. Yi Xiaoyao didn't get angry, coldly chuckled, and kicked Chu Qingwu out. Chu Qing, who lay on his side, hitting the wall, feeling like his body was falling apart, seething with anger, but unable to utter a word. Hey, Dad defeated the little monster. Seeing Dad's fierce demeanor, Cao Dao actually cheered inside the house. Chu Qingwu remained unmoved, allowing Yi Xiaoyao to beat people. Didn't he beat Yi Xiaoyao at the Chu family villa before? Now it was his turn. Yi Xiaoyao, that's enough. You brute, get out of here. Oh, Qingwu, are you okay? If Yi Xiaoyao hits you, it's none of my business. Don't blame it on me. In the end, Wang Yanqing scolded Yi Xiaoyao angrily, anxiously rushing to help Chu Qingwu stand up. Her attitude and actions, as if a relative had been hit by an outsider, were all seen by Yi Xiaoyao. Chu Qingwu, let's cut to the chase. Does Grandma want Qingwu to meet with the head of Only Dance Clothing so that the Chu family's fabric factory becomes their designated material supplier? Yi Xiaoyao remained unmoved, still revealing the purpose with a single sentence. Chu Qingwu was surprised. Yi Xiaoyao, this useless person, seemed to have changed recently. In the past, how would he know about such business matters? Looks like I guessed right. Go back and tell Grandma that this has nothing to do with us. After Yi Xiaoyao finished speaking, he forcefully pulled his wife and carried Cao Dao, heading back to the hall, completely ignoring the two outside. Wang Yanqing was naturally furious, but no matter how she shouted after coming in, Yi Xiaoyao completely disregarded her. In the end, Chu Qingwu also felt a strange sense of palpitation. Wasn't this domineering man the one she used to admire? It was true that she was strong, but if there was a man supporting her from behind, who wouldn't rely on him? Third sister, blood is thicker than water. You're still one of our Chu family's own. Right now, there's an opportunity in front of you. If you don't seize it, are you stupid? If I were you, I'd proactively offer to do it. Third sister, can you come out and say something? Chu Qing, who hadn't given up and kept shouting outside. Just when he was about to give up and leave, Yi Xiaoyao suddenly walked out again. What reward will Grandma give us if my wife succeeds? If she agrees, I'll help persuade my wife for you. Huh? Chu Qingwu felt there was still hope. Thinking that he had skillfully convinced the other party, he didn't realize he was just being played by Yi Xiaoyao. Of course, there will be a reward. If successful, Grandma will reward you with 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this number, Yi Xiaoyao and Wang Yanqing outside were slightly astonished. However, their reactions were completely different. Regardless of how difficult the task was, 300,000 was enough for Wang Yanqing to spend quite a while. She unhesitatingly agreed. Yi Xiaoyao, however, felt humiliated by the Chu family. They had falsely accused him of stealing money before, taken away his 30,000, and now they were using the same 30,000 to make Chu Qingwu work for them. Needless to say, if things didn't work out, his wife probably wouldn't even get a penny for her hard work. Ha! Grandma's style indeed. Sharp-tongued, mean-spirited, stingy, truly trash. How about it? Are you tempted? Your family couldn't save up that 300,000 for years. Chewking, who felt delighted. Indeed, 300,000 might not be much to him, but for Yi Xiaoyao from a poor family, it was a large sum. He didn't realize that the person standing in front of him now was actually a billionaire. Go back and tell Grandma that unless she agrees to make King Wu the head of the fabric factory after the task is completed, there's no deal. Yi Xiaoyao coldly declared before closing the door, showing a hint of arrogance as he ignored Wang Yanqing still outside. Wang Yanqing was naturally furious, but despite how she scolded and berated him, Yi Xiaoyao acted as if she were invisible. Finally, Chu Qingwu also became disenchanted with her and unprecedentedly called Yi Xiaoyao into the room, locking the door behind them. In a stroke of luck, Yi Xiaoyao never expected Chu Qingwu to let him sleep on the floor in her room that night, saying it was to avoid hearing her mother's annoying voice. Yi Xiaoyao, why did you propose those terms? How could Grandma possibly agree? She will. Yi Xiaoyao responded confidently to his wife. He understood Grandma very well. She was solely driven by self-interest and would need to agree to help the Chu family flourish. As for whether she would go back on her word later, that would be a different story. That's the issue that worries me. What if Grandma agrees? What am I going to do? I don't have the confidence to pull this off. King Wu, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Yi Xiaoyao's inexplicable trusting gaze slightly surprised Chu Qingwu. Feeling encouraged, she unconsciously pursed her lips. King Wu, can you move this curtain in the middle? Yi Xiaoyao took the opportunity to ask, wanting to further understand his wife, even though they couldn't sleep in the same bed. He really wanted to see how his wife slept at night. Without a doubt, the answer she gave was, no way. The next day, Chu Qingwu arrived once again. It was unclear whether the Chu family had meetings all day, but the message he brought was that Grandma had agreed, with one condition. If Chu Qingwu could secure the contract and perform as the head, she would be fine. But if her performance was lacking, she could be removed anytime. It sounded fine, but Yi Xiaoyao knew that Grandma was already playing games before the real task had begun. All right. After much hesitation, Chu Qingwu finally agreed. Yi Xiaoyao understood that for her, money and status were important, but more importantly, she just wanted to vent her frustration and show those Chu family members who had always looked down on her. Upon learning that Chu Qingwu accepted the task, the people inside the Chu family villa all had ulterior motives. The one feeling the most unhappy was Zia King, the third-generation heir of the family. The Chu family had two industries, one in construction materials and the other in textiles. He had already taken over the position of the head of the textile factory. If Chu Qingwu succeeded, she would directly replace him. Who is to blame for your incompetence at work? If you can get this contract, won't your position as head be secure? Who would let a woman like Chu Qingwu talk about terms? Chu Qing's wife, Hu Ruosi, kept repeating this sentence in his ear, making Chu Qing extremely annoyed. After quarreling with her, he walked out of the backyard, only to unexpectedly encounter Chu Biao, who was still playing games on her phone. Second brother, it's been a while since I've seen you so troubled. With big brother gone, who could take away your position as the heir? Chu Biao saw Chu Qing and put away her phone, taking the initiative to come over and tease him. Chu Qing's mouth twitched twice, then returned to calmness, ignoring this cousin who was still in high school. Are you troubled because you think Chu Qingwu has a chance of success? Chu Biao's words pierced through his heart, and finally unable to bear it, he asked, Biao, what nonsense are you talking about? I am troubled because I want the Chu family to become better. If King Wu can succeed, I will be happy for her. Ha ha, how hypocritical. Chu Biao was a rebellious girl who spoke without reservations. She bluntly pointed out, Big Brother's car accident was quite suspicious, and with your smooth talking, Grandma must be very pleased with you, right? Chu Qing finally trembled momentarily, his eyes flashing a hint of cunning. Biao, if I'm not mistaken, that 300,000 wasn't really given to you by second uncle, right? Chu Qing hinted and grasped Chu Biao. But what surprised him was that Chu Biao burst into laughter. Second brother, I was just talking. There's no evidence. Look how serious you are. I was just talking to. Chu Qing quickly changed to a relaxed demeanor. Second brother, actually, I have always supported you. Since we both don't want Chu Qingwu to return to the Chu family, and definitely don't want her to become the head of the fabric factory. Why don't we form an alliance? An alliance? Yes, I can help you. Although I can't control the success of Chu Qingwu's return this time, I can help keep watch for you. And even if she successfully returns to the Chu family, I can still help you eliminate her. You? Second brother, don't you trust me? Chu Biao suddenly showed a cunning look, sending a chill down Chu Qing's spine. This seemingly naive girl might not be suitable for business deceit, but her various schemes could still come in handy. Just like her courage and means in taking possession of the 300,000 from Yi Xiaonan. I trust you, but what do you want from me? Money, status. Chu Biao, just an 18-year-old high school student, earnestly stated these conditions, leaving people speechless. If I can help second brother, you can give me some pocket money. And when you firmly secure your position as the head of the fabric factory, bring me in as part of the management team. I love having a group of people at my beck and call. And I want to outdo the other women in the Chu family. The pocket money is not a problem, but as for the fabric factory matters, we'll have to wait until I secure my position before making arrangements. Chu Qing deftly redirected the conversation. Chu Biao's guile slightly fell short, not thinking too far ahead, and she readily nodded and smiled. Over the next 2 days, Chu Qingwu still didn't have the chance to meet Jin Leifu as expected. By the third day, she returned to the company with extreme nervousness. Today was the last day for Wei Dance Apparel's designated supplier, and if she couldn't resolve the situation, she would have to accept failure. Chu Qingwu rarely saw the boss in person. Not only did he seldom come to the company, but even when he did, as a managerial-level figure, she didn't have a reason to directly report to him. Last night, Yi Xiaonan encouraged her, telling her not to worry. If she couldn't meet Jin Leifu directly, she should find Qin Ruhan, as she would definitely know Jin Leifu's whereabouts. Yi Xiaonan purposely dragged things out until the final day to prevent Chu Qingwu from suspecting that he knew some insider information. Furthermore, he had anticipated that many people in the Chu family were looking forward to seeing Chu Qingwu make a fool of herself. In actuality, Chu Qing had been monitoring the situation closely, even sending Chu Biao to keep watch at the Jin Fu building to confirm whether Jin Leifu had returned to the company. If Jin Leifu didn't even come back to the company, Chu Qingwu wouldn't even have the chance to negotiate the contract like she did, and she probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to discuss potential cooperation with them. Then, he could mock Chu Qingwu for being useless, clearly an employee of Jin Leifu, yet unable to even meet the boss for several days. Knock knock. Following Yi Xiaonan's advice, Chu Qingwu went to the director's office and knocked on Qin Ruhan's exclusive office door. Her feelings were mixed, as she truly didn't want to be looked down upon by the Chu family forever. Failing the mission wouldn't cause her any financial loss, but it would be hard to bear mentally. Come in. Hearing Qin Ruhan's voice, Chu Qingwu felt relieved. At least the game wasn't over before it even started. Manager Chu, what's the matter? Qin Ruhan glanced at Chu Qingwu before continuing with her work, making Chu Qingwu even more nervous. Director Qin, sorry for disturbing you. I'm here to see the boss. Do you know where he is now? You want to see the boss? Why did you come to me then? I'm not the boss's secretary. Qin Ruhan's question made Chu Qingwu sweat in her palms even more. I'm really sorry. The boss's secretary only told me that he's busy and doesn't have any appointments these days. In that case, what can I do for you? Qin Ruhan raised her head, looking at Chu Qingwu with a plain expression. The fullness of her lips even formed an inadvertent curve. Chu Qingwu, who had been nervous all this time, felt somewhat relieved seeing her elegant face, especially when she remembered that she had almost been involved in rumors with her man. She suddenly felt more resolute. Yes, she was just a woman after all, and there was nothing to be nervous about. You're a prominent figure by the boss's side. I hope you can help me meet the boss. But why should I help you? Is it related to our group's business, huh? Chu Qingwu hesitated, her face starting to flush. The cooperation between the Chu family and Wei Dance Apparel had nothing to do with the Qingcheng International Group, yet she was asking to see the boss just to find an intermediary. She now understood deeply why the Chu family tasked her with this, as no one in the Chu family had the ability to handle this matter. Without a reason, please go back, Qin Ruhan said, then lowered her head to work again. Yes? At her wit's end, Chu Qingwu gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Aren't you a friend of Yi Xiaonan? Sell him some favors. Can you help me? Chu Qingwu wouldn't have imagined before that one day she would have to use her husband's name to ask for favors. After all, he was a complete loser in everyone's eyes. Ye Xiaonan. Qin Ruhan was stunned for a moment. While others might not know, she was very aware that the man was someone even Mr. Jin had to address as young master. Although she didn't understand why he had married into the Chu family and even earned the disdain of everyone in Huacheng, since Chu Qingwu mentioned his name, she couldn't just refuse to help. All right, I'll make a call to the boss for you. With just one sentence, Qin Ruhan's words excited Chu Qingwu, who then profusely thanked her. She hadn't expected her husband's name to be so influential. Jin Leifu had multiple phone numbers, and normally, he wouldn't answer just any phone calls. But if Qin Ruhan called him, he would likely pick up. Boss, Manager Chu has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Okay, I'll let her speak with you directly. After a brief exchange, Qin Ruhan handed her phone to Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu was extremely nervous. It was her first time talking directly to the boss, and it was through a third-party call. Miss Chu, are you looking for me regarding the Chu family's affairs, huh? Boss, you guessed it already. Chu Qingwu was taken aback by the boss's proactive words before she could even speak. But she quickly reacted and proceeded. Yes, I want the boss to help set up a meeting for me with Wei Dance Apparel's head to sign a cooperation contract on behalf of the Chu family. After a brief acknowledgement, Jin Leifu continued, I also know the strength of the Chu family's fabric factory. Miss Chu, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but perhaps the Chu family's strength is still lacking a little. Do you know how strong the designated supplier signed by Wei Dance Group is? Chu Qingwu had no idea. She had simply heard rumors. However, judging by the fact that Wei Dance didn't give the Chu family fabric factory any opportunity, it was clear they looked down on the Chu family. The original person responsible for this humiliation was supposed to be the Chu family's leader, but now it fell on her, the one cast out of the family. She had to endure praising the Chu family fabric factory. Boss Jin, the Chu family will work hard. And the Chu family's fabric factory is right here in Huacheng. Partnering with Wei Dance gives us certain geographical advantages. Chu Qingwu confidently assured, finally moving Jin Leifu. After intentionally hesitating a couple of times, Jin Leifu agreed, all right, since Miss Chu is so confident, and considering you've been with my Qing Cheng group for 3 years, I'll help you this time. Leave your contact information, and wait for my message. Okay, thank you. Thank you, boss. Even though she hadn't succeeded yet, Chu Qingwu was already excited. She hadn't expected that the boss would be moved by just a few words from her. Regardless of success, she could at least say she had tried her best. After thanking Qin Ruhan once again, Chu Qingwu nervously waited for the boss's response. Unfortunately, by the end of the workday, she still hadn't received a call from the boss. Instead, the Chu family called and summoned her back to report on the situation. The family meeting of the Chu family has not yet begun. Chu King and Chu Qinghu, the two brothers, are smoking in the backyard of the Chu family villa. Suddenly, Chu Biao calls Xia King to report the situation. Xia Qinghu listens and bursts into laughter, even on the verge of tears. Hu Ruosi and a few other women from the Chu family happen to pass by and, seeing Chu Qinghu in this state, can't help but be curious. Qinghu, what's so funny? Don't just laugh by yourself, share with us. Could it be that our Chu family has really secured the contract with Only Dance? Look at how happy you are. Listening to the women's words, Hu Ruosi can't help but sneer inwardly. If Chu Qingwu really manages to secure the contract, the two brothers won't be laughing. They care more about who can control the real power of the Chu family rather than the collective interests of the family. So if Chu Qingwu really secures the contract and becomes the head of the fabric factory, they probably won't be laughing then. And that's indeed the case. When Chu Qinghu initially went to request help from Chu Qingwu, it was pushed by the grandmother. He never believed that Chu Qingwu could succeed. What made her think she could? What made the Chu family fabric factory think she could? So he always viewed the matter with an attitude of enjoying the show, especially after being beaten by Yizi that night for it. He was looking forward to seeing Chu Qingwu continue to make a fool of herself and have bad luck. At this moment, he laughs exaggeratedly, holding his stomach. Haha, this rhythm is killing me. Chu Qingwu is truly talented. What's going on? Tell us. The Chu family women are getting impatient, shouting. Chu Qingwu, that foolish woman. She dared to negotiate conditions with the grandmother before. She said that after the deal, she would be in charge of the fabric factory. Guess what? She stayed in the company for 3 days and didn't even see their boss. Chu Qingwu is indeed quite foolish, but you don't need to laugh this much. Where? Chu Qingwu couldn't help but laugh again. My laughter isn't just about that. Today is the deadline. She still doesn't know where exactly her boss is. Second brother just notified her to come back and report. She shamelessly let Yi drive her back on the electric bike, and now, in the middle of the road, it's broken down. Ha! After hearing his words, the women burst into laughter as well. No one can hold it in. Thinking of the couple situation, it's indeed quite comical. Ha! She's just an employee of Boss Jin. Who is Boss Jin? Does he even have time to bother with her? I bet he doesn't even know who she is. We still had expectations for her. If even Uncle and King couldn't seal the deal, how could she? After this event, the grandmother will probably lose all hope in their family. They can forget about getting any shares of the Chu family's wealth. The group of people talk disdainfully, all convinced that Chu Qingwu has failed, waiting to tease her again when she returns to the Chu family. Although Chu King has been quiet, he is even happier than anyone. Not being able to expand the Chu family's business is not a problem for him. At least, his position as the head of the fabric factory won't be compromised because of this. Meanwhile, Chu Qingwu and Yi are indeed stuck on the road with the broken electric bike. Feeling dejected, Chu Qingwu really doesn't want to go back to the Chu family anymore. After all, she hasn't secured the contract. What's the point of going back to face humiliation? Being looked down upon by the Chu family for a lifetime, another instance won't make much of a difference. Little does she expect Yi to see her tensed expressions and comfort her. Don't worry, Director Chin told me that she has already obtained the contract. Boss Jin also let her bring it over. Since the bike broke down, we can just wait for her. Intentionally causing the bike to break down, Yi wants to give Chu Qingwu a grand entrance back to the Chu family. With no luxury car, he had to resort to this plan. Director Chin has such a good relationship with you? Is she not playing you? Chu Qingwu felt nervous and conflicted. At this moment, she doesn't even know if she should hope for a good or bad relationship between Yi and Director Chin. After all, Director Chin is a woman who is no less impressive than her in any aspect. Will Yi abandon her because of Director Chin? But this thought passes quickly. What she hopes for now is that Director Chin indeed brings the contract for Yi. Of course not. Actually, I never told you. Director Chin and I were classmates in elementary school. Yi casually tells a lie just to ease his wife's worries. I see. Chu Qingwu believes him. Otherwise, how can one explain their relationship? She also breathes a sigh of relief. It seems like Director Chin won't deceive her. Although the two have not shared a bed during these 3 days, their distance has surely reduced a bit. Waiting on the roadside, Chu Qingwu naturally rests her hands on Yi Zhao's arm. Not intimate, but to outsiders, they don't appear to be strangers. Suddenly, a Porsche stops in front of them. The car window slides down, revealing Qin Ruhan's beautiful face. Qin Ruhan takes off her sunglasses and, after glancing at Yi, deliberately doesn't greet him, turning her gaze to Chu Qingwu. Miss Chu, this is the contract you requested. The head of Only Dance has already signed it. Once you sign, the contract becomes effective. Ah, really? Chu Qingwu is pleasantly surprised. After taking the contract, she bends down to thank Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan then glances at Yi and, seeing his nonchalant attitude, waves her hand. I'm just following orders. If you want to thank someone, thank the boss. Honestly speaking, Qin Ruhan is smart. She now suspects that the boss of Only Dance Apparel might be Yi. Perhaps he's the boss of her own boss. Thanking the boss is only natural. In any case, I'm very grateful to Director Chin. If you're not averse, I'll treat you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Chu Qingwu finally lets go of her anxious heart upon seeing the contract and is overwhelmed with excitement. With this contract, she can finally earn the respect of the Chu family members. Let's talk about it later. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Qin Ruhan says efficiently, opening the automated car door. Chu Qingwu feels like everything is too dreamy. It looks like the relationship between Yi and their classmate is indeed deep. Yi has been watching his wife's excited expression, and is happier than anyone. My dear, from now on, I will make sure you live in happiness and bliss. In the meeting room of the Chu family villa, all the relatives involved with the fabric factory have already gathered. The family meeting was scheduled 3 days ago when they couldn't be sure if Chu Qingwu would succeed. But now, they all know that she has failed. They can't even see Jin Leifu's face. How could she have succeeded? When the electric bike with Yizi broke down, Chu Biao also stopped observing their situation and returned alone. She is now sitting outside the meeting room, playing mobile games while waiting to enjoy the drama. She asked Grandma to hand over the position of the fabric factory manager to her. I really thought she had it all under control. HMPH. What ability does Chu Qingwu have that we don't already know after so many years? How could she possibly accomplish it? Exactly, she's wasting our time. No need to wait for her to come and report in person. Everyone already knows. The relatives are chattering, but when the grandmother arrives, they all quiet down. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room opens again, and Wang, the steward, looks slightly flustered as he reports, "Madam, Miss Chu-san is back." So soon. The Chu family members find it hard to believe. Didn't their electric bike break down? How did she come back? Did she take a taxi? Ha, the mission failed, yet she still spent money on a taxi to come and report. Chu Qingwu and the others can't help but mock, but Wang's response directly stuns them. No, they came back in a Porsche. They were brought back by Qin Ruhan, the general manager of Rujing International. What? A Porsche? Qin Ruhan? Isn't she the right-hand woman of Jin Leifu? The Chu family members stand up one by one, looking extremely surprised and amused. After all, although Qin Ruhan is not the boss, her status in Huacheng is higher than many big bosses. Even some top families in Huacheng seek to befriend her. How could such an important figure associate so well with Yizi, a nobody, and specially drive them back? It's unimaginable. It is indeed her. Wang nods. What? How can she come together with someone like Yizi? Yeah, seems like she's lowering her status. Enough talk. Let's go greet them together. The grandmother also can't afford to slack off, quickly standing up. After living in the commercial world of Huacheng for so many years, she knows better than anyone how terrifying the forces behind Rujing International are. If they can please Rujing International, and consequently rely on the power behind it, then the Chu family will surely prosper in Huacheng in the future. When Grandma walked out of the villa's front yard, Qin Ruhan happened to get back into the car, preparing to leave. Miss Qin, why don't you come in and have a seat? No one had ever seen Grandma striding briskly like this before, but now, in order to detain Qin Ruhan, she actually began to jog. Chu Jiangwo and the others saw this and couldn't just stand by, so they hurried to catch up and protect Grandma. As they passed Yi Xiaohu and Chu Qingyu, however, they completely ignored them. Qin Ruhan slowly opened the car window, and the Chu family assumed she was going to respond to them, so they all put on fake smiles. But to their surprise, Qin Ruhan calmly replied with indifference, "No need. I have no relationship with your Chu family. There's no need for that." For a moment, Grandma's smile froze, and the Chu family felt extremely embarrassed, completely losing face. But isn't Miss Qin friends with Qingyu? Otherwise, why would she be sent back? Grandma was still not giving up, trying to establish a relationship directly. That's right, Mr. Yi and I are indeed friends, not just hearsay, but they have no relationship with the Chu family anymore, right? Qin Ruhan really despised the Chu family, so when they asked like that, she could only answer truthfully. Grandma suddenly felt a bit disoriented. She had shamed the Chu family moments before, and now she was bringing shame upon herself. Mr. Yi, Miss Chu, goodbye. Afterwards, Qin Ruhan waved to Yi Xiaohu and the others behind them, then closed the car window and drove off in a cloud of dust. Humph, who does she think she is? Just a daughter who climbed to the top by relying on a man. Exactly, acting all high and mighty. Some people from the Chu family muttered in dissatisfaction, with Chu Qinghu's voice the loudest. They thought Grandma was upset with Qin Ruhan, so they intentionally spoke ill of her to make Grandma feel a bit better. But then, smack! Grandma did not hold back and delivered a slap, leaving Chu Qinghu dumbfounded, while the others quickly fell silent. You people really don't know any better. How dare you insult Manager Qin from the Jingcheng International? Do you know the consequences if she were to find out? Far worse than the incident at Dongshan Lake. Grandma glared at the younger Chu family members with disdain. Chu King, on the other hand, was secretly pleased at the back, having remained silent the whole time only to win Grandma's approval. Finally, Grandma and the others shifted their focus to Mr. and Mrs. Chu Qingyu. Many of them wanted to vent the grievances they experienced at Qin Ruhan's place onto this despicable couple, glaring at them fiercely. "Qingyu, we gave you 3 days. Have you taken any action?" Grandma spoke with a tone of reproach, assuming Chu Qingyu had messed things up. Chu Qingyu was still somewhat fearful of Grandma, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohu stood by her side, calmly asking, "Grandma, what about the promise you made? Haven't forgotten, have you? HMPH, what does it matter whether we remember or not? If there is no collaboration, then nothing else matters." Chu King finally sneered. As the current head of the fabric factory, he was more concerned about this matter than anyone else. He made sure Chu Bairu monitored the entire process, so now he was absolutely certain that Chu Qingyu had failed. However, he did not know that there would be a surprise in store. "Grandma, the collaboration has been settled, and we have signed the contract. Please take a look at it." Chu Qingyu couldn't wait to hand over the contract to Grandma. "What?" The Chu family relatives couldn't believe it. Their eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief. Grandma was also taken aback, asking, You have signed the contract, yes?" Chu Qingyu nodded, appearing humble, but looking at Grandma and the others who had previously looked down on her, now rendered speechless, she felt immensely pleased. "Letting you belittle me, letting you scorn me. I will not be looked down upon by you forever." Grandma had to put on her glasses and carefully read the terms of the contract. The Chu family members at the back craned their necks like giraffes, wanting to see the contract's content, because they simply could not believe that Chu Qingyu had actually secured the collaboration. Especially Chu Jiangwo and Chu King, who had visited only dance company multiple times, not even meeting the boss, while Chu Qingyu had been working tirelessly for 3 days. So how did she manage to secure the contract? If she did secure the collaboration, and Grandma summoned her back to the Chu family and assigned her a position of authority, what would they do then? Particularly Chu King. If it turned out that way, he might have to follow Chu Qingyu around for official engagements, which would be incredibly embarrassing. "Hey, Chu Qingyu, did you forge this contract? I guarded your company for 3 days, and you never left the company premises, not even meeting the boss. How could you possibly get a contract?" Chu Bairu, who had followed them to the front gate, was the most unsettled and unwilling to believe this turn of events. The other Chu family members listened to her and were convinced because she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Chu Qingyu had not carried any contract when she left the company, so how did she suddenly have one now? "Indeed, I did not meet the boss," Chu Qingyu responded, and this infuriated the Chu family members, who started to shout and accuse her of trying to deceive them. "How dare you bring a fake contract to deceive us? Do you think we are fools? What do you hope to gain with this kind of contract?" Everyone was indignant, grinding their teeth, wanting to grab Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu became flustered for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Chu King finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chu Qingyu as if she were a fool. "Little sister, are you capable of such deceit? Doesn't seem like your IQ, but it's understandable, considering you are the only one in your family earning money, struggling to make ends meet. I understand your desire to return to the Chu family, but your methods are a bit careless." The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yi Xiaohu was ready to defend his wife, but Chu Qingyu simply smiled disdainfully, looking at the faces of the Chu family members with pride. "Can't you tell the authenticity of the contract by checking the only dance company seal and signature? Do you think I could fabricate something like this? Who's the fool here? Who's blind?" I believe the answer is clear. It was rare to see Chu Qingyu so assertive. Seeing the shocked and embarrassed faces of the Chu family members, Yi Xiaohu was more pleased than anyone else because this was the outcome he had worked so hard to achieve. Chu King, on the other hand, felt a pang of fear deep inside. If the contract was forged, they could anger Grandma, but if Chu Qingyu had indeed secured the collaboration, how would they react? Impossible! Neither my son or I were able to accomplish such a thing. How could you, a mere woman? Before Chu King could finish his sentence, Grandma delivered a slap to him. Now that things were clear, what her son and grandson had failed to do, Chu Qingyu had accomplished. The significance of this achievement, the depth of meaning for the Chu family, didn't need to be articulated by Grandma. They refused to admit their own shortcomings, debasing themselves and accusing Chu Qingyu of forging a fake contract, which infuriated Grandma even more. Looking at the faces of Chu Qing and his son, Grandma felt utterly disappointed. In contrast, Chu Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Grandma's reprimand of her beloved grandson meant she finally had a chance to rise in the Chu family. "Qingyu, how did you manage to do this?" "Grandma, I asked Manager Qin for help. She contacted Director Jin on my behalf and put in a good word for me. With Director Jin involved, only dance company agreed to collaborate with us." Chu Qingyu smiled as she replied, a scene she could never have imagined before, with her becoming the center of attention in the Chu family. After stating this, she naturally didn't forget to acknowledge Yi Xiao's contribution, adding, "Manager Qin was a former classmate of Mr. Yi. Perhaps it was because of Mr. Yi that she was willing to help me." This revelation left even the most shocked members of the Chu family with faces ashen. They never expected the seemingly weak Chu Qingyu to have such influential connections. Despite not knowing about Qin Ruhan's influence, Chu Bairu tried to remain composed, but her father, Chu Jiangwo, was extremely anxious. With this development, it seemed that the 300,000 yuan, originally intended as Yi Xiao's reward for becoming the spokesperson for Qingcheng Clothing, might now be left unclaimed. Will they, a father-daughter duo so greedy for his money, be able to just let it go? Well, Grandma, in a rare display, smiled at Mr. and Mrs. Chu Qingyu, praising them briefly. "In any case, you did deserve all the credit this time." With just a few words, it felt like a blow to the chest for the Chu family relatives, tightening their hearts with anxiety. Chu Qingyu getting praise from Grandma meant her return to the Chu family was all but confirmed. With this collaboration, Chu Qingyu might be given a prominent position, even potentially overshadowing them. It's rare to become the focus of the Chu family, but Chu Qingyu actually wanted to stay in the Chu family tonight to continue discussing the matter of becoming the head of the Chu family's fabric factory. Unfortunately, Wang Yanqing caused trouble again tonight. Even now she hadn't gone to pick up Tao Tao. The kindergarten teachers had called multiple times to urge her. Chu Qingyu tried calling Wang Yanqing, but her phone always showed as switched off, which made her very anxious. Yi Zhaoxiao could only smile bitterly. He clearly knew that Wang Yanqing had traded his hard-earned new phone for an old one, and then lost it gambling. Now she had no usable phone. "Qingyu, let's go back first." "All right." Chu Qingyu sighed softly and, for Tao Tao's sake, left the Chu family early with Yi Zhaoxiao. After the two left, Grandma happily entered the villa holding a contract. Many people in the Chu family were still unwilling to go in, shaking their heads in disappointment. "King, you must find a way to control Chu Qing's momentum. We can't trust a young woman to manage the family's industry." "Exactly. If she becomes the head of the fabric factory, it might even affect your position as the heir of the third generation." Chu Qing was already very unhappy, but now his face was overcast with anger. Though he didn't respond to anyone, he thought to himself fiercely, "I won't let Chu Qingyu succeed." As for Yi Zhaoxiao, after getting a car, he rushed to the kindergarten with Chu Qingyu. Hurrying back and forth, without even a car, Yi Zhaoxiao also felt sorry for his wife, who wasted a lot of time daily in traffic. It seemed like it was time to buy a car. "Yi Zhaoxiao, is that 300,000 really yours?" Chu Qing's sudden question made Yi Zhaoxiao slightly surprised. Looking at his wife, Yi Zhaoxiao didn't want to lie and nodded immediately. "Did you really sign the contract to be the spokesperson for our company?" Chu Qing's expression was full of surprise. She never believed it before. As a designer for Qingcheng Fashion, she knew better than anyone the high requirements to become their brand ambassador. Although Yi Zhaoxiao had good looks and a nice figure, how could he compete with those celebrities in terms of temperament and fame? But upon learning that Qin Ruhan was his former classmate, Chu Qingyu began to believe. Could it be that he got the contract through connections? Yes? Yi Zhaoxiao nodded again. "I see. It seems like everyone in the Chu family has misunderstood you." Chu Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Yi Zhaoxiao got into a fight that day. Anyone would lose their temper in that situation. "I'm sorry." After sighing, Chu Qingyu apologized to Yi Zhaoxiao. "Why are you apologizing to me? I shouldn't have stopped you that day. You must have felt frustrated, right? As long as it's your order, I will always follow." Yi Zhaoxiao warmly smiled, his eyes filled with affection, nearly making Chu Qingyu tear up again. Fortunately, They hadn't divorced in the past 3 years. Don't worry, I will definitely make Chu Jianjun and Chu Biao kneel and return the 300,000 to me. Thinking his wife was distressed over the money, Yi Zhaoxiao quickly reassured her, his words filled with arrogance. Yes, it was rightfully yours. Chu Qingwu nodded, wiping away the tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Yi Zhaoxiao realized, did he have a case of straight male cancer? Did his wife care about the money or about him? Oh, what a missed opportunity! He should have taken the chance to embrace his wife and comfort her arrogantly. How foolish! An easy question turned into a difficult problem. Indeed, missed opportunities never return. Even when they arrived at the kindergarten, Chu Qingwu didn't bring up the topic again. Daddy, Mommy. Tao Tao was obviously anxious waiting at the kindergarten. Seeing her parents, she rushed over. The teacher had complained a few times because there was no one to pick up their daughter, making her work overtime at the kindergarten. After apologizing to the teacher, they brought Tao Tao back home. Chu Qingwu still intended to go back and talk to Wang Yanqing, but upon returning home, they found out she still hadn't returned. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Wang Yanqing finally rushed back, looking pale and absent-minded. Mom, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Chu Qingwu had intended to reprimand her, but seeing her condition, she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, this woman was her biological mother. I didn't go anywhere. I was just feeling down, so I took a walk. Yi Zhaoxiao also noticed Wang Yanqing's abnormality tonight. She looked mentally exhausted, likely from gambling for too long. Mom, did you lose money again? Unfortunately, when he asked, Wang Yanqing exploded, I went gambling because you didn't give me money to spend. So what if I lost some money? Did I lose your money? Yi Zhaoxiao was speechless, feeling as though he had ignited a powder keg with just one question. Mom, how much did you lose this time? Chu Qingwu hurriedly diverted Wang Yanqing's anger away from Yi Zhaoxiao. 5. Well, not much. Winning or losing in gambling is common. I'll win it back after resting for a day. Wang Yanqing didn't dare to mention specific numbers, impatiently waving her hand before bumping into her room, ignoring her daughter's calls. Chu Qingwu couldn't do anything about it. She estimated that Wang Yanqing had lost 5,000 yuan, feeling that once she got hungry, she would come out as before and nag Yi Zhaoxiao to cook for her. Before, when Yi Zhaoxiao stayed home all day, Chu Qingwu didn't mind. But now that he was working outside and serving the whole family all day, she felt sorry for him. Qingwu, don't mind her. She come out on her own tomorrow. Think about how to take over as the head of the fabric factory. Yi Zhaoxiao mentioned the issue that was currently causing Chu Qingwu the most headache. She wanted to be the head of the fabric factory, but she couldn't let go of her current position at Qingcheng Fashion. You can't have your cake and eat it too. She had to choose between the two, but she didn't know how to decide. Their conversation was overheard by Wang Yanqing, who had been hiding in her room. Initially listless, she suddenly perked up. Wow, Qingwu wants to become the head of the Chu family's fabric factory. Did she really secure a collaboration with a major company for the Chu family? Suddenly clapping her hands, Wang Yanqing was in high spirits. Oh, I was worrying about how to pay back that 50,000 to someone, but now that my daughter is the head of the Chu family, I can easily make it back. Seeing her mood suddenly improve, Wang Yanqing decided to try her luck again tomorrow. The next day, Yi Zhaoxiao received a call from Jin Leifu early in the morning. Young master, I'm sorry to call you so early. No need for formalities. You know I don't like being flattered. Yes. Young master, if you're free, come to the Jinfu building. Someone will pick you up. Okay. Yi Zhaoxiao doesn't have the airs that other young masters have, which relieved Jin Leifu, as it would have been difficult to serve him if he acted otherwise. Yi Zhaoxiao arrived at the Jinfu building's photography studio and realized it wasn't Jin Leifu looking for him, but Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan was a woman from the upper class who had a clear sense of hierarchy. Even if she had Yi Zhaoxiao's contact information, she wouldn't directly contact him. She understood that people with higher status were more attached to their strict hierarchy, as it directly represented their sense of superiority and status. Li Lanlin shared the same belief and followed Qin Ruhan closely. She respectfully bowed and greeted Yi Zhaoxiao, her slender and shapely figure very prominent. Don't be like this. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhaoxiao furrowed his brows and gestured, in the future, if you need something, contact me directly. No need to go through Fubo. Yi Zhaoxiao wasn't just saying that, he gave them his contact information directly. The two women were quite surprised. It seemed this young master was a bit different from the others. Even more unexpectedly, Yi Zhaoxiao instructed, "Don't be so respectful to me in the future. I don't want others to know about my background." Understood. Yes, young master. Li Lanlin directly offended with an embarrassed tongue slip. Qin Ruhan, however, informed Yi Zhaoxiao that they called him over for an audition because Qingcheng International was preparing to hire a male and a female ambassador. They were also expecting another female star to arrive at the studio later. All right. Yi Zhaoxiao responded indifferently. He had applied for the ambassador position to earn 300,000 yuan. Now that he had boundless wealth, he actually wanted to decline the offer. But considering that Qingcheng International was a group company where his wife worked, he decided to play along, as there was nothing else to do. However, what frustrated him was that he waited for 2 hours, long after his personal audition was completed, but the other woman still hadn't shown up. What's going on? Yi Zhaoxiao couldn't help but ask Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan was also embarrassed. Although Yi Zhaoxiao wasn't putting on airs, his status was clear to her. It was disrespectful to keep young Master Yi waiting for so long. "Mr. Wei, please wait a moment. Miss Liu should be arriving soon." LS Lanlin hurriedly apologized to Qin Ruhan on behalf of Wujio. They both knew very well that JN Leif was worth millions in minutes, and Wujio's status was even more esteemed than JN Leif's, truly worth every minute of waiting. Miss Liu had made him wait so long, showing a lack of respect. "It's fine, I'll wait a bit longer." Wujio was not petty. Seizing the opportunity while waiting, he explored some costume designs around the set. Eventually, he was captivated by a very unique wedding dress design. This wedding dress shattered tradition by combining rose red and snow white in a stunning way, creating a three-dimensional visual impact that was visually striking. A layer of soft gauze, gently draped over the pleated skirt, and the irregular lace trim on the sleeves added to its delicacy. Seeing this wedding dress, Wujio could see the heart of a woman yearning to elegantly walk down the aisle in front of all eyes. Who designed this? It's perfect! Wujio couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. LS Lanlin, who had been accompanying him all along, chuckled, surprising him. Only when he furrowed his brows slightly did LS Lanlin playfully and cautiously joke, "Mr. Wei, are you deliberately praising your wife in front of me?" "My wife." Wujio furrowed his brows again, and upon closer inspection of the small inscription at the bottom corner of the wedding dress, he discovered that it was actually designed by his wife, Chu Kungguo, and named the Banquet of the Flourishing Age. Wujio's heart suddenly felt like it had been struck violently, his blood vessels expanding instantaneously, his eyes widening, feeling a painful sensation with each breath. Chu Kungguo had never spoken. He didn't know his wife harbored such a strong desire to elegantly marry under the gaze of all. "Wife, I owe you. Wujio will definitely make it up to you." After a sigh, Wujio sighed deeply. At that moment, the voices of Qin Ruhan and another woman conversing behind them reached Wujio and LS Lanlin, prompting them to walk over. "Director Qin, I'm just a little late. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it? Using contracts to restrain me, fine, let's make a scene. I want to see who will suffer in the end, your Mingcheng International reputation or my misfortune." Liu Jianqi, a woman in a tight black pencil skirt, stepping in pure black high heels, was talking in a condescending manner to Qin Ruhan, even though she was very aware of Qin Ruhan's status in Huacheng. "Who is that?" Wujio couldn't help but ask LS Lanlin softly. "Oh no, Mr. Wei, you really don't recognize her?" LS Lanlin seemed surprised, but then reacted. She had also heard Qin Ruhan speculate that Wujio was likely the young master of the Wu family, the top global elite tycoon, who wouldn't even pay attention to any stars. She's Liu Jianqi, the daughter of the Huacheng Lu family, relying on her family background to gain quite a few resources in the entertainment circle. She can be considered a female star between the first and second tiers. "I see." Wujio nodded. It was normal for a somewhat famous star to have a busy schedule. He would just assume she wasn't being intentionally late. "Director Qin, can we start shooting now?" Wujio approached, politely asking, just wanting to quickly finish the work and sneak a peek at his wife. "All right, Miss Liu, since Mr. Wei is not bothering about your lateness, we'll let this one go, but please don't be late next time." Qin Ruhan knew that JN Leif and the Liu family also had a lot of business dealings, so she also gave Liu Jianqi some face. Little did she know, trying to calm things down, Liu Jianqi sneered upon seeing Wei Zhao, her eyes full of disdain and sharpness. "Are you kidding me? Finding a man like this to be my partner for endorsements? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Liu Jianqi didn't mince her words as she mocked Wei Zhao, pointing at him without any courtesy. "Who do you think you are? Are you a model or a star? What fame do you have? Are you qualified to cooperate with me?" Her words were harsh, which scared Qin Ruhan and LS Lanlin. Even the staff and photographers who didn't know Wei Zhao's identity found Liu Jianqi's attitude intolerable and rude. Though she might be relatively famous, did she really need to act so arrogantly? While Wei Zhao was not pleased, Liu Jianqi had her own stance. If she had some fame, she naturally wanted to choose a famous partner, and she was truly unknown and could face disdain. "All right, if you're unwilling to cooperate with me, then I'll leave." Wei Zhao was not throwing a tantrum. He didn't need to earn that endorsement fee now, nor waste time. Seeing his attitude, Qin Ruhan and LS Lanlin were stunned and hurriedly came to him. "Mr. Wei, our spokesperson just needs to have a good image and temperament. No fame requirements needed." "Yes, and besides, it wasn't you who caused the delay today. It was Miss Liu." Listening to their words and seeing them degrade themselves to persuade an infamous model, Liu Jianqi felt even more explosive. Her manager immediately shouted, "How dare you speak like that? Fine, not only do you look down on Miss Liu, you also insult us. We need to see your boss." They had used this trick many times before. Those bosses would scold the employees to appease Liu Jianqi due to her fame and background. And now in Huacheng, which boss wouldn't try to please the Liu family and Liu Jianqi? The manager was somewhat surprised, but she had already made the call, and since the other party didn't stop her, she had no choice but to continue with the show. "Hey, Mr. JN, the director of your company's marketing department is amazing. Miss Liu was just a bit late due to scheduling and traffic reasons. They insulted me. Now they're about to turn against another infamous male model with me. Are you saying that Mingcheng International doesn't want to cooperate with us anymore?" The manager complained loudly, a tried and tested technique, and she was confident Mr. JN would listen and blame Qin Ruhan. "Wait, I'm coming right over." JN Leif couldn't afford to be negligent. The Liu family was a top commercial family in Huacheng, a typical local bully. He had the support of the Wei family backing him, fearing no family or force in Huacheng, but business was about mutual benefit, so he had to give the Liu family some face. However, he was in a hurry, not because of the Liu family, but damn it, they dared to mess with Wei, possibly the future heir of the Wei family. Damn it, Liu Jianqi is always causing trouble. JN Leif cursed continuously on his way there. Liu Jianqi and the Mingcheng International Group had worked together several times, and each time, she had been arrogant and temperamental, making him quite annoyed several times. But upholding the principle of mutual benefit, JN Leif ultimately endured. He didn't expect them to provoke his patience, which meant they crossed the line. As he arrived, he watched the live surveillance video, understanding that Wei had been patient at first, but Liu Jianqi kept pushing, which made him extremely angry. By the time he reached the scene, his face was gloomy, like thunder rolling in. "Mr. JN, you finally came." Liu Jianqi knew JN Leif's position in the Huacheng business community and didn't dare to throw a tantrum. Instead, she complained in a coquettish manner. "If you hadn't come, Director Qin would have terminated our contract. I don't mind, my schedule is full, and I'm not afraid of lacking resources, but if Mingcheng International unilaterally breaches the contract, you'll have to pay, and it might even affect the business between you and the Liu family." As soon as her voice fell, JN Leif erupted, immediately ordering his 8 bodyguards, "Make her leave." Liu Jianqi and her manager were overjoyed upon hearing this. They knew that good drama was guaranteed once JN Leif arrived, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Ah, Jin boss, I'm still a newcomer after all. Please tell your bodyguards not to be so rough and aggressive. I'm afraid they might scare people and leave a shadow on their careers. Heh." Liu Jinja was still playing with her newly done nails, not sparing a glance at Yi, even thinking that the other party was an artist. Yes, this kind of non-mainstream artist, she didn't even bother to look at them. Her agent also had a smirk on his face, but his gaze fell on Qin Ruhan. Did this woman really think that being by Jin Leifu's side could give her free rein? Well, today let her see the reality clearly. She was essentially just a high-class labor girl. However, her expression quickly changed as she realized that several black-clad bodyguards were not heading towards Yuzi, but seemed to be coming towards them. Hey, did you mistake the target? Do you still want to mix in? Have your boss asked them to back off? The agent's panicked words made Liu Jinja come to her senses, and as she looked up, the 6 black-clad bodyguards had already surrounded them. Not mistaken, throw them out. Jin Leifu Qingjing presented, angrily ordered, and the bodyguards immediately lifted up the 2 women. Hey, Jin boss, are you mistaken? The one trying to unilaterally breach the contract is your head of advertising. Why are you taking it out on us? Yeah, do you know what consequences your actions will have? The 2 women were now in a panic, one arguing, the other threatening. Jin Leifu, however, remained unfazed and coldly snorted, "What consequences? Do you really think you're worth anything? I'll consider the millions in breach of contract fees as payment for you. Don't you dare provoke my anger. Once I'm mad, there's no place for you in Huacheng in the future." Wow! Even Yizi didn't expect Fubo to be so arrogant, speaking louder than his own master. But it made sense too, for the Yi family, the first-class Huacheng family was not even worth a penny. And the entire entertainment circle of Longguo could be said to be almost controlled by the Yi family. Although Jin Leifu was just an old servant of the Yi family, his status was still above that of the Liu family. Of course, Jin Leifu would say so, because these 2 ignorant women had offended and insulted his master. You must bite the evil when it harms the master, so how could he not bite to kill these 2 arrogant scumbags now? Jin boss, it's our fault for being late. We can apologize to Director Qin and guarantee we won't be late next time. Give us another chance. Seeing Jin Leifu furious, the agent realized that things had turned serious, thinking he was being tough for Qin Ruhan. As an agent, of course, she understood more than Liu Jinja. This time Jin Leifu was serious, and if he wanted to deal with them, the Liu family couldn't save them. Unfortunately, Jin Leifu didn't even look at them properly, and stars like Yangmi and Dili Riba would still be respectful to him. Who were they to sign with the Liu family? Just giving face to the Liu family, and now they've pushed it too far. Director Qin arranged to terminate the contract with them, and whoever the next spokesperson will be, Mr. Yi will decide. Only after the 2 arrogant women were rudely thrown out did Jin Leifu turn to Qin Ruhan with slight dissatisfaction. This woman, why didn't she defend her master properly just now? Luckily, Yizi didn't take it to heart, otherwise, this old servant wouldn't be able to walk away unscathed. Oh, yes, boss. Qin Ruhan and Li Lanlin both bowed slightly in acknowledgement, their graceful figures highlighted. At this moment, they were more certain that Yizi must be Jin Leifu's master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have completely torn his face off with Liu Jinja just to please him. There were other people in the studio who were baffled, but they didn't understand that Jin Leifu was doing this to protect Yizi, instead thinking he was being tough to protect Qin Ruhan. Jin boss, I also want to discuss cooperation with you. Finally, Yizi, who had been watching the show on the side, spoke up. Jin Leifu almost bowed down, but then he reacted and nodded after clearing his throat, leaving the scene with Yizi. I don't want to be a spokesperson anymore, but I need a position where I can appear openly in the Jinfu building. Yes, master. Jin Leifu knew for sure that Yuzi had done this, so he could see his wife more often, and didn't ask further. Also, I want Chu Qingwu to keep her position while having the flexibility to manage the Chu family's business on the side, so please do as I instruct. Yizi gave Jin Leifu some more instructions, then smiled slightly, and said, Fubo, thank you for your hard work. Working for the master is my duty. Fubo responded calmly, then suddenly said, Zhang Nanchong contacted me, asking if you were satisfied with the last task he did for you. He wants to invite you for a meal. Do you have time for that, master? Want to see me? Yizi was deep in thought for a moment before nodding. All right, tomorrow night will do. And it happens that I also have something to discuss that might require his help. That's great. Zhang Nanchong will be very happy. I'll inform him right away. Fubo was pleased that Yizi agreed. As Zhang Nanchong and he were both part of Miss Yi's power circle, their private relationship was very good. If Yizi returned to the Yi family, his status would undoubtedly be very high. Although he might not necessarily become the heir of the Yi family, he would certainly still have more resources than Miss Yi. So, They wanted to show loyalty to Yu Zi and Zhang Nanchong as soon as possible. They would definitely benefit greatly then. With the matter settled, Yi Zi wore his duckbill cap and headed to the 17th floor design department to secretly catch a glimpse of Chu Qingwu. No, just one glance wouldn't be enough. So he looked a few more times, only to find that his wife was busy with this and that, which made him feel sorry for her. But little did he know, Chu Qingwu was now busy to the verge of exhaustion, and the culprit was actually him. In order to showcase his wife's talents again, to be recognized and praised by everyone, Yi Zi had just ordered Fu Bo to organize a fashion design competition. Fu Bo dared not neglect this. Just as Yi Zi woke up, he immediately gave the order. Even though the event was planned by the administrative department, Chu Qingwu was the head of the design department, so naturally, the administrative department had to consult her for her opinions on how to organize this design competition. Chu Qingwu had a strong character and a strong sense of responsibility. Despite the many things she already had on her plate, she did not refuse and took on the detailed planning of the event. She was not a fool. Having been in a managerial position for a long time, she was very good at managing work. She immediately gathered her department staff to delegate the work. At the same time, she, in her capacity as the manager, also summoned the heads of the administrative department and other relevant departments to discuss the details of the event and hold a meeting to plan the activity. The design department was quite lively for a while. "Ha, Manager Chu, your authority is quite something." Hong Li, as the deputy manager of the finance department responsible for the event budget, naturally had to attend the meeting when Chu Qingwu convened it. He was annoyed even with the work in his hands, and now Chu Qingwu had called him for a meeting, making him even more frustrated. The old grudges made him sarcastically mock as soon as he stepped into the design department. "Did you not manage your husband enough at home, queen? So now you want to be a queen in the company too?" Chu Qingwu, who had long been accustomed to Hong Li's sharp words, didn't bother to argue with him and explained seriously in front of everyone. The boss gave a very short deadline. "The design competition is scheduled for next week, so I must consult with everyone on the details of the event and start preparing immediately. No mistakes can be made." Yi Zi, with sharp ears and eyes, heard Chu Qingwu's words even as he hid in a corner. He regretted not giving Fu Bo extra tasks. Oh, it turns out he unintentionally added a mission for his wife. Oh, damn, it's because he wasn't familiar with the processes at Mingcheng International. He didn't expect this annoying thing to fall on his wife. Haha, Manager Chu is indeed meticulous, but there's no need to bring your husband to the company too, right? Hong Li's words made Yi Zi furrow his brows. Had he been discovered while hiding in the corner? "Manager Hong, what do you mean?" Chu Qingwu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she recalled the previous two incidents involving Yu Zhaoxiao coming to the company. She still felt lingering fear, even though she believed that Yi Zhaoxiao wouldn't cause trouble for her again. Literal meaning. Hong Li crossed his legs arrogantly, sitting in the meeting looking pleased as he watched Chu Qingwu. He laughed and said, "I just saw your husband going up to the 17th floor of Jinfu building. What is he planning to do this time? Giving gifts or sneaking into the model's dressing room?" What? Not only did Chu Qingwu's heart skip a beat, but others couldn't help but gasp in surprise as well. The 17th floor was the photography studio of Qingcheng International, and today, there were rumors that even celebrities would be going up for makeup and photo shoots. Why did Yi Zhaoxiao go up there? Manager Chu, is your husband really mentally ill? Yeah, maybe he has a special fetish, like peeping. How could there be such a person taking advantage of his wife being a manager at the company and causing trouble all the time? Everyone couldn't help but discuss and speculate, making Chu Qingwu's face change. The last time Yi Zhaoxiao trespassed into the female model's dressing room, the situation wasn't clear in the end. However, the boss had ordered that no one should mention it again, so the truth of the matter remained unclear. Chu Qingwu thought that things had passed, but unexpectedly, Yi Zhaoxiao showed up again today. Facing everyone's words now, she was truly at a loss and very embarrassed. Seeing her in this predicament, Hong Li felt pleased. Chu Qingwu, how long do you think you can stay in this company? Now is the time for the meeting, not to discuss personal matters. After a moment of shock, Chu Qingwu regained her cool composure and tried to stop the topic forcefully. Besides, it's possible that Manager Hong saw it wrong. Haha. How could I have seen it wrong? There were others here who saw your husband sneak up to the studio. After Hong Li's words, two other colleagues nodded in agreement. Chu Qingyu was speechless. Even if what they said was true, what did that have to do with the meeting? Manager Chu, with your husband causing trouble several times in our company, could there be some dark secrets? Or did you instruct him? Hong Li, that's enough. As Yi Zhaoxiao watched the scene outside, he couldn't help but frown. Seeing this situation, Chu Qingyu finally got angry and slammed the conference table. This topic ends here. Manager Hong, if you continue to fabricate false accusations against me, I will complain to the general manager. Ha ha, fabrications? Do you think that your husband coming to give gifts last time, or even the incident of peeping into the women's dressing room, was all my fabrication? And Manager Chu, do you think we three are teaming up to deceive you? Yes, I also saw Manager Chu's husband go up to the 17th floor. After Hong Li's words, the two colleagues also nodded in agreement, looking firm and not like they were lying. With three people saying the same thing, many began to doubt Chu Qingyu, thinking she was hiding some dark secrets by calling her husband over. Chu Qingyu was left speechless, unable to explain. She had no idea about Yi Zhaoxiao's visit today, and Hong Li was clearly trying to disrupt the meeting on purpose. What's going on? Aren't you having a meeting? Why is it so chaotic, like a vegetable market? Maintain some decorum. Unexpectedly, General Manager Deng Weiquan also arrived at that moment and saw the chaos in the meeting room. Speaking up loudly, he scolded the unruly behavior. The people there didn't know that Jin Leifu had asked him to come and preside over the meeting. In seeing him, everyone assumed he was passing by. Hong Li quickly took the opportunity to complain, pointing at Chu Qingyu and accusing her of wasting time and damaging the company's interests. What? Chu Qingyu was furious at Hong Li's words. How could he frame her like this when she had been trying to focus on the meeting while he kept derailing it with off-topic discussions and inciting others against her? Is that so? General Manager Deng Weiquan naturally didn't believe Hong Li's one-sided story and gave Chu Qingyu a chance to explain. Deng Weiquan didn't know the underlying reasons, but he suspected some personal relationship between Chu Qingyu and the boss, hence sending himself to help her. General Deng, that's not the case. Chu Qingyu quickly explained the situation to Deng Weiquan, looking anxious as she was being questioned about her abilities. Despite his inclination to support Chu Qingyu, over half of the people in the meeting room seemed to support Hong Li's version, making the situation difficult for Deng Weiquan to handle. Seeing the reinforcements from the logistics and security departments, Hong Li's eyes lit up even more. Knowing the internal power dynamics of the company, he could sense an opportunity to undermine Chu Qingyu's position. General Deng, it's not just us here who doubt Manager Chu's abilities. You can ask Manager Guo. She probably has many examples to prove that Manager Chu may not be suitable for the manager position. Hong Li pushed his glasses and looked at Guo Xiaomei with a cold glint in his eyes. Chu Qingyu, how long do you think you can stay in the manager position, bossing me around and dreaming of staying above me? Chu Qingyu's face turned pale. She had worked hard for the manager position for many years and needed the salary to support her family. If she were to be further demoted due to the general manager's questioning of her abilities, she would be devastated. Chu Qingyu knew very well how much Guo Xiaomei despised her, and even in the dressing room incident, it was rumored that Guo Xiaomei had a hand in it. With such a good opportunity now, how could Guo Xiaomei not say a bad word about Chu Qingyu to the general manager? Chu Qingyu, you wait to be criticized, maybe even demoted or have your salary cut. Hong Li was secretly gloating, feeling like Chu Qingyu was about to fall. However, he didn't notice Guo Xiaomei's gaze falling on Yi Zhaoxiao, feeling fearful to the core. She wouldn't dare speak ill of Chu Qingyu now. If Yi Zhaoxiao mentioned anything to Jin Leifu, she would be done for in the company. Manager Guo, speak up. General Deng will ensure justice. What are you afraid of? When Guo Xiaomei hesitated, Hong Li urged her on, a bit impatient. They used to be the best partners in dealing with Chu Qingyu. Yes, Manager Guo, please speak up, Deng Weiquan instructed. Chu Qingyu was extremely nervous now, feeling like she was facing an unwarranted disaster. She had always worked diligently, so why was she being targeted now? Speak up, I dare you to speak up. Guo Xiaomei nodded decisively, a bit panicked. Hong Li smiled, looking forward to Chu Qingyu's misfortune. Manager Chu, in terms of work and management abilities, you are very strong. I saw on the security camera from the security department that Manager Hong was deliberately obstructing your meeting. He's the one causing trouble." What? Hong Li couldn't believe it. His best partner had just betrayed him at a critical moment. The feeling of being betrayed made him wish he could disappear. His arrogance hadn't faded yet, but his eyes were about to burst from shock and anger. "General Manager, everything I said is true. Please don't blame Manager Chu. You can verify by checking the surveillance footage." With one blow not enough, Guo Xiaomei delivered another one. She was now boldly stepping up to support Chu Qingyu. "Manager Hong, what's wrong with you? Wasn't it you who asked Manager Guo to speak up?" Deng Weiquan's question left Hong Li dumbfounded, and he slumped in his chair. Deng Weiquan was decisive in his actions. He asked Hong Li to leave and said he would review the surveillance footage to make a decision on his suitability as assistant manager. Hong Li was hit hard by this turn of events. He regretted it so much. He failed to understand why the situation had turned around so quickly. He thought Guo Xiaomei was his trump card to take down Chu Qingyu, but in the end, it was he who got stabbed in the heart. "Okay, let's continue the meeting. Manager Chu, you should be prepared, right? You will still be hosting the meeting." "Huh? Yes, General Deng." Even after Hong Li was kicked out, Chu Qingyu was still in a daze, looking at Guo Xiaomei in disbelief, as she unexpectedly flashed a pleasing smile at her. What's going on? Why is Guo Xiaomei suddenly praising herself? Chu Qingyu is not arrogant, never thinking she has great charisma, so she is sure Guo Xiaomei wasn't influenced by her. So who caused such a big change in her? Yi Zi. That familiar man's figure suddenly appeared in Chu Qingyu's mind, reminiscent of the sudden turn of events, much like the performance by Zhao Dong's father in the past. But soon, she shook her head inwardly. Yi Zi couldn't possibly have that ability. After a few hours, waiting for the successful completion of the meeting, Chu Qingyu finally relaxed and left the conference room. Little did she dream that she would actually encounter Yi Zi in the company. "Yi Zi, you really came again?" Chu Qingyu saw Yi Zi and felt a mix of nervousness, tension, and a hint of surprise. "Yes, starting from today, we are colleagues in the same group company." Yi Zi proudly raised the employment application form in his hand, surprising Chu Qingyu. She never expected that her man not only had a formal job, but also had the ability to join the Mingcheng International Group. "Wow, you became the boss's exclusive driver." Taking the employment application form from Yi Zhao's hand and reading it, Chu Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, she was so happy inside. Yi Zi having a stable job meant having a steady income. Maybe their family wouldn't have to live so frugally in the future. Seeing the joy on her wife's face, Yi Zi didn't know what to feel. She was so happy just because he had a stable job. If she knew that this job was arranged by Jin Leifu specifically to protect her openly in the company, and even the group boss was like his servant, would it shock her into losing the ability to react? Of course, Yi Zi would never let Chu Qingyu know. He wanted to keep surprising her continuously. Revealing the mystery all at once would not only worry her about bearing the truth, but also he would lose the chance to keep surprising her. Even though I don't know how you got this job opportunity, now that you've decided to start working formally, I hope you can perform well and remain consistent. Yes, dear. Facing his wife's instructions, Yi Zi nodded seriously. He loved his wife's serious attitude towards everything. It was super cute. Unexpectedly, a woman suddenly appeared by their side, seemingly ruining the atmosphere. Deng Baobao was a senior clerk in the administration department responsible for new staff employment applications. She, of course, didn't know how Yi Zi managed to land the coveted position of the boss's driver. But witnessing the couple's PDA in the company made her extremely unpleasant. Yi Zi, getting an internship position as a driver is no big deal. You don't even know if you have the chance to be regularized. So, why are you rushing to show off in front of your wife? It seems like all the rumors about you in the company are true. Are you a coward? Do you have to show off even for such a trivial matter? Although Deng Baobao was just a senior clerk, her position was quite independent, and she was a distant relative of Deng Weiquan. So, in the company, she didn't give face to people below the general manager level. But when facing high-ranking officials higher than Deng Weiquan in position and power, the situation would be different. Chu Qingyu had seen her bend over backward to please the group's vice president before, making her feel uncomfortable now. But to avoid causing trouble for Yi Zi, she politely said to Deng Baobao, "Baobao, He has just started working and may be a bit excited. If he has caused you trouble, I apologize on his behalf. Humph, of course he has caused me trouble. I'm waiting to process his employment application, and it's almost time to get off work. He still hasn't submitted it. What does he want? Don't want the job. Deng Bao Bao was ruthless. She immediately crumpled his application form into trash, not giving any face, and threw it in the bin, berating him. Have you gone mad? Look at what you filled in this garbage. No recommended person written, a lot of information blank, and where's your medical examination form? Can you submit this waste paper for approval? You're the boss's driver. Your application form needs to be reviewed by the general manager. Did you know that? Yi Zi was really angry. He had only gotten himself a position arranged by Jin Leifu, who would have thought he had to go through detailed procedures himself, feeling frustrated. Seeing him about to lose his temper, Chu Qingyu quickly stopped him, using just a look to cool down his anger. Bao Bao, please, provide me with another application form. I will teach him how to fill it correctly when I go back tonight. Please. Chu Qingyu smiled apologetically at Deng Bao Bao. However, Deng Bao Bao still didn't give any face and walked away, saying, let him get the form himself. I'm off, bye. She had no idea that the man she offended was not a newcomer, but a super rich young man who made her boss bow down and scrape before her. Therefore, she didn't understand the consequences of her actions, thinking she had done nothing wrong. Seeing her attitude, Yi Zi was tempted to have Jin Leifu fire her. Yu Zi, straighten up your attitude. Chu Qingyu had no idea what Yi Zi was thinking and reprimanded him with a stern face, telling him to be patient and learn the procedures properly if he didn't understand. She asked him to quietly control his temper. Well, since it was his wife scolding him, Yi Zi could only accept the advice humbly. It wasn't until they returned home together that they realized that Wang Yanqing, for once, did not go to play mahjong, but had brought Dao Dao home early. Qingyu, you're finally back. Let's go back to the Chu family in style. As soon as they entered, Wang Yanqing pulled Chu Qingyu and left, completely ignoring Yu Zi and Dao Dao. Yes, Wang Yanqing thought her daughter was so capable now, having secured a contract with Wei Wu Clothing, becoming a big shot in the Chu family, making Yu Zi seem insignificant. Mom, who asked us to go back to the Chu family to have dinner? Hey, even if no one called, can anyone stop us from going back now that my daughter wants to return to the Chu family? Wang Yanqing stood with her hands on her hips, looking proud. After accidentally overhearing Yi Zhao's conversation with Chu Qingyu last night, she immediately spent a long time on WeChat, finally learning everything from a Chu family woman's mouth. It turned out to be true. Her daughter Chu Qingyu was going to make a comeback based on this contract. She became the head of the Chu family's cloth factory, which gave her, as a mother, an elevated status. Mom, don't be silly. If Grandma hasn't called us, won't it be embarrassing if we go back? Humph, even if it's Grandma, she can't be disrespectful to my daughter now. I called Wang Butler to pick us up and take us back for dinner. What? Chu Qingyu simply couldn't believe it. Wang Butler was directly under Grandma, and even uncle and second uncle wouldn't casually give him tasks normally. Where did her mom get the audacity? A few minutes later, Wang Butler indeed arrived downstairs at their building. Let's go. Return in style to the Chu family. Wang Yanqing pulled Chu Qingyu downstairs, completely ignoring Yu Zi and Dao Dao. Chu Qingyu had no choice. Since Wang Butler had come, she couldn't just stay, so she only gave Yi Zi a look, signaling him to take care of Dao Dao tonight. Yi Zi responded with a glance, assuring her. But he wasn't confident about his wife returning to the Chu family this time. Seeing Wang Yanqing's high-handed attitude, he feared she might stir up trouble for Chu Qingyu. Second brother, that woman Chu Qingwu is full of confidence now. She said she wanted to go home for dinner and actually made the steward Wang personally go pick her up. Yeah, I wonder what Nana is thinking. Does she really want to hand over the position of the fabric factory manager to her? What entitles her? She just signed a contract, who knows if she is damaging the family reputation or using her body to get it done. Before Chu Qingwu arrived at the Chu family, in the reception hall of the Chu family, several young people from the Chu family were speaking ill of her behind her back, pitying Chu Qing. Chu Qing's eyes were like cold moonlight, exuding a faint coldness, but he remained silent. Chu Qingwu just wanted to grab the position of manager for herself. She's simply dreaming. He had already communicated with Nana today. The Chu family's business would not be handed over to a woman. Nana sending Steward Wang to pick her up was just giving her face. After all, Chu Qingwu signed such a big contract. Credit cannot be taken away. But credit is a reward that diminishes every time it is awarded. Let that woman Chu Qingwu squander it as she pleases. She will surely end up with nothing in the end. Hey, why is no one welcoming us now that we're here? In the Via's main hall, Wang Yanqing's triumphant words quickly spread. She was feeling pleased now. She had never dared to speak so boldly before at the Chu family. Today was the first time. She knew that many people at the Chu family disliked her, but what could they do now? After all, her daughter was a great contributor to the Chu family. Mom, don't be so conspicuous. Humph, we're returning in triumph now. How could we be like before? Wang Yanqing completely ignored Chu Qingwu's advice, still strutting around like a victorious rooster. Even Wang Yanqing, that shrew, is back. That woman was selfish enough before. Now that she's back with that despicable Chu Qingwu, she definitely wants to get a piece of the Chu family's pie. Humph, they won't succeed. Chu family relatives murmured like they had encountered enemies, their faces dark as they left. Tonight's family banquet was actually impromptu. If Wang Yanqing hadn't clamored for their return to dinner, Nana wouldn't have organized it at all. Seeing everyone finally coming out, each with a dissatisfied expression, Wang Yanqing felt a certain sense of superiority. They've all returned home. Why aren't they waiting for us in the banquet hall? They knew we were back, but they're still in the reception hall. It's like they don't regard us as heroes. Wang Yanqing, in her moment of ascendancy, pointed and chastised the aunts and other women. They used to think they were so great in the Chu family, relying only on their relationships with men. Now, Wang Yanqing, without relying on men, could still hold her head high in the Chu family. Several women shot daggers towards Wang Yanqing and her daughter with their eyes. Seeing this, Chu Qingwu quickly pulled Wang Yanqing and frowned, saying, "Mom, be mindful of what you say." HMPH. Why should I be mindful? Am I not speaking the truth? Do we need to be careful when speaking the truth? Wang Yanqing was carefree. Since leaving the Chu family, she had been ridiculed by many people outside, and her ego had taken a hit. Today, she wanted to heal her wounded pride. Luckily, at that moment, Nana walked out, and everyone fell silent. Wang Yanqing, who had been strutting like a rooster, also toned down slightly and approached Nana with a smile, leading her daughter. "Nana, Qingwu, and I are back. Well, take a seat, we're waiting for you to have dinner." Nana remained composed, not rebuking Wang Yanqing for her earlier arrogance. This made Wang Yanqing secretly pleased. What did this mean? It meant Nana recognized the status of her and her daughter in the family. Chu Qingwu, on the other hand, felt that something was amiss. The more polite Nana remained, the more worried she became. The relatives quickly took their seats. Once Nana was seated, the dinner officially began. Wang Yanqing had not had a lavish meal in a long time, and she ate heartily like a hungry ghost, no longer bothering to speak. For a while, no one spoke, and Chu Qingwu didn't dare to speak up, even though she wanted to explain her desire to manage the fabric factory to Nana. Midway through the banquet, Chu Jiangwo walked in looking tired, but his movements seemed exaggerated. He slumped into a chair, let out a long sigh. "Jiangwo, what's wrong?" "Yeah, uncle, why so tired?" "It's about the construction materials factory. Our customers have been demanding too much lately, and our quality control is being nitpicked. We're short-staffed." Although Chu Qingwu and Chu Jiangwo's relationship was just average, out of respect and politeness, she said, "Uncle, you've been working hard." But Chu Jiangwo continued, "Working hard is one thing, but I'm afraid of any mistakes occurring that could affect our family's company. We can't afford to be lax with any matters. Yes, managing a company is not easy. A manager is not someone who can be anyone. They need knowledge, emotional intelligence, skill, courage, etc. Not only do they need selflessness, they also need the ability to keep up. It's not something everyone can do. It's just your uncle who has that ability, and King is still young and lacks some experience." Everyone quickly agreed, then their gazes fell on Chu Qingwu. Wang Yanqing, who was bold just moments ago, didn't dare to speak now that the conversation had shifted to such a high level, as she didn't understand it at all. Chu Qingwu, lips tightly pressed together, knew what everyone was thinking. They wanted her to voluntarily give up the position of manager at the fabric factory. But she would not give up. She fought for this opportunity, and it was her only chance to prove herself. How could she give up without even trying? She absolutely refused to accept it. King Wu, it's not that Nana is going back on her word, but for the sake of the Chu family, I still don't trust you to be the manager of the fabric factory. As soon as Nana spoke, Chu Kingwu trembled sharply. After all that had been said, was she still seen as unreliable? Nana is right. A manager can't be just anyone. After your grandfather toiled for decades to build up the family business, we can't afford to let someone incapable ruin it. King Wu, you studied design, right? Why not just be a manager at Qingcheng International? Why be so ambitious, eating your full bowl while eyeing the soup in the pot? Are you holding a grudge against Nana for driving you out of the house before, wanting to ruin the Chu family? The family's words grew harsher and more disdainful, even labeling Chu Kingwu as scheming, completely forgetting that she was the one who had initiated the conversation about this crucial contract. It was clear they were changing their tune. Although Chu Kingwu was just one person, she was not so easily defeated. Holding her jade hands tightly, she said, Nana, it was agreed that once I signed the contract, I would be the fabric factory manager. I would even be willing to resign from my job at Qingcheng International for this. King Wu, why are you so stubborn? Nana looked pained, sighing heavily. We're not going back on our word, but as elders, we feel that you could excel as a designer and fulfill your aspirations. The fabric factory is not suitable for you. Nana, how could you know I can't do it without giving me a chance? Chu Kingwu grew more anxious, realizing she had no chance at all, and her whole family looked down on her. King Wu, we just feel you can't do it. Yes, if you were to become manager and prove inadequate, resulting in having to replace you, how much loss would our Chu family suffer? How could someone be so selfish? It's beyond words. The family's mocking and contemptuous words felt like crashing waves, leaving Chu Kingwu breathless, making even breathing difficult, and making her feel that living was a painful thing. Chu King, witnessing Chu Kingwu's distress, secretly revealed a cold smile. This woman deserved it. She didn't know her own limitations. Enough, King Wu. Your silence means you're giving up. Nana delivered the final verdict. Tonight's feast is held to thank you for your contributions to the Chu family. Besides that, the Chu family will reward you with 300,000 as compensation. You don't have to worry about the fabric factory anymore. As for the manager position, King will take over from now on. As Grandma's voice fell, Chu Kingwu felt like the entire world thundered, and a violent storm instantly engulfed her, making her feel very cold. 300,000. Chu Kingwu really wanted to laugh, but unfortunately, she couldn't laugh anymore. According to the General Business Sales Commission, whoever brings back an order will receive a 10% commission, or at least 1%, if not more. With a contract guaranteeing 1 billion in orders, there should be at least 1 million in compensation, right? Just 300,000. Is that how they dismiss someone like her? Could it be that Chu Kingwu, in front of the Chu family, is deemed inferior even to beggars? Kingwu, why don't you thank Grandma now? Wang Yanqing didn't understand much. For her, 300,000 was not a small sum either. At least after her daughter took that money, she could pay off her gambling debts. She didn't care what her daughter had to sacrifice for that contract, or how she felt. She was utterly selfish and self-serving. By the way, your mother is even greedier than you. Some relatives mocked coldly. Even though they didn't have any vested interest, they believed that since the Chu family's business was handed to Chu King to manage, it was only natural. If Chu Kingwu really used means to become the person in charge, they would be envious. I'm sorry, I won't accept it. Chu Kingwu finally put down her chopsticks gently and stood up from the table. She felt as if she had eaten a dead rat, so uncomfortable. She knew the Chu family was unreasonable and unpredictable, but she didn't know how to win against them. Yes, the Chu family's business was still controlled by Grandma. If she didn't give it to herself, could she snatch it? With the male being superior and female inferior, in Grandma's worldview, it was uncheckable. Even if Chu Kingwu made great contributions to the Chu family, it would be futile. Kingwu, oh, Kingwu. Wang Yanqing was anxious because she knew better than Chu Kingwu how stingy Grandma was. If her daughter refused, she might lose her share of the money. Not even the 300,000 would be given to them. So she quickly interceded for her daughter, saying, Grandma, give me the 300,000. I will persuade King Wu. Grandma looked at Wang Yanqing with some disgust. Out of all the daughters-in-law, she detested Wang Yanqing the most, not only because of her unfilial son Chu Weimin. Mom, in that case, let me give the 300,000 to Sister 3. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Jianjun took the initiative, surprising many. Only his daughter Chu Biao knew what his intentions were. Last time, they secretly took the 300,000 from Yu Zi, and he had been somewhat anxious. Now, taking this opportunity, he gave the 300,000 back to them. Even if the truth came out later, they would be free of guilt. Wang Yanqing didn't know about it, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She quickly ensured the safe return of the 300,000. Chu Qingwu returned home feeling extremely frustrated and melancholic. She had no idea that her mother had taken the money for her, or that the Chu family had returned Yi Zhao's 300,000 to them. Poor Chu Qingwu, not aware of the situation, would surely have a mental breakdown if she knew the truth. Qingwu, what's wrong? Being able to share the same bed with his wife brought Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu closer. At least tonight when his wife came home with red eyes, he could see her condition immediately. Grandma and the others have gone back on their word. Chu Qingwu summarized all the grievances she had received that night with the simplest words. Fortunately, Yi Zi had already suspected what had happened. He smiled indifferently, gently comforting his wife's trembling shoulders. Don't worry, they will come begging you to come back as the person in charge. Chu Qingwu shivered slightly, reluctant to believe it, and asked naively, can you really do it? Yes, within 3 days. Grandma will definitely come to plead with you in person. Yi Zi nodded, then added, but don't ask me how I'll do it. Watching his mysterious smile, Chu Qingwu felt that this man had gained another kind of charm, becoming increasingly unpredictable to her. Good night. Yi Zi was afraid Chu Qingwu would inquire further, so he quickly diverted her with the excuse of going to bed. The next morning, Yi Zi found that his wife had gone to work alone. He was slightly disappointed, thinking she would go with him. Mom, what's in that bag? Yi Zi walked out of the hall after getting up and inadvertently discovered Wang Yanqing acting suspiciously. Startled by his sudden call, she seemed as if her soul had left her body. What? What is it to you? What do I have in my hands? Do I need to report to you? Wang Yanqing was about to leave with the 300,000, feeling guilty. She spoke timidly, trembling in her speech, and her eyes evasive. How could Yi Zi not recognize that bag of money? After Chu Biao tricked him out of the money, her father Chu Jianjun had never dared to touch it, and he had returned it to Wang Yanqing intact in the end. It was all a ruse to help Chu Qingwu do business with the Chu family. Now, seeing the money, Yi Zi couldn't help but get angry, snatching it from her and opening it, confirming it was his 300,000. Mom, what's the story behind this money? Why is it in your hands? What? How dare you snatch my money? I'll fight you, worthless bum. Wang Yanqing loved neither Chu Qingwu nor herself. She loved only money. Thinking Yi Zi wanted to take her 300,000, she rushed forward like a mad woman, nearly tearing Yi Zhao's clothes in her frenzy. In the end, acknowledging she was Chu Qingwu's birth mother, Yi Zi returned the money to her. Mom, I advise you not to use this money, otherwise, you will regret it. HMPH. I can't use my money. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Wang Yanqing snatched back the money, cursed Yi Zi bitterly, then left in haste, looking like a cunning thief. This 300,000 will make you all regret bitterly someday. Yi Zi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slightly red. He never expected that back and forth with the 300,000 would end up in Wang Yanqing's hands. After freshening up, Yi Zi sent Dao Dao to kindergarten, and then went to the Golden Bliss building to work. Opening the application form he had reclaimed yesterday, Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Chu Qingwu had secretly filled it out for him, even including the routine physical examination form. It not only saved him effort, but also made him rejoice. Turns out his wife could also give him pleasant surprises sneakily. Allowing someone to copy his ID, Yi Zi was caught off guard when he had to enter a password to do so. Just as he puzzled over it, a clear voice came. Do you need help? Yi Zi turned around at the sound and saw a woman with large watery eyes, her badge reading, Tia Tia, Administrative Assistant. They say there are many beautiful women in the administrative department, and it seemed true. Setting aside inner beauty, women like Deng Bao Bao and Tia Tia were indeed quite attractive. I just need to make some copies, but I don't have a password. Are you a new employee? Our company has strict environmental controls. Let me assist you. Tiatian's words flowed generously, knowing that allowing a new employee to copy would reflect poorly on her, yet she didn't mind, handing over her password to Yi Zi. Thank you. You're welcome. After finishing the task, Tia smiled generously and left. Yi Zi liked making friends like her, but unfortunately, she was too busy to chat with him. After organizing the data and submitting it to Deng Baobao, Yi Zi was taken aback as she looked at it with impatience, even a hint of disdain. He thought he might have made a mistake somewhere and said graciously, "Miss Chen, I'm a newcomer. I've never worked before or filled out forms like this. If there's anything irregular, please forgive me." "Humph, of course, I'll forgive you. Who doesn't know your manager choose husband, enjoying easy benefits? It doesn't matter how you do your job." Deng Baobao's remarks instantly sparked whispers among those nearby. Deng Baobao blabbered on for a while, criticizing Yi Zi for his irregular completion of the form, and even saying that his handwriting looked like a woman's. However, in the end, she still said it was acceptable, and Yi Zi decided not to argue with her. On his first day at work, Yi Zi didn't have much to do after submitting his employment application form. He was like a standby employee, free to sneak a peek at his wife working anytime. The fleet was under the jurisdiction of the administrative department, so when he returned to the office at noon, Deng Baobao approached him with a stern face. "Baobao, what's the matter?" Yi Zi asked politely. "Don't call me so affectionately, call me Zi Deng or Miss Deng. I'm afraid people will misunderstand if I get too close to a married man," Deng Baobao said, causing Yi Zi some embarrassment. However, he patiently asked, "Miss Deng, is there any official business? There is a department dinner today, and the manager asked me to count the number of people. She will cover half of the expenses, and the rest will be split. If you come, just give me 500 yuan, Deng said. 500 yuan? That's a lot. Yi Zi slightly frowned unconsciously. It seemed like the employees at Mingcheng Group were high-income earners, willing to spend 500 yuan for a staff dinner. Did his wife live frugally just because she had married him? A lot. Ha! It's indeed a lot for a bumpkin like you. We are going to Tianfu Aristocrat Restaurant. Even if we book a normal room, the reservation fee alone costs thousands. If you can't afford to come to the company dinner, I don't think you'll ever make it in this circle." Deng Baobao looked down on him with disdainful eyes. Yi Zi had had enough of her and couldn't help but retort, "Where does a little clerk like you get this sense of superiority? Your monthly salary is probably 5 or 6,000 at most, right? It's like you can easily go to that restaurant whenever you want." This hit Deng Baobao right where it hurt. She had only been to Tianfu restaurant once, and that was after sleeping with a man at night. But she pretended, "Haha, of course, I go there often. My boyfriend is a second-generation wealthy man. You, a poor guy, can't even imagine his wealth. All right, you go ahead." "I won't go." Yi Zi was tired of talking to her. He responded with a retort and walked away. Tonight, he still had to meet Jiang Nancheng. Even if it was a free dinner, he didn't have time to attend. Humph, a poor guy who can't even afford a decent meal. Deng Baobao didn't know who she was talking to, sneered at him loudly, and walked away. Yi Zi endured for 3 years, his tolerance unmatched. Even when insulted by Deng Baobao's words, he remained calm and didn't bother with such petty people. Unexpectedly, not long after, he received a call from Jin Li Fu. "Young master, the restaurant for tonight is already booked. It's in VIP room 7 at Tianfu Aristocrat Restaurant. Jiang Nancheng will be waiting for you there," Jin Li Fu said. "Really? Tianfu Restaurant again?" Yi Zi furrowed his brow. After agreeing, Jin Li Fu sounded delighted. "To facilitate your entry, I'll send the details to your phone. If convenient, you can also bring your wife tonight." "What? Bring my wife?" Yi Zi wasn't that stupid. It would expose his identity. Not only did he refuse to bring his wife, he also warned Jin Li Fu not to reveal his identity, or else it would be his head. Jin Li Fu was scared and readily agreed. Most of the people in the administrative department had left after work for the department dinner. Yi Zi checked the time, called his wife, and said he had a business dinner and would be home late. Unfortunately, his wife also had to work overtime. Yi Zi could only plan to pick up Tao Ao from the kindergarten first, and as for Jiang Nancheng, he could wait. As soon as he hung up the phone, A sweet voice suddenly appeared. Yuzi, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Yizi was stunned to see the big-eyed old beauty, Tia. Unlike Deng Baobao, she was a hardworking college graduate who had never been involved in any scandals at the company. She had seen Yizi all alone after work and walked over to console him. You're treating me to dinner. How can I accept that? If anyone is offering, it should be me. Yizi was pleasantly surprised and clueless that Tia was expressing sympathy. As a man, he couldn't let a female colleague pay for dinner, especially since she had helped him today. Let's just have a simple meal. Why worrying about a few dozens of yuan? Tia was very generous and kind-hearted. She believed Yizi had been humiliated and needed cheering up, so other than someone accompanying him for a hearty meal, she thought it would be hard for him to shake off the depression. No, this meal must be on me. Let's go to Tianfu National Restaurant, Yizi insisted. It was rare for someone to offer to treat him to dinner, and thinking he was a poor guy, it was even more unexpected. Coincidentally, Jin Lifu had also asked him to bring someone to the Tianfu restaurant for dinner, so he took Tia with him, treating her to a meal as a token of gratitude. Yizi, you don't have to chase after me. No need to spend so much, Tia chuckled, thinking Yizi was just trying to save face. She used humor to avoid any awkwardness in both situations. Tianfu. A meal there costs at least a few thousand. How can he afford that? Yizi didn't like beating around the bush, so he warmly took Tian's hand and drove them to the restaurant in the boss's car. Tia was shocked. It was a Rolls-Royce. She never imagined she would ride in such a high-class car and experience the treatment of a female boss. Yizi didn't care about Tian's feelings. He stopped by to pick up Tao on the way back home and then drove directly to Tianfu Aristocrat Restaurant. Standing in front of the restaurant, Tia still couldn't believe it was all real. Yizi, can we not? If we don't have enough money to pay the bill and get kicked out later, that wouldn't be fun. Tia felt nervous looking at the luxurious interior and was worried she wouldn't have enough money to cover it. Indeed, arriving in a Rolls-Royce, what did it matter? Yizi was just a driver for the boss. He wasn't the boss himself. Let's go. Yizi didn't explain much and walked straight in. Yizi, wait. I want to use the restroom first. Tia still couldn't believe what was happening and wanted to freshen up before deciding whether to continue accompanying Yizi. Okay, Yizi didn't think too much and followed Tia to wait outside the restroom. Unexpectedly, a couple approached at this moment. It was Deng Baobao and her boyfriend, Hongbo. Deng Baobao was vain, and although she acted arrogantly, as Yizi had said, she couldn't simply cough up the 500 yuan share. So, for dinner tonight, she quickly brought Hongbo along and had him cover the cost of two people's shares. Yizi, what are you doing here? Since she could afford to have dinner here tonight, she still felt a sense of superiority. Seeing Yizi, she was instantly displeased, feeling that it wasn't so classy after all to dine here. Yes, Baobao, isn't it a coincidence? Yizi knew they were here for dinner at Tianfu, but didn't expect to actually encounter them. Yet, with just a casual remark, Deng Baobao got unreasonably angry and began to scold him. I'm not familiar with you at all. How dare you call me that? Have I not warned you before? Do you know calling me that will lead to misunderstandings? She wanted to show loyalty in front of her boyfriend and flaunt her superiority, asserting that not everyone had the privilege to address her so affectionately. Yizi was caught off guard and didn't expect that such a simple gesture could irk Deng Baobao so much. Hey! Anyway, you still haven't answered my question. Why are you here? After scolding Yizi, Deng Baobao showed no sign of seeing any problem. She looked at Yizi disdainfully and said that a broke bum like him who couldn't even pay the share wouldn't be dining here. If not for dinner, then why? Before Yizi could respond, Deng Baobao suddenly had a moment of realization. Oh, I see, you're here working a part-time job to earn money. Haha. What a cheap doortoot or son-in-law you are. Even cleaning the toilets here part-time. Yizi had to admire her eccentric thinking, rolled his eyes, and couldn't be bothered to explain further to this idiotic woman. She was not worth his time. He ignored her, tried to walk away, but Deng Baobao blocked him with her hand, not letting him leave. Hey, Manager Chu's husband, we are guests at Tianfu Restaurant tonight. Since you're here to clean the restroom, why don't you quickly go help my boyfriend clean the toilet so he can go comfortably? Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Tang Baobao was arrogant, wanting to feel superior by trampling on Yi Zhaoxiao, while also trying to please her rich boyfriend. Yi Zhaoxiao finally couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. Is this woman mentally deranged? Previously, if there were issues with his paperwork and she scolded him, fine, he could take it as part of the job, make a mistake and face criticism. Just endure it. But what's going on now? Tang Baobao looked at him as if he were an enemy. Did he kill her whole family? Molest her multiple times? Must he step on him to show superiority? What? Still not going? Want me to complain about you? Or do you want me to slap you? Tang Baobao sneered, even raising her hand as if to deliver a slap. Hey, you're going too far. Yi Zhaoxiao's temper finally exploded, grabbing her hand. At that moment, Tia also came out of the restroom and heard Tang Baobao's words and saw her attempting to slap Yi Zhaoxiao, which infuriated her. Tang Baobao, are you looking down on people too much? Yi Zhaoxiao was just waiting for me here. What right do you have to hit someone? Tia stood up for Yi Zhaoxiao, pushing Tang Baobao away. Unexpectedly, when Tang Baobao saw Tia, her look of superiority intensified, taunting, "Oh, even you poor girls are here. Tonight, it's just the two of you who can't afford to pay, right? What? Couldn't afford to come here for dining, so decided to come here to work. Tang Baobao, you! Stop talking nonsense, we're not here to work." Tia was truly enraged by this woman, unable to find words. How could there be such a self-righteous woman in the world? Unfortunately, Tang Baobao saw her like this, feeling even more smug. Both were beauties in the administrative department, and she had long disliked Tia. This woman was straightforward, with better luck with men than her. In fact, once she caused a high-level executive to ignore her because of her, Tang Baobao had long wanted to retaliate against Tia. Today was a perfect opportunity. Oh, not here to work, so you're here to use the restroom together. Haha, have no class. Poor is one thing, but coming to such a high-end restaurant to use the restroom. You don't plan on taking photos and posting on social media, lying to everyone that you dined here, right? Hearing Tang Baobao's words, Tia's expression worsened. She was tempted to argue back, but still not sure if Yi Zhaoxiao brought her here as a joke. What if Tang Baobao was right, and they were caught? Having worked together for so long, Tia knew Tang Baobao well. If she dared to argue back and Tang Baobao found out that they weren't there for dining, she would become the laughingstock of the whole company. Haha, did I hit the mark? Seeing Tian's expression, Tang Baobao thought she had figured out the truth, so she started shouting, "Someone come over here. These two poor people are using the restroom for free. Everyone come and see. Where are the staff of Tianfu? Aren't you going to handle this?" With this woman's loudness, the place was instantly crowded. The manager, a woman around 30, was alarmed and quickly arrived with a few security guards. It's these two. They aren't here to dine. They came only to use the restroom. The more people gathered, the more Tang Baobao escalated her accusations. Isn't that shameless? Without dining, how dare you just use the restroom here? How can you let random people in, affecting our rights as customers? What if they install hidden cameras in the restroom? With her remarks, the surrounding customers panicked, feeling like they had become victims. Besides, those who paid high prices to dine there all felt a sense of superiority. After listening to Tang Baobao, they began to point fingers at Yi Zhaoxiao and Tia. Exactly, anyone can just come here to use the restroom, so is Tianfu restaurant now a free public restroom? They call this a high-end restaurant. Service quality is so poor. Quickly kick these random people out. Seeing Yi Zhaoxiao and Tia being singled out, Tang Baobao was delighted, taking out her phone to film. Ha, Tia, you dare offend my higher-ups? Once I share this with the company, I want to see how you continue here. Although the manager was more composed and didn't humiliate people like Tang Baobao, she still stood firm by Tang Baobao's side, as they were the actual customers. The restrooms at Tianfu are only for customers. If you're not here to dine, please leave immediately. When the manager directed them to leave, Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. She wished she could hide or disappear, but she couldn't blame Yi Zhaoxiao. If it weren't for Tang Baobao's deliberate intention to embarrass them, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Plus, now wasn't the time to clear things up. They had to escape quickly. She tried to pull Yi Zhaoxiao to leave, but Yi Zhaoxiao unexpectedly grabbed her hand and stood tall, coldly glaring at the manager. His tone carried a hint of madness. "Why should we leave? Haha, look at this." Sometimes we have to admire how some poor people have thick faces, shamelessly insisting on staying, as if they were in the right. Tang Baobao deliberately aligned herself with the other customers and put herself in the ranks of the wealthy to gain their full support. Her cunning was deep. "Manager, why waste time talking to them? Get the security to throw them out. Such people really ruin our dining experience. If you don't deal with them properly, we won't come here again." Playing the shameless card to the fullest, Tang Baobao was truly exceptional. Without the departmental dinner today, and a friend fronting the bill, she wouldn't have been able to afford dining there. Unbeknownst to others, she now dared to claim she was a frequent diner at Tianfu. "Please escort them out." The manager had to order the security guards to intervene. Tang Baobao was thrilled. The more embarrassing the scene, the more she could film it. Almost as if planned, Yi Zhaoxiao then spoke up. "We've reserved a room here." "What? You made a reservation? Can you afford that, you pair of beggars? If you indeed booked a table, why wait until now to mention it?" Tang Baobao burst into laughter, almost crying tears. Knowing they were not easy to afford such a reservation at Tianfu, she thought Yi Zhaoxiao was bluffing to save face. It wasn't easy to reserve a room at Tianfu. Even her reservation for the department was done under the company's name, or she wouldn't have been able to secure the booking. So, Tang Baobao anticipated Yi Zhaoxiao's imminent public embarrassment and wanted to add insult to injury. "Sir, please stop bothering us and leave." The manager frowned, extending his hand to usher them away. Being a manager required insight, and Yi Zhaoxiao and Tiatian's attire didn't look like they belonged at Tianfu restaurant. Tiatia felt regretful for thinking Yi Zhaoxiao was honest. Who knew he would say such things? Men had their pride, but being so brazen would only make it harder to save face. She quickly checked her WeChat and Alipay to see if she had enough money to eat. In any case, they couldn't afford any more embarrassment or to be looked down upon by Tang Baobao. "We weren't joking. We've reserved room 7. Yi Zhaoxiao replied deliberately, wanting to see how far Tang Baobao's smugness would go. Give the enemy a false sense of achievement before landing a decisive blow. That was the best response. And indeed, upon hearing his words, Tang Baobao began to tremble with unease. "Room 7. Haha. This beggar can't even weave a good story. Claiming to have reserved room 7? That's so funny, haha." Everyone watched Tang Baobao revel in her blissful ignorance. The woman was sharp-tongued, yet her grace wasn't lacking, and the men present enjoyed seeing her act haughty. "Manager, get this liar, full of lies, out of here quickly, because we're in room 7. Tang Baobao locked eyes with Yi Zhaoxiao, her pose exuding superiority. How triumphant she felt inside. Having lost all patience, the manager raised his voice, instructing the security guards. "Security, why aren't you acting yet? One moment." Yi Zhaoxiao finally took out his phone, giving it to the manager with a playful smirk. "I have a reservation message, see it for yourself." Out of duty, the manager still patiently walked over, but to his surprise, with just one glance, the doubtful expression on his face instantly turned to astonishment. "Ah, this is indeed a text message confirming the successful reservation at Tianfu restaurant, and it is indeed for room 7. "What?" the onlookers immediately exclaimed. They hadn't expected that, after all the commotion, it turned out that these people were also here to eat. "Forget it, how is that possible?" Tang Baobao couldn't be bothered to look, her expression full of disdain. "That must be forged by them, because room 7 has already been reserved by us, and we've been eating for a long time." "Well, that's strange. Can you show me your reservation text message?" The manager furrowed his brow again, politely requesting. "Tisk, you really don't know how to handle things as a manager." Tang Baobao's tone was still icy. Though impatient, she proudly took out her phone and displayed the reservation text message. "See, room 7 is ours." Seeing the manager's surprised expression, Tang Baobao felt even more pleased, firmly believing that the information from Yi Zi was fabricated. Others also became more curious. Both sides claimed to have reserved room 7, so it was clear that one party must be lying. "Yes, room 7 was indeed reserved by you." After looking at Tang Baobao's reservation information, the manager finally understood what was going on. Before he could even finish his sentence, Deng Baobao burst into laughter. Yuzi, Tia, do you have anything else to say? Coming to Tianfu restaurant just to use the restroom only shows your vanity. Fabricating reservation information is a matter of character. I feel embarrassed for you. Now get out. With that, she felt a sense of superiority from somewhere and actually raised her hand to slap Tia. She had wanted to do this for a long time, and today was the perfect opportunity. Tia was taken aback, unsure how to retaliate, because she also thought Yuzi was just playing a prank on her. Little did she expect that Yuzi would be angry, grabbing Deng Baobao's wrist firmly. Who gave you the right to hit my friend? I demand an apology from you. His eyes were fiery, his demeanor intimidating. Tonight, he had planned to treat Tia to a meal as a way to thank her, and now seeing her being slapped, he felt the need to make things right for her. Deng Baobao was truly taken aback by his reaction, but fortunately her boyfriend immediately realized what was happening and angrily shouted, "You poor scum, let go of my girlfriend." With that, he threw a punch. After all, he was convinced that everyone would be on their side. What problem would there be in beating up these two poor wretches? However, to his surprise, Yuzi easily caught his fist, then kicked him away. You want to fight? I will make sure you suffer with style. Yi Zhao's eyes were filled with pride, and his tone was arrogant. As the situation escalated to physical conflict, the surrounding customers were left in shock, all eyes turning to the manager. Before he could even speak, a deep voice came from the back of the crowd. Who is causing trouble for my esteemed guests? It was a man who exuded authority despite not showing any anger. He appeared to be over 50, with a commanding presence. By his side was a stunningly beautiful woman with perfect features and a cold demeanor. Yet her bewitching eyes had a captivating power. This pair of an older man and a younger woman would surely draw attention wherever they went in the Flower City. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yuzi was curious if the man was really Zhang Nan, but a sudden scream caught his attention. It's Lord Qing. Isn't that Lord Qing from the Blue Dragon Club? That's right, and the beautiful woman next to him is Ji Wuyu, the most famous courtesan in Flower City. Wow, it's truly a pleasure to see them in person. They're so elegant. Seeing Lord Qing and Ji Wuyu enter the scene, and hearing his words, Hongbo was horrified. Ji Wuyu was extremely famous in Flower City, a renowned courtesan who dominated the Floating Immortal nightclub. It was said that her escorting fee for one night was 36,008, making her the queen of the Flower City nightlife. Hongbo had been to Paradise Club several times, but even he didn't have the qualifications to see Ji Wuyu there. It wasn't a matter of not having enough money, but not having the status as a guest. Even if you paid a lot of money, Ji Wuyu wouldn't deign to accompany you. What's going on? Qing Yi's close bodyguard, Xiang Fei, quickly approached the manager, a fierce look in his eyes. The manager was flustered too, as in Flower City, who didn't know Lord Qing? He was one of the bosses of several nightclubs, a true heavyweight in the Flower City nightlife, and the most honored guest at Tianfu restaurant tonight. He was still trying to figure out how to please him when, to his surprise. Well, anyway, Lord Qing seemed to be very angry right now. HMPH, so what if it's Lord Qing? These scoundrels who fabricated the reservation are just lacking in character. What's wrong with us wanting to kick them out? Deng Baobao was unaware of the situation, not knowing who Lord Qing was. She continued to act insolently, thinking that everyone would be on her side. So, the next moment, she faced a tragedy. With a crisp sound, Xiang Fei ruthlessly slapped her, scattering her makeup and swelling her cheeks on the spot. How dare you hit me? Deng Baobao was shocked, covering her burning cheek and glaring fiercely at the man she had never gotten along with. Surprised. You can bully me for no reason, but I can't seek revenge. Yuzi found himself strangely satisfied. As a military man, he also admired Tian's straightforward character. Even the way she sought revenge was direct. Yuzi could see that Tia was actually helping Deng Baobao. If she didn't deal with this herself, if Lord Qing's people got involved, her situation might be even worse. All right, let's escort these people out, so as not to disrupt our dining experience. Yuzi calmed things down. Deng Baobao had learned her lesson, and he was now more curious about why Lord Qing and Ji Wuyu had intervened to help him. Yes, we'll leave immediately. No need to rush. No need to hurry. Deng Baobao's boyfriend was already scared, and dragging Deng Baobao, who was still clueless, out. She wouldn't even get to finish her meal. Deng Baobao was still bewildered and offended, not understanding why these big shots were targeting her. The onlookers quickly dispersed, realizing they had unintentionally offended important figures. Being recognized by them could have serious consequences. "Mr. Yi, Miss, please come this way." After the crowd had dispersed, Lord Qing personally approached, with a gracious demeanor, inviting Yu Zi and Tia courteously, calling Yu Zi Mr. and not revealing his identity as the young master of the Yi family. Yi Zi nodded, leading Tia and following Qing Yi towards the VIP room. Tia couldn't believe how she had managed to survive, walking into the palace-like noble restaurant with the manager leading the way, a group of people guarding behind her, allowing her to enjoy an experience even more unbelievable than Cinderella's. God, I'm just an ordinary working girl. Why am I able to enjoy this kind of treatment? Tia felt to dreamlike, but her mind could still barely stay clear. It must be easy. Qing Yi and the others must have arranged this banquet to please him. Otherwise, why would they treat him with such respect? Unfortunately, Tia was not Chu Qingyu. Yi Zi had only brought her here to dine as a small favor repayment and not because of any great excitement or emotion from her. Tia, can you guarantee that you won't mention what happens tonight to anyone when you leave? Just before entering the VIP room, Yi Zi finally smiled and asked her. Yu Zi, no, big brother Yi, I promise. Although Tia didn't know who Yi Zi really was, at this moment, she quickly made a zipper motion over her mouth. Her panicked appearance made Yi Zi chuckle. Don't worry, I'm not some big shot in the underworld, nor a shady character who kills to keep secrets. I just have certain reasons for not wanting my identity exposed. Hearing his words, Tia was even more surprised. If he wasn't some big shot in the underworld, how could Qing Yi treat him so grandly? Yi Zi also wanted to know, but upon entering the private room and seeing the low-key presence of Jiangnan Jianghu, he quickly understood the situation. Qing Yi managed over a dozen large nightclubs in Huacheng, holding a special status, so he must have had dealings with Jiangnan Jianghu, who had come to him tonight on his own initiative. Yi Zi, your visit truly surprises me. After some pleasantries with Qing Yi, Jiangnan Jianghu continued, Qing Yi is my friend, and he has a project he wants to discuss with you. Oh. Yi Zi looked towards Du Qing. Ji Wuyu had been staring at Yu Zi the whole time. At first, she thought he was just like some of the men she had encountered before, portraying a certain arrogance, which is why he hadn't looked at her directly the whole time. But now she was uncertain. From Yi Zhao's gaze, she felt that perhaps this man truly wasn't interested in her at all. It was the first time she had felt this sense of defeat since becoming famous, even wondering if Yu Zi didn't like women. Tia was breathless. Even though she didn't know who Qing Yi really was at first, she now personally felt his imposing aura. A figure that even the Tianfu restaurant had to please was now willing to cooperate humbly with Yi Zi. Just how influential was Yi Zhao's background? Tia couldn't imagine it and couldn't help but tremble, even regretting following Yu Zi here. What if she accidentally heard something she shouldn't have and ended up silenced? Yi Zi, I dare to speak frankly, Du Qing said, our Green Dragon membership has many employees who would like to have a bit more to eat and be a bit more satisfied, but my abilities are limited, leaving many of my brothers empty-handed. Hey, you call that speaking frankly? Yi Zi suddenly interrupted, waving his hand. You want me to invest in your Green Dragon gang, right? Du Qing was slightly taken aback, but then said, Yi Zi, you are indeed straightforward. I like working for someone like you. Working for me. What do you think I would need you guys for? Yi Zi smiled ambiguously. He knew that as a scion of the Yi family, his status certainly surpassed that of Du Qing, but Du Qing was not a part of the Yi family, nor was he eating their food. He was the local bigwig in Huacheng. Hence, he maintained politeness while speaking to them. At this moment, Du Qing's eyes adorning a sense of pride, deliberately and calmly said, the Green Dragon Gang might seem like small fry in the eyes of Yi Zi, but boldly speaking, no one in Huacheng dare offend us. If we work for you, whether it's to protect your business interests in Huacheng or to handle some matters discreetly, we can guarantee that we will get it done. No questions asked. With forceful momentum, his words landed firmly. Listening to Du Qing, Tia felt a natural sense of awe. Even though his demeanor wasn't menacing, he even displayed a humble attitude. Yi Zi smiled upon hearing this, well aware that the Green Dragon Gang approaching him was not just for money, but also to find a bigger backer. For any major issues in the future, they wanted him, the scion of the Yi family, to shoulder them. Du Qing had planned this well, and had the audacity to use even him, the direct grandson of the Yi family. Good. Yi Zhao's first word made Du Qing's eyes light up, evidently not expecting things to go so smoothly. Could it be that this young Master Yi was just a pampered playboy, completely ignorant of weighing the pros and cons? However, Yi Zhao's expression turned cold. Qing Yi, I prefer diplomacy before force. Your gang may need money, and I can provide, but for the tasks I assign you in the future, if you fail or make errors, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Zi spoke softly, but everyone present felt a shiver run down their spine. Yes, a murderous aura. The intimidating aura exuded by this man was like that of a Grim Reaper, making people not doubt his ability to obliterate the Green Dragon Gang in an instant. Ji Wuyu was particularly shocked internally. In fact, before accompanying her godfather here tonight, she had inquired about Yi Zhao's background. She heard that he had married the least favored daughter of the Chu family and had been a groom for 3 years, known to all in Huacheng as a useless person. But could a useless person have such an imposing aura? Yi Zhao's current performance was in stark contrast to his reputation, shocking everyone present. After Qing Yi's astonishment, he chuckled. Yi Zi, your gaze and past deeds remind me of someone. Godfather, who? Ji Wuyu couldn't help but ask impatiently, surprising those who knew her present. This woman, reputed as ruthless and unfeeling, was interested in Yi Zi. Yi Zi smiled slightly, retracting the killing intent. Du Qing, with eyes full of appreciation, said, King Gujian of Yue. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Zi is biding his time in Huacheng, one day planning to use his army to defeat Wu. Yi Zhao's heart surged with waves upon hearing this, but he smiled without a change in expression. Qing Yi, you overestimate me. I don't even have 3,000 soldiers now. How can I become a king? Yi Zi, I hope to be fortunate enough to be a part of your forces. I, Du Qing, also wish to stir up the political situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Well, we'll see. Yi Zi wouldn't admit to his ambitions. He quickly changed the subject. Since you're willing to assist me, I happen to have a small task that requires your services. Yi Zi, just give the order. For now, Du Qing didn't dare mention money and compensation. He understood that this task was a little test from Yi Zi to them. After listening to Yi Zi whispering into his ear, Du Qing was momentarily startled, then smiled. Not a problem. I'll follow Yi Zhao's arrangements. That's good. Yi Zi smiled meaningfully. After the dinner, when Yi Zi returned home, he found Chu Qingyu wandering in the hall, looking a bit uneasy, quickly approaching her. Qingyu, what's wrong? Yi Zi, my mother is in trouble. She's being held at an underground casino. How did this happen? Yi Zi frowned. As Wang Yanqing had gone out this morning with 300,000 yuan, it was unlikely she lost it all and ran out of money. But what could have led to her being detained? Late at night, after coaxing Peach to sleep, Yi Zi rode the electric scooter he had just fixed, carrying Chu Qingwu to a secluded alley. The alley was pitch dark and seemed deserted at first glance, but upon pushing open a partially concealed large door and walking through a narrow passage, the scene ahead suddenly became clear. Even in the middle of the night, the place was brightly lit, and the people inside were all shouting and making a commotion, creating a lively atmosphere that felt like a completely different world from outside. Heavens, why would Mom come to this kind of place? Upon seeing this scene, Chu Qingwu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, gently tugging at Yi Zhao's sleeve. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Zi couldn't miss this opportunity, quickly holding his wife's delicate hand and leading her through the crowd. Yi Zi definitely belonged to the handsome category, but his shabby clothes and the limp in his left leg made people overlook his looks. At this moment, his gaze was sharp, his head held high, exuding a faint self-confidence and masculine charm. As for Chu Qingwu, as a former school flower, from a young age, she exuded a youthful beauty and elegance. Walking into the casino with Yi Zi, she attracted many eyes and became the center of attention. Yi Zi, I'm here. Wang Yanqing, who usually detested her son-in-law to the extreme, now seemed to see him as a savior. Indeed, her son-in-law may not have money or power, but his sturdy physique was still quite intimidating. This was the first time Wang Yanqing realized the value of having a son-in-law. Sometimes, he could be quite useful. Mom, what exactly has happened? Why are they keeping you from leaving? Yi Zi led Chu Qingwu to Wang Yanqing, looking solemn. Wang Yanqing was sitting with a few gamblers on a bench. Unlike those who looked defeated after losing money, she looked flushed and disheveled, clearly having been involved in a scuffle. Of course, there were also some tough-looking men around the bench, obvious onlookers of the underground casino. As Yi Zi asked, Wang Yanqing became angry and shouted, "I was deceived into coming here. This casino cheats people out of money. They won my money, so of course I had to try and get it back. I'm not foolish." Hearing her words, Yi Zi nearly spurted blood. Wanting to retrieve lost money? That was indeed Wang Yanqing's style. If others didn't stab her, she wouldn't stop trying her luck. "Mom, why did you come here to gamble? Aren't you usually just playing mahjong with others near the community?" Although Chu Qingwu was furious, she still brought her mother over, checking for any injuries, luckily finding nothing serious. "Oh, don't mention it. Lately, I've been unlucky, lost too much, so I wanted to come here to win it back. Who knew this place would deceive people, and I lost all my money in an instant." With Wang Yanqing's explanation, Chu Qingwu couldn't help but sigh, not feeling too angry because she had no idea how much money her mother had lost. On the other hand, Yi Zi furrowed his brow and immediately asked, "Mom, did you lose 300,000 yuan?" "What? 300,000? Chu Qingwu was shocked to hear this, staring at her mother with disbelief. Just a moment ago, she thought her mother had only lost a few thousand or a few hundred yuan, never expecting to hear such a staggering number. I don't know how to explain. Your mother took the 300,000 payment for you from the Chu family," Yi Zi interjected, clearing up the confusion with just one sentence. Boom! Chu Qingwu felt like she had been struck by lightning, immediately releasing her mother's hand, her face drained of color. How could her mother do this? She actually took the 300,000 payment, which meant their family had accepted the Chu family's reward, all for a mere 300,000 yuan, giving away a contract worth tens of millions. Chu Qingwu was now overwhelmed with a desire to vent her frustrations, but how could she, when the perpetrator was her own mother? Pent-up emotions of being wronged, angry, and helpless surged up, turning into tears effortlessly, shimmering on the edges of her eyes. "Mom, did you just lose all my hard-earned work like that? All of it?" Chu Qingwu choked up, unable to articulate her pain. Yi Zi quickly embraced her delicate shoulders, sighing helplessly, realizing that the source of misfortune in their lives wasn't just him and Peach, it also came from her parents. Wang Yanqing also felt regretful for not treating her daughter well, bowing her head and stammering in explanation. I just wanted to win back the money I paid for the phone and give it to you all to use. Did I do anything wrong? The phone. What phone? Mom, tell me what happened." Wang Yanqing thought her words would comfort Chu Qingwu, but instead, she witnessed her daughter being completely shattered by her actions, almost immediately piecing together the events. If she guessed correctly, Wang Yanqing had been gambling incessantly, using her phone as collateral and subsequently owing 50,000 yuan. Today, she hoped that by risking 300,000 yuan, she could win back the 50,000 and return the remaining to her daughter. However, luck wasn't on her side, and in the end, she not only failed to recoup the 50,000, but also lost all the money. In her entire life, Wang Yanqing had never lost such a large sum of money. Frustrated, she couldn't contain her anger and impulsively attacked someone, feeling like she had been tricked step by step into a gambling pit. As for who had led her into this abyss of gambling, even Yi Zi was uncertain. Chu Qingwu also began to piece things together, realizing the situation. Unable to stand, she staggered backward, luckily being supported by Yi Zi. 50,000 yuan. With 300,000 lost, they could endure it and move on. But how were they supposed to repay the debt? Would there be a future for them? Thankfully, Chu Qingwu didn't know that this 50,000 yuan was a new debt incurred by her mother at the casino that day. She still had an old 50,000 yuan debt hanging over her head, otherwise, she would have been even more devastated. All right, since your family is here, hurry up and return the money and leave. Otherwise, according to our rules, everyone knows what will happen here. The leading man gloated, laughing heartily, appearing threatening. In today's world, anyone operating an underground casino must have significant connections, both in legal and illegal circles, or how else could they afford to operate? As the man spoke, several men in the casino brandished their knives, terrifying Wang Yanqing into a cold sweat. During the scuffle earlier, she never expected the other person to be so ruthless. Although Chu Qingwu understood the law, her mother owed money to these people, so she didn't dare call the police. Even if the police intervened and shut down the casino, their family would have no future in the city, always at risk of retaliation. Moreover, even if they did report the incident, it might not lead to any consequences, leaving her family in an even worse situation. Lightly, dance lightly. Can you please figure out a way to help me pay it back? Mom, I'm begging you. Wang Yanqing only now realized fear and quickly grabbed Chu Qingwu's arm to plead. Where am I supposed to get 50,000 yuan right now? Chu Qingwu didn't want to not save Wang Yanqing, but she simply didn't know the situation was so dire. And upon realizing that her mom had secretly lost so much money, she was now filled with anger, wanting to teach her mom a lesson by having a finger severed. What do we do now? What's the point of you coming over here? Hearing Chu Qingwu's words, mixing shock and fear, and even a hint of blame, Wang Yanqing felt distressed. No money. Fine, hand it out to me. Leading the way, he yelled out, reaching out to grab Wang Yanqing, and his subordinates quickly moved to restrain her, each with expressions as fierce as can be. Yi Zi could see through it. These people were deliberately trying to act fierce, probably to scare Wang Yanqing and her mother, making them figure out ways to repay the debt. After all, what benefit would they gain from severing Wang Yanqing's finger? If things were to escalate, even with a background as powerful as the casinos, it would be hard to contain. Don't touch my mom. Qingwu, think of a solution quickly. Yu Zi, you better agree to help me repay the debt. Otherwise, my finger might really get severed. Pressed down by two men on the ground, Wang Yanqing sobbed while glaring at Yi Zi. I owe a mere 50,000 yuan, and my daughter and son-in-law are actually so heartless, willing to watch me get my finger severed. With one cry to tantrums and 3 threatens to hang herself, Wang Yanqing was in a state of panic and had no choice but to resort to these methods, deliberately pressuring Chu Qingwu and Yi Zi to agree to help her repay the debt. As expected, with the casino personnel holding Wang Yanqing down, refusing to act immediately, it bought Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu some time to figure things out. Yi Zi knew this was a debt-collecting tactic of the casino and remained calm. Mainly, he sincerely hoped that Wang Yanqing would learn her lesson by having a finger cut off. However, Chu Qingwu was anxious. Seizing the moment the casino staff didn't act, she quickly turned to Yu Zi and said, "Take me home. I'll figure out a way to gather the money and redeem back my mom." Before Yi Zi could respond, the leader of the men came forward with a lecherous look, eyeing Chu Qingwu up and down. Hey, beauty, if you're short on money or can't bear to spend, I have a way to help you. Can you not make my mom repay the debt? Chu Qingwu could tell from his gaze that he had ill intentions, but she was also pushed to a dead end by her mom, wanting to hear what he had to say. Yes, as long as you're willing to stay here tonight to repay the debt for your mom, I can immediately let your mom go home. You want me to stay here? What do you intend to do? Hey, what do you think? You're so good looking. I'm sure there are many people in the casino willing to pay 50,000 yuan just to have a comfortable time with you in bed. Even if no one is willing, I'm willing to spend that money. You're despicable. Chu Qingwu understood his meaning, took a step back in fear, her body pressed against Yi Zi. Glancing at Yu Zi, the leader's eyes were filled with disdain and jealousy, coldly snorting. What were you thinking? Marrying this spineless man? He can't even pay off a debt owed by your mom. What's the use of him? His words resonated with the people around. Even though Ye Zhao's leg wasn't limping at the moment, they couldn't see what qualified this shabby man to be with Chu Qingwu. Listening to the mocking words and feeling the scornful glances around her, Yi Zi pulled Chu Qingwu into his arms forcefully, looking down at the leader. At this moment, his gaze was so proud and domineering. Chu Qingwu looked up and was momentarily stunned. What was Yi Zi planning to do? She is my woman for life. Even if you envy, hate, or are jealous, you can only watch. None of you dare touch my woman. Yi Zhao's forceful words left the leader dumbfounded. It's just 50,000 yuan. I'll repay it. Yi Zhao's assertive statement caused a commotion. Wang Yanqing also sighed in relief quietly, shouting, "Did you hear? My son-in-law is helping me repay the debt. Let me go. These 50,000 yuan have nothing to do with me." Annoyed, Chu Qingwu glared at Wang Yanqing, prompting her to keep quiet, then turned to Yi Zi with concern. "Where are you getting the money to repay?" Unexpectedly, Yeezy smiled slightly. Don't worry, I can handle it. The headman's role was to collect debts. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's agreement, he immediately reached out his hand, saying, "Fine words, but if you have money, take it out now. In a hurry. I'll repay you tonight anyway, or else I'll leave 10 of my fingers here." Yeezy gave the leader a disdainful smile and then turned to Wang Yanqing, asking, "What did you lose so much money gambling on?" "I started with baccarat, but I didn't understand it. Then I went to play dice and guessed the size. That table must have been rigged." Wang Yanqing answered Yeezy with a resentful look. She wanted to continue speaking, but Yeezy coldly said, "All right, I'll help you win the money back." As soon as he said that, Chu Qingwu was shocked. Yeezy actually planned to repay the debt this way? Wasn't that just like her mom? She feared they might dig themselves into a deeper hole. Haha, you were just talking big, thought you actually had the money to repay. Of course, you're welcome to gamble. Once the clock strikes midnight, and you still haven't repaid the money, don't blame us for being rude. The leader spat out disdainfully. The people around didn't hesitate to look down on Yeezy. After so much hype, this guy turned out to be just a delusional gambler. Even more unexpectedly, Yeezy reached into his pocket and realized, wow, he forgot to bring money. "Wife, how much money do you have on you? Lend me some first." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding mocking laughter intensified. Chu Qingwu felt her whole being in a bad state. She was really on the verge of a breakdown, barely managing to take out a few hundred yuan from her body. "Yeezy, this is all I have. Is it enough?" She then looked at the time. It was already past 11 p.m. Even if she didn't gamble usually, she knew it was impossible to win 50,000 yuan with just a few hundred within an hour. It was simply wishful thinking. "It's enough." Yeezy also checked the time, then took Chu Qingwu's hand and went to exchange for chips. Following behind him were the mocking voices. "Haha, I've never seen such a fool before. Trying to win 50,000 with just a few hundred yuan. Must have not woken up properly, right? Let's watch together. I bet he'll lose all that money in minutes. Who knows? Maybe he'll lose it all in one go. Let's see how he'll handle it." Hearing these voices, Chu Qingwu was even more panicked, but Yeezy paid no attention, quickly exchanged chips, and went to the dice gambling table, tossing all the chips onto small before the game started. "Keep an eye on him. Once he's out of money, grab his wife directly." The leader had already instructed his subordinates. Naturally, Yeezy wasn't their target. What use was a big man? Once he ran out of money, they would forcefully grab Chu Qingwu to have their way with before deciding on their next step. These top-tier women, what man wouldn't want a piece of her? No, one time wasn't enough. They needed her to satisfy their desires for an hour. His two subordinates were also following closely behind Yeezy, ready to act at any moment. Little did they expect that when the dice cup was opened, oh dear, it was indeed small. Chu Qingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like Yi Zhao's luck wasn't that bad. Little did she know that before she could even relax, Yeezy carefully listened to the shaking of the dice cup, then casually threw all the chips on small again. Although Yeezy wasn't sure if there were any tricks in the casino, he confidently bet based on what he heard. As for his ability to determine the dice's points by listening to the sound, for him, who had undergone special listening training in the Dragon Breath Legion system, it was not a difficult task at all. In case the casino was cheating, he could always find Qingyi to clean up the mess later. But he had overestimated the situation. As soon as the dice cup was opened, it was indeed as he heard, triple twos adding up to 7, small. Oh, incredible! That kid's got some good luck. To consecutive wins, turning a few hundred into over 1,000. People around started to gossip again. Ever since the two entered the scene, they had been the focus. After the scene just now, almost the entire underground casino, with dozens of people, were now watching Yeezy gamble. Winning easily twice in a row also silenced those who were mocking him, now wondering if they were about to be proven wrong. Chu Qingwu was astonished, her eyes glittering as she watched Yeezy closely, feeling that this man now seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. As the third round began, she clearly saw Yi Zhao's ears twitch slightly, as if he could hear the points of the dice. Heavens! Yeezy actually has this ability. Chu Qingwu couldn't help but sigh. Had she been with a hidden expert in gambling all these 3 years? Otherwise, where did this confidence come from? Small. Yeezy casually moved all his chips to the small position. Seeing his confident appearance, 2 or 3 people followed him this time, Although the amount of the bet was not large, they were showing support for Yi Zi through their actions. Those who had mocked Yi Zi for daydreaming before were now speechless, silently thinking to themselves, big, big, big. But when the dealer opened the dice, it turned out to be small. Wow, 3 times in a row. Yeah, that kid just won over 2,000 in a minute. At this rate, he really has a chance to win 50,000 in an hour. Hearing everyone excitedly cheering around Yi Zi, Wang Yanqing, who had been restrained in the redemption area, couldn't sit still either. She couldn't help but wonder why her good luck had been taken away by this son-in-law who came knocking on the door. She had been playing all day and hadn't experienced the joy of winning 3 consecutive times, let alone doubling up. Dear, what should we bet on next? Yes, we'll follow your lead. Many people had started to believe that Yi Zi truly had some skills. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm and keep winning in succession? Yi Zhao's mouth curved into a charming smile, as if everything was under his control. Unless the casino was cheating during the dice roll, he had no chance of losing. But with so many people watching on site from all angles, cheating would not be easy. Moreover, it was not worth it for the casino to cheat in public just for a mere 50,000. However, after the 4th round, the atmosphere around the casino began to change. Many gamblers were following Yi Zhao's baits, causing the casino to lose over 100,000 in just 1 round. The underground casino was not that large and could not withstand such consecutive losses. He won again. Following the big shots bet pays off. Those who want to win money should hurry up, or else when the big shot wins 50,000, you're out of luck. The gamblers were ecstatic, while the people from the casino were grinding their teeth, and some were getting restless. Yi Zi had already sensed that someone had been keeping a close eye on him. It was evident that this person was not an ordinary gambler. When Yi Zi suddenly glanced up, he saw a somewhat unkempt man. This man was the one sweeping the floor in the casino, dressed shabbily compared to Yi Zi, but his face showed experiences and a faint glint in his eyes, indicating he was no ordinary person. As Yi Zhao's gaze met the man gave him a friendly smile and gestured for him to quit while he was ahead and leave early. Unfortunately, Yi Zhao's mission was not yet complete, so he returned the man's smile and continued with the next round of baits. Snake Uncle, if that kid wins again this round, you have to intervene. At this moment, a staff member from the casino approached the man sweeping the floor, coldly giving him instructions. Snake Uncle sighed, not wanting to cheat or harm others, but he had reasons to obey the casino's commands. Wow, the big shot won again. Unbelievable. 7 consecutive wins, turning a few hundred into nearly 40,000. If the big shot wins 1 more round, he'll reach 50,000. Big shot, continue leading us to victory. The gamblers were going crazy. With just those few rounds, many who had lost money had now broken even. If it continued this way, in less than 10 rounds, the casino would surely lose everything. Yi Zi, why don't we stop playing? I'll borrow the last 10,000 from a friend first. Chu Qingwu couldn't help but advise Yi Zi. Winning money felt great, but she could sense the atmosphere in the casino becoming tense. And she was wise enough to understand that, if Yi Zi kept winning, trouble would inevitably follow. Yi Zi was about to agree when the man who had led them earlier suddenly showed up again, shouting loudly, "Where do you think you're going? We have a rule in this casino that everyone who enters must play at least 10 rounds before leaving." Yi Zi furrowed his brows, only familiar with strong-arm tactics, never hearing of such strong betting rules. He hadn't expected this underground casino to have such a dominant clause. Chu Qingwu was also getting upset and wanted to argue with the casino staff. But the surrounding gamblers were eager for Yi Zi to play more at the casino, bringing them more wins. That's right, the casino does have this rule. Big shot, you're so good, why not play 100 rounds? Let's empty the casino. Damn it, I've lost tens of thousands here, and I'm going to win it all back tonight. Yi Zi hadn't spoken yet, but the leader pointed at the dealer, who had just shaken the dice cup, and shouted, "Get lost. You don't know how to shake the dice. Everyone can tell what the result will be. You want to bankrupt us by cheating?" The dealer quickly lowered his head and left. As Yi Zi wondered who had come to shake the dice next, Snake Uncle had already changed into a dealer's outfit, with a cold and indifferent expression, stepping forward to take over. "It's you." Yi Zi frowned slightly, realizing that the janitor was no ordinary person, but he did not expect him to be a hidden figure in the casino. "Yuzi, do you know him?" Chu Qingwu was already nervous and was worried when the casino suddenly demanded 10 more rounds to be played, especially after the dealer change. She knew there would be trouble ahead, but was surprised that Yuzi actually knew the new dealer. "I don't know him, but I know he's good at shaking the dice." Yuzi gave Chu Qingwu a slight smile, indicating to her not to worry. He really wished he could tell his wife the truth, that he was a wealthy tycoon, to spare her from constantly worrying about a few thousand. After agreeing, the noisy casino gradually quieted down. In this moment, Yuzi was the only focus in this underground casino. Snake Uncle shook the dice, his technique nothing extraordinary, just a longer shake than usual. However, every move by Snake Uncle did not escape Yi Zhao's scrutiny, including his complicated gaze. A true expert could read the other person's thoughts through eye contact. Yuzi could see from Snake Uncle's eyes that he had to win this round to clear his chips, take himself off the pedestal, and prevent further losses for the casino. Yuzi had only just met Snake Uncle tonight and didn't know the man's story, but he felt that whatever he was doing, it was for someone important beside him. The look in Snake Uncle's eyes was too familiar to Yuzi. He had shown that same look many times for his wife and daughter. The dice cup was set, and Snake Uncle released it from his hand. To prevent cheating, a device was used to reveal the dice. Without superhuman abilities, no one could alter the outcome. "Please place your baits." Snake Uncle made a gesture of invitation. Yuzi sighed first, then looked at Snake Uncle with a slight smile and placed all his chips on big. Yuzi heard the point total as 6 in total, but he could afford the 40,000 he was about to lose. He was willing to lose to Snake Uncle on purpose, giving him an opportunity to make amends for the casino. Initially calm, Snake Uncle's face appeared somewhat peculiar after Yuzi placed his bet, as if he was hiding something big. "Everyone, quickly place your baits on big with the big shot." The gamblers rushed to place their baits, but because of Snake Uncle's imposing presence and the impromptu change of dealer, there was doubt about Yuzi winning this round, causing the number of followers to be reduced by half. Even so, no one dared to bet against Yuzi, so no one bet on small. "Sold. Come on, open it." The betting time had come to an end. Everyone had stopped placing baits, but Uncle Snake had yet to open the dice cup, instead gazing at Yuzi. Despite Uncle Snake's efforts to control his emotions, his face still displayed a look of confusion and surprise. Yuzi smiled back at him, gesturing to open the cup, thinking that Uncle Snake had discovered his intentional mistake in betting and hence did not show any emotional change. However, in the next moment, as the dice cup was revealed, Yi Zhao's smile froze, his expression turning extremely surprised. It was because the final result was an unexpected 15 points from the 3 dice, totaling 366. "Yuzi, we won! We won!" Chu Qingyu's heart finally lightened. With this win, not only could they bring their mother back home, but they would also have over 30,000 in leftover funds, which was simply wonderful. The gambling winners also cheered, shouting praises at Yuzi as the gambling god. Those who missed out on the opportunity were deeply regretful, only cursing themselves for not having the courage to bet big. Yuzi smiled in response to his wife, but his expression was very strange. It was because no one knew better than him that he had lost in gambling skills, but won the game. Seeing Yi Zhao's expression, Uncle Snake also understood why he had won, so he deliberately thanked him and then left dejectedly. "Hey?" Yuzi called out to Uncle Snake, waiting for him to turn around before asking, "You lost, what should you do next?" Everyone present thought Yuzi was provoking Uncle Snake after winning the game, but only Uncle Snake understood that Yuzi was worried about his upcoming fate. "This is fate, my luck has never been good." Uncle Snake sighed and eventually walked away. Watching his desolate figure, Yuzi knew that Uncle Snake might be in trouble. However, just based on Uncle Snake's ability to deceive him with his gambling skills, Yuzi had already decided that he would definitely recruit Uncle Snake for his own use. Yuzi exchanged the 80,000 chips he had won back into money, handing it all over to Chu Qingyu without any greed or attempts to take credit. Chu Qingyu took out 50,000, paying off their mother's gambling debt, and handed the remaining 30,000 to Yuzi upon leaving the casino. Little did they expect that when Wang Yanqing saw this, she exploded on the spot. "Qingyu, what are you doing? Why are you giving so much money to this man? Mom, you can't snatch it. This is the money Yi Zi won, of course it's his. The 50,000 you owe was also repaid by him for you. Chu Qingyu pushed Wang Yanqing's hand away, glaring coldly at her mother. She could tolerate her mother pocketing her living expenses given to her by Yi Zi in the past, but she was determined not to allow her mother to take this money tonight. For the sake of money, Wang Yanqing was absolutely shameless, immediately shouting, "The money he won is correct, but the capital is yours. How can you give it all to him? Mom, if you continue to be unreasonable like this, I will directly give my living expenses to Yi Zi in the future, to prevent you from using it for gambling again." Chu Qingyu scolded Wang Yanqing angrily. Hearing his wife's words, Yi Zi felt relieved, realizing that she was well aware of the family situation. "Fine, what's so unreasonable? Qingyu, I am doing this for your own good." Scolded by Chu Qingyu, Wang Yanqing dared not grab the money, but still looked displeased. Moreover, this man won money tonight. Didn't he just steal all the luck from the women in our family? What a selfish and greedy broomstick, even wanting to take away our luck. Ha! Yi Zi couldn't help but chuckle in anger. He never expected a woman as rational as his wife to have such a superstitious and shameless mother. He wondered who had raised Chu Qingyu like this. "Mom, you're being ridiculously unreasonable. I can't be bothered to deal with you." Annoyed with Wang Yanqing, Chu Qingyu handed the money to Yi Zi without hesitation. "What my mom said is true. This money belongs to you. I will just deduct a 10% handling fee." Concerned that Chu Qingyu might not accept the money, Yi Zi quickly took out 3,000 yuan, handing back the remaining amount to her. Deep down, Chu Qingyu was actually extremely pleased, but she pretended to be indifferent, saying, "Well, all right, I'll consider this as your first contribution to our household after 3 years of marriage." Spoken out of the blue, but heard with intent. Yi Zi sighed internally, "Wife, I will give you money that you cannot spend in the future." Late at night, after making sure his wife was asleep, Yi Zi finally dealt with matters of the Wei Dance Company, fearing he would be discovered as the owner of the company by his wife. When he saw that the fabric factory owned by the Chu family wanted a meeting to discuss a cooperative contract, he couldn't help but laugh cynically. "All right, I want to see how you can continue to cooperate with Wei Dance Company without my wife." Yi Zi gave a brief response to Fang Yu, the general manager of Wei Dance Company, before lying down to rest. The next morning, two people arrived at the entrance of Wei Dance Company. It was none other than Chu Qing and his father. They were dressed very formally, carrying briefcases, looking like proper businessmen, and sincerely registered with the reception to request a meeting with the general manager of Wei Dance Company. They waited from morning until noon, and then from noon until afternoon, not daring to leave the company for lunch. They were well aware that the general manager of Wei Dance Company was very busy, so if they were not present when he became available, it would be disastrous. After their bottoms went numb from sitting all day, the secretary finally called them into the meeting room. Both of them were a bit stiff in their movements, almost like zombies due to sitting for so long. As they entered the meeting room, a man in a blue suit pushed his black-framed glasses and stood up politely, saying, "I'm sorry, although I know you've been waiting for me. I don't know who you are. I had to handle other urgent matters before meeting you." Hearing this, the corners of Chu Qing's and his father's mouths twitched involuntarily. Damn it, although they were not big shots, they were the heads of a large factory. Being stopped by someone saying they didn't recognize them made them feel quite embarrassed. Regardless, they forced a smile. Chu Jiangwo even nodded and bowed, saying, "General Fang, you're exaggerating. It's an honor that you could make time for us. So, could you tell me who you are?" Fang Yu interrupted him directly, appearing a bit impatient. Chu Jiangwo was at a loss for words. Although he had been somewhat courteous before, he felt like they were being blatantly humiliated now. "General Fang, my name is Chu Qing, and this is my father, Chu Jiangwo. We are the heads of the Chu Fabric Factory." Finally, Chu Qing finished his self-introduction. "Chu Fabric Factory." Fang Yu's eyebrows furrowed even more, questioning, quite perplexed. "I recall that your head was Chu Qingyu, a beautiful woman. The contract was originally signed in her name. When did the leadership change to you?" General Fang, the situation is this way. Chu Qingyu is my cousin. Due to her limited abilities and the fact that she has another job, she is not very suitable to be our leader. So, oh, I see. Without waiting for Chu Qing to finish, Fang Yu immediately sat back down, not bothering to look at the two of them anymore, In that case, let's cancel our cooperation. What? The Chu family father and son were shocked, almost jumping up and hitting the ceiling. This contract was worth at least 100 million a year, more than all their other clients combined. If they lost this contract, how would they explain it to their grandmother? General Fang, we are very sincere. Why cancel our cooperation so hastily? Yes, we just changed the leader in order to improve our cooperation with Wei Dance. We put in the effort to meet you, and we've been waiting for a day. The two men spoke emotionally, but Feng Yu did not buy what they were saying. Sincerity. I don't feel it at all. Just changing the leader on one side and then coming to another company and waiting for a day, is that what you call sincerity? Sorry, I can't adapt to your way of doing business. Chu King wanted to explode in anger, ready to curse at Feng Yu, but luckily Chu Jiangwo pulled him back. This order was more important than their own lives. If they lost it, they would have no way to explain to their grandmother. General Feng, we have not considered it well. As long as you don't cancel our cooperation, we will communicate in whichever way you require. We will do as you say. All right, bring Chu Qingyu here. I want to confirm once again whether she has the authority to manage the Chu Fabric Factory and can provide us with satisfactory fabric supply services exactly as envisioned in the contract she previously negotiated with us. Feng Yu made this request without any hesitation, instantly making the hearts of the Chu family father and son feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. By doing this, he was essentially saying that if Chu Qingyu was not in charge of the fabric factory, the deal would be off. What? General Manager Wei Wu only recognizes King Wu. Yes, grandmother. No matter how hard we try, he just doesn't acknowledge us. I don't know what kind of tonic King Wu used to bewitch him. At the Chu family's banquet, Chu King lamented in front of his grandmother and family members. Although his words may have been exaggerated, his emotions were genuine. King Wu has this ability. We never realized it before. Many relatives of the Chu family whispered to each other, "Hey, perhaps King Wu sold her body to get that contract. Otherwise, why would someone help her so much?" Eventually, Chu Biao voiced what many were thinking. However, after she spoke, those who shared her thoughts intentionally criticized her softly. "Biao, without evidence, how can you say that?" Yes, although she no longer lives in the Chu family, she still bears the Chu surname. Reputation is delicate, it's best not to tarnish others easily. Chu Biao looked at the hypocritical faces of these relatives and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Grandmother, what should we do now?" Chu King didn't have time to worry about the women's gossip, so he quickly sought advice from his grandmother. "What else can we do? Have King Wu come back tomorrow. For the sake of this contract, even if we have to support her for nothing, the Chu family will have to acknowledge it." Although grandmother's words were casual, the people of the Chu family were all harboring ulterior motives. What does it mean to support for nothing? The general manager Wei Wu now only recognizes her as the person in charge. So, when she returns, she needs to take control. Chu King felt even more bitter than anyone else. In his heart, he cursed King Wu as a scheming woman who relied only on her looks and had no real abilities, yet managed to snatch the position of manager at his fabric factory. At the Audi 4S dealership in Huacheng, Yi Xiaoyi was alone, looking at vehicle models without any sales assistance. His electric scooter had broken down, and he needed to buy a car to shuttle his wife to and from work. Originally, he had planned to buy a Maserati Levante for his wife, but aside from the fact that the car cost millions, he couldn't find a reason to explain where the money came from. Moreover, in a small city like Huacheng, there wasn't even a Maserati dealership. So, he decided to look at an Audi for now. As Yi Xiaoyi browsed, the sales staff couldn't help whispering about him. "Hey, what do you think that guy is doing? He's dressed so plainly, yet he's driving $1 million luxury car. He must be a chauffeur for a big shot. Why else would a wealthy person drive a Rolls-Royce? Wait and see. I bet he can't even afford an Audi." A female salesperson looked at Yi Xiaoyi with a disdainful gaze. As expected, when Yi Xiaoyi glanced at the time and realized his wife's work was ending, he hurriedly left the dealership to pick her up and take her back to the Jinfu building. "Xiaoluo, you guessed right. That guy really drove $1 million luxury car to show off. HMPH, I've seen many people like him. They drive luxury cars just to attract gold diggers. He failed this time, but he might come back next time. I bet he's got his eye on one of our female sales staff. Xiaoluo, the salesperson, flaunted a look that betrayed she saw through the truth, lifting her chin and intentionally glancing at the mirror, reveling in her figure and appearance. Clearly, just after saying this, she thought Yi Xiaoyi was likely interested in her, even though he had already left. Yi Xiaoyi didn't have that intention at all. Driving his Rolls-Royce back to the Jinfu building, he received a report from Fang Yu, informing him of the events at the Weiwu company that day. You've handled it well. Have someone informed Chu King? If King Wu doesn't come back to the Weiwu company to discuss the detailed cooperation within a day, the contract will be cancelled and we will pay the penalty. After instructing Fang Yu, Yi Xiaoyi continued on his route to the Jinfu building with a smirk. The shameless bunch from the Chu family would soon be on their knees, welcoming my wife back. Just as the Rolls-Royce parked downstairs, Chu King-Wu walked out from the main entrance. She was dressed professionally, her body forming the most beautiful curve, her hair styled in an elegant yet slightly aloof bun. Yi Xiaoyi quickly got out of the car, opened the door, and smiled to welcome his wife into the car. However, Chu King-Wu hesitated. Yi Xiaoyi, the electric scooter is completely broken. Let's take a Didi. This is the boss's car. How can I dare to sit in it? What's there to be afraid of? If I can drive it, can't my wife sit in it? Yi Xiaoyi pushed his wife gently into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and closed the door. It wasn't until Yi Xiaoyi returned to the driver's seat that he noticed his wife was still trembling slightly. This both made him smile, feeling a bit of tenderness and finding his wife's response cute. Yi Xiaoyi, are you sure it's okay? Chu King-Wu asked again, even though the car was already running. No problem. I am now the boss's driver. When the boss doesn't have any demands, my word is final when it comes to this car. Yi Xiaoyi added in his mind, even if the boss does have demands, it's still my call. Humph, don't be conceited. Chu King-Wu reprimanded softly, you just got a job, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you might get fired if someone hears you. Yi Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. Would Jin Lifu dare to fire me? If they don't fire me, I should be grateful already. Even if Yi Xiaoyi had to drive and send Chu King-Wu home, the old servant wouldn't dare refuse. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoyi couldn't say these words out loud. What are you laughing at? Yes, Xiaoyi, I find you getting bolder and bolder these days. Chu King-Wu was not pleased with his behavior, furrowing her brows slightly. Where have I ever been bold? I've always listened to my wife. Yi Xiaoyi's careless words left Chu King-Wu feeling tingly, and she didn't continue the conversation for a while. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yi Xiaoyi, you mentioned before that the Chu family would invite me back as the head within 3 days. Was that just a joke? Chu King-Wu suddenly brought this up, with no hint of blame in her tone, as if she thought Yi Xiaoyi was just trying to comfort her at the time. But deep down, she still hoped his words would come true and allow her to make a career to show her family, fiercely vying for pride, which was a long-standing determination in her heart. Do you think I'm joking? Before Chu King-Wu could respond, the phone rang. It was Chu King calling. King-Wu, we've discussed internally in the family and feel that we should comply with the agreement. Perhaps you should still take on the role of the fabric factory manager. Bring back that 300,000 tomorrow and let's have a good talk. What? Chu King-Wu couldn't believe what Chu King was saying. Just 2 days ago, their grandmother and the Chu family's attitude were so firm. How could they change their minds so quickly? Initially, Chu King-Wu should have been happy about the change in the Chu family's decision, but the 300,000 had been taken by Wang Yanqiu and lost in the casino. How could she explain this to the Chu family now? King-Wu, are you unwilling? Or do you think you're only worth 30,000 gold coins? Chu King had strong opinions on this matter from the beginning. If it weren't for grandmother pressing him, he'd rather relinquish the contract than hand over the position of fabric factory manager. Now, sensing Chu King-Wu's attitude, he naturally began to mock and scorn her. Wife, give me the phone. Yi Xiaoyi forcefully took the phone and interjected. Chu King-Wu was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Yi Xiaoyi spoke assertively and arrogantly. Chu King, listen to me. My wife is busy. She's not at your beck and call like a servant from your Chu family. If you have something to discuss with my wife, have grandmother come to our house tomorrow in person. Yi Xiaoyi, you dare talk to me like this? He beep. Before Chu King could finish his sentence, he heard the phone line being cut off by Yi Xiaoyi, enraging him to the point of smashing his phone. Chu Qingwu took the phone that Yi Xiaoyi thrust back at her, her dumbfounded expression showing she hadn't recovered from the shock. Yi Xiaoyi had dared to demand that grandmother come to see him personally. Goodness! Chu Qingwu vividly remembered that when they moved into their new home, grandmother didn't even visit. How could she possibly come now? Driving the car, Yi Xiaoyi could guess what Chu Qingwu was thinking. He smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Grandmother will definitely come. Just wait at home to greet her tomorrow." Greet her? Chu Qingwu could hardly believe Yi Xiaoyi's choice of words. After all these years, she and her mother Wang Yanqing had yet to receive grandmother's audience. When did it become their turn to greet grandmother? Yes, greet her. Yi Xiaoyi nodded firmly. In our house, the wife is the highest authority. Whoever comes, they naturally have to listen to the hostess. As Chu King spread Yi Xiaoyao's words, the Chu family was in an uproar. What? Yi Xiaoyao, that useless person, dares to say that? Chu Qingwu, that woman, is so arrogant, actually making grandmother personally go find her. I've known long ago that Chu Qingwu is just like her father, an unfilial descendant, but I didn't expect her to be so arrogant. A group of relatives gathered in front of grandmother, bombarding Yi Xiaoyao and Chu Qingwu, thinking this would please grandmother. Unfortunately, even if they curse it at the Chu family villa until they were hoarse, it wouldn't change the situation. After all, Yi Xiaoyao and Chu Qingwu couldn't hear them. Moreover, early the next morning, Chu King received a message stating that today was the last day, and if Chu Qingwu didn't contact Feng Yu to explain the situation, the contract would be void. Wei Wu Company really dares to breach the contract. They're wealthy and influential. What wouldn't they dare? Isn't it just a simple breach of contract fee? Canceling the contract is also good. We won't have to deal with that despicable person Chu Qingwu anymore, and we can even receive millions in breach of contract compensation. At noon, the Chu family members held an internal meeting at the fabric factory, all speaking in this manner. Unfortunately, grandmother sighed and said, "I'll go visit Qingwu's house, who will contact Qingwu and tell her I'm coming now." What? Grandmother, are you really going there? On what basis? You are the elder, and Chu Qingwu is the younger generation. If she wants to meet, she should come to see you. The Chu family members were indignant, grinding their teeth in their hearts, cursing Chu Qingwu as disloyal and unfilial, forgetting that Chu Qingwu was no longer part of the Chu family. They had driven her away multiple times. Although grandmother was also upset, she still had her wits about her. Giving up a 1 billion contract for the sake of a mere million in breach of contract compensation would be foolish. Isn't it sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed? Furthermore, Yi Xiaoyao's couple bore a grudge against the Chu family. She understood that, but it was inconvenient to say. "Jiangwo, you go call Qingwu." Finally, despite the voices of everyone in the company, grandmother set off to visit. On the other side, Chu Qingwu received a call from her uncle, saying grandmother was coming to visit. Still at work, she quickly informed Yi Xiaoyao to take her home. "Wife, what's the hurry? You can't take time off from work because of the Chu family's affairs. You're not idle at the company. Why should you go back for the Chu family's problems?" Yi Xiaoyao didn't let Chu Qingwu rush back intentionally. He wanted grandmother to wait at home. He couldn't persuade Chu Qingwu, so he called Jin to help. Chu Qingwu hadn't come downstairs yet when she received instructions from the general manager. Due to the upcoming design competition, she couldn't leave the company today. Unable to leave, Chu Qingwu could only call her uncle, saying she could only go home after work. When Chu Jiangwo heard this, he was furious. He had driven to Chu Qingwu's neighborhood and to head back now and wait for 3 to 4 hours. Poor grandmother couldn't endure such a series of events. Meanwhile, Chu Qingwu's cousin, Wang Yanqing, who had lost heavily in gambling, had been staying at home for the past 2 days. She was frightened to see grandmother and uncle visiting, so she hastily welcomed them in. Unfortunately, the air conditioner suddenly broke down that day. Their house was on the 3rd floor with a narrow corridor and poor ventilation. Grandmother and uncle were left sweating like in a sauna, voicing complaints. Wang Yanqing had to quickly call Yi Xiaoyao. "Hey, Yi Xiaoyao, our air conditioner suddenly broke down. When are you coming back to fix it? What's the hurry? I have to go to work now too. If it's broken, you go outside and get some fresh air." Yi Xiaoyao deliberately acted calm and composed, pretending not to know that grandmother and Chu Jiangwo had gone to their house. "No, grandmother and uncle are here. I have to take care of them." Come back soon, and bring 2 bags of good fruits. All right, I'll be back soon. Yi Xiaoyao hung up on Wang Yanqing and lazily lit a cigarette. Does the Chu family think they are superior? King Wu and her daughter have been living in that house for 3 years. They didn't even have an air conditioner before. When have they ever complained? Now, the Chu family, who only came for a short while, can't stand it. You'll have to deal with this kind of life in the future. That afternoon, Wang Yanqing called Yi Xiaoyao nearly 20 times to hurry back, but Yi Xiaoyao kept saying soon, waiting until 5:30 in the afternoon. She hadn't returned. Wang Yanqing also experienced the torment of being pressured by in-laws. Grandmother and uncle gave her a hard time all afternoon, even scolding her. Poor Wang Yanqing, normally confident and assertive with Yi Xiaoyao, had to endure it without losing her temper. By evening around 6 o'clock, Yi Xiaoyao finally returned with Chu Qingwu and their daughter. On the way, Yi Xiaoyao kept bringing up how the Chu family had mistreated them in the past, warning his wife not to soften her heart. The Chu family only bullies the weak. Qingwu, if you really want to stand up to them, you must stand firm. This sentence from Yi Xiaoyao struck Chu Qing heart directly. Yes, she was a graduate of a prestigious university. How could she not understand this logic? In terms of education and eloquence, she was not inferior to grandmother, but why had she always been oppressed by grandmother? The main reason was status. People with status didn't need to speak. A single glance could suppress those who spoke excessively. Chu Qingwu gritted her teeth and followed Yi Xiaoyao through the door, seeing grandmother and uncle with solemn faces. Grandmother, uncle, sorry for being so busy with work. Chu Qingwu walked into the house, putting on a smiling face for grandmother and uncle. Grandmother stayed silent with a stern face. Chu Jiangwo wore a sly smile, coldly saying, "Yes, you're so busy with work, we understand, but who understands us?" When her uncle spoke, Wang Yanqing couldn't help but plead with Chu Qingwu to say a few more words. Feeling a bit nervous, Chu Qingwu, who would have usually explained herself, remained silent this time, thanks to the prior advice from Yi Xiaoyao. Yi Xiaoyao even chuckled, "I don't understand what understanding means to you guys. You expect Qingwu to drop everything at the company, just to chat with you over the phone? Is that your idea of understanding? Moreover, is it Qingwu who is asking for your help today? Yi Xiaoyao, you!" Chu Jiangwo felt suffocated in his chest from Yi Xiaoyao's repeated questioning and angrily pointed at him. Seeing this, Wang Yanqing gasped and softly scolded, "Yi Xiaoyao, today is not about you. Take Qingwu and your daughter to the room." "Why should I?" Wang Yanqing had been restrained until now, but to please grandmother and uncle, she was still managing herself, irritating Yi Xiaoyao. "This is our little home, not the Chu family mansion. We are the hosts, you are the guests. Don't you understand this? Yes, what Dad said is right. This is our home." Even their daughter, Tao Tao, jumped in. She loved her parents the most. How dare this stern old grandmother and uncle come to their house and drive her dad away? "Okay, Jiangwo, Yanqing, let's not say anything." Grandmother finally spoke up. She had figured it out. Chu Qingwu had always let Yi Xiaoyao speak for her, implying that today's treatment was Yi Xiaoyao's idea. Otherwise, she would have stopped it earlier. "Qingwu, I felt you hold a grudge against us, but don't you find it absurd to seek revenge on us through this contract? The Chu family is wealthy and influential. Even if we lose this contract, so what? What can you gain from it?" "Grandmother, I don't." Chu Qingwu immediately refuted, looking a bit agitated. She didn't expect grandmother to think this way about her. Besides, if the Chu family had treated her like this, even if she held a grudge, so what? Humph, we all know what's really going on. Grandmother coldly snorted and continued, "But I am not here to argue with you. I've always considered you as a daughter of the Chu family, and I have always desired the well-being of the Chu family. So, I won't hold you accountable for today's events. If you can restore the cooperation between Wei Wu Company and us, you will be the nominal head of the fabric factory." After hearing this, even Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but marvel. Look at how she speaks, criticizing Chu Qingwu, but yet having such a high tolerance toward her. When people speak, they always stand on the moral high ground. Once again, Chu Qingwu deeply felt the wide gap in wisdom between herself and grandmother. Despite her preparation, in just 2 sentences, she was once again suppressed by grandmother, as if the Chu family had never wronged her, and she was the guilty one. Fine, Chu Qingwu gritted her teeth, thinking she must have owed the Chu family in her past life. Yi Xiaoyao, seeing his wife unable to argue with the old lady, loudly asked, "Grandmother, I don't understand what it means to be a nominal head. Does it mean that Qingwu only holds the position in name, with no real power?" This one question made Wang Yanqing, who had been hopeful that she and her daughter would return to the Chu family as the masters, plummet in emotions. Chu Qingwu was also secretly angry. Did grandmother have to play tricks like this even at this time? That's what it means. Grandma didn't even bat an eye, straightforwardly saying, "It is impossible for Chu Family Fabric Factory to let someone like Qingwu, whose abilities do not match, become the person in charge. However, since she signed the contract herself, no matter what method she used, we will still give her the corresponding rewards." "What kind of reward?" Ye Xiao asked casually. 300,000 yuan per month. Ha! Another 300,000. Ye Xiao couldn't help but laugh. With at least $1 billion contract each year, a profit of at least 30 million, giving her 3.6 million in rewards per year, does that qualify as corresponding? Qingwu also found it funny, but unfortunately, she couldn't laugh anymore. Whatever reward Grandma gave her represented her position in the Chu family. Grandma, however, maintained a serious expression, showing no sign of mistreating anyone, leaving Ye Xiao and Qingwu helpless. "All right, Grandma and Uncle can go home now." Just as Ye Xiao was about to refuse to see the guests off, Qingwu's voice interrupted unexpectedly. "Okay, I accept." As soon as the words were spoken, Ye Xiao looked at her stunned. He couldn't have imagined that his wife would agree to such a humiliating condition. However, he quickly understood from Qingwu's helpless expression that she had always been sacrificing for the family. Yes, refusing with dignity is commendable, but what would she gain? Nothing. By accepting Grandma's conditions, she would at least have 3.6 million per year. For their family, this was already a huge amount of money. "All right, Grandma, Qingwu has agreed, and she won't go back on her word." Wang Yanqing immediately cheered, the happiest person in the room. She had never thought about impressing the Chu family, as long as she had money to spend and lived comfortably. Whether she was the nominal or actual person in charge, it didn't matter. She was still in charge. "Okay, it's settled then." Grandma stood up, wanting to leave the house that didn't even have air conditioning. Once the cooperation is confirmed again and Chu Family Fabric Factory receives actual orders, you will be paid each month according to the order and commission ratio. "Hey, we have to wait for the actual orders to be paid." "Grandma, you really know how to do business and understand your Chu family women." Ye Xiao made a sarcastic remark. "Ye Xiao, have you gone crazy lately? Or is it after 3 years that you, this worthless person, finally show your true colors?" Chu Jianguo couldn't stand Ye Xiao's words and adopted a posture ready to teach him a lesson. "Jiangwo, let's go." In the end, Grandma summoned him away. Before leaving, Chu Jianguo gave Ye Xiao a fierce look. Though he didn't say a word, the implied message was clear. "You worthless person, wait and see. Someday I, Chu Jianguo, will deal with you." Wang Yanqing gratefully bid farewell to Grandma and Uncle before they left. With only the two of them left in the hall, Qingwu looked apologetic and said, "Ye Xiao, do you think I have no backbone?" "No, I know you have your reasons. I will make sure you get more," Ye Xiao replied with an understanding smile, along with some sweet words, leaving Qingwu inexplicably moved. She had no regrets marrying this man. Although he had no money, she felt that in their world, she was already the most precious woman. Chu Family Villa. After Grandma and Chu Jianguo returned, the people living in the large villa were shocked when they heard about what happened at Qingwu's house. They never expected Ye Xiao and Qingwu to dare to confront Grandma and Chu Jianguo in such a manner. They were even more surprised that Grandma would offer Qingwu such a generous reward. "Hehe, 3.6 million a year. Second brother, how much is your annual salary?" "A woman who was kicked out of the family seems to be making almost as much as you," Chu King mocked as he saw Chu King smoking alone in the backyard. Chu Biao approached him, despite Chu King's silence, and continued speaking. Finally, Chu King said bluntly, "Biao, what are you trying to say to me? Speak clearly and get to the point." "Fine, second brother is straightforward." Chu Biao smirked coldly. "If you give me 500,000, I can help prevent Qingwu from becoming the person in charge, and the contract may continue. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chu King just said, "Okay," turned, and walked away. Chu Biao grinned even more. She enjoyed playing tricks on others more than making extra money. That evening, just as King Wu was unsure how to contact the person in charge of Wei Dance Company, Feng Yu took the initiative to call, much to her surprise. "President Feng, okay? I will definitely make time tomorrow to discuss the details of the contract with you." After hanging up the phone, King Wu was thrilled and quickly gathered information about Chu Family Fabric Factory in preparation for the meeting with the person in charge of Wei Dance. Yexiao advised her to rest early several times, but King Wu was too excited. This was the first time in her life she was dealing with a billion-dollar contract and needed to prepare carefully. Seeing her wife so serious, Yexiao refrained from disturbing her and secretly texted Feng Yu, emphasizing the need to agree to the cooperation in the fastest possible manner without King Wu's knowledge. Indeed, the next day, King Wu presented a series of cooperation plans, received high praise from Feng Yu, who readily agreed to the collaboration and promised to send out the orders immediately. King Wu had never felt so excited. As she left Wei Dance Company, a confident smile graced her face, finally experiencing a sense of accomplishment and self-worth. Downstairs, Yexiao, waiting for her, was also happy to see his wife smiling like that. As King Wu got into the car, she enthusiastically recounted the morning's proceedings. Her liveliness was something Yexiao hadn't seen in their 3 years of marriage. He loved her current self, realizing that all the effort he had put in had not been in vain. On the other hand, the people at the Chu Family Company were on high alert that day. After King Wu passed the information about the successful cooperation, everyone was jubilant. It was unknown how many of them were genuinely happy. The news had barely spread before Chu Biao arrived at the Chu family house location and knocked on King Wu's door. When Wang Yanqing opened the iron gate, her brows were furrowed, looking puzzled. "Biao, what are you doing here?" she asked. "Auntie 3, I've come to take you to celebrate." "Celebrate?" "Yes, King Wu has secured a billion-dollar contract. The whole fabric factory is cheering, waiting for their heroes to celebrate." "Heroes, us?" Wang Yanqing could hardly believe it, standing there dumbfounded. "Yes, King Wu is our hero, our heroine. You are the hero, Mom," Chu Biao said loudly and intentionally praised her. "Really? How wonderful!" Wang Yanqing got excited, her head starting to spin, chest puffed out proudly. "Biao, I've always said in the Chu family that my daughter King Wu is very capable. After all, she is Wang Yanqing's daughter. How can she be inferior? Yes, how can such a smart woman like Aunt 3 give birth to an inferior daughter? This time, the fabric factory relies entirely on King Wu. Thanks to Aunt 3 for raising such an excellent daughter." "Haha, that's good to know. Look at the women from your Chu family always looking down on me, Wang Yanqing. Today, I will go back and teach those people who have looked down on me a lesson." Wang Yanqing was ecstatic by Chu Biao's sweet words and began swaggering and gesticulating. She had pent up this anger for too long after marrying that useless man and being treated poorly by the Chu family. She felt that her daughter King Wu's achievements now meant she had risen, becoming the queen mother of the fabric factory. Considering how the relatives had looked down on her before, she wanted to go back and show them all. Wang Yanqing brimmed with boisterousness as she followed Chu Biao to the fabric factory. "I'm sorry, without an identification badge, you can't enter the factory." Chu Biao was stopped by the security guard before entering the fabric factory with Wang Yanqing. Before Wang Yanqing could panic, Chu Biao loudly scolded the security guard. "Are you stupid or blind? Do you know who she is?" The two security guards on duty recognized Chu Biao. She was from the Chu family. But Wang Yanqing rarely visited the fabric factory, so they didn't know her at all. Being scolded by Chu Biao, the security guard felt embarrassed and sheepish. "Let me tell you, she is my third sister-in-law, the mother of our fabric factory's new manager Chu King Wu, the future queen of the fabric factory. Both of you need to be more vigilant." "Got it, yes." Seeing the security guards being respectful to her, Wang Yanqing felt proud and boldly threatened, "Humph, next time, I'll have my daughter fire you blind watchdogs." The two security guards immediately darkened their faces, feeling indignant. Who did she think she was? Just because she's the manager's mother, does she have the right to humiliate others like that? Unfortunately, Wang Yanqing didn't know this and confidently walked into the fabric factory. Second sister-in-law and sixth aunt both worked at the fabric factory. As the head of a small department, Chu Biao deliberately led Wang Yanqing past their office. As expected, Wang Yanqing saw them and couldn't help but mock. "Humph, you used to look down on me so arrogantly. What now? Don't you have to report to my daughter soon? Try to look down on me again. Just try it." After scolding second sister-in-law and sixth aunt, Wang Yanqing felt extremely pleased. Her whole demeanor became incredibly arrogant, almost forgetting that she had come to celebrate. After a while of acting high and mighty at the fabric factory, she suddenly remembered and asked, "Where's Qingwu? She is the fabric factory's new manager. The celebration is about her, not me, right? Aunt, don't worry. Qingwu is the new manager, so she must be very busy. She must be on her way here. Why don't I take you to see some other interesting places?" Interesting places? Wang Yanqing's eyes lit up. Yes, she may have become the fabric factory's queen, but she hadn't gained any benefits yet. "Aunt, the silk fabrics here cost over 10,000 each. Unfortunately, they are not keeping up with the trends. It would be a waste to throw them out later." Chu Biao deliberately took Wang Yanqing to the luxury fabric exhibition hall and sighed at the expensive silks. Wang Yanqing's eyes gleamed with greed. "Throw them out. Why would we do that? I want these silk fabrics. As the manager's mother, as long as Qingwu gives permission, you can take these silk fabrics, right? But what do you intend to do with them?" Chu Biao deliberately asked. Before Wang Yanqing could reply properly, she made an excuse to go to the restroom and left the exhibition room. Wang Yanqing waited for a while, and seeing no one around, remembered that she still owed a gambling debt of 50,000. Without hesitation, she took 5 pieces of silk fabrics and prepared to leave. Being a woman with a deep understanding of fabrics, she chose the most expensive ones and even instructed a worker to use a cart to carry them out with swagger. The 2 security guards at the gate knew she was the manager's mother, and, although they made a token effort to stop her, Wang Yanqing let out a stream of insults and they eventually let her go. "Absolutely shameless! I will complain about you too in front of my daughter," Wang Yanqing scolded the 2 security guards after taking the fabrics outside. The 2 guards, offended by her haughty attitude and disdainful tone, wanted nothing more than to teach her a lesson, but watched helplessly as Wang Yanqing left in a taxi. "Let's sell these fabrics first and then figure everything out. The celebration banquet will be open whenever we want to come back. After all, I'm the manager's mother." Excited all the way, Wang Yanqing was already planning to make the most of her time as the fabric factory's queen. Chu Qingwu and Yi Zhaojing had no idea what Wang Yanqing had done and arrived at the Chu family fabric factory in the afternoon. Chu Qing had pretended to have organized a celebration banquet for Chu Qingwu, but their intentions were still unclear to Yi Zhaojing and Chu Qingwu. "Who are you? No factory badge, no entry." The 2 security guards stopped them without hesitation. Chu Qingwu quickly got out of the car and said with a smile, "I'm Chu Qingwu, the new manager of the fabric factory, here to attend the celebration banquet." "Oh, you're the new manager of the fabric factory?" The 2 security guards spoke without the respect they used to show to higher-ups, looking angrier, which puzzled Yi Zhaojing and Chu Qingwu. Did changing the manager at the fabric factory also affect the security guards? "I'm sorry, without a factory badge, you need to register with your ID and apply for a temporary badge to enter," the 2 security guards said sternly to Chu Qingwu. Their reaction puzzled Chu Qingwu. Yi Zhaojing sighed, wondering if there were security guards so unbending. Nevertheless, Chu Qingwu followed the procedure as requested and finally received a temporary badge, entering the fabric factory with Yi Zhaojing. Entering the grand meeting room of the fabric factory, they found grandmother, family members, and even the factory's management waiting for them. "Well, the manager is showing off a lot of airs. We've waited for her to arrive at our factory almost 20 minutes earlier. We rushed to the meeting room in advance, only to find ourselves nearly falling asleep waiting for her strolling in lazily. Ah, second sister-in-law, you shouldn't complain. Now she is the manager of our factory, and everyone in the fabric factory has to eat according to her mood. That's right, can't offend her." Just scolded by Wang Yanqing, second sister-in-law and sixth aunt, slow to react, hadn't figured out how to retaliate yet, and Wang Yanqing had left, leaving them full of frustration. Now that Chu Qingwu had arrived 20 minutes late, they should have taken the opportunity to attack her. "I'm sorry, I didn't have a badge, so it took a while at the entrance to complete the procedures." Chu Qingwu felt helpless, seeing so many people waiting for her, and had to apologize politely. But by apologizing, she inadvertently appeared weaker, even though she was the newly appointed manager chosen by the grandmother. Hehe, what a novel excuse. Won't you even say you are our factory's new manager? Why would any security guard dare stop you? Sixth aunt, new officers always show off, plays the official might. Let's not expose her lies, it's too embarrassing. A group of relatives sneered at Chu Qingwu. Feeling confident after demonstrating her abilities, securing a partnership, and bringing back orders worth millions for the family fabric factory, Chu Qingwu's good mood disappeared instantly. Chu Biao watched the scene from a corner, her smirk a mix of triumph and coldness. Although Chu Qing didn't know how she had achieved this result, he secretly gave her a thumbs up in approval. Brother, the real drama is yet to come. Chu Biao dared not speak and sent a message to Chu Qing via WeChat. Chu Qing, after reading the message, smirked inwardly, thinking, Chu Qingwu, you wicked woman, the whole family dislikes you. Let's see what you can do to snatch the manager's title from me. Alright, enough talking. Let's move on a couple of sentences. Grandmother intervened to show Chu Qingwu who's in charge. After relatives had finished scolding her, grandmother interrupted, pretending to stop any further attacks. In any case, Qingwu has settled matters with the company, securing a significant order. This accomplishment cannot be overlooked. I've decided to announce. But before she could continue the announcement and declare Chu Qingwu as the new manager, the meeting room door suddenly burst open. The head of the exhibition room rushed in, shouting, Bosses, there's trouble. Several invaluable fabrics worth tens of thousands have been stolen from the exhibition room. What? How could this happen? Our fabric factory has tight security and surveillance cameras covering every corner. Who could steal from us? Exactly, catch her and punish severely. Yi Zhaozheng and Chu Qingwu, listening on the side, unaware of any connection to them, thought the issue had no impact on them. However, the head of the exhibition room glanced at Chu Qingwu suspiciously, looking alarmed, and blurted, it was the new manager's mother who stole them. What? Chu Qingwu almost jumped up at the accusation, and the other relatives started mocking her. Feeling stunned, Chu Qingwu almost thought it was a hallucination or another attempt by someone in the Chu family to smear her mother. After all, such deceit wasn't foreign to the Chu family. Yexiao and Chu Qingyu originally didn't believe it and thought it was just someone from the Chu family making baseless accusations against them again. After all, Wang Yanqing was not from a textile factory. For her to come in and steal something, she would need the ability to do so. But after watching the surveillance footage, a thunderous noise sounded in Chu Qingyu's mind. She didn't expect that it was really her mother doing such a thing. Yexiao was also too angry to speak. Although the video was edited, he also knew that the Chu family must have intentionally let Wang Yanqing in. That woman, Wang Yanqing, was a shameless troublemaker who didn't care about her daughter's well-being at all. Now, by causing this trouble, she would surely erase the credit that her daughter, Chu Qingyu, had painstakingly earned in obtaining the contracts and orders. Sure enough, the grandmother immediately exploded with anger, hitting the table with a plate in the conference room, creating a deafening sound. Who let Wang Yanqing in? And who let her take away our precious silk? Upon hearing this, Chu Qing immediately called the security guards on duty. However, the two security guards already had a grudge against Wang Yanqing, and now that the grandmother asked, they exaggeratedly added fuel to the fire and said a lot. Chu Qingyu was already in a panic and became even paler after hearing what the security guards said, trembling all over. Luckily, she had also called Yexiao over, otherwise, she might have collapsed on the ground right there. Chu Qingyu, you explain this situation to me. With Wang Yanqing gone, there was no evidence to support what was happening, and the grandmother took the security guard's words as the truth, now venting her anger on Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu was now in a complete mess, unable to make sense of the sudden turn of events. She only knew that the security guards had deliberately made things difficult for her, all thanks to her mother. The Chu family members were already dissatisfied with Chu Qingyu becoming the person in charge. Now she was late, and her mother had stolen silk from the textile factory. It was completely one-sided blame and accusation against her. Chu Qingyu felt like she had fallen into an Antarctic ice cave, shivering uncontrollably, unsure of what to say. She felt like the world was hostile towards her. Yexiao, feeling sorry for her, supported her with a gentle touch on her shoulder. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard as well. Unexpectedly, before he could even retaliate, Chu Biao jumped in, extending her hand towards them. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent for a moment. Sister Qingyu, what about my 300,000 yuan? Your 300,000 yuan. Chu Qingyu subconsciously responded, her eyes briefly unfocused before turning even more panicked. Yes, her mother had taken the 300,000 yuan and lost it, leaving her with debts at the casino. Although Ye Xiao later helped her repay the debt, the 300,000 yuan was still gone. Now, here was Chu Biao asking for the 300,000 yuan. How was she supposed to come up with it? Yes, my 300,000 yuan. Chu Biao looked very aggrieved when she said, we agreed that I would give you 300,000 yuan, and you would give up the position of authority. Now that you still want to take that position, you definitely need to return the 300,000 yuan to me. I also need to use it to establish relationships for the dance academy. Ye Xiao chuckled at her excuse. This woman truly believed that the 300,000 yuan was hers. However, he decided to make her pay for it. Taking advantage of the situation, Ye Xiao secretly messaged Du Qing, instructing him to send some people to help stage a play, as they had discussed during dinner that night. Poor Chu Qingyu had no idea what Ye Xiao had arranged, but she was well aware that her mother had squandered the 300,000 yuan she took. Now, pressed by Chu Biao, her legs went weak, and she sat down on a chair. What's the matter? Are you trying to back out now? Yes, is there really such a shameless person? Returning to take the role of authority, and not returning the stolen 300,000 yuan. Surely you've squandered it all, haven't you? Everyone pointed fingers at Chu Qingyu, their ugly faces showing contempt and disdain. In that moment, Chu Qingyu felt like she had fallen into a nightmare where she couldn't defend herself against the accusations and humiliations. All right, if you want to prove that I am lying, then return the 300,000 yuan to me. Chu Biao looked confident as she extended her hand towards Chu Qingyu once more, her smile filled with triumph, expecting Chu Qingyu to fail to produce the money. Chu Qinghu, seeing Chu Qingyu's despair, secretly applauded Chu Biao for being so ruthless. He had never imagined that his cousin, still in high school, could be so cunning in her tactics, even surpassing himself. It was truly admirable. In comparison, Chu Qingyu still had a lot to learn. She was dreaming if she thought she could become the person in charge. Only a few people present understood Chu Qingyu's character and felt sympathy for her current predicament. They knew that this trouble was caused by her mother, but it was Chu Qingyu who had to endure it. Such a pity. As Chu Qingyu couldn't produce the 300,000 yuan and listened to her clanspeople insulting and slandering her, she was on the verge of a breakdown and about to leave. Unexpectedly, as she turned around, Ye Xiao embraced her, swept a disdainful glance at the Chu family members, and with an angry look in his eyes. The 300,000 yuan is with me. What? Just as Chu Biao thought she had forced Chu Qingyu to leave the Chu family with ease, leading her to believe she had won, she heard Ye Xiao's words. The people around them showed expressions of disbelief. Even Chu Qingyu, who was held tightly by Ye Xiao, wasn't sure if he was lying. Where did he suddenly get the 300,000 yuan from? Furthermore, Ye Xiao seemed calm, even amicable, as he smiled mysteriously. Today, Qingyu is here to take on the role of authority again. So of course, the 300,000 yuan you mentioned earlier needs to be returned to you. It's in my car. I'll go get it and return it to you. Ye Xiao spoke confidently and with an unfurrowed brow while gazing around. Chu Qingyu, still watching Chu Biao closely, had absolute faith that the 300,000 yuan was part of Ye Xiao's commission fee. She waited to see if Chu Biao dared to lie publicly again. To everyone's surprise, Chu Biao had no hesitation, confidently claimed the money in her hand and laughed out loud. Ha ha, I've said it so many times. Are you all fools or deaf? Of course, this 300,000 yuan is mine. As she finished speaking, the doors of the conference room were suddenly kicked open, and a few men in uniforms rushed in. The whole room suddenly jumped. Even Grandma was not calm. How come there are police officers coming into the Chu family's fabric factory? Hello, we're the Jiangnan Police Task Force. We received a tip that there is 300,000 yuan of unknown stolen money here, suspected to be related to a homicide case. The leading police officer raised his credentials and said, "No way, it involves a homicide." The confident Chu family members, who were just aggressive a moment ago, suddenly fell silent, their eyes falling on Chu Biao. Chu Biao was shocked. Could the 300,000 they mentioned be the money in her hands? Chu Jianjun swallowed nervously. His heart instantly rose to his throat. This 300,000 is not his. If they cannot trace the source of the money, how will he explain to the police officers clearly? But before he could remind Chu Biao to return the money to Yi Zi pointed at the money in Chu Biao's hand and said, "Comrades, what a coincidence. There happens to be 300,000 cash right here. Check and see if this is the 300,000 you're looking for." Good. The two officers were imposters, actually here to assist Yi Zi in disciplining people. So when Yi Zi spoke, they quickly pounced on Chu Biao. Chu Biao wanted to explain, but the two officers were already holding her down, even holding her hands, treating her as if she were the mastermind of a crime ring, forcefully pressing her down on the table. With a poof, her head hit the conference table so hard it trembled, causing everyone to wince. Although Chu Qingwu also felt that these men were too harsh on a young girl, a sense of satisfaction still lingered in her heart. She knew Chu Biao should not be sympathized with. The 300,000 was clearly Yi Zhao's, yet she shamelessly claimed it as her own repeatedly. Not only that, she toyed with the money back and forth, and is now facing the consequences. Comrades, until you investigate the truth, how can you treat the Chu family members like this? Chu Biao's father, Chu Jianjun, feeling guilty, didn't dare to step forward. Instead, it was Chu Jiangwo and his wife who stepped forward to defend Chu Biao. The rest of the Chu family members also started shouting, as they were truly deceived by Chu Biao and her father, believing the money was indeed theirs, feeling unjustly accused. Shut up! Unexpectedly, the police officer's voice was louder than Chu Jiangwo's, forcefully shouting at him, which not only sprayed him with saliva, but also made his face pale. "We are confiscating the stolen money and apprehending suspects. Do you dare to obstruct our investigation and handling of the case?" The Chu family members were too intimidated, as the police officers were imposing and intimidating, making them too scared to speak. Chu Qingwu finally saw through the officer's true nature, ruthless to her face, but hiding when it comes to real situations. This scene truly showcased human nature. Yi Zi stood aside, watching the drama calmly, thinking today if Chu Biao, this delinquent girl, isn't disciplined properly, it's her own fault. Look at her, daring to falsely accuse me of stealing her money. Just now gave her one last chance, yet she shamelessly tries to swallow 300,000. Okay, you want to swallow it? I'll make sure you swallow it. Comrades, this 300,000 was given to my grandson by my son. How can you falsely accuse it as stolen money? Do you have evidence? Finally, Grandma stood up coldly, refusing to let things pass without a clear explanation. We have evidence of the stolen money. This is the code we've traced. Come and see if it matches. The grandmother quickly put on her reading glasses and walked over. This stolen money is related to murder and robbery. Can we not be tough on the criminal suspects? The leading officer said fiercely, scaring the Chu family members. Chu Biao was on the verge of peeing herself, as she only wanted to be greedy for money, never imagining that the money would be tied to a homicide. Now she was screaming, "I didn't kill anyone or steal the money. You're falsely accusing me." Shut up! Another officer ruthlessly slapped Chu Biao in the face, causing blood to flow from her mouth, treating her as if she were a criminal head, hitting her like a deflated ball. Despite declaring 3 times that the money was hers, the Chu family members believed her, and now that she denied it, blaming a murderer who would dare to speak in her defense. Chu Biao had given up, blaming herself for recklessly being greedy, now in deep trouble without a clear explanation. What should she do? Chu Jianjun finally mustered the courage to step forward, revealing the truth. Comrades, that 300,000 is not ours. I haven't even seen 300,000 cash in the past year, nor did I give my daughter that money. Really? The officers asked with stern looks. Absolutely, my daughter was greedy for money and forcefully claimed it was hers. I will discipline her properly. But please investigate, this murder and robbery has nothing to do with her. Chu Jianjun felt uneasy, pushing for the legitimate explanation and condemning the false accusation. Why are you laughing? Chu Jianjun couldn't stand Yi Zhao's arrogance, exploding in anger. The money was originally yours. You claimed it was earned through endorsing Chengxiang International. So even if it is stolen money, the criminal suspect is you. The revelation silenced the entire room. It turned out that it was all a scheme created by Chu Jianjun and his daughter out of greed. Chu Biao being scared to the point of peeing herself was her own doing. Chu Qingwu couldn't bear it any longer, arguing with clenched teeth, "Second uncle, who believed Yi stole your money back then? Now that things have escalated, you're acting so self-righteous." Even some of the Chu family's distant relatives couldn't stand these unethical actions. It was a disgrace for the Chu family, even worse than Wang Yanqing. Hearing the criticisms directed towards him, Chu Jianjun bit his lip, pushing the blame onto his daughter. If she hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't be facing this humiliation. But Yi Zi was not satisfied yet, teasing, "You request without sincerity. Just admit the money is mine." With Grandma's intervention, the situation intensified. Yi Zi, enjoying the show, demanded a public apology and submission before considering taking back the money. Chu Jianjun, still caring for his daughter, reluctantly complied, pleading for Yi Zi to take back the money. Nonetheless, Yi Xiao's mocking attitude persisted, insisting on the humiliating process. Chu Qingwu believed this was necessary to teach Chu Jianjun and Chu Biao a lesson, otherwise, they wouldn't learn. The Chu family's actions brought disgrace upon them. Chu Biao had provoked Yi Xiao's wrath, all of her own making. "Yi Zi, I'm sorry. It was a mistake on the part of my father and me. This money is yours, please take it back." Chu Jianjun finally couldn't withstand the pressure from the elders of the family. He respectfully handed 300,000 yuan to Yi Zi, bowing his head in repentance. Watching this scene, Chu Qing's mind thundered once again. She clearly remembered when Yi Zi had said before that one day his second uncle and cousin would come to beg him to take the money back, but she never expected that he would actually do it. The recent series of events finally made her realize that Yi Xiao's abilities might far exceed her imagination. When did Yi Zi become so impressive? Perhaps even if he took back this money, he could still handle these police officers. Chu Qingwu had this inexplicable thought. "Well, since you're so sincere in returning the money to me, I'll accept it." Yi Zi finally accepted the money. Yes, in front of everyone's eyes, he admitted that this dirty money was his, so inevitably, there were people in the Chu family secretly gloating. Especially Chu Qinghu, who had just matched the number on a banknote, clearly related to a murder case involving the police. Yi Zi, this fool, dared to admit that the money was his. Ha, it seems he's quite desperate. His eyes are on money. "Mr. Yi, since you admit this money is yours, can you tell me how you got it?" Although the police officer was sent by the Qingji family to help Yi Zi, with so many eyes watching, he still had to follow procedures and couldn't easily reveal his hand. Even to police officers let go of Chu Biao and walked behind Yi Zi. Yi Zi remained calm as he answered, "Of course, it was withdrawn from the ATM. Unless someone deposited it and I withdrew it, would that be a crime? That wouldn't be illegal, but we need to take back the money involved in the case for tracing." The police officer's attitude towards Yi Zi was completely different from how he had treated Chu Biao earlier. However, no one noticed any discrepancies and thought it was just a misunderstanding. "Take a look at the numbers. Take any related banknotes. Thank you for your cooperation." Several police officers immediately took action, unexpectedly quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the leader immediately reported with a smile, "We've checked and found that none of the numbers are related to the case. Perhaps the informant gave us incorrect information. We apologize for the misunderstanding." "What? Not one?" Chu Qinghu jumped up on the spot. "How could this be?" Each member of the Chu family was in extreme shock. Chu Bia's eyes were even wider than before, and she felt like she was about to faint. "How could this happen? I was absolutely sure of one banknote, and it's exactly the same." Chu Qinghu didn't believe it and rechecked. Finally, with the police officer's reminder, he saw that the numbers were indeed the same, but the letters before and after were different. "You can make such a major mistake like this. Do you all think the Chu family is so easy to mess with?" Chu Qinghu couldn't accept it, not knowing that this was a pit set up by Yi Zi and those so-called police officers in advance. Chu Jianjun erupted with anger, berating them for turning his daughter's situation upside down, making him publicly admit falsely accusing Yi Zi, and even pleading for him to take the money back. His face was worn out, only to find out it was a mistake. Who could bear this? "We've already apologized. If you're unsatisfied, you can file a complaint against me. Feel free to attack the police too." What was even more unexpected was that the leading police officer decisively patted his gun holster, intimidating Chu Jianjun once again. Not only that, the police officer continued to question Yi Zi. "Mr. Yi, I heard this father and daughter duo just admitted to falsely accusing you of stealing money and attempting to claim your 300,000 yuan. If you want to report a case, we can immediately proceed to arrest them." The moment Chu Jianjun and Chu Biao heard this, their faces turned pale once again. This was a criminal offense with clear evidence. If Yi Zi did report the case, they wouldn't be able to escape imprisonment. "Wife, do you think I should report the case or not?" Yi Zi intentionally asked Chu Qingwu, still remembering the scenes when Chu Biao was bullying his wife earlier. Now he would let his wife handle this enemy. "Qingwu sister, please forgive me, okay? I was just mischievous for a moment. I really know I was wrong." Chu Biao now realized she was in trouble and even felt like she was brain dead for committing such a crime. If she were caught and sent to prison, she would have a criminal record for life. "Qingwu, we're family. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it, right? Yes, Biao is still young. Just teach her a lesson. It's family money. Why fuss so much over it?" Relatives of the Chu family came forward to plead for Chu Biao, especially since Chu Jianjun held a high position in the Chu family. They all wanted to gain some favor. Listening to their words, Chu Qingwu felt incredibly conflicted. She couldn't speak out now, even though someone had said they were family moments ago when her mother took away the silk cloth. But she couldn't mention it. Yi Zi, on the other hand, had no inhibitions. "All right, since we're all family, then Wang Yanqing is also part of the Chu family, right? If she takes a few rolls of cloth, would you make a big deal out of it?" Chu Jianjun's father and daughter duo immediately looked at their grandmother, pleading expressions on their faces. After a series of events, their grandmother's face turned a pale blue. Unfortunately, the police were still present, so she had to restrain herself. "We're all family. Why make such a fuss? Comrades, these are our family matters, so no need for you to worry." The police officers didn't listen to her and questioned Yi Zi again. "Fine, since we're all family, I won't report the case." After Yi Zi said this, several police officers packed up and left, hiding their true achievements. Just as they were leaving, Fang Yu sent a video call to Chu Jiangwo. He didn't directly contact Chu Qingwu, but reached out to Chu Jiangwo. Of course, this was arranged by Yi Zi in the background, with the intention to create a sense of imminent danger. Director Fang. Seeing Fang Yu video calling himself, Chu Jiangwo was a bit surprised, immediately turned on the video in front of everyone, fearing his grandmother and others wouldn't know he was contacting Fang Yu. But what he didn't expect was that the next second revealed his mistake. "Mom, Director Fang wants to speak to you." Fang Yu immediately asked to speak with the chairman of the Chu family, showing that he didn't want to talk to him, which made Chu Jiangwo lose face in front of many people. When his mother heard this, she quickly adjusted her clothes with a smile on her face before engaging in the video call with Fang Yu. "Director Fang, thank you for the huge order you brought over today. Grandma Chu, no need to be polite. This is entirely because of your granddaughter's abilities. It was her persuasion that made me decide to use the fabric from your Chu family." With all eyes on the video call, as Fang Yu's words spread, everyone's gazes were directed at Chu Qingwu. Despite some people struggling to hide their jealousy, many looked at her with admiration and approval. Chu Qingwu, who had just experienced unbearable pain, couldn't help but show a smile of excitement. Finally, she was able to gain face in front of the Chu family members. "Even if all of you oppose me as the head, I will show you that I have the capability to succeed." Yi Zi saw his wife's expression at that moment and secretly thought, "Wife, this is just the beginning. Sooner or later, you will step on these people to rise to power and become the true queen of the Chu family." On the other side, after Fang Yu praised Chu Qingwu for a while, he addressed the main topic. He planned to visit the Chu family fabric factory next week and requested Chu Qingwu to personally show him everything about the factory. "All right, Director Fang, your visit will surely make our fabric factory shine." Grandma Chu exchanged a few courteous words before finally ending the video call. The conference room suddenly fell into a hush. No one dared to break the current deadlocked situation easily. Chu Qingwu clenched his teeth audibly. Half an hour ago, when he saw Chu Qingwu leaving on her own, he thought the position of head of the fabric factory was clearly his. Little did he know that things would take such an unexpected turn in the next half hour, with Chubia's consecutive failures and her humiliating exit. Now, she left the scene reeking of urine. On the other hand, with Fang Yu's active support, Chu Qingwu had gained a favorable reputation in the eyes of the Chu family members. Chu King, who wasn't stupid, understanding that the position of head would soon be handed to her, no matter how unwilling his grandmother was. Sure enough, without disappointment, although her face looked stern, Grandma Chu announced publicly, starting today, Chu Qingwu will take on the role of the head of the fabric factory. I hope everyone will follow her lead. Grandma, is she the actual head or just a nominal head? Suddenly, female department heads of the fabric factory, such as second aunt and sixth aunt, spoke out. They hadn't fully understood the situation. They thought Grandma Chu was just putting on a show, providing money for Chu Qingwu to treat her, all for the sake of contracts. However, plans couldn't keep up with change. Fang Yu's involvement designated Chu Qingwu as the sole channel of communication and collaboration with Wei Wu Dance Company. He even set the rule to have weekly personnel checks and to observe the progress of orders at the factory. Grandma Chu wasn't foolish. If Wei Wu Dance discovered it later on and found out Chu Qingwu was a merely nominal head, it would lead to a severed partnership. She is the head. Can't you understand? Grandma Chu vented her anger on the second and sixth aunts. Then she stood up, calling Chu Qingwu to join her. Clearly, she intended to familiarize her with the fabric factory's management style. Chu Qingwu couldn't hide her excitement as she followed her grandmother out of the meeting room. Glancing back at Chu Qingwu and the relatives who had opposed her becoming the head, as well as the smile that Yi Zi was giving her, her heart surged. Even if the whole world opposes me, as long as there are those who quietly support me, Chu Qingwu will definitely achieve something to show you all. Let all of you who underestimate me see that your impressions and evaluations of me over these years were wrong. I won't let any of you look down on me again. The two returned home without finding a chance to settle the score with Wang Yanqing. Unexpectedly, she walked over with a smile on her face, pushed Yi Zi aside, and proudly shared her achievements while holding her daughter. Qingwu, you must not have expected how much money Mom made today. I even bought seafood to add to our meal. Seeing Wang Yanqing still in good spirits, Chu Qingwu felt even more annoyed, her expression turning cold. Mom, who gave you the right to take those silks today? You didn't sell them, did you? Wang Yanqing was startled by Chu Qingwu's reaction, and then angrily said, those silks were useless there to begin with. Besides, you are in charge of the fabric factory, and I am the fabric factory queen mother. Is it wrong for me to dispose of some unwanted things? Ha! She dared to call herself the queen mother. Chu Qingwu was truly enraged by Wang Yanqing. If it wasn't for Fang Yu's timely phone call today, she wouldn't be able to smoothly take on the role of being in charge. Unfortunately, she couldn't scold her own mother. Could she hit her? Mom, there better not be a next time, or I'll report you to the police. Chu Qingwu angrily threw down these words and went to the bathroom to take a shower with Tao Tao. Ah, this daughter, refusing to take advantage of her position, then why bother being in it? Wang Yanqing was even angrier than Chu Qingwu. She walked into the kitchen and took all the seafood she had prepared back to her own room. HMPH, since you don't appreciate it, I'll eat it myself to prevent you from feeling annoyed. Hey? Yi Zi, who had been watching all along, was also at a loss. Remembering that she had endured this woman for 3 years, she suddenly felt that she had been too cowardly. Wife, are you tired today? Back in the room at night, Yi Zi once again cared for Chu Qingwu. After Grandma announced her as the person in charge, she was never given a break, but was taken around to learn everywhere. She wished to thoroughly understand all the unimportant details of the fabric factory. Tired is one thing. What I'm most worried about now is that I can't juggle 2 jobs. Fashion design is my interest, but being in charge of the Chu family fabric factory is also my goal. I don't want to give up on either. Chu Qingwu said as she planned to stay up late on consecutive Saturdays and Sundays to study the relevant information of the fabric factory and handle the affairs of Qingcheng Clothing. Yi Zi also felt distressed seeing her like this. Wife, you should rest first. There will naturally be a solution in a couple of days. Yi Zi had already figured out how to help his wife solve the problem. Unfortunately, Chu Qingwu didn't know. She continued to strive for her life and dreams. Right, Yi Zi. You still haven't explained clearly. Where did that 300,000 come from? Didn't you lose it all to Mom? Well, I want it back. What? You gambled again? Chu Qingwu suddenly turned around, looking at Yi Zi angrily. Gambling is the root of all evil, especially for men. How can you gamble your future on luck? Wife, I know I was wrong. I promise not to gamble again. Yi Zi hurriedly made a promise before his wife could scold him. The next day, Yi Zi drove his Rolls-Royce to the Audi dealership again, taking advantage of his wife's knowledge of his 300,000 and quickly buying a car. Look, that guy really came back. Xiao Luo saw Yi Zi and revealed a proud expression. Last time she predicted that this guy must be trying to act like a nouveau rich to attract beautiful women. Maybe he was even coming for her. Xiao Luo, I think he came back twice in a few days. Could he really be here to buy a car? A woman beside her, who had no customers at the moment, was also watching Yi Zi. Hehe, Jiruo, you're still a rookie through and through, no sense at all. I'm afraid you won't sell a single car this month and won't get any commission. Xiao Luo mocked the woman next to her arrogantly. The woman named Jiruo immediately fell silent. She was indeed a newly trained beginner, still in the learning phase. Xiao Luo was her senior colleague, and she heard that Xiao Luo had good judgment, always able to tell which customers were serious about buying a car and which were just causing trouble. That's why she could sell many cars and receive commissions every month. Of course, this was just hearsay. She had no first-hand knowledge. Jiruo, do you see that couple behind us? Look at how well-dressed the man is, bringing a woman who looks like a mistress with him. He must be showing off, wanting to buy a car. If he comes and doesn't buy a car, he won't be able to leave. Really? Jiruo also felt Xiao Luo made sense, but she felt too embarrassed to compete with her predecessor for customers, so she just watched Xiao Luo go to the man and woman. Yi Zi had wanted a quick result. Seeing Xiao Luo coming towards him, he asked, "Can you show me a style suitable for a woman to drive?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Luo ignored him and just walked away with an air of superiority, not even acknowledging him. Hehe, this kind of approach is too low. Xiao Luo sneered to herself. She had encountered similar approaches at least 5 times in her 3-year sales career. 4 times, men wanted to flirt with her and take her out, while another man was more direct, saying that he would buy her a car if she became his mistress. How could a proud woman like Xiao Luo agree to go out just like that? Most importantly, all of those men were scammers. She used to spend time exposing them. That's why when she met Yi Zi this time, she didn't bother wasting her time on him. Huh? Yi Zi thought she hadn't heard him because she ignored him. But when he turned around, he saw Xiao Luo smiling and greeting the couple behind him. Similarly, the woman was Deng Baobao, and the man she was close to was no longer Hongbo. Yi Zi, what are you doing here? Seeing Yi Zi, Deng Baobao's expression was even more surprised than his. The scenes from the Tanfu restaurant kept replaying in her mind. That day after leaving the restaurant, she directly slapped Hongbo and broke up with him that night, so she had no idea who Searching was. With her superior intelligence, she assumed that Yi Zi had coincidentally met a wealthy person and momentarily had some power, but he was probably just a poor guy. To confirm this, she had been paying attention to Yi Zi these days and noticed that he not only wore cheap and worn clothes every day, but also had an ancient phone. How could someone like that have money? Why do I need to report to you why I'm here? Yi Zi retorted, partly serious and partly joking. He had long held a strong dislike for this woman. If not for being too busy to care about her recently, he would have instructed Jin Leifu to fire her long ago. However, Deng Baobao knew she had offended someone, and upon hearing his reply, she smiled even more smugly. Hehe, I'm just curious why no one is kicking you out. After all, someone like you doesn't seem like you can afford an Audi. Yi Zi ignored her and turned to leave. But Deng Baobao persistently continued, instructing Xiao Luo, "Hey, you quickly get rid of him, or we'll leave. Being with a person like him makes me feel degraded." Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, but after weighing the value of both sets of customers, she decided to signal the security guard at the door, following Xiao Luo's instructions. After all, the couple appeared middle class and coming in to buy a car, which meant they were potential customers. On the other hand, Yi Zi looked shabby and didn't make a purchase last time. He was clearly there to cause trouble, so even if the manager came, they would support her decision. "Sir, if you're not here to buy a car, please leave." 2 security guards quickly approached Yi Zi, following Xiao Luo's direction to remove him. Watching this scene, Deng Baobao exuded a sense of superiority, even taunting. Master Yi, at the Chanfu restaurant, weren't you all high and mighty? How come you don't have someone to rely on today? Heh. A sense of superiority arose within Deng Baobao, along with the pleasure of revenge, making her unable to control her emotions. Yi Zi couldn't help but have a cold expression. He didn't want to argue with this clownish woman, but she kept forcing herself into discomfort. Then he wouldn't hesitate to slap her face and make her unable to stay in the situation. Who said I'm not here to buy a car? I not only want to buy one, but I want to take it home today. Yi Zi declared loudly to explain his purpose. His bold words indeed caused a slight shock among the salespeople around him who were enjoying the spectacle, but soon after, they started laughing. No one believed him. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Deng Baobao even laughed mockingly at Yi Zi, holding her stomach. To take the car on the spot, you have to pay in full, and the cars here cost at least 200,000. You, a driver making only a few thousand per month, can you afford it? You actually want to pay in full on the spot? Her words echoed what everyone else was thinking. So many people started pointing and laughing at Yi Zi, directly treating him as a joke. Hey, how could there be such a person? Last time he freeloaded a meal and acted all high and mighty. I now want to see where you'll get the money to buy a car. Deng Baobao still remembered the last time's incident and didn't want to have any more trouble this time. She immediately instructed the security guards, hurry up, and escort him out. Although the security guards also didn't believe Yi Zi could afford a car, when Deng Baobao said so, they didn't dare to kick him out. After all, they didn't get sales commissions, and they didn't need to impress Deng Baobao. What if they mistakenly kicked out a real customer? Sir, are you going to pay for the car in full? At this moment, the inexperienced salesperson Fang Jiru couldn't help but walk over. She also didn't believe that Yi Zi could pay in full on the spot for a car. However, she thought he looked pitiful. Maybe he was just not knowledgeable and had come to the wrong place to buy an electric vehicle. Out of kindness, after helping him clarify the situation, she planned to let him leave quietly. However, she never expected that Yi Zi firmly nodded and said, "Yes, I want to buy an Audi A8 and pay in full for it." What day 8? The other salespeople were shocked at Ji Zhao's words, and Fang Jiru was almost jumping in surprise. Yi Zi mentioned an Audi A8, proving that he really intended to buy an Audi vehicle. Xia Luo's face even changed color as she thought to herself, did she make a mistake and miss out on a big opportunity? Impossible! This bumpkin definitely couldn't afford an Audi A8. Just thinking about the commission from selling an Audi A8, Xia Luo now silently prayed that this guy was just putting on an act out of frustration. Sir, do you know how much an Audi A8 costs approximately? Fang Jiru cautiously asked to make sure she hadn't misunderstood. How would I know? Yi Zi found it a bit amusing. Who the hell is the salesperson here? How appropriate is it for you to ask me about the price? Unexpectedly, his reaction caused a sigh of relief among the surrounding salespeople. Each of them thought he was just causing trouble. Otherwise, if he was really serious about buying a car, wouldn't he first get the market information? However, Yi Zi suddenly raised his hand, pointing at a slightly feminine style A8, and exclaimed loudly, "I want that one." Sir, are you sure you're serious? Fang Jiru's voice trembled in excitement. It was only her first day at work, and she didn't expect to close a deal so easily. If she sold the A8, the commission would keep her afloat for a long time. Do you think I have time to come here specifically to joke around with you? Yi Zi replied with a bit of impatience, resetting his demeanor. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Let me report to you that the car you want to buy costs 920,000. If you want same-day delivery service, it would total around 1 million. What? 1 million? Deng Baobao now didn't know what to feel. Even her new boyfriend couldn't afford this car. Where did Yi Zi, this poor guy, get the money from? Xia Luo, on the other hand, didn't think much about it and silently prayed that he couldn't afford it. Couldn't afford it. He definitely couldn't afford it. Yeah, he's definitely just showing off. Let's see how far he'll take this. However, Yi Zi didn't hesitate at all and immediately responded, "Sure, I'll pay the 1 million and take the car now." Ah, all right. Fang Jiru also took a while to react, as she couldn't believe how easy it seemed to make money. The Audi 4S store exploded with shock. Yi Zhao's scruffy appearance and his low-profile behavior since entering the shop had struck a huge contrast with his noble status holding the dragon card. This unexpected revelation left the people present wide-eyed and speechless, unable to control their expressions. Fang Jiru was trembling. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would be assisting a millionaire on her first day of work. With trembling anticipation, she proceeded to swipe the card for the second time. Beep! Payment successful. Listening to the sound of the payment machine and seeing the printed receipt, Fang Jiru almost felt like it was all surreal. Selling $1 million luxury car seemed to be just a few words away, and she had earned a significant commission on her very first day at work. The other salespeople were dumbstruck. Xia Luo not only regretted missing out on the customer, but also felt a deep sense of loss. She had let go of the biggest fish of all. Deng Baobao felt her face swell with embarrassment. At first, she claimed he couldn't afford the car, then said he was just showing off, but he actually pulled out the dragon card. "Ah, sir, I'm really sorry. I miscalculated. I overcharged you by 10,000. Fang Jiru quickly realized she had mistakenly added an extra item in the bill and apologized profusely. "Forget it. Consider it a tip for you." Yi Zi waved it off casually. "Ha!" Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Fang Jiru felt like she could hardly breathe, almost dying of happiness. The other salespeople were envious and jealous beyond belief. To overcharge a customer and not get scolded, and to even receive a 10,000 tip. Xia Luo felt like kicking herself for missing out on such a huge opportunity. Dejected, she thought, how could I let go of such a big client? Deng Baobao felt like her face was being slapped. She initially claimed he couldn't afford the car, but here he was willing to pay in full on the spot. Then she thought he was just showing off, but he actually turned out to be a billionaire. "Sir, your card doesn't have sufficient funds." Fang Jiru was disappointed and even a bit angry after all of the manipulation. "I'm sorry, I took the wrong card. Try this one." Yi Zi quickly handed her the prestigious dragon card from the Noble Bank. The people around were watching Fang Jiru with mocking eyes, waiting to see her get played twice in a row. Fang Jiru reluctantly took the second card, only to be stunned when she noticed the sparkling dragon emblem on the card. "Isn't this the dragon card from the Noble Bank?" The crowd fell silent at her words. Eventually, someone yelled, "The dragon card from the Noble Bank. Rumor has it that you need to have 10 billion in assets to get that." "What? Is this guy a billionaire? You can't tell just by looking at him. How could a billionaire dress like this? And would a billionaire personally drive an Audi?" The Audi 4S store erupted with all the commotion. Yi Zhao's humble image and his discreet behavior since arrival, now contrasting with the prestigious identity of holding the dragon card, left everyone present dumbfounded, unable to control their reactions. Fang Jiru was trembling. Never would she have imagined that on her first day at work, she would be assisting a billionaire. Just earlier, she had been slightly irritated. Now she was afraid the big shot might scold her. Holding on to this anxious feeling, Fang Jiru swiped the card for the second time. Beep! Payment successful. The sound of the payment machine, coupled with the printed receipt, made Fang Jiru feel like she was in a dream. Selling $1 million luxury car just like that, and earning a substantial commission on her first day of work. The salespeople were dumbfounded. Xia Luo went from hoping he couldn't afford it to realizing she had missed out on a great opportunity. Deng Baobao felt like her face had been slapped. She had initially claimed he couldn't afford the car, then presumed he was just showing off. But he actually pulled out the dragon card. "Ah, sir, I'm terribly sorry, but I miscalculated. I overcharged you by 10,000. Fang Jiru rechecked the bill and found she had repeated an item, resulting in an overcharge. She apologized profusely as she bent down to offer a refund. "Forget it. Consider it a tip for you." Yi Zi brushed it off casually. Listen to Yi Zhao's words. Fang Jiru felt her breath hitch, almost overwhelmed with happiness. The other salespeople were envious and regretful. Could this customer really afford the car? In the end, it turned out he was a billionaire. Perhaps it was Feng Jiru's lucky day, with that large commission on her very first day at work. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." After Fang Jiru reacted, she quickly started to operate for Yi Zi. "Jiru, don't make mistakes again. Let me help you." Xia Luo, who was originally experienced and was with Fang Jiru, hurried over to serve attentively, hoping that Yi Zi, this high-level dragon card player would be pleased and casually reward herself with a few thousand RMB. However, her wishful thinking was in vain as EZ had no intention of giving her any tip money. "Sir, your Audi is ready to be picked up, but what about your Rolls-Royce?" After completing the procedures, Fang Jiru respectfully asked. The onlookers also lingered, eager to know how EZ would drive away with 2 luxury cars. Unexpectedly, in order to conceal his identity, EZ just smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I am Jin Leifu's driver. He asked me to help him buy this Audi. I'll drive off with the new car first, and later he will instruct another driver to take the Rolls-Royce." What? So he wasn't the one buying the car after all. As expected, this guy didn't seem like a wealthy tycoon. Maybe that dragon card was also Jin Leifu's? After hearing Yi Zhao's words, everyone felt a sudden clarity in their logic. Deng Baobao watched Yi Zi drive away in the new car, then burst out cursing. F***ing loser, always trying to show off at every chance, and doing it so poorly. Listening to her foul language, not only Fang Jiru, even Ziluo was extremely disgusted with her. After all, being able to show off is also a skill. Besides, they don't care who buys the car, as long as they get their commission and tips for real. After scolding Yu Zi, Deng Baobao walked quickly over with her boyfriend and started rebuking Ziluo. "What business are you trying to pull here? We were the ones you called to serve, and you actually left us to attend to other customers. Do you think we are invisible?" Ziluo had a hot temper as well. She couldn't tolerate Deng Baobao's attitude. She quickly vented her frustration at Deng Baobao for not receiving any tips and commission. "Miss, everyone who enters our store is a potential customer. Besides, if someone buys an Audi A8 on the spot, is there anything wrong with me helping my new colleague with the procedures? Let's have everyone judge." Deng Baobao's face changed, not expecting Ziluo, the salesperson, to be even more articulate than her, and she continued to sarcastically mock her. "Moreover, the person smoothly bought a car. Can't you at least learn to be more efficient like them? If you can buy a car on the spot right now, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. How about that? Can you afford it?" Ziluo even resorted to provocation. Besides venting her frustrations, she also had a little strategy in mind. Just in case this couple buys a car on the spot in a fit of anger, she would immediately earn a commission, right? For money, Ziluo was willing to go through fire and water. She would do anything. Unfortunately, Deng Baobao wasn't up for the challenge. Where would she get the money to buy an Audi? Provoked by Ziluo, she quickly glared at her new boyfriend. He had been considering it for a moment, especially after seeing Yu Zi purchase an Audi A8 so grandly. How could he compare to that? Now, with an audience present, even if he bought a car worth hundreds of thousands, having to pay in installments would be embarrassing. In order to avoid ridicule, he shook his head, saying the cars here were too inferior, and then turned and left. Bah, a pair of poor losers, pretending when they can't afford it. I don't know where they get the guts from, and they dare to speak like that. Ziluo, seeing that they didn't buy the car, became even more angry, poking fun at Deng Baobao mercilessly. Furious, Deng Baobao clenched her fists, with her knuckles turning white. In that moment, she split up with her unreliable boyfriend. Yi Zi had no idea that, because of him, Deng Baobao had broken up twice. If he had known, he would have surely felt endlessly virtuous, becoming the master of separations, specializing in helping men out of pitfalls. Driving his Audi A8, Yi Zi circled twice before returning home. Since Chu Qingwu didn't purchase a parking space when buying the house, his car could only be temporarily parked in the public parking lot downstairs. Wow, Dad's back. Dad's new car is so beautiful. Cao Dao happened to see this scene while playing in the building ground, cheering, "Mom, from now on, we will also have our own car, and we won't be mocked by Xiaodong and Guo Haoren for not having a car." Still busy with work inside the house, Chu Qingwu hurried out to the balcony upon hearing this, only to find out that Yu Zi had actually bought an Audi A8. Her face instantly changed. As soon as Yu Zi opened the door and came upstairs, she asked in shock, "Where did you get the money to buy this car? Did you gamble again?" "No, I bought this second-hand car with the 300,000 RMB. Yi Zi offered the excuse he had planned in advance. "A second-hand car looks this new. Yu Zi, I warn you not to lie to me." Chu Qingwu couldn't figure out her feelings. To have such a good car at home meant she could step out with dignity, but she was worried about the unclear origins of the money, and the trouble it could bring. The car has defects. Wait till tomorrow when I drive you to work. Then you'll see. Yi gently held Chungking soft shoulder, giving her a reassuring smile. And I promise, the money comes from legitimate sources. Humph, winnings from gambling. And you're still calling it legitimate? Chungking rarely pouted, warning, Yi, never let me catch you gambling again, or I won't spare you. How won't you spare me? Yi found his wife's current demeanor very cute and deliberately teased her. I'll make you sleep in the living room. Unable to think of a proper response, Chungking blurted out as she glanced at the sofa in the living room. Ha ha! Yi realized he was playing with fire by admitting his mistakes, considering how difficult it had been for him to squeeze into his wife's room. Even if he had to sleep on the floor, being able to sneak a peek at his wife while she slept every day was worth it. The thought of being left alone to sleep in the living room again made him plead, "Wife, I know I was wrong. I won't gamble again. Please let me sleep in the room." But Chungking remained firm in her decision not to forgive. Cao Dao also didn't side with Yi. Walking over with a mature look, Yi, gambling is wrong. I hope you accept Mom's punishment. Turn over a new leaf. Honesty is best. Resistance is strict. Listening to Cao Dao's childish words, Yi felt happy, admitted his mistakes earnestly, and then started playing with Cao Dao. He suddenly realized that the happiness he sought was simple. Living worrying-free with his wife and daughter every day was enough. But he knew that if he weren't strong enough, this kind of life wouldn't be easily attained. He had experienced a lot in the past period and understood the intricacies of life. Moreover, in a big family like the Yi family, various factions were scheming against each other. Now that he had acknowledged his position as the legitimate grandchild, someone in the family would eventually come after him. He needed to be strong and build his own powerful force to protect his loved ones when the storm approached. While preparing dinner, Yi was still pondering how to subtly make slight modifications to the car so it would appear more like a used vehicle. However, after thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with a good plan. By now, the sky had darkened and Wang Yanqing had returned from her mahjong game late, feeling defeated and dreary, like a zombie. Wang Yanqing suddenly bumped into something hard, rebounding and losing her balance, sitting on the ground with a thud. After the bump, the pain finally woke her up. Damn, who's so inconsiderate, parking their car right at our building entrance? Wang Yanqing scolded as she got up. There was actually a reasonable amount of space between the car parking and the front gate, enough not to obstruct anyone coming in or out. Aside from the night being dark, the bigger reason for her collision was her lack of attention as she walked, not realizing there was suddenly a new car parked nearby. After scolding and standing up, Wang Yanqing's expression abruptly changed because she had accidentally broken off the car's side mirror. Oops, whose new car is this? At the very least, Wang Yanqing, being from the Chu family, recognized this Audi A8. Although she wasn't sure of the exact price of the car, it was worth at least tens of thousands of RMB, and she knew that breaking someone's side mirror would cost her a few thousand in compensation. This is bad. This is bad. What if they find out and beat me up? Wang Yanqing didn't know who the car belonged to, but in a wealthy neighborhood like theirs, who wasn't arrogant and rude, let alone the fact that she didn't want to pay, even if her daughter could compensate for her. She was afraid of getting yelled at by the owner. After some thought, she quickly looked around vigilantly, feeling nervous. Seeing no one around and no security cameras at the entrance, she had a sudden inspiration. Recently, the neighborhood was undergoing some construction, and many tree poles had been cut down. Wang Yanqing conveniently found a thick tree pole nearby and tossed it next to the Audi, wanting to pretend that it fell down and caused damage to the car. Taking a few steps, she felt uneasy and decided to wrap some of the construction fencing near the car, trying to fake the scene that the car was parked in an unauthorized area within the construction zone. Satisfied with her actions, she clapped her hands and returned home, feeling quite clever, thinking she was very smart. Little did she know, as soon as she entered the building door, Yi sensed something was off about her. Mom, did you fall? Why do you have so much dirt on you? And dry leaves, huh? Wang Yanqing felt guilty. Hearing Yi Zhao's question, she jumped slightly and denied, "No, I didn't fall or hit anything." Yi frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Who would have thought that Wang Yanqing would immediately burst out yelling, "None of your business. Did you leave dinner for me? I want to eat. The food is in the rice cooker. Help yourself." Yeezy is not the same as before. He used to care about his mother-in-law, but if she doesn't appreciate it, so be it. Wang Yanqing murmured as she walked into the kitchen. Yeezy was still thinking about the car and had already decided to create some minor damages to prove that it was a second-hand car, then explain that the previous owner was lazy to fix it and sold it cheap at 300,000. He didn't lack money now, so to ease his wife's worries, crashing $1 million worth car wouldn't matter. Late at night, when Chu Qingyu fell asleep, he quietly went downstairs. Unexpectedly, before he could even leave the building, a loud crash was heard. Could someone have crashed a car? Yeezy suddenly had a foreboding feeling and hurried outside. In the dim light of night, he saw a middle-aged woman lying on the ground, unable to even groan due to the pain. Her electric scooter had fallen on the ground, its wheels still spinning. Yi Zhao's Audi A8 also had its front end dented, and one of the side mirrors was broken. Strangely, the mirror was being pressed down by a tree trunk. "Hey, are you okay?" Yeezy didn't even care about his own new car, quickly ran over to check on the woman's injuries. Fortunately, having gone through various training in the military, he was quite knowledgeable in medical skills and could handle such injuries from car crashes. The middle-aged woman's left shin bone was broken, with significant swelling in the soft tissues, making it impossible for her to stand, but overall, her condition wasn't too severe. "Aunt, let me stabilize your left leg, and then take you to the hospital." "Ah, young man, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do late at night with my phone broken." The middle-aged woman quickly expressed her gratitude to Yeezy, also complaining a bit, who parked their car here. Also, how did the construction reach here in the neighborhood? Yeezy helped the woman with her injuries while casting a glance around, finding the surroundings quite strange. When he parked his car here, there were clearly no construction barriers, let alone a tree trunk blocking the way. At night, with these barriers and tree trunks, wasn't it like setting up a trap to ensnare people? Who did this good deed? "What happened, Yeezy?" Just then, Chu Qingyu's voice came from behind. She had just fallen asleep, and upon hearing the loud noise, immediately thought of Yi Zhao's car and rushed downstairs to check. "Aunt had a car accident and fell. I'm helping her and will take her to the hospital," Yeezy explained briefly, then turned to his wife and said, "Qingyu, you have to work tomorrow. Go upstairs and rest first." Chu Qingyu couldn't care about resting now. Not only had their newly bought car been damaged, but someone was also injured. She had to figure out the situation at least. "Oh, a car accident. Who crashed into our Audi?" Surprisingly, even Wang Yanqing came down, excited to see an electric scooter crash into an Audi. "Hey, aren't you Mrs. Tang from the neighboring building?" "Oh dear, how did you crash into someone's car like this? You're in trouble now." Wang Yanqing didn't care about Mrs. Tang's well-being, only excited about the opportunity to shift the blame onto her for damaging the car. She even felt a bit delighted at how well she had staged the scene. This way, who would suspect that she was the one who broke the side mirror? Mrs. Tang was in pain all over, and hearing Wang Yanqing's words only added to her internal agony, causing her to furrow her brows deeply. As a single mother with only one daughter in her final year of high school, working two jobs day and night to save money for her daughter's university expenses, if she had to pay for repairs, where would she get the money from? "Mom, please stop." Chu Qingyu couldn't stand Wang Yanqing's behavior. How could she be so indifferent to someone's injuries after an accident and instead make sarcastic remarks? She felt ashamed. HMPH. Why can't I speak? It's a fact that she crashed into the luxury car. Rich people are stingy. They will definitely ask her to compensate. Wang Yanqing not only didn't stop, but continued complaining, unconsciously not giving Mrs. Tang a chance to deny crashing into the car. "Ooh, what should I do?" Mrs. Tang started to panic, tears welling up in her eyes. "Mrs. Tang, don't worry. You don't have to pay for the car. Focus on recovering from your injuries," Yeezy reassured her while talking to Wang Yanqing. "After I take Mrs. Tang to the hospital, we'll deal with you later." Yeezy had figured out what Wang Yanqing had done and was not about to let her get away with it. Giving her a cold look, he made it clear that he wasn't pleased. Startled by his fierce gaze, Wang Yanqing trembled. Finally, she pretended to stumble and started a commotion, directing her anger towards Chu Qingyu. "Look, Chu Qingyu, see what kind of husband you've married. He dares to treat me this way, even after all I've done for him. Ah, why am I so unlucky, having such a daughter and marrying such a man?" I'm in a pitiable situation. Chu Qingyu was exasperated. Not only had their car been damaged due to Wang Yanqing's actions, now this conflict had arisen, making her even more embarrassed. Mom, please stop embarrassing yourself in the middle of the night. Let's address the car matter later. For now, Mrs. Tang's leg is more urgent. Chu Qingyu not only didn't defend herself, but also pointed out her own embarrassment. This infuriated Wang Yanqing to the point where she fell to the ground, making a spectacle of herself. Mom, enough is enough. Unable to tolerate the situation anymore, Chu Qingyu sternly told Wang Yanqing, then instructed Yu Zi, quickly take Mrs. Tang to the hospital. Yu Zi nodded and, with a cold gaze at Wang Yanqing, gently picked up Mrs. Tang, unlocked the car, opened the door, and carefully placed her in the back seat. Feeling Yi Zhao's genuine care for her, Mrs. Tang was somewhat relieved. However, the thought of how the situation would be resolved lingered in her mind. Ah, it really is our car. Wang Yanqing watched in astonishment as Yu Zi started the car. She stopped causing trouble and, instead, stood there dumbfounded. It was supposed to be a luxury car, and now it was an old wreck. Chu Qingyu felt even more uneasy. She thought Yu Zi had used the full 300,000 to buy the car, and now, apart from the repair cost, she didn't know where to find the money, especially with Mrs. Tang needing medical treatment for her leg. It was a headache just thinking about it. Yi Zi took Tang Dasa into Ren AI Hospital for examination, X-ray, registration, and hospitalization. They were busy until late at night, and because certain departments were already off duty, Yi Zi ended up sleeping at the hospital. Early in the morning, Yi Zi was still drowsing on a chair when he heard a clear and pleasant voice. Mom, how did you end up like this? Yi Zi, upon hearing this, opened his sleepy eyes to see a short-haired girl. The girl's features were very delicate, comparable to Chu Qingyu, with fair and tender skin. However, her dressing style was quite neutral, and standing at around 1.7 meters tall, she exuded an air of a strong woman. At first sight, Yi Zi felt that this girl had a contradictory appearance and temperament. Ah, Qingyan, you're here. Why didn't you go to class? Tang Dasa quickly introduced her daughter to Yu Zi. Mr. Yi, this is my daughter, Tang Qingyan. In response, Yi Zi nodded slightly. Upon seeing Yu Zi, Tang Qingyan seemed to have a peculiar expression. Qingyan, thanks to Mr. Yi last night. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done. After Tang Dasa finished introducing the two, she briefly recounted the events of the previous night to her daughter. Tang Qingyan was a senior in Huacheng High School, and due to her busy academic schedule, Tang Dasa didn't want to disturb her sleep last night to avoid affecting her studies today. Unexpectedly, she still came to the hospital today, which made Yi Zi feel that this girl cared a lot for her mother. After listening to Tang Dasa, Tang Qingyan furrowed her brows directly. Mom, so it was his reckless parking that caused you to crash into his car when you worked overtime last night. Then he should be responsible for the medical expenses. Tang Dasa was immediately shocked, scolding her daughter. What does this have to do with Mr. Yi? His car was just parked there. It wasn't him who hit me with it. It's already a favor that he didn't ask us to compensate, and you still have the nerve to ask him to pay for the medical expenses. Since when did you become so unable to differentiate right from wrong? Tang Qingyan, being scolded by her mother, didn't choose to argue, but turned her head away in a sullen manner. Yi Zi could also guess her current mood. Their family was poor, her mother's leg was broken, and she probably wouldn't be able to work for several months. Also, as a senior student, Tang Qingyan had a heavy workload and difficult days ahead. Tang Dasa, I will cover the medical expenses for you, don't worry. Yi Zi stood up with the intention of settling the bill. Huh? How can I let you do that? This isn't your fault. Tang Dasa was an upright person too, trying to hold Yi's back but failed. Tang Dasa, we are neighbors, don't worry about it. I'm not lacking in money. Yi Zi said to ease Tang Dasa's embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingyan, overhearing this, interpreted it as a boastful display of wealth. In that case, thank you, Mr. Yi. Tang Dasa then nodded and thanked Yi Zi profusely. Upon observing this scene, Tang Qingyan felt displeased and sneered. HMPH, showing off, there must be ulterior motives behind it. Qingyan, watch your words. Apologize to Mr. Yi quickly. Mom, you're too naive. Have you ever wondered why you hit his car last night? Why would he pay for the medical expenses for you out of goodwill? There must be something fishy going on. The mother and daughter began to argue. Yeezy, listening to their exchange, smiled casually and left the ward. It was normal for Tang Qingyan to think that way given the situation with Wang Yanqing. Yeezy just wanted to handle the matter properly and be done with it. After paying the medical expenses and prepaying for Tang Das's hospitalization, Yeezy planned to leave the hospital. However, as soon as he stepped out, he heard Tang Qingyan's voice from behind. "Hey, Mr. Yi." Yeezy turned around to see Tang Qingyan striding towards him with long strides. For some reason, he found this girl very awkward, probably because her appearance didn't match her tough personality. "What's wrong?" "HMPH, I don't care if you have ulterior motives or if you're trying to gain my mother's favor through this method, but I warn you, don't try to make a move on me. Tang Qingyan will never fall for a man like you who flaunts his wealth. I am the type of woman you scheming men will never get." Tang Qingyan became more agitated as she spoke, ending with a loud declaration. Yeezy widened his eyes, confused by her sudden outburst. "What? Stop pretending. If you try to manipulate my mother through this incident using your connections, I'll report you to the authorities." After leaving this ultimatum, Tang Qingyan turned and walked away. Yeezy, finally understanding her misunderstanding, almost spat 3 liters of blood. How could a pleasant girl like her think that all men were after her? She was indeed beautiful and had a good figure, but she was too presumptuous. Anyway, this situation couldn't be explained further. The blame had to fall on Wang Yanqing. At the company, Yeezy was a bit tired, but was more worried about Chu Qingyu. Would his delicate wife, who worked hard like an ox and slept less than a horse, have the energy to work today? Yeezy arrived at the 4th floor where the Fashion City company was located, but before he could see Chu Qingyu, he overheard a conversation between 3 women in a hallway. "That Chu Qingyu is shameless. I heard that she's the one who set the rules for this design competition, and she still dares to participate. Hehe, I heard she plans to use that wedding dress she previously designed for the competition. What a cheeky move. She really has the nerve. Don't worry, she won't win the championship or even place. When that happens, let's see where that head of the design department, Li Yuan, will hide her face." Hearing this, Yeezy felt a pang of concern. He had intended the competition to be an opportunity for his wife to showcase her talents in front of all her colleagues and assert her self-worth. But now it seemed like it had only increased her workload and put her on someone's radar. Yeezy chuckled and walked away. He thought, trying to harm my wife through connections. Well, then let's see whose connections are stronger. Unexpectedly, after Yeezy left, the 3 women didn't feel entirely secure with just their plan. After some secret discussions, they dispersed with smiles. In the small meeting room of the design department, Chu Qingyu was meticulously cutting and organizing a light purple evening gown. Shen Yu, the head of the craft department and Chu Qingyu's best friend at the company, walked over and praised her design. "Qingyu, you have real design talent. Everyone thought you would use that magnificent wedding dress for the competition, but here you are with another evening gown." Encouraged by her friend's compliments, Chu Qingyu, though playing it coy, held her head high with a proud smile. "Of course, did you think I've run out of ideas? Hehe, very conceited, but once your work is out there, Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei will have a hard time trying to win first place. Of course, I'm the head of the design department. They think they can beat me. That won't be easy." The 2 friends bantered happily. Little did they know, at that moment, Guo Xiaomei rushed into the design department, frantically looking for Chu Qingyu. "Xiaomei, what's wrong?" Chu Qingyu stepped out of the meeting room, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, showing a sense of caution toward Guo Xiaomei. Although Guo Xiaomei had spoken up for her before, Chu Qingyu still had lingering concerns about her. "Manager Chu, something terrible happened. Your magnificent wedding dress has been torn to shreds." "What?" Chu Qingyu felt her world spinning at the news. Shen Yu, understanding the significance of the destroyed dress, also felt the weight of the moment. The wedding dress wasn't just a creation. It symbolized Chu Qingyu's dream of marriage. Knowing she would never have the opportunity to walk down the aisle wearing it, she could only admire it to fulfill her romantic fantasies. Now, to have it ruined was a devastating blow. After studying her emotions, Chu Qingyu, wearing high heels, hurried towards the photography studio on the 17th floor. How could this happen? Chu Qingyu ascended to the 17th floor exhibition room and saw her carefully designed classic piece torn into a large gash, causing her whole body to tremble. Shen Yu stood beside Chu Qingyu, not only seeing her trembling all over, but also feeling as if her body temperature was gradually losing. No one understood better than Shen Yu what this wedding dress meant to Chu Qingyu. From designing to cutting, from washing to final detailing, Chu Qingyu completed everything by herself. Not only did she pour time and effort into this wedding dress, but she also imbued it with intense personal emotion. But now, her efforts and emotions have been heartlessly torn apart by someone. Manager Chu, a model came by earlier for makeup and accidentally tore the hem of your wedding dress. The staff responsible for the exhibition room order immediately informed her of the truth. What? Why would someone use my wedding dress for a shoot without informing me? Chu Qingyu couldn't help but feel angry. Manager Chu, it was authorized personally by Director Deng for us to use this wedding dress, the staff member replied again. A sense of helplessness surged through Chu Qingyu's mind, causing her to take a half step back. With her direct supervisor's authorization, an outside model causing trouble, she didn't even have the ability to hold someone accountable. The news of the damaged masterpiece wedding dress designed by Chu Qingyu quickly spread within the company. Yi Zhaos, who cared most about his wife, naturally rushed to the scene at the first moment, only to see Deng Baobao and two others walking towards the distraught Chu Qingyu. Manager Chu, why do you look so pale? Ah, turns out your most proud creation was damaged. How could this happen carelessly? But I heard Manager Chu is extremely talented, so having one piece ruined shouldn't affect her much, right? I heard Manager Chu was going to use this piece for the latest design competition. What do we do now that it's damaged? Oh, it's really distressing. Deng Baobao and the others kept gossiping beside Chu Qingyu, causing her eyes to shoot out a resentful and icy glare. It's you. It must have been you who did this. Unable to bear the sight of the trio's faces, Shen Yu loudly scolded in defense of Chu Qingyu. You're afraid of losing to Qingyu, aren't you? That's why you intentionally ruined her creation, isn't it? Deng Baobao retorted confidently. Hey, Shen Yu, words shouldn't be thrown around carelessly. You say we intentionally damaged it, but do you have any evidence? Using this wedding dress was authorized by Director Deng. Are you suggesting Director Deng was also involved in this? Shen Yu realized that, of course, she had brought the authorization signature. Deng Weiquan had no clue about the specifics of the situation at all. Anyway, Deng Baobao simply handed over the application form, saying a model needed to shoot using an outfit in the exhibition room, and he just casually signed it. Chu Qingyu had already been mentally exhausted by recent events and had hardly slept last night due to the car accident. Now, seeing her hard work destroyed by someone else, feeling powerless to even complain, she couldn't bear the blow and fainted. Wife! Yi Zhaos quickly rushed over, pushing Deng Baobao and the others aside, lifting his wife up in his arms. Hey, who pushed me? Deng Baobao's trio almost fell backward in huge embarrassment and anger. Seeing it was Yi Zhaos, they put on a pretentious air. Humph, so it's you, this intern driver, dare to bully women in the company. You wait for the ugly truth to be exposed and then get fired. Heh, what a couple to show off their love. The woman faints at the drop of a hat, and the husband appears instantly. Perfect timing. Seeking attention. Too bad there aren't many people here. Should I call more to witness your lovey-dovey act? The three women relentlessly attacked Yi Zhaos while he prioritized checking his wife's condition, finding she had fainted due to a lack of blood supply. Shen Yu pitied the couple, but couldn't help directly, as she sensed she couldn't win against the trio with her one voice against their three. She wished she could confront the women physically. Shut up! Suddenly, Yi Zhaos roared, his eyes releasing a beast-like fierceness that made Deng Baobao's trio jump in surprise. You three women, wait for me. I will make you suffer. Kneeling and repenting in front of my wife. After his harsh words, he carried Chu Qingyu towards the health room. Only after he left did the others react. Deng Baobao and her friends felt humiliated, realizing they had been deceived by a seemingly weak driver. Feeling embarrassed, they grudgingly left the exhibition room, leaving Shen Yu still standing there, her emotions not yet calmed down. She didn't believe Yi Zhaos could actually carry out his threats, but his fierce gaze was exceptionally intimidating. Nothing like empty talk. Looks like there's a good show about to unfold. Those three women are in trouble for sure. Guo Xiaomei, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a hint of schadenfreude. She still shuddered at the punishment she faced for offending Yi Zhaos initially. Not being able to tell anyone about it, seeing others suffer a similar fate alleviated her anxiety. In the luxurious office on the top floor, after sending Chu Qingyu to the health room, Yi Zhaos burst in angrily. "How dare you? Who are you to barge in here?" Golden Fortune's female assistant secretary sternly scolded upon seeing Yi Zhaos. Although a bit displeased, it was the first time in many years that someone dared to break into his office. Glancing up, he saw young Master Yi with a grim expression, causing him to immediately stand up and push the clueless secretary out. "Young master, who offended you? Why so angry? Have a cup of ginseng tea to calm down?" Golden Fortune quickly poured Yi Zhaos a cup of tea. Unexpectedly, with a loud crash, Yi Zhaos crushed the teacup with one hand, shocking Golden Fortune, who trembled in fear. "Young master, if there's anything you need, just say the word. Please don't hurt yourself, I can't afford that responsibility." Golden Fortune immediately reassured him. "Of course, I have orders for you." Yi Zhaos threw the shattered cup pieces away, perfectly landing them in the trash. This incredible display of skill left Golden Fortune in awe. "Uncle, no matter what means you use, you must publicly humiliate Deng Baobao, Pang Liyuan, and Liu Dongmei, and ensure their lives are in my wife's hands. I want them to kneel and repent in front of my wife. They must endure humiliation and punishment." "Yes, young master, I'll do as you say, but please don't get worked up and harm yourself. I can't bear that responsibility." Golden Fortune promised immediately. Though he wasn't familiar with the threesome Yi Zhaos mentioned, being women within the city, he was confident he could make their lives a living hell. "Also, even if my wife randomly uses a shabby piece for the competition, you must ensure she wins the championship. There must be a valid reason, hiding all evidence to prevent her from suspecting a thing." "Yes, young master, I guarantee satisfaction in executing your wishes. Then, I'll be looking forward to seeing your capabilities." After giving his instructions to Golden Fortune, Yi Zhaos coldly left the office and returned to the 17th floor exhibition room to see if there was a way to repair the damaged wedding dress. However, Guo Xiaomei informed him that Chu Qingyu had already taken the tattered dress downstairs. Yi Zhaos hurried to the design department. By this time, the design competition had formally opened at the ground floor Grand Hall of Golden Fortune Tower, and the design department staff had already descended. Despite the lack of time, Chu Qingyu knelt on the ground, holding scissors and thread, carefully reconstructing the masterpiece wedding dress. Through the glass and from a distance, Yi Zhaos could see the determination and resilience shining in his wife's eyes. "Qingyu, time is running out. Why don't you use your new design, the violet evening gown, for the competition?" Shen Yu anxiously tried to persuade her. As the technical specialist in the crafts department, she understood well how long it took to mend a wedding dress. "I don't want to." Chu Qingyu continued sewing the wedding dress with unwavering determination, her eyes filled with stubbornness. "Since they are so afraid of losing to my wedding dress, I insist on using this wedding dress to outshine them." Shen Yu scolded her while staying by Chu Qingyu's side, understanding her stubbornness better than anyone. She knew this wedding dress could only be completed by Chu Qingyu alone. Yi Zhaos agreed with Shen Yu's scolding, finding his wife's choice foolish. Even if she used the evening gown for the competition, she would still win and receive a prize of 100,000 yuan. However, Yi Zhaos loved this kind of stubborn woman and found her resilience incredibly beautiful and adorable. The competition has already begun, and half of the works have been displayed. Chu Qingyu has not yet arrived. Where did she even go? She must have forfeited. Li Huan, the champion this time belongs to you. When you receive the prize money, you must treat us to a meal. Oh, come on, Dongmei, you also have a chance at winning the championship. Several women first mocked Chu Qingyu, then began complimenting each other in an act of humility, while internally despising and insulting each other. As a fashion company, similar design competitions have been held 2 or 3 times before, but none as grand as today's, with a championship prize of 300,000 yuan that made many envious. In previous design competitions, first place had always been dominated by Chu Qingyu, leaving Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei constantly in her shadow, harboring resentment towards each other. However, with the significantly increased prize money today, they were both determined to defeat Chu Qingyu and redeem themselves by winning the prize. As the competition quickly came to a close, all the participating works had been showcased except for Pang Liyuan, Liu Dongmei, and Chu Qingyu's pieces, which were saved for last. Who arranged this order of appearance? I remember my work was not supposed to go last. Liu Dongmei suddenly noticed that things were not as planned. Heh, I guess our works are so good that the administration decided to save us for last. Pang Liyuan confidently remarked. Probably. That's great. Liu Dongmei, feeling victorious, also laughed smugly. Later, when Chu Qingyu forfeits in front of us, we can finally clear our names and say that she was just a glorified name. Now afraid of us. Exactly. The two women continued to boost each other's confidence, imagining themselves receiving the crown amidst cheers, while Chu Qingyu was left humiliated on the side. Alright, now let's welcome the last 3 design works. The host on stage announced. Given the high level of the preceding works and the elaborate planning of the competition by the company, using professional models to showcase the designs, the atmosphere was excellent, and the audience's excitement was palpable. Hey, why hasn't Manager Chu appeared on stage yet? Yeah, her model seems to still be backstage, and the clothes haven't been changed. Many people had already noticed the issue and began discussing quietly. Haha, Chu Qingyu is overrated. I heard the wedding dress she spent a long time designing got ruined, so I bet her other works are also unsuitable. Hong Li quickly incited the crowd, while Deng Baobao also provoked further, wanting everyone to know that Chu Qingyu, the head of the design department, was all talk and no action. Guo Xiaomei found it strange too. She had heard Yi mention making Pang Liyuan and the others pay a heavy price, so why were they still prancing around carefree? Why wasn't the company taking any action? Wouldn't they easily win the championship later on? Shen Yu had also arrived at the scene, her anxiety even greater than Guo Xiaomei's, as Chu Qingyu was still busy fixing that wedding dress, running out of time. Both women couldn't help but look at Yu Zi, who appeared calm and unaffected. Heh, the first and second place are definitely ours. Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei, now proud and confident, were about to take the stage with the models once more. However, Chu Qingyu had still not shown up, and her model had even left. With their confidence, they believed they could surpass all the previous works, both anticipating the money and glory coming their way. Little did they know, the nightmare was just beginning. What, renowned designer? I think you're the one clueless here. You don't understand design at all. That's right, your taste and ideas are outdated. This is the trend that modern people love. After Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei reacted, they pointed at Laxiang Field and started scolding, not caring about the occasion or the identity of the other person. Since they were already being disrespectful, why should they bother showing respect? Moreover, he wasn't a judge. His words were just hot air. Fine, since you don't believe in my vision and ideas, let your boss and the judges have their say. Laxiang didn't bother continuing to argue with these two self-righteous women, so he just sat down. Jin Leifu smiled and stood up, saying, I only know how to do business. I don't dare claim to have a standard of aesthetics, but I think Miss Chu is incredibly beautiful. Whoever marries her will be the luckiest man in the world. After his words, the room erupted into whispers, all eyes shifting towards Yi Shaosheng. A man even envied by the boss. Who wouldn't be envious? This guy Yi Shaosheng must have saved the galaxy multiple times in his past life to be able to marry a beautiful woman like Chu Qingyu. It's really so jealousy-inducing. Yi Shaosheng remained calm, while Chu Qing's snow-white cheeks turned pink. She was extremely happy now. Both the renowned designer and the boss found her and her work beautiful, confirming that her beauty and talent were acknowledged by authorities. This was a huge face-saving moment, truly something to be proud of. But that wasn't enough. Chu Qingyu quickly composed herself. The validation from the boss and the esteemed designer didn't satisfy her. After putting in so much effort, and with these women resorting to all means to stop her from winning, she was determined to win that championship. Chu Qingyu was determined to prove herself. Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei, already annoyed and tense, sneered softly when they saw Chu Qing's expression. Chu Qingyu, you're dreaming. The judge's aesthetics are different from that foreigner. You have no chance. That's right, wait for the reversal later. Don't say we didn't warn you. Heh. Even at this point, these two women still seemed confident, believing that the judges wouldn't disappoint them. Unexpectedly, at that moment, to create a lively atmosphere, the judges on stage suddenly said with a smile, Oh, it seems that the competing designers on stage are having a discussion. Let's listen to what they are saying. Huh? Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei's eyes couldn't help but twitch when they heard this. Could there still be a VCR playback function on stage? It turns out, there indeed was one. The exact words the two had just said were immediately broadcasted through the speakers for everyone to hear, exposing the arrogance and self-importance in these two women's hearts. Guo Xiaomei smiled coldly, foreseeing the events taking place. This series of incidents might seem coincidental, but everything had been orchestrated behind the scenes. These two women were about to have a bad time, and it would definitely be a disaster. Blame it on them for offending Yu Shaosheng so carelessly and hurting his beloved wife's feelings. As soon as the audience heard these words, speculation arose. Where did they get so much confidence? Even the renowned designer and the boss denied them, and they still think they can win. Yeah, could there be some insider info? I heard 2 of the 5 judges are related to them. Fearing the consequences, the 2 neutral judges felt pressured and immediately gave their scores, mercilessly criticizing the works of Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei. These judges had made it to top positions in the company. They definitely had sharp insights and knew how to navigate smoothly through troubled waters. While the opinion of the esteemed designer might not affect them, they had to consider the boss's wishes. The boss was clearly favoring Chu Qingwu, so they had to support him wholeheartedly. Haha, it really fits their abilities. I wonder what kind of designs they came up with. Compared to Chu Qingwu's works, theirs are just trash. Where did they find the courage to be so arrogant? Their embarrassment is just so loud and clear. Laughter and jeers filled the room. Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei felt utterly humiliated as they were publicly shamed, standing on stage, smiling foolishly as the entire room ridiculed them. At that moment, they couldn't even raise their heads and probably just wished a hole would open up for them to disappear into. However, they were holding on to a glimmer of hope. As long as the last 3 judges gave them full marks and scored Chu Qingwu 0, there was still a chance for them to turn the tide. Pang Liyuan's husband stood up at that moment, observing her with a noticeably unnatural expression. Pang Liyuan lifted her head, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, hoping that her husband, at least, would support her. But then, Miss Chu's work is indeed perfect, full marks. As for Liyuan, you're not cut out for design. Why force it? Why not just be a graphic artist? With her husband publicly saying such words, Pang Liyuan felt extremely painful and embarrassed. Even her closest ally didn't support her, and she felt utterly betrayed. Could her skills really be that inferior? After all, she did have some design education. Little did she know, her husband also needed to make a living. It was abundantly clear that the boss wanted to elevate Chu Qingwu as the champion. By bringing in the esteemed designer, the boss essentially spoke through him. These employees, they couldn't be clueless about the boss's intentions, right? If they were to elevate Chu Qingwu, they had to suppress her competitors. So, his words just now were probably because of his relationship with Pang Liyuan. Otherwise, it could have been even more ruthless. Director Liu, what about my work? By that moment, Liu Dongmei was extremely agitated. She only wanted some affirmation now. Knowing she couldn't surpass Chu Qingwu was a given, but at least not losing to Pang Liyuan would salvage some dignity. Liu Dongmei's uncle was also her last hope. However, her direct questioning made things worse. Seeing the face of Director Liu, it was clear he would maintain a fair and just image. Liu Dongmei, Master Laxiang has already made it clear, right? Compared to Manager Chu's work, yours is utter rubbish, and you even made the model look bad. Someone with such flawed aesthetics can't be in a significant position. I suggest you start from the basics. Start from the basics. Liu Dongmei felt like a hailstorm had mercilessly struck her face after hearing those words. While others' comments might have been bearable, considering her uncle was her superior made it much more difficult. If her uncle spoke that way, she might indeed be demoted to an entry-level position. Uncle, I don't want that. At most, I won't participate in design competitions again. I won't dare to compete with Chu Qingwu anymore. I don't want to start from scratch. Liu Dongmei, anxious, didn't care about the surroundings and yelled out on stage. This outburst elicited laughter from the audience. Not everyone in the company knew about the relationship between Liu Dongmei and Director Liu. So, when she said that, everyone started making wild guesses. So, Liu Dongmei rose up the ranks this way. Exactly, with such poor capabilities. How could this woman be in a managerial position? An entire design competition has fully exposed her. Listening to the voices, as well as the occasional looks from the boss, Director Liu felt uneasy, promptly distancing himself from Liu Dongmei and even suggesting that she leave the company to avoid suspicion. Watching the two women being ridiculed and abandoned by everyone present, Guo Xiaomei couldn't contain her glee. She also sneaked a glance at Yi Shaosheng and sensed his sharp and cold gaze, realizing that things wouldn't just end there. That man is so intimidating. Better to offend the Grim Reaper than offend Yi Shaosheng. Guo Xiaomei shuddered internally, deciding that for her own future, she needed to go above and beyond to please Chu Qingwu. At that moment, Deng Weiquan unexpectedly stepped on stage. All eyes in the room were on the executive general manager. His expression was as dark as a stormy cloud-covered sky. Peng Liyuan, Liu Dongmei, not only are your design skills inadequate, but your characters are also severely lacking. I am here representing the company to announce your mistakes and the punishment that awaits you. What? Director Deng, have you made a mistake? We're just participating in a design competition. How could that be wrong? Peng Liyuan and Liu Dongmei, already suffering, were further devastated by Deng Weiquan's words. They had come on stage with the aim of winning the championship, but now, not only had they missed out on the title, they were facing public humiliation, and to top it off, the top management was assigning them with a guilt label, aiming to bring them to complete ruin. Observing this misfortune with a bewildered gaze, Chu Qingwu was unaware of the developments. However, her good friend Shan Yu couldn't stop thinking about what Yi Shaosheng had said before. The three of you women, wait for me. I will make you suffer, kneeling in front of my wife to confess. At that moment, she thought he was just venting, never expecting reality to seemingly align with his words. Humph, Manager Chu's classic work has been intentionally destroyed. I have already pulled up the surveillance footage and found the model who was photographed, investigating and revealing the truth. It was all done on purpose by Deng Baobao, Peng Liyuan, and Liu Dongmei. Deng Weiquan's furious words caused an explosion on the scene. The three of them, Deng Baobao, Peng Liyuan, and Liu Dongmei, suddenly turned pale. The two women who were still standing on the stage even collapsed to the ground. Deng, it has nothing to do with us. It was all Deng Baobao's idea. We didn't do anything. The successive blows left Peng Liyuan and Liu Dongmei devoid of any composure, feeling like the whole world was against them. Now being publicly exposed by Deng Weiquan, facing the threat of unemployment, they had no choice but to shift all the blame onto Deng Baobao. All right, you two despicable people. Deng Baobao panicked as she realized that the finger was being pointed at her. She was now facing not just anyone, but her powerful ally within the company. Overwhelmed by Peng Liyuan and Liu Dongmei placing all the blame on her, she couldn't contain her anger and rushed onto the stage. If not for you to wanting to defeat Chu Qingyu, would I bother getting involved in these matters? Who would have thought that you would ruin someone's beautiful wedding dress, only to end up in a complete failure? You are nothing but scum. Deng Baobao, how dare you say such things? Of course, it's all because of you that we are in this situation. I'll fight you to the end. The three women erupted into a heated argument, engaging in physical altercation on stage in front of the entire company. It was truly a spectacular scene. Pulling each other's hair, tugging at clothes, oh my, even, were exposed. Numerous male colleagues had their dream scenarios come to life and quickly took out their phones to capture it all. Deng Weiquan shielded Chu Qingyu to the side, shouting loudly to stop the chaos. Chu Qingyu's feelings were complicated at the moment. Though the scene was ridiculous, seeing the three women who had harmed her fighting amongst themselves somehow made her feel a sense of, "That's enough, maintain some decorum, arrest them all." It was finally Jin Leifu who took charge and personally intervened. With a command, 6 security guards rushed onto the stage and subdued the three women like criminals, pressing them to the ground. Whether intentional or not, the three women lay on the stage, looking up like dogs and happened to see Chu Qingyu standing right in front of them. Manager Chu, these three women have destroyed your hard work. How do you want to deal with them? It's up to you. Jin Leifu took on a commanding pose as he handed Chu Qingyu the power to decide their fate. Everyone fell silent, knowing Jin Leifu was the emperor of the Jinfu building, and now Chu Qingyu was the special minister. Chu Qingyu felt a sense of importance, never realizing how much her boss valued her. Was it because her design had impressed him and made him see her in a new light? Only Guo Xiaomei smiled without saying a word. Judging by Chu Qingyu's expression, it seemed like she had no idea about her husband's true power. Everything that Jin Leifu did was merely carrying out his orders. Deng Baobao, Pang Liyuan, and Liu Dongmei looked up at Chu Qingyu with fear and apologies. The words Yi Zi said echoed in their minds like thunder. They had thought Yi Zi was a fool when he spoke those words in anger and frustration. Little did they know that his words would soon come to fruition. Now they were kneeling before Chu Qingyu in agony, waiting to repent. "Manager Chu, please forgive us, we were wrong. Yes, we shouldn't have used such underhanded methods. You've already proven your skills. You truly deserve to be the champion. Please spare us." Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei, who had been tormented for so long, had lost their bottom line and pleaded with Chu Qingyu to let them stay in Jin Fu Building. But Deng Baobao, clenching her teeth, wondered why every time she crossed paths with Yi Zi, it ended in disaster. Was he a jinx? While Deng Weiquan investigated the truth, not only did her husband, but even the boss held her in high regard. "All right, you've learned your lesson. I won't hold it against you. Get up quickly." Chu Qingyu showed kindness and wanted to exhibit her magnanimous side in front of everyone. Indeed, her actions received applause and praise from the crowd. Pang Liyuan and Liu Dongmei were overcome with gratitude and tearful relief. Seeing his wife finally smiling, Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Leifu was also relieved, satisfied with his executive decision-making. "Deng Baobao, why don't you apologize to Manager Chu?" Deng Weiquan, who had a close relationship with Deng Baobao, couldn't bear to see her meet a harsh consequence and urged her to seek forgiveness. However, Deng Baobao, stubborn and unyielding, gritted her teeth and left the company defiantly. Jin Leifu looked at Yi Zi, his eyes revealing panic, silently asking whether to continue pursuing Deng Baobao. Yi Zi offered no guidance, leaving Jin Leifu to handle it on his own. "Okay, the results of the competition are out. The first prize goes to Chu Qingyu. She truly deserves to be the champion." The host announced the results quickly. Chu Qingyu stood on the stage, once again basking in the applause and praise, a joyful smile on her face. After working at Jin Fu Building for 3 years, it was the first time she experienced such recognition. The feeling of having her efforts and creations acknowledged and lauded by everyone was truly satisfying. "Wife, I promise to make you the most precious woman. How can I break my word?" Yi Zi displayed a hint of satisfaction. "Now, with the most enthusiastic applause, I invite our boss, Jin, to announce the honorary awards." After the awards presentation, the host excitedly continued, leading to an explosive atmosphere. Everyone eagerly anticipated the announcement, many envying Chu Qingyu. "It's great to have talent. It can bring fame and fortune effortlessly. I announce that Chu Qingyu will be the honorary chief designer of the Qingcheng International Group, in charge of the entire group's design work. The group will establish an honorary office for her in Jin Fu Building. To support her creative inspiration, the group will grant her the most flexible working hours without any restrictions." After Jin Leifu's loud announcement, the atmosphere below exploded. People were envious and excited, some even on the brink of going mad with excitement. Chu Qingyu, the person in question, was overwhelmed, unable to believe that this was all real. Was it too good to be true? Just yesterday, she was worried about balancing 2 jobs, but today, Jin Leifu had flawlessly solved her dilemma. It was simply miraculous. Little did she know that the benefactor behind this miraculous turn of events was her husband with whom she lived together. Seeing a group of friends and colleagues congratulating Chu Qingyu on stage, Yi Zi showed a relieved smile. Guo Xiaomei was the only woman who knew the truth. She admired how lucky Chu Qingyu was to have married such a husband. However, she overlooked the fact that Chu Qingyu had endured 3 years of misery and stood by Yi Zi before achieving everything she had today. Yi Zi left Jin Fu Building and arrived at the Weiwu Building, where Weiwu Company was located. Although the building was not as grand as Jin Fu Building, it was still beautiful, and all 10 floors belonged to Weiwu Company. Even the building's name was changed to Weiwu Building only after Weiwu Company moved in. Weiwu Company was now highly sought after. While their main business was clothing manufacturing, they had expanded into retail and were set to open stores in various shopping centers in Huacheng. It was widely known that the owner of Weiwu Company was wealthy, but apart from a few, no one knew the identity of this mysterious tycoon. "I'm sorry, sir, without an appointment, our general manager will not see you." When Yi Zi arrived at the company and requested to see Fang Yu, he was stopped by the receptionist. Yi Zi smiled helplessly, intending to send a message to Feng Yu and have him personally come down to meet him. However, he checked his phone only to find that it was dead. "Miss, could you please let me go up? I really need to see him." Yi Zi had no choice but to plead with the receptionist. "I'm sorry, but you need to make an appointment. If the general manager confirms, then I can let you in." The receptionist was firm and unyielding. Yi Zi had to follow her instructions, show his ID, and explain the reason for the appointment. After everything was arranged, the receptionist sent a message to Feng Yu, but warned Yi Zi, "The general manager is very busy. He may not reply for at least 2 hours, or sometimes even the next day. You can wait for his response before coming back." Yi Zi almost spat blood in frustration. The boss wanted to see an employee, and he might have to wait until the next day. To make matters worse, it was Feng Yu who had invited him to come report important strategic information, only to be stopped by the receptionist. All right. Yi Zi didn't blame anyone but himself for his dead phone battery. The receptionist observed Yi Zhao's despondent departure without a hint of sympathy. As a front desk employee at Weiwu Company, she had witnessed numerous people turned away when seeking to meet the general manager and leaving in dejection. Just as Yu Zi left and Feng Yu rushed out in a hurry, looking a bit flustered. "Feng Zong, is something wrong?" The front desk lady had been working for so long, but it was the first time she saw Feng Zong looking panicked, which made her nervous. "Have you seen this person before?" Feng Yu dared not reveal Yi Zhao's identity, quickly opened his phone, and showed Yi Zhao's picture. He had been waiting for the boss to arrive, and according to the time, the boss should have been here. Why hasn't he shown up yet? So 2 minutes ago, he called Yi Zhao's phone and found it was switched off. Immediately, he thought that the boss might have been stopped by the front desk downstairs, so he hurriedly ran downstairs. Unexpectedly, the front desk lady indeed surprised him. "Feng Zong, he didn't have an appointment, so I just asked him to leave." "What?" Feng Yu was almost infuriated by the front desk lady and quickly rushed out after banging on the table. "Oh no!" The front desk lady only realized what a stupid mistake she had made when she saw how anxiously Feng Zong looked. Perhaps she had unknowingly driven away an important customer. Feng Yu now had the idea of shaking her job security. If it were just an important customer, it might be bearable to lose the business, but that person was his boss. He would lose his job if he didn't handle this well. "Dear, an old friend." Feng Yu rushed out of the building to the parking lot and caught Yi Zi just as he was about to get into his car, sweating profusely. Luckily, he reacted quickly. The boss's name didn't slip out, so he avoided a potential disaster. Exposing his identity would surely be disastrous. "Sorry, I didn't consider it carefully. I didn't inform the front desk in advance and wasted your time." Feng Yu quickly apologized, not even daring to wipe the sweat off. "It's okay. Let's go back now." Yi Zi didn't hold it against him, and the two returned to the Wei Dance building. Upon seeing Feng Zong leading Yu Zi back all sweaty, the front desk lady stood there stiffly, not daring to breathe. She thought she was in big trouble this time. Being scolded was one thing, but being fired was the worst. After all, with her limited education and not outstanding appearance, it would be difficult to find a better job than this one. "Sorry, I'm sorry." As soon as Yu Zi entered, the front desk lady immediately bent 90 degrees to apologize, hoping Yu Zi would let her off the hook. Yi Zi didn't change his expression and just instructed Feng Yu, "Let her come in." All right. Feng Yu didn't know what Yi Zi wanted to do, so he just followed his instructions. Along the way, Feng Yu couldn't help but remind the front desk lady quietly, "You've offended someone important. Whatever he asks you to do later, you must do it, understand?" Feng Zong, I understand." The front desk lady was now in a panic. Feng Zong was already a big shot to her, and to think that even he had to please this person. Who exactly was he? She couldn't imagine. The three of them entered the general manager's office, and Yi Zi sat down and ordered, "Close the door." The front desk lady immediately closed the door and nervously stood by, frozen like a statue. Yi Zi knew he had startled her, so he smiled warmly and asked, "What's your name?" The front desk lady glanced at Feng Yu, who frowned. "Why aren't you answering? Mr. Yi is in charge here now." "Yes, Mr. Yi, my name is Mu Qing." The front desk lady stiffly answered, not daring to look at Yi Zi. Just 10 minutes ago, she could ask him to leave without any emotion. Now she didn't even have the courage to face him. The change in positions happened too quickly. That's a good name. But why are you so nervous? Yi Zi grinned knowingly. Because I'm afraid you're angry, she replied. Why would I be angry? Because I asked you to leave just now. Do you think you did something wrong? Yi Zi deliberately restrained his expression, watching Mu Qing. IFI, Mu Qing finally looked up at Yi Zi, biting her lip. Mr. Yi, I was just following the procedure. You can't blame me. Hearing her dare to say that, Feng Yu was getting anxious too. If the boss started losing his temper, it could spell trouble for him too. But Yi Zi didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Since that's the case, do you still need to apologize to me? Do I look like a petty person, huh? No, boss, you don't seem petty at all. Mu Qing hesitated, realizing that Yi Zi wasn't going to blame her. She relaxed and smiled. Feng Yu, is our first noodle shop opening tomorrow? After talking with Mu Qing, Yi Zi got down to business. Hearing him address Fang Zong like that, Mu Qing couldn't help but be alarmed. Could this man be the owner of Wei Dance Company? That didn't seem possible, especially since he was around her age. Yes, that's also the first thing I wanted to report to you. I hope you can designate the manager for the first noodle shop. As for the candidates, I have already asked them to wait in the conference room. Even though Feng Yu didn't understand Yi Zhao's intentions, he answered respectfully. No need, send those candidates back. Let her be the manager of the first noodle shop. Yi Zi pointed at Mu Qing. Huh? This time, it was Mu Qing's turn to be shocked. She pointed at herself, looking dumbfounded. She finally understood. Yi Zi was really the boss. But even in her wildest dreams, she never imagined that, because she had driven away the boss, she would end up being promoted to manager. It was all too dramatic. Feng Yu also finally understood Yi Zhao's intention of bringing the front desk lady in. He had his eye on her. However, as an agent of the boss in this company, Feng Yu felt obliged to remind, Boss, Mu Qing's character is not in question, but her abilities are limited. Yi Zi didn't respond, just smiled, and said to Mu Qing, I appreciate your meticulous work and confirm that you have a good character. But are you willing to accept the challenge and elevate yourself? Boss, I'm willing to try. Excited now, Mu Qing responded. I didn't ask you to try. I want you to take on this job. You have 1 month to prove yourself, to prove that I did not misjudge you. Yi Zhao's serious tone made Mu Qing understand that the boss was not judging her based on appearance or trying to manipulate her. He simply believed in his own judgment. His confident gaze infected Mu Qing, and she stopped trembling, nodding firmly. Boss, I will do my best and won't let you down. I believe in you. You can go now. I don't want anyone else to know about my identity as the boss, understand? Yes, boss. After following Yi Zhao's orders and leaving the general manager's office, Mu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The boss's demeanor. Every move, every smile can inspire employees. I feel so empowered now. Mu Qing had never imagined herself as a manager before, but thinking back on Yi Zhao's eyes, she felt filled with energy. If even such a big shot as the boss considered her capable, how could she not believe in herself? Feng Yu quickly reported the company's recent situation to Yi Zi, including the cooperation with Chu Family Fabric Factory. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi interrupted him. Your value in this company lies in cultivating Chu King's control step by step over the Chu family's fabric factory. Make the people of Chu's feel like they can't live without her. Make them look up to her, admire her. Understand? Yes, boss. Feng Yu nodded quickly, thinking, the boss is really a doting husband. But if it weren't for that, he, a holder of a master's degree in management overseas, probably wouldn't have landed this 10 million yuan job. Yi Zi didn't care about what Feng Yu was thinking. He continued, in the next 2 days, prepare a gift that makes everyone's eyes light up, a gift that makes women want to get married as soon as they see it. Listen to my orders and send it to the Chu family. Huh? Feng Yu was puzzled. He didn't understand Yi Zhao's intentions, but still agreed. After giving all the orders, Yi Zi left the Wei Dance building with a slightly complicated look. King Wu, I will make up for the dowry and wedding I owe you from 3 years ago. I will dress you in your favorite wedding gown and marry you off to me, Yi Zi, in grand style. Yi Zi returned to the Golden Blessing building, picked up Chu Qingwu to take her home, but was surprised when Wang Yanqing called. Okay, wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Chu Qingwu said a little helplessly to Yi Zi, Yeezy, Mom wants you to drive to the seafood restaurant to pick her up. How did she get there? Yeezy frowned slightly, immediately guessing what had happened. It's all because of our family buying a car. Today, my mom not only posted on social media, but also deliberately made a dinner appointment with my second uncle just to show off, Chu Qingwu explained, confirming Yu Zhao's guess. Their family didn't even have a car before, and they had been looked down upon by various relatives. Now that they had bought an Audi A8, Wang Yanqing was flaunting it everywhere. Since his wife had given the order, Yeezy had no choice but to follow it. Like dance, do you have the money with you? Help me settle the bill. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Yeezy and Chu Qingwu had just arrived at the entrance of the seafood restaurant with their daughter, Tao Tao. Before they could even enter, Wang Yanqing came out with the bill, speaking softly. Why? Chu Qingwu was also surprised to learn that her mother had called them over for this purpose. Yeezy glanced inside the restaurant where his aunt, uncle, and cousin had finished their meal and were picking their teeth. Chu Qingwu's cousin, Wang Gobin, even grinned at Yeezy with a hint of mockery, as usual, carrying an air of indifference. Hey, I let you treat my aunt's family to a meal. Why so many excuses? Wang Yanqing even showed a hint of impatience. The truth was, today she had been bragging to everyone about her family's new Audi A8, a show of wealth and status, and of course, she had to show off in front of her younger brother, Wang Erli. Little did she know that Wang Erli and his family had happened to have reserved a table at the seafood restaurant and called her over. Before the meal had even started, Wang Erli's family had suddenly changed their attitude, offering insincere compliments to Wang Yanqing, saying her daughter was doing well and that she could now live a better life, enjoying the fruits of her children. Wang Yanqing was naturally pleased and even boasted that she would be treating them to this meal. But when pushed towards it, she made excuses and saved face for herself, eventually making her daughter the scapegoat. I'm not doing it. It's fine if we had agreed beforehand that I would treat, but I had no knowledge of this meal. I wasn't involved, so why should I pay? Chu Qingwu also had her own temper. Although she did care about her reputation, she was not foolish enough to be taken advantage of. At that moment, Wang Erli's family also came out. Oh, Qingwu, your mother said you are successful now, making a yearly salary of tens of thousands and even able to afford an Audi A8. When Aunt Lu Shuyuan came out and started flattering Chu Qingwu with warm greetings and a handshake, Chu Qingwu had never experienced such warmth from her aunt before. She had just been angry a moment ago, but the next second she became unsure and awkward, smiling awkwardly. Aunt Lu, I'm not as good as you think. Nonsense, we all know that you are now in charge of the Chu family fabric factory. Remember to support us, your external relatives, in the future. Yes, cousin, don't forget us when you get rich. Wang Gobin quickly added. Heh, why would I? Although Chu Qingwu felt a bit embarrassed, Yeezy could see that she wasn't actually opposed to the current atmosphere. After all, for the past 3 years, she had not been respected by the Chu family, nor by the relatives on Wang Yanqing's side. No one had ever thought she had any future prospects. Now, unexpectedly receiving compliments from Wang Erli's family, she couldn't help but feel happy. All right, Yanqing, let your brother treat you to this meal. Wang Erli had overheard what Chu Qingwu had just said, and now deliberately took out his wallet. Brother, how can that be? Don't you still look down on me? Unsurprisingly, Wang Yanqing got anxious and shot a glare at Chu Qingwu. Just a moment ago they had praised her for being successful, but now they couldn't even treat to a meal. Was this not a blow to her as a mother? Chu Qingwu bit her lip, looking reluctant and helpless. The money for the car was all Yi Zhao's, it was not her achievement. Although she was now in charge of the Chu family, they had never paid her a cent. She didn't know what would come next, and she only had a small amount of money on hand. How could she agree to foot the bill for nearly $1,000 that just suddenly showed up, feeling like a scapegoat? Aunt Lu, let me pay. I have a job now. In the end, Yeezy took the bill and went inside to make the payment. He knew that, whether it was his wife or his mother-in-law, they both wanted money, but also wanted face. Since they couldn't have both, it was better for him to pay and let them save face. That was the best outcome. As for being labeled a scapegoat, he had already endured being called a waste for 3 years. What did one more title matter? At least it sounded better than being considered a waste. Oh, Yanqing, your family is really doing well. I didn't expect even your son-in-law has started working. Wang Erli and his family once again piled on the compliments, showing genuine surprise. Especially Wang Gobin, who had previously mocked Yi Zi for being worthless and living off women only, now earning money. When Chu Qingwu heard her uncle and aunt praising Yi Zi, she felt even happier than before. Indeed, a woman's social status largely depends on the man she marries. After settling the bill, the family of four left in the Audi A8. Ms. Liu sighed as she watched their car drive away. I never expected even Wang Yanqing would turn her luck around. After some sighing and disbelief, they turned to their own son, feeling a bit disappointed. Despite Wang Gobin not being a scholar, he had quite a few bad ideas. Seeing the disappointed looks on his parents' faces, he didn't get angry, but rather secretly whispered something to them. After hearing his idea, Wang Erli and his wife's mouth dropped open in shock, and they asked, "Is that possible? Is Wang Yanqing not that stupid? Haha, just trust me on this. People who like to show off and value their reputation generally don't have much intelligence. As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee it will work. Just wait for money to come in," Wang Gobin assured them. Chu Qingwu was unaware of Wang Gobin's schemes involving her family. Back at home, she immediately started focusing on managing the Chu family fabric factory. Thanks to winning the design competition today and becoming an honored designer, she could now freely manage her own work schedule. Chu Qingwu had decided that starting from the next day, she would regularly work at the Chu family fabric factory and only go back to the Jin Fu building when necessary. Seeing his hard-working wife, as always, Yi Zi felt both distressed and happy. A wife who works diligently and tirelessly is the most beautiful. Even though he didn't want her to work so hard, it was indeed a contradiction. The next day, Chu Qingwu did go to work at the Chu family fabric factory, but in the afternoon, she called Yi Zi, asking him to come pick her up for a trip. Yi Zi of course agreed, and 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the fabric factory in his car. "Yi Zi, why are you so quick?" Chu Qingwu got into the passenger seat, looking surprised because it usually takes at least half an hour to get from Jin Fu building to the fabric factory. "I just happened to drop off the boss somewhere nearby," Yi Zi casually told a small lie. The truth was he had been hanging around near the fabric factory all day, waiting for his wife to summon him. "Is Boss Jin nearby? Won't he be needing the car in a while? I can't make you lose your job because of me. The boss has other arrangements. I'm driving our family car now. Where would you like to go?" Yi Zi quickly changed the subject to avoid further questioning. "I need to go to Wanda Plaza." "All right." Yi Zi drove Chu Qingwu to Wanda Plaza. During the journey, he learned that his wife had to inspect the customer situation at the noodle shop owned by Vim Corporation today. Yi Zi also guessed that, given that it was Vim Corporation, where Chu Qingwu had her position as the head of the fabric factory, she needed to understand the customer situation thoroughly. Unexpectedly, they ran into a fashionable and tall woman at the entrance of the noodle shop. It was Chu Qingwu's cousin, Chu Yingku. She was a distant relative of the Chu family. 3 years ago, Chu Yi wanted to marry her off to Yi Zi, but Chu Yingku, being proud and hot-tempered, refused. Her grandfather, who was Chu Yi's younger brother, even had a quarrel with Chu Yi over this, and ultimately, Chu Yi pressured Chu Weimin to marry Chu Qingwu to Yu Zi. When Yu Zi and Chu Qingwu saw Chu Yingku alone, they were quite surprised. Hadn't they heard that Chu Yingku and San Shao of the Liu family were in a romantic relationship? Why was she alone buying clothes? "Hey, what are you doing here?" Chu Yingku was even more surprised, and she couldn't help but ask when she saw them. She rarely returned to the Chu family lately. In her mind, Yi Zi was still a waste of time, and Chu Qingwu remained a poor woman who had married a waste. So to see the couple show up in such a high-end place, Chu Yingku had never imagined it, akin to seeing a villager in the big city for the first time. Before Yu Zi and Chu Qingwu could respond, Chu Yingchu's gaze fell on Chu Qingwu, gradually revealing a superior look. Indeed, Chu Qingwu had married the man she had nearly ended up marrying, and Chu Yingku, of course, was always keeping an eye on Chu Qingwu's happiness index. Subconsciously, Chu Yingku hoped for Chu Qingwu to lead an unhappy life, to prove that her decision back then not to marry him was the correct one. Yi Zi was truly a total waste of space, and by marrying Chu Qingwu, he was unworthy of respect. "Hey, are you here to buy clothes? But the clothes here are very expensive and are not suitable for you." Chu Yingku was not a woman of the marketplace. Her words were sharper than Chu Qing or even Chu Qinghu. Seeing his wife's dim expression, Yeezy immediately said with a frown, "Yingku, please speak with respect when talking to my wife." "Huh? Do you want me to respect your wife?" Hearing Yi Zhao's words and seeing his expression, Chu Yingchu's tone not only sounded disdainful, but also infuriated. "You actually want someone who nearly became your wife to respect your current wife? I really want to know, what right do you, this useless waste, have?" Mu Qing was appointed as the store manager by Yi Zi yesterday, although she was still just a nominal leader. Today, she had already started working at the Wei Yu Men noodle shop. Just now, she saw the boss walking over with a woman. Before she could even say hello, she witnessed the scene. Chu Yingchu's words were so proud and even demeaning. Hearing Chu Yingchu's words, Mu Qing was shocked. She didn't expect the boss to look so cold and cruel. Turns out he was a playboy. Did he once love the single woman who came with him, but then left her, and married the woman beside him now? Hey, seeing the ex meets the present, it's inevitable to have some drama. After Mu Qing speculated in her mind, she couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. With her straightforward personality, she didn't support Yi Zi in such personal matters just because he was the boss. After all, the boss changing partners is not something worth promoting. Upon hearing Chu Yingchu's words, Chu Qingyu just stood there in a daze. Yes, a woman's status depends on who she marries. Chu Yingku looked down on Yi Zi. Ever since she fell in love with Liu Jia Sanshao, even the Chu family didn't look highly upon them. Why should she respect this poor couple now? Yi Zi was speechless in front of Chu Yingku at this moment. This woman, wasn't it you who didn't want to marry me at the beginning? Not only publicly embarrassing me, but also causing a rift between your grandfather and my father. How can you still speak that way now? Thinking about it, Yi Zi couldn't help but glance at his wife. That one glance stirred up his emotions even more. His wife's eyes were slightly trembling with sadness, but a smile appeared on her lips. Because of Chu Yingchu's words, her emotions began to surge violently. Indeed, she married a well-known useless man, endured humiliation and disparagement for 3 years, and even considered divorce multiple times. But the happiness she had with Yu Zi, who else knew? Chu Qingyu firmly believed that Yu Zi was the man who loved her the most in the world. And she married Yi Zi. As long as he respects her, that's enough. Others not showing respect, why bother caring too much? Although she might think so, she couldn't control her emotions. Subconsciously, how much she wished that one day, she and Yi Zi could earn the respect of all relatives and friends. Yingku, I know you look down on Yi Zi, and on me, but it's okay. One day, I will make you both respect us. Chu Qingyu was a strong-willed woman. The more others looked down on her and belittled her, the more determined she became, like a rose showing its thorns. However, Chu Yingku was an extremely superior woman. Seeing Chu Qingyu not yield, and even dare to counterattack her like this, made her angry. Hey, Chu Qingyu, you just picked up a man I didn't want. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Still expecting respect from us? Alright, I'll show you how I will respect you. When Chu Yingku saw Yi Zi, she couldn't help but remember the time when she was almost forced to marry him, sending shivers down her spine. Now, provoked by Chu Qingyu, she raised her hand and slapped Yi Zi. In her heart, Yi Zi was still the sloppy trash man from 3 years ago. Only by belittling him, humiliating him, and bullying him could Chu Yingku feel superior. Only then could everyone see that Yi Zi was not even worthy to hold a candle to her. Hey, no hitting people! Yi Zi wanted to grab the unreasonable woman's wrist, but her hand was held by Mu Qing. Mu Qing still hadn't fully understood the situation, thinking that the boss was a heartless man who had dumped this single woman and married his current wife. So, she thought it was right for Yi Zi to be scolded because the boss wanted to change partners. Humph! But Yi Zi was still her boss. Mu Qing couldn't just stand by and watch him get hit by someone. Miss, please don't hit people in our Wei Yu store. Huh! I love hitting him. What's it to you? Chu Yingku forcefully pushed Mu Qing away, looking angrily at her as if she was meddling in her affairs. Seeing her so agitated, Mu Qing didn't dare to say anything more. She even thought the boss had hurt her. Who would have thought that at this moment, another man wearing fancy clothes burst in, sweating profusely while carrying various shopping bags in his hands. Yingku, why did you come here alone? It was so hard to find you. The man, upon entering, complained. Chu Yingku had just bought a lot of stuff, and he was still busy paying for them. He hadn't expected her to continue browsing alone, making it hard for him to find her with all the things he was holding. Although Chu Qingyu hadn't seen Liu Hitang's Sanshao before, judging by the man's attire and how he addressed Chu Yingku, she could guess who he was. "Oh, Hitang, why did it take you so long to pay?" Chu Yingku, upon seeing Liu Hitang, immediately changed her annoyed expression and greeted him in a coquettish manner, clinging to his arm like a little bird. If it weren't for Chu Qingyu witnessing her superiority and fierceness earlier, Mu Qing would have thought she was a lady. However, seeing the scene now, Mu Qing was dumbfounded. What was going on here? It turned out she had misunderstood earlier. It wasn't the boss who had dumped the woman, but the woman who had dumped the boss and hooked up with another man. Hey, isn't this the useless person from the Chu family? What, already married but still hanging on to Yingku? With your sallow appearance, do you even deserve Yingku? Go back and look in the mirror. Liu Hitang, upon seeing Yi Zi here, suddenly felt angry, not only because he almost married Chu Yingku before, but also because he was jealous of this despicable man marrying Chu Qingyu. It was absurd. In his heart, he actually preferred the type of woman Chu Qingyu was. Unfortunately, Chu Qingyu was already married, so he settled for pursuing Chu Yingku instead. Both women had a somewhat similar appearance. "Mr. Liu, please show some respect. Yi Zi is here with me to shop for clothes." Just earlier, it was Yi Zi defending Chu Qingyu and scolding Chu Yingku. Now, the tables had turned, and Chu Qingyu, to defend Yi Zi, stared at Liu Hitang with an icy demeanor. "Hey, shopping for clothes." Upon hearing Chu Qingyu's words, Chu Yingku couldn't help but sneer. "Chu Qingyu, I really pity you. You have some beauty, but why are you so stupid? The man I refused to marry ended up with you. Now look, you even have to earn money to buy clothes for yourself. Can your man afford clothes from here to gift you?" Upon hearing her mocking words, Mu Qing finally understood, feeling extremely displeased with Chu Yingku. "Humph, you, this woman, not only did you dump our boss, but why do you look like you've been wronged? Just now, you even wanted to hit our boss? Really? How can someone be so shameless? Can't you let other women marry the boss?" Upon hearing Chu Yingchu's mocking words, Chu Qingyu also felt uncomfortable because she knew Yi Zi truly couldn't afford clothes from this store for her. He had 300,000 before, but he spent it all on a car. If only he had saved some money to buy her clothes, to slap Chu Yingku in the face and suppress her arrogance. Look at her showing off after latching onto Liu Hitang. Unexpectedly, Yi Zi glanced at her and then picked up a light blue dress that caught his eye, smiling as he handed it to Chu Qingyu. "Wife, I think you will look beautiful in this dress. Go try it on. If it fits, I'll buy it for you." Ah! Chu Qingyu was momentarily surprised by Yi Zhao's offer. He still had money to buy clothes for her. Chu Yingku was even more shocked, convinced that Yi Zi was trying to make a bold move and intend to slap her in the face. So, she unabashedly snatched the dress from Chu Qingyu's hands. "Give it to me. I saw this dress first. Clerk, please pack it for me." Chu Yingku handed the dress to Mu Qing, provocatively looking at Yi Zi and Chu Qingyu. Yi Zi didn't get angry, but walked straight inside, then helped Chu Qingyu pick out a business suit and told his wife to try it on in the fitting room. Chu Yingku, seeing this, was livid, as it seemed this useless poor man was determined to embarrass her. "Let's go, wife." Liu Hitang finished paying and quickly picked up the dress, preparing to leave. Besides not wanting to witness Chu Qingyu being put in her place by Yi Zi, he also had too many things in his hands already. He couldn't carry more, and the clothes from Weiyu brand weren't cheap. Although he was the son of a distinguished Liu family, he was just a pampered playboy. He didn't have unlimited money. "What are you going for? I haven't finished shopping yet. Let's see what they have to compare with me." Chu Yingku was determined not to leave. That would mean she was afraid of a challenge, right? She believed that Yi Zi might be able to afford a set of clothes, but probably couldn't match the young Master Liu behind her. Most women want to prove that their man is more outstanding than other men to others, right? Chu Yingku not only stayed, but also stood outside the fitting room, waiting for Chu Qingyu to come out. She wanted to see where this poor son-in-law would find money to buy clothes. The saying goes, women are not just made of water, they're also added vinegar. Chu Yingku originally refused to marry Yi Zhaoxiao, so now she naturally wants to prove that her taste is good. Subconsciously, she still sees Yi Zhaoxiao as belonging to her, even if it's something she doesn't want, but as long as she likes it, she can hit him or scold him anytime, and Yi Zhaoxiao has to please her like a dog. In fact, she even wants Yi Zhaoxiao to remember her, because not being able to marry her is frustrating, and she continues to hold on to fantasies, even abandoning Chu Qingwu to get her. So, seeing Yi Zhaoxiao treating Chu Qingwu so well, completely ignoring her, Chu Yingku is truly infuriated. Furthermore, she had only bought a skirt, but if Yi Zhaoxiao really buys Chu Qingwu a whole outfit later, won't she be shown up by them? If she's publicly embarrassed like that, where's her sense of superiority? No, if Yi Zhaoxiao actually buys that outfit for Chu Qingwu, she definitely has to buy several more items to outdo him. She wants Chu Qingwu to see that the man she chose is 100 times, no, 1,000,000 times better than the man she married. As Chu Yingku was pondering this, the door to the fitting room suddenly opened, and Chu Qingwu had already changed into a complete outfit and walked out, not only elegant, but also with a hint of nobility. Yi Zhaoxiao was stunned. Chu Yingku was also stunned. Liu Heading was even more astonished, deeply convinced that her judgment was correct. Chu Qingwu was indeed prettier than Chu Yingku, with a figure and elegance that far surpassed Chu Yingku. Unfortunately, this kind of woman ended up marrying a weakling like Yi Zhaoxiao. Realizing this, Liu Heading's hatred towards Yi Zhaoxiao surged instantly. Wow, Madam Yi, you are truly elegant. Mu Qing had some talent indeed. She stayed up all night studying sales techniques and already put them into practice today, a few words making Chu Qingwu smile warmly. At this moment, Chu Qingwu was truly delighted. Married to Yi Zhaoxiao for 3 years, he had never bought her such amazing clothes before. In the future, she could proudly tell others that these were clothes her husband bought for her. Who would dare look down on Yi Zhaoxiao then? Madam Yi, look at you. How beautiful you look in this outfit. I've never seen you look so beautiful in person. Mr. Yi is so lucky to have you. Mu Qing praised sincerely, making Chu Qing's heart flutter even more. She glanced at herself in the mirror as Mu Qing's words sank in. Hearing Mu Qing's words and seeing Chu Qing's current appearance, Liu Heading was even more resentful. Chu Qing's face was beautiful, her figure perfect, and in this outfit, her legs looked long, her waist slim, her chest full, making his eyes shine with envy. Chu Yingku saw all of this, and the flames of jealousy in her heart were already burning fiercely. As women from the same Chu family, both were beauties, and from childhood, she had always been compared to Chu Qingwu. Most people thought she was slightly inferior to Chu Qingwu. Only a few would say they were equally beautiful. This gradual comparison had long bred jealousy of Chu Qingwu in her heart, and meeting her today had prompted her to belittle and taunt them as a couple. Just seeing Chu Qingwu wearing cheap clothes earlier, Chu Yingku hadn't felt inferior to her, but now that she was wearing an upscale outfit, the quality instantly elevated. This wench, now shining like a star. Indeed, very beautiful. Please wrap it up, I'll take it. Yi Zhaoxiao ordered Mu Qing promptly. If the boss said so, how could Mu Qing refuse? She quickly complied. Yi Zhaoxiao, thank you for the clothes, let's go. Seeing Yi Zhaoxiao actually buying the clothes, Chu Qingwu was incredibly happy, and her speech was brighter now, wanting to show Chu Yingku that her husband was not as she imagined. But unfortunately, Wei Wu's clothes were indeed too expensive. Yi Zhaoxiao buying one item was probably already impressive, and Chu Qingwu didn't expect more. Plus, Chu Yingku was still in the store. Chu Qingwu didn't want to face Chu Yingku for long, knowing this woman was too domineering, and even got entangled with Liu San, which wouldn't benefit them. Heh, leaving so soon. Unexpectedly, when Chu Qingwu wanted to leave, Chu Yingku stood in their way. Chu Yingku, what do you want now? Yi Zhaoxiao was a little impatient. This woman was simply the same type as Deng Baobao. Besides, she was a woman of the Chu family, and had almost become his wife before. Dealing with her was more troublesome than dealing with Deng Baobao. What do I want? Heh, Yi Zhaoxiao, I was wrong about you. You're such a loser, yet you still have some money on you. Chu Yingku sneered at Yi Zhaoxiao, openly mocking, but well, you can only do this for your woman. You'll never be as good as a real young master of a big family. If you have the ability, treat me the way Liu San treats me. Buy more items for your wife. After provocatively challenging and pointing at an expensive coat, she said, Shopkeeper, I'll take this one too, and Heading, please take care of the bill. Liu Heading also showed a sneering smile to Yi Zhaoxiao. pulling out his card directly, challenging him with his eyes, as if to say, "Do you dare to compare with me?" Yes, Liu Hedong's performance at the moment was electrifying. Not to mention that he was still thinking about pleasing Chu Yingku, trying to quickly achieve his goal. In light of his jealousy that Yi Zhaoxiao had married Chu Qingwu, he was determined to decisively defeat Yi Zhaoxiao and let Chu Qingwu know that he was a man a million times better than her husband. Of course, his ultimate goal was to both complete his mission against Chu Yingku and find a way to attract Chu Qingwu to seduce her as well. By then, he could compare which sister tasted better. So, he not only had to pretend, but had to pretend extravagantly. The more glamorous, the better. Heading, I also want that set of underwear. No problem, I'll buy it. Liu Heding took his card with pride and swiped it directly. How's that? Do you see the difference clearly? At this moment, Chu Yingku was feeling quite pleased, holding her head high, looking at Yi Zhaoxiao and his wife with pride. Just look, I've picked up 3 items in one go. This amount of money is nothing to our Liu Heding family, but for you, Yi Zhaoxiao, even if you put on a facade, you can only afford to buy 1 item. Her words, though harsh, struck a chord with Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu understood she couldn't blame Yi Zhaoxiao, but he couldn't compete with Liu Heding. That was an undeniable fact. Now being humiliated by Chu Yingku as well, she had no way to retaliate. After all, how could one's arm beat a leg? If it came to physical fighting, Chu Qingwu was sure Yi Zhaoxiao could beat Liu Heding, but when it came to who had more money, that was a losing battle. Yes, can you dare to compare here in our store? Who buys more? Haha, so what? Do you dare to compete? Worried that Yi Zhaoxiao might not agree, Chu Yingku strived to reach the level of showing off and superiority, pushing, gripping onto just buying 1 set with all your might. You can only marry a woman like Chu Qingwu, but never a beautiful woman like me. You can forget about it. Yi Zhaoxiao, are you deliberately following me, wanting to show off in front of me, trying to elevate yourself in my eyes? Otherwise, how could we run into each other here in Fuchang? And the result now, you've been humiliated by me and Hayes with your actions. You went all out to buy only 1 set. How can you compete with us? Chu Qingwu, you've married such a trash. Wake up, in your life, you'll never compare to me. Chu Yingku. To soothe her own shaken spirit, Chu Yingku now spared no effort in belittling, provoking, and humiliating Yi Zhaoxiao, wanting to crush the poor couple under her feet to satisfy her sense of superiority. Yi Zhaoxiao felt that Chu Yingku had gone too far. She could say such things continuously, and her thought process was truly bizarre. But while Chu Yingku was deriding him was one thing, and trying to show dominance over his wife was another, could Yi Zhaoxiao just let her? Chu Yingku, are you sure you want to compare with me? Who buys more in this store? Haha, so what? Do you dare? Fearing that Yi Zhaoxiao might not comply, wouldn't achieve the perception of showing off and a genuine sense of superiority, she provocatively continued, haha, desperately buying just 1 outfit, you can only marry a woman like Chu Qingwu. A carrot-faced woman like me, you'll never touch in your life. Yi Zhaoxiao, do you think you have the face to compete with us in posing? These incessant taunting remarks infuriated Yi Zhaoxiao and actually proved that even the most patient man couldn't withstand the relentless pursuit of a woman. Besides, he found it quite laughable, the Weiwu Company was established by himself for his wife, Chu Qingwu, yet this whole store belonged to him. This upstart dared to compare purchasing power with him on his home turf. How annoying! Miss, I want this skirt, shorts, and the matching shoes. Since they had decided to compete, Yi Zhaoxiao wasn't one to hold back either. She quickly started picking random items and had Mu Qing wrap them up. Mu Qing was now smiling to herself. Perhaps these arrogant couple had a few bucks, but did they really dare to compete with the boss at Wei Wu's store? Were they digging their own hole to jump into? The more they bought, the more money they were essentially giving to the boss, but they didn't seem to realize it. Of course, Yi Zhaoxiao had instructed her not to expose his identity, so she had to suppress her laughter and think about how to help the boss win this battle elegantly. Pick as much as you want. I want to see how much you can buy even if you sell your broken house. How many items can you buy here? Chu Yingku was not in a rush, leisurely watching the show with her hands held up. She knew exactly how much money Yi Zhaoxiao's family had. The house they lived in the neighborhood probably wouldn't fetch more than a couple of $100,000 even when sold as a second-hand property, while the clothes here were easily priced over $10,000. How much could he buy? And even if they wanted to sell the house to show off, it would be too late. For now, just heat up with these few pieces. After picking 5 luxury items in one go, Yi Zhaoxiao stopped. But don't underestimate these 5 pieces, they were all luxury items, totaling over 100,000. Chu Qingyu was getting anxious. She didn't know where Yi Zhaoxiao was planning to get the money to pay for all this. Was he going to win the money at the casino again? If that was the case, she would have to have a serious talk with him when they got back. Humph, you little paupers have nothing much, but you sure know how to pretend. Clearly you're bursting with anger, yet you dare to say you're just heating up. Chu Yinghu saw him stop and couldn't help but mock. Let's see if you still have the energy after warming up. Salesperson, I want all 10 items in this row. Ah! Mu Qing was startled. Today was the first day of opening the noodle shop, and Wei Wu's clothing was indeed not cheap. She was worried that the business wouldn't go well, but who would have thought they would sell so much in one go? She even began to doubt if the boss was intentionally luring this seemingly well-off couple. What a savvy business person! Ah, nothing. For young Master Liu, this amount is just pocket change. Chu Yinghu replied provocatively before instructing Liu Heading to pay. When Liu Heading successfully paid by card, there was an audible gasp of amazement from the crowd, making the two of them feel proud. Despite feeling a pinch from spending $1 million, Liu Heading was still enjoying the moment. Yi Zhaoxiao, even though you lost to us, you should go and pay, right? Don't tell me you're airing it out because you have no money. The crowd turned their attention to Yi Zhaoxiao, pointing and whispering. Chu Qingyu was nervous, knowing that if Yi Zhaoxiao couldn't pay, it would not only offend the store manager, but also be a major embarrassment. However, Yi Zhaoxiao just chuckled and began to walk towards the checkout counter. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingyu, who had been sneering, immediately withdrew her smile, appearing incredulous. How is this possible? He bought clothes worth tens of thousands. Where did he get the money from? Chu Qingyu was also worried and puzzled. Could Yi Zhaoxiao have gone gambling again? How could he fall into gambling? Humph, I'm waiting to see how long you can keep pretending, you useless wimp. Liu Heading didn't believe that he could pay with a card like he did, so he stood by calmly, waiting to humiliate him if Yi Zhaoxiao couldn't pay, and seized the opportunity to persuade Chu Qingyu to divorce and find a more respectable man like himself. However, to everyone's surprise, just as Yi Zhaoxiao took out his card, the screen connecting the store to the company headquarters suddenly lit up. The face on the screen was none other than the general manager, Feng Yu. Manager Mu, today is the opening day of our first Wei Wu store. The company headquarters has decided that the first person to come and buy clothes in our store with the word dance in their name, regardless of the number of items purchased, will have their bill waived. What? Hearing Feng Yu's words, Chu Yinghu jumped up. How absurd was this? Was it because Chu Qingyu's name happened to contain the word dance? The most dramatic reaction, however, was Liu Heading's. Having just made his payment, he was ready to crush Yi Zhaoxiao, but realized that if Yi Zhaoxiao retaliated using this offer, how would he handle it? But after some thought, he found it impossible. What if they wanted to clear out their whole store? Even if they were rich, the Weiwu company couldn't possibly give away hundreds of thousands of clothing for nothing. What were they planning? To everyone's surprise, Mu Qing nodded and agreed to the offer. Yi Zhaoxiao seized this opportunity and asked Feng Yu if she could enjoy the same benefit due to her name. Feng Yu, who had received a message from Yi Zhaoxiao beforehand, pretended not to know that Chu Qingyu was in the store and granted her request. Really? Chu Qingyu was beyond thrilled and surprised. Meanwhile, Yi Zhaoxiao, in a feigned manner, knowingly asked, "So if my wife wants to buy everything in your entire store, would you give it to her for free?" The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned and waited with bated breath for Feng Yu's response. Even some thought Yi Zhaoxiao had lost his mind to dream like this. Chu Yinghu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! How is that even possible? Just because your wife's name is Chu Qingyu, you expect them to give her millions of items for free? Ha! This is hilarious!" But just as she finished speaking, Feng Yu nodded and said, "Of course. Since your wife is the first to buy at Weiwu, and her name includes the word dance, we will give her all the items in our store for free." Boom! With that statement, the room was a mix of shock and awe. Chu Yinghu and Liu Heading were petrified. It was as if they had turned into stone. If a picture was taken of their faces at that moment, It would surely ward off evil spirits. You cheated. This doesn't count. I won't admit losing to you, you coward. It wasn't until Yi Xiaozhen bought the remaining clothes in the store that Liu Heading pointed at him, trembling with anger. The sudden turn of events was too unexpected and difficult to accept. Liu Heading had never imagined she would lose, let alone lose to someone as notorious as Yi Xiaozhen. But the reality was undeniable, and it was truly embarrassing. Liu Xiao, when you pressured Yi Xiaozhen to compete with Yuan, who could buy more, it wasn't specifically stated that money had to be spent. But in this competition, there are no prizes for winning or losing. Why are you so worked up? Chu Qingyu was in a great mood at this moment. Although she never dreamed that such a miraculous turn of events would occur at the last moment, at least she didn't have to embarrass herself in front of everyone with Yi Xiaozhen, and she actually obtained so many precious clothes. Even though she usually carried herself with aloofness, she couldn't conceal a hint of pride and excitement. HMPH, Chu Qingyu, unless you have permanent luck, otherwise marrying a man like Yi Xiaozhen will sooner or later reveal the gap between us. Heading, let's go. Chu Yinghu held back her frustration, said a final word, and left in a huff. But she could leave in style, while Liu Heading was left in a predicament. She had just spent a lot of money on so many clothes, who would help carry them? Gradually, the others dispersed too. The news of Wei Wu's store being sold out today was destined to spread, serving as a free advertisement. Seeing Chu Qingyu walk away with a bag of clothes, Mu Qing felt excited and ran to Yi Xiaozhen. Boss, you're amazing. That move was brilliant, selling hundreds of thousands worth of goods in an instant, and even got free advertising. I really admire you. Ha ha! Yi Xiaozhen chuckled. In fact, he agreed to compete with Chu Yinghu not only because he couldn't stand their arrogance, but also to swindle their money. Might as well make a profit. But the greatest pleasure, of course, was seeing his wife happy. Without the need for much effort, he had given her so many clothes. By the way, is the membership card in the store ready? Yi Xiaozhen suddenly patted his thigh and asked. Boss, it's ready. Mu Qing suddenly realized, guessing what the boss wanted to do, and quickly responded. Liu Xiao just bought over $1 million worth of clothes, so they are eligible for a gold card. Okay, send them a gold card afterwards, give them exclusive discounts, make them feel esteemed. Only when they have the desire to show off will they spend their money without hesitation. Boss, you're really excellent at business, I admire you. Mu Qing finally expressed genuine admiration for Yi Xiaozhen. It turned out he was a business genius. Yi Xiaozhen just chuckled. He never thought of himself as a business genius, but having experienced life's ups and downs for so many years, he understood human nature more than most. With his understanding of Chu Yinghu, such a woman who loved showing off and taking advantage of small gains, she would definitely not resist the perks of a gold card, frequently coming to the store to show off. Thinking about this, Yi Xiaozhen couldn't help but smile. If Chu Yinghu ever found out that every time she comes to show off and shop here, it would be like giving him money, how would her expression be more entertaining than just now? Yi Xiaozhen had already filled the entire car with clothes that Chu Qingyu liked. Just as he was worrying about how to transport the other clothes back, his wife said, Yi Xiaozhen, why not just forget it? Wei Wu Company has been so generous, giving us so many clothes. I don't like the other sizes and styles, so let's just leave them for them to continue selling. Yi Xiaozhen smiled, indicating that his wife's decision was final. Whether they take them back home or leave them in the store to be sold, it's all his property. As they left Wanda Plaza, it was already late into the night when they arrived home. Yi Xiaozhen, isn't that Baiao over there? Chu Qingyu suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside the window. Yi Xiaozhen was somewhat surprised. Was it really worth being shocked by his wife meeting Baiao on the road? But when he looked up, he was also slightly startled, as he saw Baiao in a white skirt, being pushed violently by a man with blood on him, causing her to fall to the ground dramatically. Stay in the car. No matter what happens outside, don't come out. Yi Xiaozhen parked the car by the roadside, locked the door, and went out alone. He didn't get out of the car because he cared about Baiao. After all, this cunning and deceitful delinquent girl had nothing to do with him. He was simply curious why Baiao knew Uncle Snake. And why were they arguing in the alley at night? Thinking back to when they were at the fabric factory, and Baiao suddenly questioned about the 300,000 yuan, as if she already knew that Wang Yanqing had lost the money, Was it possible that she had known Uncle Snake for a long time and he told her about Wang Yanqing's situation? It didn't seem likely. Yi Xiaozhen couldn't claim to be able to read people's minds, but he trusted his judgment. Uncle Snake, a man with a turbulent past, wouldn't be the same type of person as Baiao. They couldn't have any deep connection. Uncle Snake, what's wrong? You seem to be bleeding. Yi Xiaozhen appeared in front of Uncle Snake, surprising him slightly. After Uncle Snake realized, he showed a meaningful smile and casually responded, "It's nothing." Before Baiao could answer, Uncle Snake calmly said to both of them, "Both of you go back. I don't want any relationship with either of you." With that, he left, holding his injured finger, walking away in solitude. "Uncle Snake, I'll take you to the hospital. You can't keep bleeding like this. I'll cover your medical expenses." Baiao wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Yi Xiaozhen. Yi Xiaozhen finally understood what Baiao and Uncle Snake had argued about earlier. Seeing her genuinely worried for Uncle Snake, could there be some affection between them? Who exactly was Uncle Snake? Why would someone like Baiao, a troubled girl, have feelings for him? Yi Xiaozhen, why are you stopping me? Uncle Snake is my classmate's dad. What's it to you if I'm concerned about him? Uncle Snake doesn't want to deal with you. Persisting will only make him more averse and irritated. Yi Xiaozhen's words didn't stop Baiao. She snorted and continued following Uncle Snake. Yi Xiaozhen couldn't keep a watch over her any longer, so he returned to the car. "Have you figured out the situation, Yi Xiaozhen?" Chu Qingyu had witnessed everything that happened earlier and was filled with questions. Yi Xiaozhen told her everything he knew, and Chu Qingyu sighed. "It all goes back to Mom. If she hadn't owed the casino money, you wouldn't have gone to gamble, and he wouldn't have lost a finger because of it." Surprised that Chu Qingyu blamed Wang Yanqing, Yi Xiaozhen realized his wife was very discerning of right and wrong. "I'm also responsible." Yi Xiaozhen finally revealed the truth to Chu Qingyu. "Actually, that night, I intended to lose to him, but unexpectedly ended up winning while playing backwards." What? Chu Qingyu was truly shocked. She had no idea Yi Xiaozhen's gambling skills were that proficient, and he inadvertently ended up harming him while wanting to help Uncle Snake. Perhaps it's fate. Yi Xiaozhen, if given the chance, we should compensate him. No problem. After Yi Xiaozhen agreed with Chu Qingyu, he drove away, becoming more intrigued by Uncle Snake's story. Somehow, that guy might be even stronger than him, one of the top experts in the Dragon Breath unit. But why would a person of his caliber be so devoted to the casino's work? Yi Xiaozhen couldn't comprehend. "Boss, I have arranged the dowry you asked me to prepare a few days ago." "Good. Help deliver it to the Chu family villa tomorrow." Yi Zi received Fang Yu's message and happily gave the order. Tomorrow, the Chu family will hold a family banquet at the villa. Chu Qingwu is now in charge of the fabric factory and can naturally return to the Chu family with glory. "Wife, I owe you something. I will make it up to you, and I won't be more tacky than anyone else." Yi Zi lay on the floor, watching Chu Qingwu, who had fallen asleep, thinking to himself. The next day arrived as scheduled, and not only did the direct relatives of the Chu family return, but many distant relatives also came. Even Chu Yinghu, who rarely returned to the Chu family recently, also came back, which surprised many people. Before the banquet began, everyone was chatting around the banquet table, but Chu Qingwu's family of four sat in a corner, ignored by everyone. Despite Chu Qingwu now being in charge of the fabric factory, no one from the Chu family supported her, making it seem like she was being left out. Wang Yanqing didn't care about the affairs of the company. Seeing the Chu family members avoiding her like the plague, she felt displeased and kept complaining in the hall, successfully bringing trouble to her daughter. "Grandma is here." Suddenly someone called out, and everyone quickly took their seats. Granny walked around the main seat and her gaze lingered on Chu Qingwu's family for a while, then sighed inexplicably. Chu Qingwu trembled slightly. The previous banquets had been nightmares for her. What bad things would happen today? "Guangzhu, congratulations. The Liu family has officially presented a betrothal gift for Yinghu, and even asked us when the wedding will be held." "Ah, really?" Chu Guangzhu was, of course, a relative of the Chu family, Ying Chu's father. Upon hearing Grandma's words, the couple was overjoyed, almost moved to tears. Yinghu was so excited that she almost bit her little hand, muttering angrily, "That bastard from the Liu family. How can he want to marry her so quickly? It's just unbelievable. She hasn't even thought about it yet." Despite knowing that she was showing off, no one exposed her, and they all stood up with smiles, flattering and congratulating her. After all, the Liu family was a top family in Huacheng, and Yingku could be considered marrying into a wealthy family, helping her natal family rise. Wang Yanqing watched this scene, then looked at her daughter and Yizi, feeling uncomfortable. With her daughter's beauty and grace, how was she any inferior to Yingku? Yet, others were climbing the social ladder while she was being forced to marry Yizi, a poor man. How about setting the date for the wedding on the 17th of next month? That's a good day. Following Grandma's words, the Chu family fell silent for a moment, then all eyes turned to Yizi and Chu Qingwu, with a hint of mockery. Everyone knew that 3 years ago on September 17th, the Chu family married off a daughter, with just a simple registration without a wedding banquet. The lack of comparison meant no harm, but for a woman to not have a wedding banquet was a very pitiful matter. If her sisters held grand weddings on the same day, it would be a heavy blow to her. Perhaps every anniversary would be a heartbreaking moment for her. Yizi looked at the sad Chu Qingwu and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Despite his efforts to compensate Chu Qingwu now, if something was delayed, it might lose its meaning. In the blink of an eye, a mismatched marriage after 3 years, if it cannot be forced, then there is no need to insist, right? Grandma's words made Chu Qingwu shiver even more. As a member of a second-rate commercial family, all the Chu family members had become cunning beings. Who wouldn't understand Grandma's intentions? Back then, the old master forced this marriage, yet none of them understood his intentions. But back then, Chu Qingwu wasn't in her current position. So everyone thought they were mismatched, but now that Chu Qingwu was in charge of the fabric factory, representing the Chu family, if outsiders knew she had an incompetent husband who was just an intern driver, wouldn't they laugh at her? Yizi also understood Grandma's intentions. It was to drive her out. Grandma deliberately mentioned the Liu family's betrothal to create a sharp contrast and indirectly strike Chu Qingwu. She believed that Chu Qingwu, unless she was foolish, would know how to choose. All eyes were on Chu Qingwu, some mocking, some expectant, and some indifferent observers. As the saying goes, it's better to let others hit your child than to let others break up your family. At this moment, no one would support Chu Qingwu in maintaining this abnormal marriage. Yizi, now nothing more than a parasite in the Chu family, was detested by everyone, and they all wished to get rid of him. Yizi felt a bit nervous, as he hadn't expected that his efforts to uplift his wife would become a reason for the Chu family to persuade her to divorce. He decided to listen to Chu Qingwu's feelings. Loving someone means respecting their choices. If Chu Qingwu really wanted a divorce, he would agree without hesitation. Mom, don't separate from Dad. Even 4-year-old Tao Tao understood what was happening and quickly held onto Chu Qingwu's clothes, her eyes filled with worrying and nervousness. Chu Qingwu lovingly touched Tao Tao's head, thinking about Qi Zhao's recent care and the fact that he had never been disloyal or disrespectful to her in 3 years, not even a single complaint. She couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness. Grandma, I'm not with Yizi out of compulsion. We've been doing well together. Everyone was shocked by Chu Qingwu's unexpected response, their expressions twisting in a strange way. Chu Qingwu, you are being foolish. As a woman, how can you spend your life with a man without even a betrothal gift or a wedding banquet? Now full of pride, Yingku capitalized on the opportunity. After all, yesterday, she was embarrassed at the dance studio by Yizi and Chu Qingwu. Now it was time to kick Yizi out of the Chu family and put Chu Qingwu in her place even more aggressively. However, Yizi stood up and made a public promise to Chu Qingwu. Although Chu Qingwu's betrothal gifts and wedding banquet are late, they will happen, and they will definitely not be tackier than anyone else's. Although his voice was not loud, it shocked the whole family. Ha ha, the poor like to make promises, that's absolutely right. The rich prefer to act directly. Why bother with empty promises? Exactly. How can you say such big words when you are not even better off than anyone else? Where do you get the face, Yizi, to say such things? Yi Zhao's words naturally brought mocking remarks. Heh, I get it. Yingku eagerly continued, it must have been when young Master Liu proposed to me that he got stunned. But daring to say such big words in front of me, aren't you slapping yourself in the face? Do you know how much the Liu family offered me as a betrothal gift? Ha, 8.88 million in cash. Some people won't be able to save that much money in their entire lifetime. Every word struck home. What woman doesn't dream of romance? What woman doesn't dream of a glamorous marriage? Chu Qingwu was no different, but she knew that her dream was shattered, and it would never come true in this lifetime. She had no intention of divorcing Yu Zi, so there would never be another chance for her to have a second wedding. Wang Yanqing was seething with anger, feeling like she could kill Yu Zi. They had become a burden to their entire family. Yi Zi remained silent, indifferent to the voices around him, and sat back down calmly. His promise was for Chu Qingwu, and whether others believed in him was irrelevant. At that moment, the head housekeeper of the Wang family rushed in, sweating profusely, not caring what the Chu family was discussing, shouting in a panic, "Madam, madam, there's a huge betrothal gift outside. Just accept the betrothal gift. Why are you making a fuss like this? How undignified." "No, madam, that betrothal gift, TSK, there's just too much of it. Please go out quickly to inspect it." The words of the head housekeeper made the Chu family gasp. Many envied and resented Chu Yingku. She was the only one from the Chu family recently preparing to marry, so if the betrothal gift wasn't for her, then who could it be for? "Ah, Yingku, you've truly become a phoenix in the prime of your life, but don't forget your sisters in the Chu family. Yingku, Aunt has always thought you were graceful and noble, and knew you would have such a day. Sister Kyuki, can I help you carry the betrothal gifts? I want to broaden my horizons and see what's inside." The people of the Chu family surrounded Chu Yingku for another round of compliments. After all, while the Liu family couldn't be considered the top family in Huacheng, they were still first class. With such a big tree, who wouldn't want to enjoy the shade? Heh, don't envy me, everyone. A woman only has so many expectations in her lifetime. Yingku pretended to be modest, but her eyes couldn't hide her arrogance. Rest assured, after I make something of myself, I will definitely support my natal family more. Unless some have bad characters or are unreliable, then there's nothing to be done. With these words, her gaze deliberately lingered on Yi Zhao's family, the implication clear. Wang Yanqing sighed heavily in public, feeling the urge to kill Yi Zi had arisen. She felt like he was dragging their whole family down. Yi Zi just remained silent, his eyes calm, feeling that Yingku was getting cocky too quickly, almost like a clown. Without further ado, everyone followed Grandma and headed to the front garden of the villa, their eyes dazzled by what they saw. Outside the door, the betrothal gifts were piled up like a small mountain. There was a large box filled with bright red cash, a total of 13.14 million. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Following were 2 boxes of pure gold betrothal cakes, conservatively valued at tens of millions. Behind them were jade and emerald pieces, exquisite wedding items that even the Chu family couldn't estimate the value of. No wonder the steward was so flustered. Even the Chu family members, including the grandmother, who had seen much of the world, were left speechless at the scene for a long time. Could it be? The Liu family is really this extravagant? Is this really the bridal gifts for Yingku? The Chu family members looked towards the Chu Yingku family, jealousy and fear mixed in their eyes. When calculated, the value of these betrothal gifts probably approached nearly 100 million, nearly matching half of the Chu family's wealth. Chu Yingku also stood stunned for a long time before coming to her senses, feeling the gaze of everyone and the scene before her, unable to contain her emotions. Heh, Chu Qingwu, remember to come to my wedding banquet with Liu Heading on the 17th of next month. 3 years ago, when you got married carrying a lifetime of regret, as sisters, I have to find a way to make up for your regret. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately cast mocking and pitiful glances at Chu Qingwu. Just moments ago filled with jealousy towards Chu Yingku, now recalling Chu Qingwu's plight, they felt a sense of balance restored. Well, I will attend your wedding banquet and wish you well. Although Chu Qingwu felt extremely uncomfortable, she managed to squeeze out a forced smile, disappointing those who were ready to see her in pain. A few others couldn't help but mock in secret. This woman Chu Qingwu pretending to be strong was really ridiculous. Yingku, these betrothal gifts might not be for you, right? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Everyone immediately turned to look, and surprisingly, it was Yi Zhao's, who had recently become arrogant. Chu Yingchu's proud expression instantly turned frosty. Yi Zhao's, do you feel guilty towards Chu Qingwu and have lost your self-esteem? That's why you deliberately said such things to attack Yingku? Exactly. How could there be such a psychologically dark person? These betrothal gifts aren't for Chu Yingku. Could it be for Chu Qingwu? Heh, with the last sentence, everyone burst into laughter, and Chu Qingwu's face turned red with embarrassment. Wang Yanqing became angry and reprimanded Yi Zhaos, you useless person. Not only are you poor and inept, but you also envy others. Are you trying to embarrass our family? Heh, alright, we should accept the betrothal gifts. Who will help us? Flaunting their superiority in front of Chu Qingwu and seeing Yi Zhaos being scolded, Chu Yingchu's mood improved, so she deliberately asked for help. Naturally, many in the Chu family were willing to help. After all, it was a clear display of wealth. Who would have expected that as soon as Chu Yingchu touched the cash box, Manager Wang hastily ran over and shouted, Miss Yingchu, no one said these betrothal gifts were for you. What? Not only was Chu Yingchu shocked, but everyone in the Chu family jumped up. Even the grandmother was astonished and asked, if it's not for Yingchu, then who are they for? I don't know, the person who delivered them didn't say. Only mentioned that it's the betrothal gifts sent by the Yi family to our Chu family. What? The Yi family? Now, everyone in the Chu family was thunderstruck, their expressions distorted, looking at each other in silence. Ha, these are gifts my dad sent to my mom. Aunt Yingchu, they're definitely not for you. Dao Dao spoke innocently. Just now, seeing Chu Yingchu's triumphant look, she couldn't help but want to put her in her place. Chu Yingchu felt extremely embarrassed, not expecting to be mocked even by a 4-year-old child. Although no one spoke, the looks directed at her were full of ridicule. What's more embarrassing was that Chu Yingchu had already placed her hands on the money, and now she had to sheepishly withdraw under everyone's gaze. Being doused with cold water, her mind finally calmed down. Indeed, although the Liu family was a top-tier family in Huaqing, Liu Heading wasn't the heir. Where would he get nearly 100 million in betrothal gifts from? And then she remembered Yi Zhao's words from earlier, her cheeks burning. People had warned her, yet she had foolishly not believed them and even led the mocking. Now she was being humiliated in front of everyone. Which Yi family? Who is it from the Yi family? Someone exclaimed in confusion, and gradually, everyone's gaze shifted towards a certain direction. The crowd parted, and standing at the back was Yi Zhaos, who instantly became the center of attention. At that moment, Chu Qingwu looked at Yi Zhaos, who had his hands crossed, and memories of Yi Zhao's vows resurfaced in her mind. Wife, I, Yi Zhaos, swear that I will make you live more luxuriously than any other woman. Could these betrothal gifts be Yi Zhao's attempt to make himself worthy? The delicate features of Chu Qingwu were frozen at that thought. While there was a large crowd gathered, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Heh, what are you all thinking? You don't really believe the words of a 4-year-old, thinking that this is the betrothal gifts from Yi Zhaos to Chu Qingwu, right? With a joking tone, Chu Qingwu's words broke the tension, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, exactly. Who thought that this guy wouldn't even be able to produce 10,000 yuan, let alone betrothal gifts worth hundreds of millions? That's right, who was the one looking over here first? What a joke! The real question is, which Yi family is it, and which of our women caught the eye of their young master? Soon, the gazes of the Chu family members dispersed. Wang Yanqing wore a dark expression, feeling foolish for having hoped, even for a moment, that their son-in-law would make up for their family's betrothal gifts. Chu Qingwu kept silent, unable to bear to speak. Of course, she understood that her mother no longer found the apartment in the compound suitable, and she dreamed of moving back to the villa. Though she didn't want to live with these scheming individuals, as a member of the Chu family, she wanted to prove her status. Subconsciously, she still hoped her grandmother would agree. However, just then, Chu Yingchu sneered, Chu Qingwu, you're already a married woman. Why do you deserve to live in the Chu family? The villa now has only one vacant unit left, and if anyone is to move back, it should be me. Chu Qingwu was surprised by this, never expecting Chu Yingchu to argue over this as well. How can that work? Wang Yanqing immediately shouted in excitement. Grandmother, Qingwu is the legitimate daughter of the family, while Yingchu is just a collateral daughter. According to the rules, the vacant room in the villa should rightfully belong to Qingwu. For someone of the grandmother's traditional thinking, Wang Yanqing's words made perfect sense. However, she couldn't agree because Chu Yingchu was soon to marry into the influential Liu family, a political and economic alliance that far surpassed the business contracts brought back by Chu Qingwu in terms of long-term benefits and family status. Wang Yanqing, Chu Qingwu, have some shame, you two women. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Chu Jiangwo spoke, his words dripping with sarcasm. Chu Weimin was exiled from the family for his mistakes. Wang Yanqing, you're not even considered part of the Chu family. And as for King Wu, you're a married woman living elsewhere. If you want to live in the big house, get your husband to buy it. Chu Jiangwo has always harbored a grudge against Yi Zia, the arrogant son-in-law who once entered through the back door. Now that he has the chance, he naturally spares no effort to attack and mock him. As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Yi Zia, not holding back their disdain and mockery. Uncle is right, Chu Qingwu, you are already married. Why do you still want to take advantage here at your maiden home? Just because everyone let you become the head of the Chu family's fabric factory, you think you can bully your way further, and don't even think about morally manipulating Grandma. Yes, if you don't want to live in your small house, let your husband buy it. Even if you can afford the most expensive seaside villa in Huacheng, our Chu family will never bask in your glory, let alone envy you. Everyone became more and more excited as they spoke, teasing and mocking Yi Zia's expression. Recently, Yi Zia has offended almost everyone in the Chu family, and everyone wants to see him dead. Chu Qingwu felt so uncomfortable, she couldn't even swallow a bite of food. What did she say? Who did she provoke? Why does everyone think she has no face? Of course, she also knew that this was not just her mother Wang Yanqing's fault, but that the Chu family was targeting them one by one. All right, you said it. Dao Dao couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, Dad, buy a seaside villa tomorrow and see if they envy us. The innocent words of the child caused the Chu family to burst into laughter. Indeed, only Dao Dao, who had not yet matured mentally, believed that Yi Zia, a weak and useless person, could afford a seaside villa. Seeing her serious expression compared to Yi Zia's miserable appearance, who could resist laughing? Even Wang Yanqing felt embarrassed and hurriedly told Dao Dao to be quiet. Only Yi Zia had a mysterious smile on his face, touching Dao Dao's head and saying, All right, Dao Dao, Dad will buy it tomorrow, and our family doesn't need to live in this overcrowded little villa. Laughter filled the room again. Chu King, who laughed exaggeratedly and rolled on the floor. That's right, Yi Zia. Hurry up and buy it. See if you can sell your whole family and buy a pile of sand there. Why are you taking it so seriously? What Yi Zia meant was to buy a model of a seaside villa. For his family, that's not cheap either. Hope they have Doraemon's shrinking light, otherwise how can they live in the model? Ha ha, it's so funny. Listening to everyone mocking her family, Chu Qingwu clenched her lips tightly, feeling cold all over. It's no wonder that so many people were laughing so exaggeratedly. She also knew that the seaside villa was not only the most expensive villa area in Huacheng, with even a small villa there costing at least 30 million, it was also a symbol of status in Huacheng. Even before her grandfather passed away, his goal was to buy a seaside villa in Huahai Bay, officially placing the Chu family among the first-class families. Gradually, his unfinished dream became the dream of the whole Chu family, and also the long-time wish of Grandma. She had taught the men in the Chu family many times that their goal should be to buy a seaside villa. Unfortunately, the Chu family could only rely on a fabric factory and a construction materials factory. Unless they sold all their assets for cash, they would never be able to buy a villa there. Seeing these people mocking her so relentlessly, Yi Zia didn't retort, still with a playful smile on his face. Laugh, all of you can laugh to your heart's content now. I want to see your faces when you find out. That light. And I really live in a seaside villa. Let's see if you have the integrity then, to not come and bask in our glory. Yi Zia thought to himself, hearing Grandma finally make a decision. All right, Yi Zia, since you plan to buy a house with light, let's have Chu family's empty villa be inhabited by Yingqiu. Ying Chu's intention was not merely to live in the Chu family's villa. She just wanted to strike at Chu Qingwu through this method, to show her who the most respected woman in the Chu family was, and to prove to her that no matter how strong a woman was, it was necessary to marry the right husband. Grandma's decision made Wang Yanqing look dismayed. She silently cursed Yi Zia, thinking that if not for him, and Dao Dao talking nonsense about buying a seaside villa, Grandma might not have made this decision. Such an unlucky star, always bringing trouble to others. Wang Yanqing couldn't help but mutter to herself. Ignoring Wang Yanqing's expression, Yi Zia decided to make Chu Qingwu live in the seaside villa, truly surpassing her status in the Chu family. After the banquet, Yi Zia instructed Jin Leifu to handle the matter. Young master, this is a small matter, just tell me which one you want to buy. Jin Leifu heard that Yizia wanted to buy a villa and enthusiastically agreed. However, he was surprised when Yizia said, "I want the central villa in Huahai Bay. Help me secure it." Before instructing Jin Leifu, Yizia had done some research and found out that the central villa in Huahai Bay had been completed for a year, but was still unsold. Although he didn't know the reason, since that villa was considered the top villa in Huacheng for Yizia, who had promised to make Light the most precious woman, he had to let his wife live there. "Ah, young master, you want to buy that one?" Jin Leifu was taken aback. He thought the young master was understated and wouldn't be so high profile. Since that was a top-tier villa, he might be buying it for his wife. Although Jin Leifu didn't know Chu Qingwu well, after a few interactions, he noticed that the young master's wife was not only ambitious and hardworking, but also very strong-willed. The young master must want her to be the most shining woman in all of Huacheng. "Is it very expensive?" Yizia furrowed his brows, not understanding why Jin Leifu was so surprised. "It's not that the price is high for a billionaire like you, but the villa in Huahai Bay is under the Flower family's control. If you want to buy their top villa, I'm afraid even I may not be qualified." "Oh." Yizia was genuinely surprised. Was that the reason why the central villa hadn't been sold for a year? "Young master, you might not know." Jin Leifu quickly explained in detail, the Flower family is not a traditional commercial family. They may not be the richest family in Huacheng in terms of assets, but in terms of status, they are truly a behemoth family in Huacheng. I believe when you have the opportunity to interact with them in the future, you will understand why. So what you're saying is, the Flower Bay Villa cares not only about the beer's money, but also their background and status. Yizia immediately guessed. "You're really smart, young master." Jin Leifu sighed. "Even I wouldn't be qualified to buy that villa, but if you are willing to buy it as the heir of the first family in Yanjing, it will surely be a success." "I see." Yizia nodded, non-committally ending the conversation. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to reveal his identity, so buying that villa might have to wait. For now, let's put it aside. The next day, Yizia took Chu Qingwu to the hospital to visit Tang Dasao during their free time. To their surprise, when they entered the ward, they found Wang Yanqing inside as well. "Mom, why are you here too?" Seeing Wang Yanqing, Chu Qingwu furrowed her brows softly, not thinking she had come to visit Tang Dasao, but because she knew her mother's personality too well. As expected, as soon as she saw Yizia, Wang Yanqing couldn't contain her anger and even wanted to come over and slap him, but was stopped by Chu Qingwu. "Mom, this is a hospital. Can you have some sense of propriety?" "Humph, propriety. Ask your man if he has an ounce of propriety. What's wrong?" Chu Qingwu looked puzzled, even casting a glance at Yizia. Yizia shrugged, not sure what had gotten into Wang Yanqing today. "He never treated me as his mother-in-law." "You've been married for 3 years, but when has he ever shown respect to me? Now he's so generous, covering thousands of dollars of medical expenses for Tang Dasao. Quite bold, isn't he? Is it true?" Hearing Wang Yanqing's words, Chu Qingwu couldn't help but look at Yizia in astonishment, wondering where he got the money from. Seeing Wang Yanqing so troublesome, Yizia became annoyed, with a serious face saying, "Mom, since you're counting like this, let's count properly." Wang Yanqing, who just moments ago was fierce, suddenly wilted. The abrupt change in momentum left Chu Qingwu also astonished, seeing her mother in a new light and understanding how Yizia had lived through those days. But Yizia didn't plan to stop there. He decided to uncover the truth behind Tang Dasao's car accident. This would at least help his wife understand why he was willingly covering this $10,000 medical bill. "Mom, tell me honestly, on the day Mrs. Tang had the car accident, did you intentionally place that wooden stake in front of my car? And those construction lines, did you also purposely lay them there?" You're talking nonsense. I didn't." Wang Yanqing was already feeling guilty and vulnerable. Now being confronted by Yi Xiaoshu with the truth, she couldn't even defend herself properly. "No, then tell me, why were you covered in mud all over your body when you came home that night? There were even dried leaves on you." Wang Yanqing still wanted to offer a defense, but Yi Xiaoshu hit her where it hurt. "Mom, stop denying it. It was you who damaged my car's headlight, trying to cover it up and falsely accusing me of parking improperly. You did all these things intentionally, but you didn't expect that the car was mine. What you did was completely deceitful and harmful, and Mrs. Tang ended up being the victim of the trap you set. Mom, is that really true? Chu Qingyu looked surprised, watching Wang Yanqing with a tinge of displeasure. Wang Yanqing still wanted to deny it, but Yi Xiaoshu simply sighed and said, Mom, stop trying to cover one lie with another. We're family, and I just want to settle this matter. If you don't own up, we can check the surveillance footage. Did you think I would park the car where the cameras couldn't see? The rooftop cameras capture everything. Huh? Wang Yanqing exclaimed, realizing there were surveillance cameras she didn't know about. Mom, how could you do this? You're harming others. If Mrs. Tang decides to take this to court, you'll be held responsible. With Chu Qingyu's words, Wang Yanqing completely wilted. She had been demanding compensation from Mrs. Tang just a moment ago, even insisting she pay for the repairs and medical expenses. Now she didn't dare continue. Forget it, Mr. Yi, don't blame your mom. I do have a responsibility for the car damage. I can't afford to pay for the car, but I can cover the medical expenses myself. Mrs. Tang turned the tables on Wang Yanqing. Just based on that statement, Chu Qingyu was convinced that Mrs. Tang was a fair person. She quickly thanked her and then asked Wang Yanqing to apologize. I never expected things to turn out like this, all because of Yi Xiaoshu. He didn't tell me about the car. He parked it there. It's none of my business. Wang Yanqing rambled before leaving, realizing she couldn't get the money back and feeling uncomfortable staying there. Chu Qingyu felt embarrassed to have a mother like that, but she couldn't help it. After apologizing to Mrs. Tang on her behalf, she left. Miss Chu, there's really no need. You and Mr. Yi are honest people. You even spent money on this matter. How could I blame you? Mrs. Tang waved her hand, showing concern on her face. Due to a company matter, Chu Qingyu left first, instructing Yi Xiaoshu not to accompany her and to take care of Mrs. Tang. Following his wife's orders, Yi Xiaoshu stayed back, but shortly after Chu Qingyu left, Tang Qingyan entered the scene. Hey, what are you still doing here? Put your schemes away. No matter what your intentions are toward me, I won't let you succeed. Yi Xiaoshu was taken aback by her scolding. Mrs. Tang hurriedly intervened, knowing her proud daughter had become somewhat sensitive due to the many admirers pursuing her at school. She had thought Yi Xiaoshu wanted to pursue her in a disguised manner, hence being nice to her. Little did she know that Mr. Yi was already married, with looks and manners not inferior to her daughter's. How could he have ulterior motives towards her daughter? If only her daughter had come earlier and seen Mr. Yi's wife, she would have realized her mistake. All right, I'll leave. Yi Xiaoshu didn't bother with Tang Qingyan's accusations and left since someone else was there to take care of Mrs. Tang. As he left the hospital, he drove to the commercial district in the north. He had already arranged to have someone investigate. The uncle, who helped clean the casino at night and ran a spicy hot pot shop during the day. To make amends for the uncle's finger injury and uncover his background, Yi Xiaoshu decided to patronize his shop and see if there was a chance to befriend this powerful friend for future conflicts with the Yi family. Little did Yi Xiaoshu expect that as he walked out of the parking lot in the commercial district, he would see Chu Biao again. And the direction she was headed in was precisely the uncle's shop. Uncle, 10 servings of chicken feet, 10 servings of beef balls, watercress, ham, and 2 cases of beer. Chu Biao walked into the uncle's booth and started ordering a variety of items, leaving Yi Xiaoshu dumbfounded. Was she planning to feed a pig with so many orders? The uncle looked up and not only saw Chu Biao, but also Yi Xiaoshu behind her. He furrowed his brow but didn't say anything. Following the uncle's gaze, Chu Biao turned around and was surprised to see Yi Xiaoshu. Hey, why are you following me here? Chu Biao asked loudly. Before Yi Xiaoshu could respond, a cold and mocking voice came from inside the shop. Hey, Chu Biao, you shameless little slut, ordering so much alcohol. Planning to get drunk and have sex with a man? Yi Xiaoshu turned to see a girl similar in age to Chu Biao. She had a rebellious look, with a crop top revealing her shoulders paired with exaggerated ripped jeans. She did not look like a decent woman, with even her nose and mouth pierced with silver rings, looking quite repulsive. Yi Xiaoshu didn't mind unconventional dressing, but this girl seemed to be degrading herself a bit too much. Who knows if there were more extreme things about her? Su Billion, how can you appear here? Chu Biao didn't hesitate to fight back upon hearing the vulgar words, sparking an argument between them. Hey, where you can go, can't I go? Chu Biao, why do you always follow me? Do you like snatching things I've used? Su Billion deliberately stood up and walked up to Chu Biao, provokingly staring at her. Although Ye Xiaoshu didn't know the enmity between the two women, he could tell from their hostile gazes that they had deep-seated grudges. Indeed, both were students at Huachengno, one high school, with similar family backgrounds, and they had often got into fights due to various conflicts. Recently, Su Billion's boyfriend had turned to pursue Chu Biao, causing a rift between them. Who cares about your crappy boyfriend? He chose me because he saw the charm in me, unlike you, who has no charm. Chu Biao was cunning and had good speech skills, taking the upper hand in the argument. However, Su Billion had company with her, and upon seeing Ye Xiaoshu following Chu Biao, she began taunting him as well. Hey, when did you change your taste, Chu Biao? The group of onlookers began making derogatory comments about Ye Xiaoshu. Ye Xiaoshu couldn't help but frown. Brother-in-law, are you really a coward? They've called you one, can you take it? Are you even a man? Sensing a diversion, Chu Biao suddenly wanted to provoke a conflict between Su Billion and Ye Xiaoshu, hoping to see them fight while she watched from a safe distance. After all, both sides were her enemies. Without a moment's pause, the group of teenagers began teasing Ye Xiaoshu and Su Billion further. Ye Xiaoshu found himself about to lose his temper and deal with the disrespectful youths when the uncle interjected. Everyone, peace breeds prosperity. Please don't cause trouble at my booth. His words caused the unruly teenagers to look displeased, but reluctantly quiet down. Ye Xiaoshu couldn't help but observe the uncle a second time. His voice wasn't loud just now, and it was even somewhat deliberately subdued, but there was an air of authority about him. Ye Xiaoshu couldn't help but wonder about the story behind this man. At that moment, the uncle had already walked up to Ye Xiaoshu and Chu Biao, expressionless as he said, "Both of you, please leave. I won't do business with you anymore." Uncle Snake, I didn't cause any trouble. Why are you kicking us out? Yeezy was surprised to find that Chu Biao, who was usually feisty and wild in the Chu family, was being driven away by Uncle Snake without cursing anyone, and even had a hint of pleading in her tone, indicating that there was an issue at hand. It seemed that Chu Biao, who was a classmate of Uncle Snake's daughter, must know about Uncle Snake's past. Uncle Snake smiled at Chu Biao, maintaining his composure. Miss Chu, I have heard about the grievances between you and Miss Su. Even an old man like me has heard of it. As long as you two are together, a fight is inevitable sooner or later. So please ask the person who came in behind you to leave. Uncle Snake, I don't care about her. I'm just here to support your business. Chu Biao disregarded Uncle Snake's eviction and sat down. Uncle Snake had no choice but to leave for the time being, without specifically acknowledging Yeezy. Seeing Uncle Snake being so indifferent, Yeezy suddenly changed his mind and sat down with Chu Biao. Hey, Yeezy, who allowed you to sit next to this lady? I'm treating this round. Yeezy hurriedly asked before Chu Biao could chase him away. Are you an admirer of Uncle Snake? If you want to please Uncle Snake, maybe I can help you. And if that woman surnamed Su comes looking for trouble later, I can help you with that too. Chu Biao shuddered slightly. Her hostility towards Yeezy was no less than towards Su Billion's, but Yi Zhao's words happened to match her current mood, so she coldly snorted, "Can you help me become Uncle Snake's disciple?" "Oh, disciple!